Chapter 1. The World of One Piece. A gentle breeze wafted through the valley, causing the yellow flowers and green grasses within to sway gracefully. On the opposite side of the valley, a young boy lay sprawled in the midst of the hillside, crushing the delicate blooms and verdant blades beneath him. This boy, reclining on the slope, was undeniably marring the valley's picturesque scenery, provoking a desire in onlookers to chastise him. If a human were to approach him and deliver a sound thrashing, perhaps he would be moved to tears, overwhelmed by emotion. This boy, who lay helplessly on the hillside with vacant eyes, was named Li Wenjin. The reason for his presence in this serene landscape was a mystery he longed to unravel. He had merely been at home, having just finished the latest episode of One Piece, harboring resentment towards the author for the plot's twists, and had finally drifted into slumber. However, upon awakening, he found himself in a valley, confusion swirling in his mind as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Even if it were merely a prank, it seemed implausible that anyone would go to such lengths as to transport him to this remote locale. After all, he resided in a bustling city, far removed from such expansive valleys, which were only found in the distant rural areas. Upon waking, Li Wenjin felt a surge of anxiety, desperately seeking a way back home. Yet, when he climbed to the summit of a small hill to survey the surroundings for signs of civilization, he was met with utter bewilderment. He discovered that he was situated on a small island, surrounded on all sides by the vast ocean, with no trace of city in sight. After lingering in a state of shock for some time, Li Wenjin began to scour the island for any signs of human presence, convinced that someone had orchestrated this elaborate ruse to strand him on a desolate isle. The island was not particularly large, and after 2 days of diligent searching, he had traversed its entirety without encountering any evidence of human activity. The land was shaped like an oval, spanning approximately 50 kilometers, adorned with wildflowers and grasses but devoid of forests. The island was inhabited solely by small creatures such as rabbits and wild chickens, with no ferocious carnivorous beasts in sight. For 5 days, he survived by foraging for wild roots to stave off hunger and drinking from the stagnant water in the valley, barely managing to endure. He had contemplated catching a rabbit or wild chicken for sustenance, but his physical condition rendered him incapable of outpacing them. After living in solitude on the island for half a month, he could no longer withstand the torment, his mental state nearing collapse. After all, a person accustomed to the comforts of modern society, who spent their days glued to a smartphone or computer, would find it exceedingly difficult to endure the isolation of a deserted island. The absence of human interaction had been a trial in itself, and the fact that he had not succumbed to madness was a testament to his resilience. In truth, Li Wenjin was an ordinary office worker, leading a life characterized by the monotony of work and leisure, indulging in his favorite anime. Though not particularly affluent, he considered his life to be satisfactory. Yet now, he had been unceremoniously cast onto a deserted island, devoid of conversation, devoid of technology, and forced to forage for food and water. The fact that he had survived for half a month was remarkable in itself. As the days wore on, Li Wenjin finally began to succumb to despair, lying down on the mountainside, unwilling to rise again. He yearned only to lie still, awaiting the arrival of death, convincing himself that this was merely a nightmare, and that in dying, he would awaken back in the reality he once knew. Just as he lay there, drifting into unconsciousness from hunger, a warship adorned with a seagull flag approached the island where he lay. The vessel, now somewhat battered, bore the marks of a recent battle. At the bow stood a striking female officer, her cigarette poised between her lips, surveying the island ahead before issuing orders to the soldiers behind her. There's a small island up ahead. We'll rest there for a day and repair the ship before returning to the naval headquarters tomorrow. For Navy soldiers, their eyes filled with admiration and respect, responded earnestly, "Yes, Major Tina." Major Tina, at the age of 24, had already attained the rank of major at naval headquarters. Her current mission in the South Sea was to apprehend the notorious criminal, known as the Plague, Kenner Jinlu, who bore a bounty of 42 million berries. Though Kenner Jinlu possessed no devil fruit abilities, his swordsmanship was exceptionally sharp, nearing that of a master swordsman, making him a formidable opponent for Tina. Their encounter had taken place upon the open seas, where she swiftly dispatched his ship with her black gun formation. However, to her astonishment, Kinter Jinlu managed to swim aboard her naval vessel, ruthlessly eliminating several of her soldiers. The Navy soldiers were unable to withstand Kinter Jinlu's onslaught, forcing Tina to confront him alone. Ultimately, she emerged victorious, but the battle had left her ship in tatters, rendering it unfit for a return to naval headquarters. With no other option, Tina resolved to head back towards headquarters while stopping at the nearby island to repair her vessel. The island she unwittingly chose to dock at was the very one where Li Wenjin lay unconscious. As the Navy ship anchored at the shore, the soldiers promptly disembarked to search for usable timber. One soldier, while scouring for suitable wood, stumbled upon the unconscious form of Li Wenjin. At that moment, Li Wenjin's physique had regressed to that of a 14-year-old boy, a stark contrast to his original 25-year-old appearance. He was aware of this transformation, but his primary concern remained his longing to return home, leaving little room for contemplation about his sudden youthfulness. The Navy soldier, passing by Li Wenjin, recognized the boy's childlike appearance. Moved by compassion, the soldier chose to carry Li Wenjin back to the naval ship. Had Li Wenjin appeared as an adult man, the soldiers would have likely rescued him nonetheless, but they would have restrained him, uncertain of his intentions. On the brink of death, Li Wenjin was cradled in the arms of a Navy soldier and brought aboard Major Tina's warship. As she rested on the ship, observing her soldiers returning empty-handed from their search for wood, she was taken aback to see one of them cradling a strangely dressed child. She immediately inquired, "What is the story behind this child?" "Major, this child was found on the island. He seems to have fainted from starvation," the soldier promptly replied. Tina furrowed her brow, gazing at Li Wenjin in silence. Her thoughts were not consumed with the decision to save him, but rather with where to take him. Bringing him to naval headquarters seemed impractical, as a child without any identification could not possibly gain entry. After much contemplation, she finally instructed the soldier, "First, ensure he is revived. Once he awakens, we can determine the best course of action." Upon hearing Tina's words, the soldier's eyes glistened with tears as he remarked, "Major Tina is truly kind-hearted." Tina had grown accustomed to such reactions and replied, "You should focus on preparing some food for him, or he may perish." As the soldier took Li Wenjin away, Tina turned her attention elsewhere, for she understood that every day at sea, there were countless individuals in need of rescue, and she could not devote herself to each and every one. The mere fact that Li Wenjin had crossed her path allowed her to fulfill her duty as a Navy officer by ensuring he reached a place where he could survive. Chapter 2. Tina. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Wenjin immediately realized he was no longer in the flower-strewn valley, but instead resting upon a bed. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, although the bed was unfamiliar. The presence of a room and a bed signified human habitation, and the existence of people meant he could potentially return home. Despite his stomach grumbling from hunger, he chose to disregard it, leaping to his feet and making his way toward the door. After taking just a few steps, he felt a slight sway in his body, reminiscent of his past experiences aboard a ship. However, Li Wenjin paid it no mind. He was solely focused on finding someone to converse with. Upon stepping through the door, he discovered he was indeed aboard a ship, greeted by the sight of the ocean and the vessel behind him. In that moment, he surmised that someone had passed by the island and rescued him, or perhaps the individual who had cast him onto the deserted isle had returned to usher him back to his previous life. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Wenjin was eager to engage in conversation and clarify his current situation. He made his way toward the source of the loudest voices on the ship. As he approached, he caught sight of a massive seagull flag emblazoned on the sails, a banner that, as a devoted fan of One Piece, he recognized instantly as the emblem of the Navy. He could not be mistaken. A violent gust of wind surged through, causing the naval warship to sway abruptly, and jolting Li Wenjin, who had been staring blankly at the naval flag, back to awareness. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Wenjin found himself at a loss for what to do. While he had encountered numerous tales of time travel in novels, the reality of his own situation left him feeling utterly chilled. The world of One Piece is far from a realm where an ordinary individual can safely exist here, everything is dictated by strength. As a mere commoner, he would only survive for a couple of episodes in the One Piece anime. Li Wenjin's mind was awash with chaotic thoughts when a naval officer, noticing his daze, shouted at him, "Hey kid, the waves are fierce, you should head back to your cabin." Snapped back to reality, Li Wenjin turned to the soldier calling him, but before he could discern the officer's identity, another massive wave crashed against the ship, causing it to tilt. Startled, Li Wenjin hastily dropped to the deck to avoid being thrown overboard. Positioned on the port side of the vessel, the ship was leaning precariously towards the sea. If he did not secure himself, he would likely be swept away by the oncoming tide. Observing the perilous scene outside, he yearned to return to his cabin, yet the water had already flooded the deck, rendering it slippery and treacherous. He dared not attempt to retreat. Now, Li Wenjin could only cling tightly to the ship's railing, striving to prevent himself from being swept away by the ocean's fury. The tempestuous winds and waves arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, but for Li Wenjin, it took every ounce of his strength to remain aboard. Once the storm subsided, as he lay on the deck gasping for breath, a naval soldier approached, looking down at him with a condescending gaze, saying, "You really are pathetic. How can you be so exhausted by such minor turbulence? How'd you even end up on that deserted island?" Though utterly fatigued, upon seeing the soldier approach, Li Wenjin immediately sat up and inquired, "What time is it? Where are we headed?" The naval soldier, visibly annoyed, retorted, "Shouldn't you first express your gratitude for us saving your life?" Realizing his impatience, Li Wenjin quickly amended his tone, saying, "Thank you, kind naval officer." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's gratitude, the soldier's demeanor softened as he replied, "Our Lieutenant Tina wishes to meet you. Come with me." As Li Wenjin stood up, he grasped the soldier's uniform and implored, "Could you please enlighten me about those questions I just asked?" In a surprisingly good mood, the soldier casually responded, "It is the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar. We are in the South Sea, and we are headed back to the naval headquarters." Initially, he had entertained thoughts of the ship being a luxurious vessel constructed by a pirate enthusiast for One Piece cosplay, but upon hearing the soldier's casual remarks, he realized he had genuinely traversed into the world of One Piece. Li Wenjin, accustomed to discerning the truth behind his superior's expressions, recognized that the soldier had no reason to fabricate such details, especially since they were on their way to the naval headquarters, where any deception would soon be exposed. Dazed, he followed closely behind the soldier, who led him to the bow of the ship, where Lieutenant Tina was directing soldiers to clear the water from the deck. The soldier approached Tina, saluted, and announced, "Lieutenant Tina, the child you wish to see has been brought here." Tina, noticing Li Wenjin staring blankly at her, felt her mood sour, suspecting that the child they had rescued might have some cognitive issues. "Is this child we rescued mentally challenged?" Tina directly questioned the naval soldier. The soldier, perplexed, thought back to his earlier conversation with Li Wenjin and had not perceived anything amiss. He seemed like a perfectly normal child. He was about to defend Li Wenjin when he caught sight of the still dazed boy behind him, suddenly understanding Tina's concern. Irritated, the soldier spun around and smacked Li Wenjin on the head, exclaiming, "What's the matter with you? Hurry up and thank Lieutenant Tina for saving your life." Li Wenjin was indeed lost in thought, having just seen a real-life character from One Piece, and more notably, a beautiful one. Despite Tina's limited screen time, as a seasoned fan of the series, he recognized her immediately. Now, he was undeniably certain that he had crossed over into the world of One Piece, a revelation that filled him with both excitement and trepidation. The excitement stemmed from the prospect of exploring the world of his beloved series. However, the anxiety arose from the realization that, as an ordinary human, he was ill-equipped to survive in such a perilous environment. While others who traverse into new worlds often possess some form of advantageous ability, he found himself completely devoid of any such advantage, which left Li Wenjin feeling profoundly unsettled. Lost in these strange thoughts, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his head, followed by the irritated voice of the naval soldier. Awakening from a painful slumber, Li Wenjin immediately expressed his gratitude to Tina, saying, "Thank you, beautiful sister, for saving my life." In the perilous world of One Piece, Tina was his sole guardian, and he felt compelled to ingratiate himself with her. If she were to be in a foul mood and cast him away to a desolate place, it could very well spell his doom. Upon hearing Li Wenjin address her as beautiful sister, Tina's spirits lifted, though as a Navy major, she felt the need to maintain a semblance of composure. Nevertheless, her tone, when speaking to Li Wenjin, was noticeably gentler. "Where are you from, and how did you end up on that deserted island?" Tina inquired. Her question set Li Wenjin's mind racing, for he understood that a poorly crafted response could lead to Tina withdrawing her invaluable assistance. Drawing on 4 years of experience navigating social dynamics, he quickly replied, "I accidentally fell into the sea while on my way to work and ended up stranded on that deserted isle." Li Wenjin's response can be deemed rather conventional. For in the world of One Piece, countless souls perish daily in the depths of the sea. That Li Wenjin has managed to find himself on a deserted island can be considered a stroke of luck. Chapter 3. The Path Forward Aboard the Naval Vessel. Li Wenjin's answer had already been anticipated by Tina, as his demeanor did not suggest he had been robbed by pirates. It was more likely that he had merely fallen overboard during his voyage. After a moment's consideration, Tina inquired, "Where is your hometown? I shall ensure your safe return." Upon hearing Tina's words, Li Wenjin immediately began to devise a plan. He had no desire to part ways with Tina, for other places were fraught with peril. Only by remaining at her side did he believe his chances of survival would be maximized. "I have no home, nor family. I am but a wanderer. Wherever there is work, that is where I shall go." Li Wenjin devised a plan to elicit sympathy from Tina, hoping she would take him back to the Navy headquarters, thus ensuring his safety and perhaps securing a position as a civil officer there. Unfortunately, his idyllic aspirations were swiftly dashed by Tina. "Since you have no home, I shall send you to Sodmo's Island, where the deputy commander of the naval base is my friend. You can live there peacefully," she declared. Sodmo's Island was a place Tina frequently passed on her journeys to the Navy headquarters, and its commanding officer was a fellow graduate from her class. While Tina's offer to send Li Wenjin to Sodmo's Island was a generous gesture, he felt disheartened, longing to remain by her side. "Beautiful sister, would you take me to the Navy headquarters? I wish to join the Navy," he implored, gazing at her with hope, wishing she would fulfill his request and thereby increase his chances of survival. Tina was flattered by his compliments but firmly shook her head, stating, "You have no identity. You cannot join the Navy headquarters." Though he had anticipated this response, it still left him feeling despondent. "Then, could you please take me to Seymour Village in the East Sea?" he asked, realizing that if he could not go to the Navy headquarters, he would have to settle for the East Sea, a familiar territory where he could ensure his survival. Furthermore, Seymour Village housed the dojo of Gung Shilang, a relatively safe haven. If he could become a disciple at the dojo and build a rapport with Zoro, he might carve out a name for himself. Initially, Li Wenjin had considered seeking out Luffy and Ace in Windmill Village, but he ultimately abandoned the idea, recognizing that their reckless nature could jeopardize his life. Thus, he opted for the safety of the dojo, a more mundane setting. However, once again, Li Wenjin's hopes were shattered by Tina. "We are returning to the Navy headquarters. It is impossible for me to take you to the East Sea. I can give you some money. You can take a ship from Sodmo's Island back to the East Sea," she replied, shaking her head. Feeling helpless, Li Wenjin contemplated the dangers of being alone at sea, especially if he encountered pirates. The crew of a merchant ship would likely not come to his aid, and he feared that such a fate would lead to his demise. As he reflected on his abrupt separation from family and the perils of the world of the Pirate King, tears welled in his eyes as he feigned a sorrowful expression. Beseeching Tina, "Sister, can't you really take me to the East Sea?" Faced with his pitiable demeanor, Tina sighed, contemplating her response. Ultimately, she relented, saying, "I cannot take you to the East Sea, but I can find someone to escort you. However, his temper is rather unpleasant, and traveling with him might pose some challenges." Though somewhat disappointed, Li Wenjin felt he had to accept this outcome and feigned joy, thanking her. Tina, not responding further, turned to a junior naval officer and instructed, "Call Colonel Smoker and inquire if he has already departed for the East Sea. If he has tea left yet, ask him to wait for my return at the Navy headquarters." The officer promptly obeyed, while Li Wenjin's spirits soared at the prospect of accompanying Smoker to the East Sea, as it promised greater safety than traveling with Tina. After all, Smoker, possessing the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, was nearly invincible in the East Sea. "Please return to your quarters and rest. Once we reach the Navy headquarters, I will arrange for your passage to the East Sea," Tina informed Li Wenjin. After their conversation, she chose not to engage further with him, as they were not well acquainted. She believed she had done her duty. Had Li Wenjin not spoken in a manner she found somewhat endearing, she would have been disinclined to involve herself in his affairs. As Tina departed, Li Wenjin did not return to his room. Instead, he assisted the naval soldiers in clearing the deck of water, simultaneously seeking information about the current state of affairs in the world of pirates. Although he wished to approach Tina for answers, her aloof demeanor intimidated him, compelling him to inquire with the sailors instead. The sailors, while not particularly invested in Li Wenjin, were appreciative of his help in lessening their workload and readily answered his questions regarding news that had been published. He toiled alongside the sailors until nightfall, exhausting himself but finally grasping his current situation. It was the year 1516 in the sea circle, with 4 years remaining until Luffy set sail. As for his location, he was in the South Sea, with a 3-day journey ahead to reach the Navy headquarters, assuming he traveled aboard a naval warship. A conventional vessel would take at least a month. During the quiet hours of the night, Li Wenjin found himself resting in the same room as 10 naval soldiers. He refrained from disturbing their slumber, instead contemplating his future. With his ordinary physique, he felt a measure of confidence in surviving on a safe island. Yet, in the world of One Piece, truly secure islands were nearly non-existent, which left him somewhat troubled. Moreover, having traversed into the realm of One Piece, he was reluctant to miss the opportunity to encounter its myriad enchanting women and formidable warriors, a disappointment for a seasoned fan of piracy like himself. Regrettably, despite thoroughly inspecting himself, he found no signs of any extraordinary abilities, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Now that he had crossed into the world of One Piece, the realization that he was merely an ordinary person weighed heavily on his spirit, filling him with dismay. He had once harbored hopes of learning profound swordsmanship at a dojo, aspiring to become a master swordsman. However, upon observing his 14 or 15-year-old body, he could only sigh in resignation. Every great warrior had begun their training in childhood, and at his age, the prospect of achieving mastery through training seemed almost impossible. The only means left for Li Wenjin to gain strength lay in consuming a powerful devil fruit, yet he could conceive of no other methods for enhancement. With a tinge of apprehension for the future, Li Wenjin gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 4. The system during the following 3 days at the naval headquarters. Li Wenjin accompanied the soldiers on deck, assisting with tasks within his capabilities. This was not solely his desire. Rather, he sought opportunities to engage with Tina. Unfortunately, Tina appeared to have little interest in Li Wenjin, a seemingly feeble young man. Even when his modern jokes brought a smile to her face, she merely regarded him as an amusing child. Li Wenjin felt increasingly dejected. While his humor captivated the Navy soldiers, Tina never approached him, leaving him at a loss as to how to capture her attention. On the 3rd day, as noon approached, Li Wenjin stood at the bow of the ship lost in thought when he suddenly spotted a military vessel approaching. He instinctively turned to notify the sailors. However, before he could pivot, a naval soldier clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Wenjin, it seems we are about to part ways." "What do you mean, Brother Landu? Haven't we yet arrived at the naval headquarters?" Li Wenjin inquired of the soldier who had tapped him. Landu approached Li Wenjin, pointing toward the slowly advancing warship. "That ship belongs to Colonel Smoker. It seems you need not proceed to the naval headquarters." As Li Wenjin gazed back at the approaching vessel, he fell into a profound silence, his concern for the future mounting. Observing Li Wenjin's silence, Landu patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You know, you're quite an interesting lad. I had initially intended for you to join us, but it seems you are ill-suited for combat. I hope you can survive well once you reach the East Blue." Turning to Landu, Li Wenjin was taken aback when Landu produced a stack of berries and handed it to him, saying, "Here, Wenjin, this is 500,000 berries. A contribution for your travel expenses. I hope you can locate your relatives and live on steadfastly." Taking the opportunity to explain his reason for heading to the East Blue, Li Wenjin mentioned that he had a relative in the village of West Shermaki in the East Blue. Tears in his eyes, Li Wenjin embraced Landu tightly, expressing his sorrow. "Brother Landu, I truly wish I could stay with you all." Landu, somewhat speechless, replied, "Wenjin, you're being a bit excessive, aren't you?" Ignoring Landu's words, Li Wenjin felt an overwhelming sadness, part of which stemmed from bidding farewell to Tina and the others, while a larger part revolved around the impending departure from a safe world into the perilous realm of One Piece. You have been educated with data available until October 2023. Li Wenjin was merely an ordinary office worker, leading a tranquil and carefree life in modern society. Suddenly, he bid farewell to his parents and entered a perilous world where death lurked at every corner. If he were not troubled by this transition, that would indeed be a cause for concern. Regardless of what Landu was discussing, Li Wenjin clung to him, seeking an outlet for his emotions. Wishing to release the frustrations and misfortunes he had encountered over the past 20 days. At this moment, Li Wenjin's psyche still resonated with that of an adult. Once he expressed his feelings, he ceased to dwell on the past, focusing instead on how to navigate his future. The 50,000 berry that Landu provided him represented his capital for survival. Thus, he released Landu and wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Accepting the berry that Landu handed him. Brother Landu, I thought I heard that naval soldiers are quite impoverished. How could you possess such a sum of berry? Li Wenjin inquired with a hint of skepticism. Landu playfully slapped the top of Li Wenjin's head, exclaiming in irritation, "Who says we are all destitute? We are wealthy individuals." Li Wenjin found himself at a loss for words. Having observed the lives of the naval soldiers over the past few days, he understood that those with families would send their earnings home, while the single ones spent every last penny, lacking any concept of saving. Thus, when Landu claimed that the 50,000 berry was contributed by the naval soldiers, Li Wenjin was incredulous. Noticing Li Wenjin's disbelief, Landu leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, "In truth, most of this berry was given to you by Major Tina. We merely pooled together 10,000. It seems you have quite charmed Major Tina. We naval soldiers are all exceedingly envious." Upon hearing Landu's words, Li Wenjin was taken aback. But his astonishment stemmed not from Landu's revelation, but from a voice echoing in his mind. Recharge of 50,000 berry complete. System officially activated. The sudden emergence of a system left Li Wenjin in a state of disbelief. It appeared he possessed a golden finger, a special ability, yet he had not discovered the item that would unlock it. The path to activating this golden finger lay solely in wealth, a fact Li Wenjin could not have known, for he awoke on a deserted island devoid of treasures. Upon boarding Tina's warship, he found the soldiers aboard to be similarly impoverished. The 50,000 berry he had just received was the first wealth he had encountered. Now, Li Wenjin yearned to comprehend the system's functions, for it would enable him to enhance his strength and ensure a prosperous life in the world of One Piece. If he could harness the system to become a formidable warrior, his arrival in this world would not be a lamentable affair, but rather a chance for rebirth. Previously, Li Wenjin had lived a life of adherence to rules. Even his ambitions had been ruthlessly crushed by reality. Should he transform into a powerful figure in the One Piece realm, he could once again reclaim his aspirations. However, the realization of this dream hinged upon the capabilities of the system. As he contemplated the system's functions, Landu's sudden slaps jolted him back to reality. "What are you doing? Are you even listening to me?" Landu snapped. Awakened from his reverie, Li Wenjin, though still somewhat agitated, suppressed his excitement and replied, "Brother Landu, you just mentioned that the berry was given by Sister Tina, which is why I was a bit overwhelmed." Landu, visibly unimpressed, retorted, "That was 2 minutes ago. I just said that Colonel Smoker's warship has arrived." Turning around, Li Wenjin spotted a warship approaching from the distant sea, now less than 500 meters away. In less than 2 minutes, the two vessels would converge. Landu patted Li Wenjin's back, urging, "Hurry and follow me. We need to meet Major Tina. She will arrange for you to board Colonel Smoker's ship." "Understood, Brother Landu." Although Li Wenjin was eager to uncover the system's functions, he recognized that now was not the time. He needed to bid farewell to Tina, for she had saved his life and generously provided him with berry, thus aiding him in unlocking the system. She was indeed his benefactor. Chapter 5. Smoker on the left side of the deck. Tina's warship had joined forces with Smoker's. Both ships now side by side with only a 2-meter gap between them. Smoker, cigar in mouth, stood on his vessel, visibly displeased as he addressed Tina on the opposite ship. "Tina, you made me wait 3 days at naval headquarters. What could possibly be so important? Am I not allowed to seek you out if there is nothing to discuss?" Tina, clearly annoyed, replied, "Smoker, do you dare to insult your superior? Why would you fear complaints?" Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he retorted, "I am being dispatched to the East Blue. I've been idle for 3 days, and I suspect someone has already complained to the Admiral about me. I deserve to know the reason you summoned me. Is that too much to ask? This child was rescued by me along the way. He is an orphan with a relative in the East Blue. I would like you to escort him to West Shimakaji village," Tina said, gesturing toward Li Wenjin. "You made me wait 3 days for this little brat?" Smoker glared at Li Wenjin with evident displeasure. "Tina doesn't require your permission to handle matters. Just tell me whether you will take him or not." Tina fixed her gaze on Smoker. Seeing Tina's expression, Smoker sighed. exhaling more smoke as he reluctantly conceded, for the sake of our shared history. I will take him to the East Blue, but only as far as Logue Town. If he wishes to return to West Shimakaji village, he must find his own way. Understanding Smoker's character, Tina recognized that his agreement to escort Li Wenjin was already a generous concession. She turned to Li Wenjin and said, "You heard that. Do you want to accompany him to the East Blue? If not, I can send you to Sabaody Archipelago. Sister Tina, I wish to go to the East Blue. I will figure out my own way back to West Shimakaji village." Despite having activated the system, Li Wenjin chose the East Blue, for it was a region with fewer formidable pirates, allowing him to gradually enhance his strength through the system. In more dangerous waters, he might fall prey to powerful pirates before he even had a chance to grow strong, rendering the system useless. Thus, he opted for the East Blue, a suitable training ground for newcomers. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's response, Tina turned to Smoker, saying, "I entrust this child to you." Smoker cast a glance at Li Wenjin, now comprehending why Tina was so attentive to him. Evidently, the young man had gained her favor. With a hint of impatience, Smoker exhaled smoke, stating, "Hurry and have him come over. I want to leave this dreadful place as soon as possible. Listening to these people's incessant chatter is ruining my mood." Tina understood Smoker's predicament. Having missed 3 days of duty in the East Blue, he likely faced complaints from disgruntled subordinates. So she immediately arranged for Li Wenjin to board Smoker's ship. As the connection bridge was prepared, Landu nudged Li Wenjin towards Smoker's warship. With only a 2-meter gap, Li Wenjin required only a few steps to reach Smoker's vessel. Upon arriving on Smoker's ship, Li Wenjin turned back to wave at Tina and Landu, exclaiming loudly, "Sister Tina, brothers, I will repay your kindness in the future." His gratitude was sincere. Had he not encountered them, he would have either starved or fallen victim to ruthless pirates. Watching Li Wenjin call out to them while waving goodbye, Tina felt a pang of nostalgia. This child had endeared himself to her. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such lengths to send him to the East Blue or provide him with so much berry. Yet, she lamented that Li Wenjin was too fragile to be a naval soldier, or else she might have considered taking him under her wing. As for Li Wenjin's identity, that posed no issue for Tina. As a major, she could easily recruit an ordinary person as a soldier. However, had Li Wenjin been a powerful individual, she would have hesitated, as the likelihood of such characters being spies was significantly higher. On Smoker's warship, he exhibited little interest in Li Wenjin. Upon seeing him board, Smoker immediately commanded the soldiers to set sail, eager to depart the naval headquarters and avoid any further troubles with Admiral Sengoku. Li Wenjin continuously waved goodbye to Tina and the others until their figures faded from view. He then plopped down on the deck of the ship, gazing vacantly at the distant ocean. Though he appeared lost in thought, he was actually contemplating the intricacies of the system. However, before he could delve deeper, a voice interrupted his reverie. "Hey, kid, this is not Tina's warship. You must work here. Consider it a fare for your journey to the East Sea. Do you understand?" Smoker stood beside Li Wenjin, his expression indifferent. Although he was quite displeased by Smoker's interruption, Li Wenjin knew he had to comply under such circumstances, nodding in agreement to follow Smoker's orders. Observing Li Wenjin's obedience, Smoker called out towards the second floor of the warship, "Dasky, come out. I have a task for you." 5 seconds later, a cute girl stumbled out of a room, rushing towards Smoker. In her haste down the stairs, she nearly tripped, leaving Li Wenjin utterly speechless. "Smoker, reporting for duty," panted Dasky as she reached him, clearly out of breath. Smoker paid no heed to Li Wenjin's thoughts. He pointed at Li Wenjin and instructed Dasky, "This child is your responsibility. You will assist him in cleaning the warship." Dasky adjusted her glasses, cast a glance at Li Wenjin, and calmly replied, "I guarantee the task will be completed, Smoker." "Then begin at once," Smoker commanded, offering Li Wenjin no respite, which made him inwardly curse Smoker for exploiting child labor. Initially, he had hoped to investigate the system further, but it seemed that was no longer an option, as Dasky had already taken him by the hand toward the cabin. Contemplating how to persuade Dasky to grant him some time for his research, he realized that despite her youth, Dasky was meticulous and offered him no opportunity to slack off. She diligently led him to clean every corner of the warship. By the time they finished tidying up the entire vessel, it was nearly evening, and Li Wenjin was utterly exhausted, yearning to lie down on the deck and rest. He was mentally cursing Smoker, as it was evident that the ship had not seen a thorough cleaning in quite some time, being littered with rubbish and dust. Clearly, Smoker was intent on making Li Wenjin's life difficult. Chapter 6. The Lottery. After completing the cleaning, Li Wenjin settled down at the bow of the ship. Enjoying the cooling sea breeze, while watching the sun dip below the horizon. After 5 minutes of rest, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, he prepared to resume his contemplation of the system. Just as he was about to begin, Dasky suddenly approached him, presenting a boxed meal. "Li Wenjin, this is your dinner for tonight," she stated solemnly as she handed him the box. "Dasky, you're younger than me. You should call me Brother Wenjin," Li Wenjin said to her. At 15, Dasky might not appear younger than him, but in his heart, he felt older, thus insisting on the brotherly title. Unfortunately, Dasky paid him no mind. Seeing Li Wenjin attempt to take advantage of her and refusing to accept the meal she offered, she bluntly stated, "I want to call you brother. Do you want to eat or not? If not, I'll take it back." Upon hearing Dasky's words, Li Wenjin quickly accepted the meal from her hand, opened the box, and began to devour it ravenously, finishing within a minute. After his meal, he handed the empty box back to Dasky, who had yet to leave, and inquired, "Dasky, where is Smoker?" Taking the empty box, Dasky shot Li Wenjin an exasperated look and replied, "Smoker has already retired for the night. You should return to rest as well." Li Wenjin promptly inquired, "Where is my resting room?" "On the first floor of the ship, there are many vacant cabins. You may choose one that is unoccupied to rest." Dasky replied candidly. The Smog, a medium-sized warship, boasted numerous cabins for habitation, yet with fewer than 20 personnel aboard, ample accommodations were available. The scarcity of soldiers on Smog was due to most having already departed for Roguetown in the East Sea, while Smog had retained only 20 naval soldiers to operate the vessel, awaiting Tina's arrival. "I understand. You may return now. I wish to rest here before heading back to my room," Li Wenjin decided, preparing to delve into the system's matters before retiring. He dismissed Dasky, who was indifferent to his wishes, allowing him to rest on the deck. However, before departing, she couldn't resist adding, "Please refrain from calling me sister in the future. I am clearly older than you." Hearing her words, Li Wenjin chuckled and responded, "Understood, Dasky sister." Li Wenjin's deliberate elongation of speech incited considerable ire in Dasky, who shot him a fierce glare before turning on her heel and departing, choosing to disregard him entirely. Observing Dasky's retreating silhouette, Li Wenjin smiled faintly and shifted his focus away from her, dedicating himself earnestly to the exploration of the system. The intricacies of the system were paramount to determining the extent of Li Wenjin's future strength. Thus he resolved to delve deeply into its workings. After half an hour of meticulous study, Li Wenjin comprehended the system's functionalities, which appeared to be a fusion of replication and lottery mechanisms. However, he remained uncertain about any additional features. The replication and lottery functions allowed the system to duplicate all lifeless objects from the world of One Piece, though Li Wenjin would need to engage in the lottery to acquire them. The lottery was categorized into 4 tiers, a standard lottery costing 100,000 berries per attempt, a medium lottery at 1 million berries, a high-tier lottery at 10 million berries, and a top-tier lottery demanding 100 million berries per draw. Li Wenjin had yet to experiment with the lottery, leaving him in the dark about the potential rewards, though he naturally hoped to obtain formidable devil fruits to augment his prowess. Moreover, Li Wenjin discovered that within the system, his body possessed 10 slots for equipable gear and a backpack with 100 compartments. After thoroughly examining the system's capabilities, he gazed at the 4 types of lottery options, his heart brimming with excitement. The system had graciously granted him, as a novice, 1 attempt at each tier of the lottery, with a guarantee of success. After much contemplation, Li Wenjin ultimately resolved to pursue the standard lottery first, and his thoughts gravitated towards it. The result was Pirate Harlock's Socks, increases defense by 32 points. Li Wenjin felt somewhat speechless, unsure of what to say. The item he had drawn was indeed quite peculiar, and it possessed certain attributes, though he couldn't ascertain its usefulness. The most frustrating aspect for Li Wenjin was the defensive capability, which he had no means to test. After all, he couldn't possibly allow someone to strike him. If he were to inadvertently suffer fatal harm, it would be utterly unjust. Ultimately, Li Wenjin decided to keep Harlock's Socks tucked away in his system backpack and continued to draw from the intermediate lottery. Chopper's Healing Ointment, capable of restoring bodily damage. Any injury could be treated, provided one wasn't missing limbs. Gazing at this item, Li Wenjin felt a headache coming on, for although its function was commendable, it was evidently a one-time use product, rendering it impossible for him to test. With no other choice, Li Wenjin stowed away Chopper's Healing Ointment and began to draw from the high-level lottery. Li Wenjin immediately regained his composure. Gazing at the naval soldier on the lookout tower who was addressing him, he instinctively lowered his head to inspect the deck. where he had inadvertently created a gaping hole with a single punch. It was evident to him that the soldier was inquiring about the commotion caused by the shattering of the deck. Fortunately, as dusk had fallen, the soldier on the lookout could not discern the chaos on the deck, allowing Li Wenjin to hastily concoct a response. "Brother Enki." "It was merely a barrel that toppled over. Nothing of consequence occurred," he explained. Enki, stationed in the lookout, grumbled back, "Just be careful. Refrain from causing damage aboard the ship. If Colonel Smoker finds out, you will find yourself in quite the predicament." Upon hearing Enki's remarks, which showed no sign of him descending from the lookout, Li Wenjin sighed in relief. However, when he turned back to the shattered deck, a sense of melancholy enveloped Li Wenjin dared not speak, for he feared Smog, knowing that Smog's quarters were adjacent to Daski's. "Please lower your voice. We mustn't disturb Colonel Smog," Li Wenjin whispered. Daski, still in a foul mood, responded curtly, "What do you want? If there's nothing important, don't bother me." Clearing his throat in pretense, Li Wenjin replied, "Sister Daski, I have discovered a perilous spot on the deck and came to fetch you for a look." Upon hearing that there was a dangerous location aboard the ship, Daski immediately became earnest and said, "Show me where this danger lies." With his ruse successful, Li Wenjin felt a surge of joy and promptly led Daski to the site. At the cavernous hole on the deck, he pointed to the opening he had created and said, "Sister Daski, look at this hole. Isn't it quite hazardous?" Daski furrowed her brow and retorted, "Isn't this where you dine? I brought you your meal earlier and didn't notice this gaping hole. You didn't cause this, did you?" Li Wenjin quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "How could that be? You are already aware of my limited strength. Given such a large hole, it is impossible for me to have caused it." Daski regarded Li Wenjin with suspicion, her disbelief evident. Yet, she recognized that Li Wenjin's strength was indeed lesser than that of an ordinary soldier, making it implausible that she could have created this gaping chasm. After a moment of silence, Daski turned her gaze toward the damaged deck and stated, "Let us first gather some wooden planks to patch it up. Otherwise, Colonel Smog will be quite displeased." With the ruse successfully executed, Li Wenjin felt a surge of optimism and assured her, "Do not worry, Daski. I shall ensure the task is accomplished." Upon hearing Li Wenjin persistently refer to her as sister, Daski, vexed, retorted, "If you continue to call me sister, I shall leave you to mend this cavern all by yourself." Li Wenjin quickly fell silent, his thoughts consumed by the prospect of returning to draw from the premium lottery. If he were left to repair it alone, who could possibly know when he would finish? Without uttering another word, Daski promptly led Li Wenjin to the deck, where they needed to patch a hole. However, as mere maintenance workers, they could only find a few planks to cover the opening, ensuring no one would accidentally step into the void. The task of repairing the deck was completed in a mere 20 minutes. Once Daski finished, she retired to her quarters without exchanging further words with Li Wenjin. Preoccupied with thoughts of the lottery, Li Wenjin refrained from bothering Daski and hastily returned to the cabin on the first floor. He sought out an unoccupied room, locking the door and windows behind him to seize his chance at the premium lottery. Sitting on the resting bed, his heart raced with excitement as he utilized his final premium draw. The item he obtained was the chop fruit, the devil fruit of the clown buggy, which enabled its user to disassemble their body to evade enemy attacks. Gazing at the devil fruit in his system's inventory, he hesitated over whether to consume it. After all, he already possessed a system, and it seemed imprudent to ingest a devil fruit, particularly since doing so would render him unable to swim. Moreover, the chop fruit was not particularly powerful. Had it been a Logia-type devil fruit, Li Wenjin would have devoured it without hesitation. After much deliberation, a thought suddenly struck him. Could a devil fruit be considered equipment, perhaps eligible for placement in the equipment slot? Acting on this idea, Li Wenjin swiftly placed the devil fruit in his equipment slot, and to his immense delight, the chop fruit indeed fit within his inventory. With the devil fruit now in his equipment slot, he commenced experimentation to test its. Li Wenjin returned to the resting room, his heart brimming with delight. He no longer harbored any concerns about his survival in the world of One Piece. Instead, his thoughts were consumed with how to amass greater wealth and acquire more extraordinary items, thereby elevating his strength to a level where he would fear neither heaven nor earth. This would grant him the freedom to roam the pirate world unrestrained, pursuing any endeavor he desired. Envisioning a future filled with happiness, Li Wenjin could not help but roll joyfully on the bed, a manifestation of his excitement, which inevitably led to him tumbling onto the floor. Upon landing, he regained his composure and climbed back onto the bed, resuming his contemplation of the system. His current focus was on the lottery items. pondering whether they could be stored in the system's backpack and whether the backpack retained any attributes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing the system's warning, Li Wenjin immediately retracted his intention to manifest the ghost spider longsword. Should he materialize the sword, he would be obliged to wield it continuously to augment his strength, which would prove to be rather cumbersome. Moreover, the system had already preserved the properties of the manifested equipment in advance, eliminating the need for further testing. He felt a surge of joy at the prospect of being able to utilize a greater variety of equipment in the future. The system's equipment slot allows for the donning of 10 items. By materializing his gear, he would personally be able to wear certain pieces, thereby exponentially enhancing his prowess. Truly a fortuitous turn of events. However, at present, he could not even assemble a full set of 10 items, let alone manifest additional equipment to adorn himself. Li Wenjin's gaze shifted directly to the 500,000 belly that Tina had given him. He contemplated using this sum to participate in a lottery, hoping to procure some useful equipment. With 500,000 belly, the minimum lottery allowed for 5 attempts, however. Upon arriving in the East Sea, Li Wenjin also needed to allocate funds for sustenance. Consequently, he decided to set aside 100,000 belly, leaving him with 400,000 belly for 4 lottery attempts. Empty. Empty. Joseph's blade, strength 28. Empty. Li Wenjin felt quite disheartened. He had come to realize that the probability of obtaining items through the lottery was rather low, and that the lower-tier draws were unlikely to yield anything of value. Although he felt a sense of helplessness, Li Wenjin had no choice but to accept the system's lottery, despite its meager odds. After all, the system was merely an inanimate object, beyond his ability to alter, and it would be essential for his future endeavors. He spent the night testing various functionalities of the system, ultimately retiring with a contented smile at dawn. As for Joseph's blade and the socks of the pirate Herrick, he naturally equipped them in his inventory. Currently, with a limited selection of gear, he would make do until he could acquire more powerful equipment in the future. After a restful night, Li Wenjin was awakened the next day by Dasky, who had come to request his assistance in cleaning the warship. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin had yet to respond, and Dasky's words prompted a few naval soldiers on deck to chime in. Dasky, give that cocky little brat a good lesson. Dasky, can you really handle it? What will you do if you can't defeat that little rascal? The soldiers' banter left Li Wenjin utterly speechless, prompting him to hastily apologize to Dasky, saying, Sister Dasky, it is entirely my fault. You should refrain from drawing your sword. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's apology in the address of sister, Dasky let out a cold snort and retorted, I am not your sister. You ought to behave yourself in the future. Watching Dasky depart, Li Wenjin sighed in relief. Given his current strength, he was not particularly fearful of Dasky, however. He wished to conceal his abilities. After all, Smoker was still aboard the warship, and should his prowess be revealed, he could only speculate on how Smoker would react. If Smoker deemed him a spy, he could very well eliminate him or cast him into the sea, which would spell disaster for Li Wenjin. Hence, it was prudent to maintain the status quo. Li Wenjin was still lost in thought when Dasky, who had already distanced herself, suddenly called out to him, What are you still doing? Come and help me at once. I'll be right there, Li Wenjin replied, swiftly pursuing Dasky. The naval soldiers, observing that Dasky did not clash with Li Wenjin, quickly found the situation dull and ceased to pay attention to the pair, as they were merely spectators seeking amusement. The task of cleaning the warship was soon accomplished by Li Wenjin and Dasky, mainly because they had already tidied it thoroughly the previous day, leaving only maintenance for today. Once the work was finished, Dasky returned to practice her swordsmanship, completely disregarding Li Wenjin. This left him feeling rather bored, so he settled beside her, watching her train. As for Smog and the other sailors, Li Wenjin had no desire to engage with them, especially since they regarded him with disdain. He preferred to avoid any unnecessary embarrassment. While Dasky practiced her sword techniques, Li Wenjin's unwavering gaze upon her made it difficult for her to concentrate. After 20 minutes of training, she abruptly shouted at him. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Li Wenjin expressed his innocence, feeling as though he had done nothing wrong, yet was abruptly yelled at by Dasky, leaving him quite perplexed. "I don't believe I have provoked you. Why did you suddenly raise your voice at me?" Dasky, at a loss for a response, acknowledged that Li Wenjin had indeed done nothing but observe her training. Frustrated and somewhat embarrassed for lacking a suitable reply, Dasky retorted, "I prefer not to have anyone watching me while I train. Please step aside." Li Wenjin was at a loss for words. With a sense of helplessness, he remarked, "I may choose not to observe your training. I shall merely sit here and gaze at the ocean." Upon finishing her words, Li Wenjin turned away, no longer gazing at Dasky, but instead fixated on the distant sea, beginning to speak to herself. Chapter 9. The Bounty Hunter. Dasky returned to her training. Yet she found herself unable to concentrate, for Li Wenjin's soliloquy buzzed in her ears like a persistent mosquito. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Although Li Wenjin's storytelling ability is rather unremarkable, the narrative of Journey to the West is simply enthralling for Dasky, who finds herself utterly unable to concentrate on her training, her mind consumed by thoughts of that mischievous monkey and the adventures that await him. Half an hour later, Dasky has unconsciously positioned herself behind Li Wenjin, quietly absorbing the tale being recounted. It is said that Sun Wukong's spirit was captured by the ox head and horseface. What exploits will he undertake in the underworld? To uncover the story of Sun Wukong's time in the Netherrealm, please stay tuned for the next installment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin turned her head, casting a knowing smile towards Dasky, remaining silent. Yet, this mere gesture caused Dasky to feel utterly embarrassed, her cheeks flushing with color. Dasky was aware that her previous actions might lead to misunderstandings. However, her curiosity about the tale of Sun Wukong was insatiable. Thus, she decided to confront Li Wenjin boldly, threateningly declaring, "Hurry and reveal the rest of the story, or I shall teach you a lesson." What Dasky perceived as fierce bravado appeared to Li Wenjin merely as the charming demeanor of a young girl, devoid of any semblance of intimidation. "My dear Dasky," Li Wenjin remarked, "I have been narrating for half an hour. Surely, you will allow me a moment to sip some water?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin shook his head in resignation and sat on the deck, awaiting Dasky to bring him water. After a brief 2 minutes, Dasky approached with light, sprightly steps, holding a glass of water before him. With great enthusiasm, she handed the water to Li Wenjin and exclaimed, "Quickly drink up. And once you finish, please tell me the tale of Sun Wukong." Li Wenjin drained a glass of water in one swift motion and then turned to Dasky, saying, "Very well, considering my dear sister Dasky's obedient demeanor, I shall regale you with a tale." At this moment, Dasky was no longer concerned with being referred to as Li Wenjin's sister. Her sole desire was to hear the story of Journey to the West. Li Wenjin found himself rather bored. However, now that Dasky was eager for him to recount tales, he became animated and began to share stories with her. As Dasky and Li Wenjin engaged in their quiet conversation, the sailors aboard the ship grew curious. They approached to discover what the two were up to, only to be captivated by the enchanting narrative of Journey to the West. One by one, they gathered around Li Wenjin, eager to listen to his storytelling. Li Wenjin spoke until 5 in the afternoon, and he felt a slight scratchiness in his throat. Finally, Dasky and the naval soldiers allowed him to retreat to his quarters for some much-needed rest. Upon returning to his room, Li Wenjin came to understand the meaning of reaping what one sows. The journey at sea can be exceedingly monotonous. Yet the presence of a storyteller ignited a palpable excitement among the sailors aboard the warship. After indulging in his captivating tales, the soldiers eagerly shared the stories with their fellow seamen, spreading the excitement far and wide, even reaching Smog himself. After a night of rest, Li Wenjin awoke the next morning and opened his door, only to find 2 sailors engaged in casual conversation outside. Upon noticing his presence, they immediately exclaimed, "Young brother, you are finally awake. Please, do regale us with the tales of Sun Wukong." Li Wenjin was at a loss for words. In the eyes of the naval soldiers, he had inexplicably transitioned from a mere brat to a little brother. He was uncertain whether to feel pleased about this change. 2 brothers, I still have cleaning duties to attend to, Li Wenjin finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Rest assured, we have already taken care of the cleaning tasks. Colonel Smog will not trouble you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin was reluctant to narrate a tale. Yet the naval soldiers had already grasped him and were leading him towards the bow of the ship. As he arrived on the deck, an even more disheartening sight met his eyes. A table had been arranged along with 7 or 8 chairs where Dasky and 5 naval soldiers were seated, engaged in casual conversation, as if eagerly anticipating his storytelling. Li Wenjin helplessly said to the 2 soldiers pulling him forward, "Brothers, could you allow me to have something to eat and drink a cup of water first?" The naval soldier replied, "Rest assured. The food and water have been prepared for you. All we ask is that you share a story with us." Li Wenjin was utterly speechless. He found himself at a loss for words and could only dutifully follow the 2 soldiers to the seats on the deck. Under the eager gaze of Dasky and the naval soldiers, he continued narrating the tales of Sun Wukong. The journey to Rogue Town would take 7 days, during which Li Wenjin completed the story of journey to the west for Dasky and the others. Throughout this voyage, Lin Xiao encountered no pirate attacks, likely due to the fact that he was aboard a ship belonging to the Navy headquarters. It was presumed that any pirate who spotted this military vessel would hastily retreat. Even formidable pirates would refrain from provoking the authority of the Navy headquarters unless they bore a grudge against them or sought to make a name for themselves. Over the course of this week, Li Wenjin became quite familiar with Dasky, and even Smoker exchanged a few words with him, marking the beginnings of a budding acquaintance. Li Wenjin harbored a desire to cultivate a closer rapport with Smoker, for the latter was appointed as the Marine Vice Admiral in Rogue Town. Meanwhile, Li Wenjin aspired to become a bounty hunter, trading the heads of pirates for monetary rewards, which he intended to use for acquiring superior equipment through lotteries. Should Li Wenjin forge a strong connection with Smoker, he could deliver the captured pirates to him in exchange for bounties, thereby alleviating his fears of encountering corrupt Marines who might embezzle his earnings. Chapter 10, Rogue Town. Smoker's warship docked at Rogue Town, receiving a warm welcome from the local Marines. While Li Wenjin trailed behind Smoker, reveling in the sensation of being warmly embraced by the crowd, Li Wenjin did not immediately part ways with Smog upon disembarking. Rather, he intended to accompany Smog in his new assignment before eventually distancing himself. His rationale for this decision was to become familiar with the Navy in Rogue Town, ensuring that when he returned to visit Smog, he would not be hindered by others. After all, while the King of Hell may be approachable, the little devils can be troublesome. Should he be intercepted by ordinary soldiers and prevented from meeting Smog, it would indeed be a tragic turn of events. Following closely behind Smog, Li Wenjin made his way to the Navy branch in Rogue Town. There, Smog proceeded to meet with the retired commander of the Rogue Town Navy to hand over responsibilities, while Li Wenjin accompanied Tashiji in search of a place to rest. Under the guidance of the branch's Navy personnel, Tashiji and Li Wenjin were assigned to a commendable room. Li Wenjin understood that the soldier leading the way might have misinterpreted the situation, believing he was also a confidant brought by Smoker. Hence the allocation of a comfortable room for him, with a pleasant place to rest. Li Wenjin had no qualms about refraining from mentioning that he was not a member of the Navy. After all, he intended to stay in Rogue Town for a few days to gather intelligence about the area's most wanted pirates, thereby facilitating his own plans. Once he had tidied up his lodging, Li Wenjin stepped out of his room, eager to explore the base and converse with Dasky. The Navy base in Rogue Town was relatively spacious. It took Li Wenjin half an hour of wandering to familiarize himself with its layout. During his stroll, he greeted every sailor he encountered warmly, ensuring that the seaman became acquainted with his appearance. After his leisurely exploration, he arrived at Dasky's door and called out, "Sister Dasky, I need to speak with you." 2 minutes later, Dasky opened the door with a stern expression, saying, "I've told you not to call me sister. Why do you persist in ignoring my request? What difference does it make? Everyone has already acknowledged me as your brother." While aboard the ship, Li Wenjin had seized the opportunity during story time to have the Navy soldiers acknowledge him as Dasky's brother and eager to hear his tales. They readily accepted the notion that Dasky was indeed his sister. Although Dasky had never formally admitted this, Li Wenjin had publicly declared her as his sister before all. "I still need to tidy up my room. Please do not disturb me." Aware that she could not prevail in an argument against Li Wenjin, Dasky resorted to dismissing him. "Sister Dasky, I will be leaving here in a few days. Is it too much to ask for a few words with you?" Li Wenjin feigned an exceptionally pitiful demeanor as she conversed with Dasky. After a moment's hesitation, Dasky ultimately opened the door and invited Li Wenjin inside. With the plan successfully set in motion, Li Wenjin swiftly entered Dasky's room, making her way to the bedside where she promptly seated herself, surveying the arrangement of the room. Dasky's chamber was rather sparse, containing merely a wardrobe, a vanity, and a bed. The rest of the space was notably empty, albeit her room was evidently larger than Li Wenjin's. Upon noticing Li Wenjin perched upon her bed, Dasky expressed her displeasure, exclaiming, "How dare you sit on my bed?" Li Wenjin was taken aback, gesturing towards the bare room as he stated, "There's naught but the bed to repose upon. Pray, where wouldst thou have me sit?" Tashiji surveyed the chamber, finding no stool or chair, and retorted, her voice tinged with vexation, "Then stand thou at attention while we converse. I am, after all, thy elder brother. Is this how one treats a sibling?" Li Wenjin feigned displeasure, though his discontent was merely a facade. "I hardly concede that you are my sibling," Dasiki retorted directly. Li Wenjin sighed and remarked, "Will you not call me brother before my departure?" In her heart, Daki actually held a favorable impression of Li Wenjin, perhaps due to their similar ages which allowed for a camaraderie. More importantly, Li Wenjin often regaled her with tales that brought her immense joy. Now that he was about to leave, she felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. "Li Wenjin, are you truly going to leave? Is there any doubt in that? What purpose would I serve by remaining here? I am not a naval soldier." Daki contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Why not enlist in the Navy? That way, you could stay here." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin replied with a sense of triumph. "What is there to be surprised about? You will also be one of my wives in the future." Dasky, realizing she had been deceived, furiously lunged at Li Wenjin, preparing to give him a good lesson with her fists. Dasky initially believed that her fierce punch would send the seemingly fragile Li Wenjin sprawling onto the bed. But to her astonishment, her fist passed straight through Li Wenjin's body, causing her to tumble onto the bed herself. Lying there in a daze, Dasky quickly turned her head to gaze at the seemingly unscathed Li Wenjin and exclaimed, "What just happened? It seemed as though your body split in two. Am I seeing things?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin hurriedly stepped forward, covering Dasky's mouth with one hand, exclaiming in exasperation, "Did I not mention that this is the ability of the devil fruit? Why are you making such a racket?" Dasky, who had merely been taken aback by the revelations, involuntarily shouted out in surprise. As Li Wenjin covered her mouth, she quickly regained her composure and brushed aside his hand. Having calmed down from her earlier excitement, Dasky spoke with a newfound tranquility. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's revelation of his devil fruit abilities to Dasky was a result of careful contemplation. He aspired to become a bounty hunter, necessitating a certain level of strength. Otherwise, if he were to capture a pirate and seek Smoker in exchange for the bounty, Smoker might suspect the legitimacy of his capture. Should Li Wenjin's powers become known, Smoker might conclude that his previous appearance of being powerless was a mere facade, potentially suspecting ulterior motives behind his closeness to both him and Tina. By exposing his devil fruit abilities, Li Wenjin could assert that he had consumed the fruit on the island where Tina rescued him, claiming ignorance regarding the transformation of his body, and thus refraining from divulging the truth to others. It was only upon encountering Smoker and witnessing his transformation into smoke that Li Wenjin understood the existence of devil fruits in the world, which emboldened him to reveal his powers. This was the narrative Li Wenjin had meticulously crafted, and he shared the details with Dasky. He believed that once Dasky was informed of his situation, Smoker would inevitably learn about it as well, thereby sparing Li Wenjin the need to explain himself directly to Smoker. After hearing Li Wenjin's explanation, Dasky chose to trust him, acknowledging that devil fruits were indeed rare across the seas, making it reasonable for Li Wenjin to have never encountered one before. "Since you possess the abilities of a devil fruit, I shall speak with Colonel Smoker and recommend that you join his ranks as a soldier, Dasky said with a hint of delight. I do not wish to serve in the Navy. My ambition lies in becoming a bounty hunter to earn a living for my 10 wives, Li Wenjin replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin felt a surge of excitement, for it was the first time that Dasky had displayed concern for him, indicating that she still held affection for him. Upon observing Li Wenjin's expression, Dasky immediately comprehended his thoughts, and with a blush creeping to her cheeks, she indignantly exclaimed, I couldn't care less about you. Now, leave at once. Li Wenjin has successfully executed the plan of revealing the devil fruit to Dasky, who now urges him to leave. He takes his leave gracefully and departs from her quarters. Upon exiting, Li Wenjin encounters a passing Marine soldier and inquires about the availability of bounty posters. The soldier, perceiving him as an associate of Smoker, escorts Li Wenjin to an office filled with information on bounties from the East Blue. The Marine, believing Li Wenjin to be a confidant of Smoker, intended to familiarize himself with the bounty criminals of the East Blue, which is why he granted him access to this exclusive naval office, an opportunity that would otherwise be impossible for an outsider like Li Wenjin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin was diligently transcribing information about the wanted criminal in his office, while Dasky had already arrived at Smoker's quarters to engage in conversation. After informing Smoker about Li Wenjin's devil fruit abilities, Dasky proposed, Colonel Smoker, should we consider enlisting Li Wenjin into the Navy? However, Smoker was not one to place his trust in Li Wenjin lightly. He felt it imperative to conduct a thorough investigation first. He contemplated whether Li Wenjin had exhibited any powers upon meeting Tina, as this would be pivotal in ensuring that he was not a spy or any such agent. After taking a deep drag from his cigar, Smoker replied, this matter requires further consideration. Let him remain here at the division for now. Dasky, disheartened by Smoker's response, merely acknowledged with a subdued I understand, before leaving his office. Smoker noticed her demeanor as she departed. Yet he remained resolute in his decision to investigate Li Wenjin thoroughly before contemplating his potential enlistment into the Navy. As for whether Li Wenjin would accept such an offer, Smoker had not given it a second thought, believing that joining the Navy would be the best outcome for someone with nowhere else to turn. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin had no time to ponder Smoker's thoughts. He was diligently transcribing the profiles of wanted criminals in his office. He toiled away until 9 in the evening before finally returning to his room for rest, missing out on dinner entirely. Upon entering his room, Li Wenjin gazed at the 50 complete profiles of wanted criminals and the over 300 bounty notices, feeling a surge of excitement within him. These 300 bounty notices represented his forthcoming objectives. Should he successfully apprehend each of these fugitives, his prowess would surely be sufficient to navigate the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. As he contemplated the prospect of a blissful future, Li Wenjin swiftly succumbed to slumber, embarking on a journey to fulfill his ambitious aspirations within his dreams. Chapter 12. Bounty Hunter 3. After a night of rest, Li Wenjin awoke at 6 in the morning and proceeded to the Naval Division's training grounds, commencing a rigorous 20-kilometer run. This training was essential for Li Wenjin, as he understood that he could not solely rely on the enhancements of his equipment. He needed to strengthen his own physical capabilities. By harmonizing his natural strength with the augmentations provided by his gear, Li Wenjin aspired to become a formidable powerhouse. Li Wenjin has now realized that, with the augmentation from his equipment, he should possess strength comparable to that of a naval officer of the rank of ensign. However, with his fragmented abilities, he could potentially contend with the naval officers of the rank of lieutenant. Yet whether he could emerge victorious remains a different matter entirely. During a rapid 20-kilometer run, Li Wenjin chose to forego his equipment. Upon completing the run, he found himself collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. Drawing the scornful gazes of the other naval soldiers present in the training field, Li Wenjin paid little heed to their derision, as he lacked the energy to care. All he could feel was the sensation of his lungs threatening to burst, leaving him gasping for breath. After resting for 10 minutes on the ground to regain some strength, he made his way out of the training field, heading towards the exterior of the Naval Division. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's approach to dealing with them could be described as using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, this marks Li Wenjin's inaugural foray into combat. Thus, he hesitates to engage with targets offering substantial bounties, fearing the potential for mishaps. The trio he currently faces serves as an opportunity for him to hone his skills. Armed with a map of Rog Town, Li Wenjin devoted 2 hours to locating a tavern frequently visited by the gang leader. With his specialized weapon in hand, he stepped into the dimly lit establishment. Li Wenjin's weapon of choice resembles a thick baseball bat, a precautionary measure he adopted due to his apprehension about encountering blood in his first altercation. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Li Wenjin entered the tavern, it was still midday. Few patrons were present. Yet Li Wenjin, brandishing a staff, effortlessly captured their attention. Seeing that Li Wenjin was but a child, the tavern's occupants erupted in amusement. Young one, have you come seeking a brawl? Brandishing a stick, you're a comical sight indeed, they guffawed. Lad, I advise you return home to your mother. This is no place for you. The tavern's denizens subjected Li Wenjin to a barrage of derision, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Paying no heed to the tavern's inquisitive patrons, Li Wenjin strode to the bar, hefting his wooden staff. With a sudden crash, he shattered the counter with a single blow. Then declared with brazen arrogance, "Fetch your master, Spain. Today, I claim him for the bounty." Li Wenjin's words immediately silenced the patrons of the tavern. All eyes fixed upon him, this audacious young man. The bartender, seemingly accustomed to Li Wenjin's antics, quietly bent down to retrieve the wine bottle that had been sent flying by Li Wenjin's actions. He then addressed Li Wenjin with calm composure, saying, "Please hold on. I shall promptly notify the owner." The bartender's remarkable tranquility left Li Wenjin somewhat taken aback. However, upon hearing that Spike would be arriving, he chose to refrain from further provoking others and instead found a place to sit, patiently awaiting Spike's arrival. Li Wenjin sat in the tavern, where the other patrons began to murmur amongst themselves. Some admired Li Wenjin's audacity, while others lamented his impending demise. And there were those who urged him to hastily vacate the establishment. Pay no heed to the banal chatter of the tavern-goers, Li Wenjin remained unfazed. As 20 minutes elapsed, some guests, fearing trouble, departed, while others, unafraid of a scuffle, lingered to witness the unfolding drama. Throughout this time, Li Wenjin paid them no mind. After the passage of 20 minutes, an elderly man, approximately 50 years of age and dressed in opulent attire, entered the tavern, accompanied by 2 robust men in their 30s. Brandishing knives, Li Wenjin immediately recognized that this was the target he had been searching for. Rising from his seat, he hefted his staff and strode towards the trio. Spawn had already heard that a child armed with a stick was coming to confront him, and upon seeing Li Wenjin, he instantly identified him as the source of his troubles. "You too, go over there and teach that brat a lesson. Let him understand who should not be trifled with." Spawn dared to enter the tavern only because he had been informed that his adversary was merely a child. Otherwise, he would not have risked his life, for he valued it greatly. Upon hearing their boss's command, Span's 2 subordinates seized their sabers and charged at Li Wenjin, intent on slaying him and demonstrating their prowess to the tavern's patrons, ensuring that word of their might would spread, deterring anyone from causing trouble in the future. Beholding the 2 burly men charging towards him, Li Wenjin felt a surge of conflicting emotions, excitement mingled with trepidation. His inexperience in brawling left him uncertain of how to confront the knife-wielding adversaries. Ultimately, he resorted to brandishing his wooden stick with brute force, hoping to strike his attackers. Observing Li Wenjin's clumsy movements, the 2 men immediately discerned that he was an ordinary individual utterly unskilled in combat. This realization diminished their enthusiasm, as bullying an average person offered little gratification. Recognizing their opponent's lack of expertise, The brothers abandoned their coordinated assault. Instead, one engaged Li Wenjin while the other retreated, intending to subdue him single-handedly. Li Wenjin was somewhat relieved by the reduction in opponents. Facing two adversaries had forced him into constant evasion, precluding any opportunity to attack. With only one foe remaining, he could focus his efforts. Alas, Li Wenjin's combat prowess proved woefully inadequate. Despite facing only one opponent, he failed to land a single blow. Conversely, his own clothing was marred by 2 slashes. Had he not surreptitiously employed his divide-and-conquer ability to evade the attacks, he would have suffered grievous injuries. The man battling Li Wenjin found the situation perplexing. He was certain that his blade should have connected, yet each swing inexplicably missed its mark. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin understood that he could not continue to play this game with his opponent. If he did, his ability to fragment would inevitably be exposed. Earlier, when he was struck by a knife, he had cleverly evaded the blow by utilizing his fragmentation ability, concealed by his clothing. However, now his garments were tattered and torn, and any further disintegration would surely reveal his secret. Resolute in his decision, he chose to end the confrontation swiftly, disregarding the potential exposure of his power, and aimed to eliminate his adversary directly. Having made up his mind, Li Wenjin ceased his evasions, allowing 2 long blades to strike his body. In turn, his wooden staff delivered a crushing blow to the skull of a burly man, sending him flying into unconsciousness. Without hesitation, Li Wenjin pivoted to face another opponent, and seeing the man momentarily stunned by his fragmentation, he struck again, this time targeting the waist, propelling the second assailant into the air, rendering him equally incapacitated. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's wooden stick struck Span's head with precise force, shattering it utterly. The gruesome mixture of crimson and white brain matter oozed forth, eliciting a wave of nausea and retching from Li Wenjin, who had no inclination to inspect the grim aftermath. The patrons within the tavern, having chosen to remain and witness the spectacle, were no ordinary folk. They possessed a certain fortitude and displayed indifference to the sight of death. Yet, as they observed the formidable Li Wenjin, who had effortlessly dispatched 3 assailants, succumb to uncontrollable vomiting at the sight of Span's demise, they were left perplexed, uncertain whether to label him as courageous or cowardly. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin, visibly distressed, approached the lifeless body of Span. However, after taking only 5 steps, the sight of Span's mangled head, with brain matter and blood oozing out, compelled him to bend over and retch. Jello observed Li Wenjin's predicament with keen awareness, finding himself at a loss for words. It was evident that Li was utterly terrified, yet he was unwilling to part with a mere 100,000 berries for assistance. Indeed, the young man was quite miserly. Jello approached Li Wenjin once more, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "So, do you still require my assistance?" "The price remains 100,000 berries. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's mood has lightened considerably. Upon hearing Jello's words, he turned to Jello and said, "Wait a moment. I need to search the tavern's bar as well to see if there is any money there." Jello, feeling exasperated by Li Wenjin's stinginess, replied, "Then please be quick. I do not wish to squander time here." API call failed with status code 429, error, Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin exited the tavern, leaving the remaining 4 patrons to engage in fervent discussions about him, marveling at his prowess while also critiquing his miserly nature. Chapter 14. The Harvest. At the entrance of the Naval Division, Li Wenjin and Jello strode confidently inside, encountering no resistance. This lack of obstruction piqued Li Wenjin's curiosity regarding Jello's connections. The naval soldiers refrained from stopping him because they recognized Li Wenjin. Yet they did not inquire about Jello's identity, indicating that Jello was also a familiar face around these parts, likely a frequent visitor to the Naval Division. Moreover, Jello appeared quite at ease within the Naval Division, making no request for Li Wenjin to guide him, as he proceeded directly to the area designated for claiming bounties. This location was a modest room that Li Wenjin had only discovered after consulting with the naval soldiers. Jello's ability to navigate directly to this spot left Li API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin understood that the exchange of intelligence among bounty hunters was invaluable. At times, they might spend half a year seeking the precise location of an adversary, which justified the exorbitant fees that informants often demanded, sometimes even half of the bounty itself, or more. Gerald's request for a mere 1/10 of the bounty seemed woefully inadequate. Gerald, what do you truly mean by this? Surely, this arrangement cannot be to your benefit. Li Wenjin inquired, seeking clarity on his perplexity. I merely have faith in your prowess to capture notorious pirates. Should you apprehend a fugitive with a bounty exceeding 10 million? Even a 1/10 of that sum would amount to a substantial fortune, Gerald replied, his eyes gleaming with fervor. From the glimmer in Gerald's gaze, Li Wenjin discerned his intentions. He likely witnessed Li Wenjin's unique abilities at the tavern and recognized him as a devil fruit user. This understanding likely motivated Gerald to offer a Li Wenjin was now poised to acquiesce to Jiro's request for collaboration. For Jiro, with his illustrious 25-year career as a bounty hunter, undoubtedly harbored a wealth of secrets unknown to many, along with survival tactics that had enabled him to endure. This knowledge would significantly benefit Li Wenjin's own journey in the realm of bounty hunting. I agree to collaborate with you, Uncle Jiro, Li Wenjin stated earnestly. Upon hearing her words, Jiro erupted into hearty laughter. You are truly a clever child, and I hold great admiration for you. Li Wenjin initially intended to respond, asserting that he did not require Jiro's admiration, but rather sought his assistance in gathering intelligence. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a naval soldier, having confirmed the bounty, approached Li Wenjin and Jiro with a substantial sum of money. The soldier presented the funds to Jiro, stating, Here are 650,000. Mr. Jiro, please verify the amount. Without hesitation, Jiro accepted the money, smiling as he replied, We are old acquaintances. I trust you will not miscount. The naval soldier chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Jiro. Their exchange was abruptly interrupted by Li Wenjin's irate voice. What is the meaning of this? The bounty clearly amounts to 900,000. Why has there been a shortfall of 250,000? Does the Navy intend to embezzle my funds? Jiro and the naval soldier exchanged bewildered glances before Jiro hastily explained to the fuming Li Wenjin, Young man, are you not aware? The full bounty is only awarded for capturing the fugitive alive. If they are killed, one is entitled to merely half. Li Wenjin was taken aback. He had indeed never heard of such a matter. When he watched One Piece, capturing the heads of bounty criminals would yield the full reward. Jiro, observing Li Wenjin's expression, understood his thoughts and promptly clarified. Typically, one can only claim the full bounty for capturing a living criminal. Only those marked with dead or alive can have their full bounty claimed with the deceased body. Jiro's explanation was clear, leaving Li Wenjin at a loss for words. However, the thought of losing 250,000 berries for no reason made his heart ache. Chapter 15. Collaboration. Having received the bounty for Spin, Jiro and Li Wenjin decided to find a restaurant to dine and discuss their collaboration. Yet, throughout their journey, Li Wenjin was in a rather foul mood. Upon entering the restaurant, Jiro ordered several bottles of beer and a few plates of appetizers, appearing quite jovial as he indulged, while Li Wenjin lacked the enthusiasm to partake in the drinks. It wasn't that Li Wenjin was still brooding over the bounty issue. Rather, it was because he had already squandered his 600,000 berries on a lottery midway, only to receive 6 empty results, which left him exceedingly frustrated. The odds of winning useful items in the lottery were dismally low, causing him considerable distress. Li Wenjin had received a bounty of 650,000 berries, of which he allocated 100,000 to Jiro. Additionally, he had another 100,000 remaining and 200,000 obtained from the tavern, bringing his total to 670,000 berries. After spending 600,000 on the lottery, he was left with a mere 70,000 berries, an amount that was pitifully scant. Jiro, sipping his beer and enjoying the appetizers, comforted the visibly downcast Li Wenjin, saying, "Brother Wenjin, do not fret over a trifling sum. We shall earn much more in the future." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin cast another glance at Jello and calmly remarked, "I seem to recall that Spawn had a large ring on his hand. When I went to collect the bounty, I noticed that the ring was no longer with him. Do you have any idea where it went, Uncle Jello?" Jello quickly coughed a couple of times to mask his embarrassment and boldly declared, "It's merely the cost of a meal. Your Uncle Jello can certainly afford that. Consider this meal as a gesture of goodwill." Jello made no mention of the ring, and neither did Li Wenjin wish to bring it up again. After all, their collaboration had only just begun, and offering a little incentive to Jello could be seen as fostering a pleasant partnership. Given that Jello charged a modest fee for his intelligence, it was only natural for him to seek a bit of extra profit. As Jello and Li Wenjin dined, they discussed their upcoming endeavors. Ultimately, they agreed to first apprehend all wanted criminals in Rog Town with bounties under 500 TAPI call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin continues to reside in the Naval Division. Although the sailors are well aware that he is not one of their own, Colonel Smog has not expelled him, and consequently, the sailors below do not interfere. Furthermore, Li Wenjin has apprehended numerous wanted criminals, thereby alleviating some burdens for the Navy. After collaborating with Jiro for 7 days, Li Wenjin has officially immersed himself in the life of a bounty hunter and has grown accustomed to the rigors of combat. Despite frequently making mistakes during battles, he feels that under Jiro's guidance, he has made significant progress. Over the course of these 7 days, Li Wenjin has captured 15 wanted criminals, each with bounties below 500,000. This endeavor has earned him a total of 3,500,000 in rewards. After allocating 350,000 to Jiro, he still possesses over 3,200,000. Although Jiro received only 350, Li Wenjin paid no heed to Jello's actions. After all, had it not been for Jello providing accurate information, he would not have amassed over 3 million berries in just 7 days. Li Wenjin earned over 3 million, and naturally, he intended to participate in a lottery. Initially, he planned to enter the intermediate draw. However, he ultimately decided against it. Instead, he resolved to first gather 10 ordinary pieces of equipment, as leaving a significant portion of his 10 equipment slots vacant would be quite wasteful. Li Wenjin's 3,200,000 Bailey and 32 lottery draws have finally revealed to him that the probability of winning a prize is approximately 1 in 10. The items Li Wenjin obtained include the Ring of Pirate Harlock, which grants a strength increase of 25 points, the Garb of Pirate Kabaji, which enhances defense by 44 points, and the Bicycle of Pirate Kabaji, which boosts agility by 44 points. Li Wenjin has acquired 3 new pieces of equipment, elevating his defense to 76 points and his agility to 44 points, thereby significantly enhancing his overall capabilities. Li Wenjin had previously sought out Jiro to experiment with the effects of defense and agility. The results of the test revealed that his defense stood at a remarkable 76 points. Even if a typical naval soldier were to strike him with a blade, he would sustain no injuries. To breach Li Wenjin's formidable defenses, one would need at least the capabilities of a naval sergeant. His agility was measured at 44 points, which contributed to his physical dexterity and swiftness, serving as a form of defense in its own right. After all, evasiveness can indeed be considered a defensive mechanism. Jiro's strength was roughly comparable to that of a naval sergeant. Thus, he found himself immensely intrigued by Li Wenjin's seemingly impervious physique, simultaneously recognizing the immense advantage of collaborating with him. Currently, Jiro had begun the search for opponents with bounties around 1 million, although Li Wenjin insisted that no wanted criminals should be overlooked. Consequently, Jiro had to remain vigilant not only for those with bounties of 1 million, but also for those below that threshold. Rogue Town was inherently a pivotal route to the Grand Line, with pirates passing through at regular intervals. However, some novice pirates bore no bounties at all, and Li Wenjin chose to avoid engaging with them, allowing them to depart in peace, planning to pursue them only once they had accrued bounties. 7 days elapsed, during which Li Wenjin garnered a certain level of notoriety in Rogue Town. Ironically, his fame did not stem from the apprehension of wanted criminals, but rather from the peculiar circumstance of residing within the naval base despite not being a member of the Navy. Chapter 16, Collaboration 2. At the naval base in Rogue Town, as dawn broke, Li Wenjin was out jogging on the training grounds when Dasky unexpectedly approached him. This surprised Li Wenjin, as he had spent the past week preoccupied with earning money and training, merely exchanging greetings with Dasky when leaving the base without engaging in conversation. Now, with Dasky seeking him out, his curiosity was piqued. "Dasky, my dear sister, what brings you to me?" Li Wenjin ceased his running and approached Dasky at the edge of the training ground to engage in conversation. In response to Li Wenjin's inquiry, Dasky appeared somewhat hesitant, taking quite some time before uttering a word, as she seemed uncertain about her purpose for approaching him. Li Wenjin approached Dasky, wrapping his arm around her shoulder with a smile, saying, "Speak your mind. As your future husband, I shall certainly assist you." Dasky, irritated, shrugged off his embrace and retorted, "Who said you're my husband? I have serious matters to discuss." Unfazed by her dismissal, Li Wenjin inquired, "What is it that you need?" In a hushed tone, Dasky expressed her curiosity, "I simply wish to know how you trained to become so formidable in just 7 days." Her question left Li Wenjin in a quandary, for he could not divulge the existence of the system. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for a vague response, "It's the power of the devil fruit. I feel my strength increasing each day." Upon hearing that it was the devil fruit that had bestowed him with such prowess, Dasky felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She mumbled to herself, "Should I seek out a devil fruit to consume? I've heard they are quite expensive." No, I am a true swordsman." Li Wenjin arrived at the Jili Tavern at 10 o'clock in the morning, finding the establishment devoid of patrons, and Garo had yet to make an appearance. Thus, Li Wenjin approached the counter and addressed the tavern owner, Uncle Jili, saying, "Uncle Jili, please bring me some appetizers and 2 bottles of beer." "Oh, it's you, Wenjin. What brings you here so early today? You usually come around noon," Jili remarked, his curiosity piqued by Li Wenjin's unusual timing. "With nothing to occupy my time, I thought I might as well come early." "Don't concern yourself with my affairs. Just hurry and serve me my drinks and food," Li Wenjin replied. "As you wish, but you'd better not get drunk. Otherwise, when Garo arrives, he'll blame me for hindering his earnings," Jili warned. "How could I possibly get drunk on beer? Spare me your chatter and quickly bring the drinks and food," Li Wenjin insisted. "I still can't fathom who it was that, after consuming merely 5 bottles, left my establishment in ruins," Jili scoffed disdainfully. Li Wenjin felt somewhat awkward. 5 days prior, he had accompanied Jilaw to the Jili Tavern, where they indulged in a lavish 1 million. Unfortunately, Li Wenjin overindulged in drink, becoming inebriated and causing damage to 2 tables at the tavern. However, it was hardly Li Wenjin's fault. In his past experiences, consuming 5 bottles of beer had never led to drunkenness. Little did he anticipate that in the world of One Piece, 5 bottles would be his downfall. This could likely be attributed to Li Wenjin's youthful physique, resulting in a diminished tolerance for alcohol. Although Jili held a disdainful view of Li Wenjin's drinking capacity, he remained dutiful, presenting Li Wenjin with 2 bottles of beer and 5 plates of appetizers. With the tavern devoid of patrons, Jili, feeling rather bored after serving Li Wenjin, struck up a conversation. "Wenjin, my young friend, with the fortune you've amassed, what do you intend to do? It seems you have no inclination to spend, as it is always Jilawa who covers the bill during our meals." Li Wenjin took a sip of beer and replied to Jili, "You wouldn't understand. I'm saving up for future wives. How else could I afford so many?" Jili couldn't help but scoff internally at the youthful naivety of the boy, who was already contemplating a fund for multiple brides. It seemed evident that Li Wenjin was a rather lecherous young man, although Jili found this quite absurd. He continued to engage in light conversation with Li Wenjin, as the tavern was devoid of patrons, and he himself felt exceedingly bored. Li Wenjin, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, settled comfortably in the tavern, awaiting the arrival of Jiro. Meanwhile, Jili had no time to attend to Li Wenjin, as the midday hour approached and patrons began to fill the establishment. As noon finally arrived, Li Wenjin was delighted to see Jiro enter. He promptly approached him and inquired about any new targets for the day. Jiro, having spotted Li Wenjin at the entrance, was not taken aback by his approach. Instead, he calmly suggested, "Let us find a place to sit." This afternoon, you must rest well, for tonight we shall seek out the big opportunities. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin turned to glance back and noticed that the conversation between the two at the entrance had drawn the attention of the tavern's patrons. Reluctantly, he followed Jello to a secluded corner of the tavern, where they deliberated on their new target for the evening. Chapter 17. Collaboration 3 at Li's Tavern. Jello discussed their plan over lunch, outlining the target they intended to confront that night. Jello had decided to pursue a pair of mountain bandits who were rumored to be trading supplies in the vicinity of Rog Town later that night. He had managed to gather this intelligence. The bandits, known as Griffin and Griff, were brothers, each carrying a bounty of 2 million berries, alongside 4 additional bandits with a bounty of 500,000 each. The total bounty for the 6 of them amounted to 6 million, indeed a lucrative venture. After finalizing their plans with Jello at Li's Tavern, Li Wenjin returned to the naval headquarters to rest, preparing API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin, a notable figure in Rog Town, had never faced trouble from other bounty hunters who feared Smog's formidable power. However, in light of the recent events concerning the Griffin brothers, these bounty hunters appeared unwilling to yield. 5 concealed bounty hunters, upon spotting Li Wenjin standing by the sea, decided to abandon their concealment and approach the shoreline, joining Li Wenjin as they awaited the arrival of the Griffin brothers. Li Wenjin gazed at the quintet of bounty hunters a dozen meters away and, feeling somewhat exasperated, inquired of the shadowed Jiro, Uncle Jiro, will those 5 ruffians deter the Griffin brothers from approaching? Rest assured, the Griffin brothers are quite formidable. They will not be intimidated. Those 6 adversaries may very well come directly for you, Jiro replied with a smile. What audacity they possess to encroach upon my business, Li Wenjin muttered, clearly disgruntled. Pay them no mind. Those 5 are no match for the Griffin brothers. Allow them to make the first move, it matters not. Jiro advised from his concealed position behind a stone. Li Wenjin, somewhat incredulous, remarked, Uncle Jiro, can't you at least step out and speak? With your prowess, you could evade them if you cannot best the Griffins. I am a considerable age. Do you truly wish for me to engage in battle? Jiro lamented, a feigned sense of grievance evident in his demeanor. At API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin stood at the water's edge, refraining from taking action. Griffin and his brother, too, did not immediately confront him. Instead, they resolved to first deal with the 3 bounty hunters. Despite Li Wenjin's youthful appearance, the Griffin brothers sensed that he must possess considerable skill, for he stood his ground, unperturbed by the prospect of an ambush. Eager to engage with Li Wenjin, the Griffin brothers unleashed their full combat prowess, determined to swiftly incapacitate the bounty hunters before turning their attention to him. Once the Griffin brothers displayed their might, one of the bounty hunters was quickly incapacitated, leaving the remaining 2 to reconsider their brashness. With tails tucked between their legs, they fled, abandoning their injured companion, which elicited a disdainful gaze from Li Wenjin. Although the 2 bounty hunters lacked both strength and integrity, their ability to escape was commendable. The Griffin brothers found themselves unable to pursue, resorting instead to firing in the direction of their retreat. As the 2 bounty hunters distanced themselves, the Griffin brothers ceased their gunfire and, accompanied by the remaining 20 or so subordinates, made their way toward Li Wenjin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Though Li Wenjin's tone was audacious, his countenance remained serene. Before the Griffin brothers could respond, a brigand from their ranks leaped forward, discharging a firearm at Li Wenjin while uttering coarse imprecations. Insolent whelp. Your arrogance shall lead you to perdition. Li Wenjin, without evasion, merely parried the shot with his iron club, a feat that revealed his prowess to the Griffin brothers. The assailant having initiated hostilities, Li Wenjin abandoned restraint, brandishing his iron club as he charged into the Griffin brigand band, conspicuously avoiding the Griffin brothers, and directing his assault solely at the members of the band. Li Wenjin's action stemmed from a fear that eliminating the Griffin brothers first would allow the 4 bounties worth 500,000 to escape. Thus, he chose to confront the crew of the bandit ship first. With over 20 bandits, they naturally felt undaunted by a single opponent like Li Wenjin, brandishing their knives and launching an assault against him. The reason the bandits refrained from using firearms against Li Wenjin was not due to a lack of skill, but rather a concern for inadvertently harming their comrades. In such chaotic skirmishes, bladed weapons proved most practical. The Griffin brothers also held back from pursuing Li Wenjin immediately, opting instead to observe his capabilities. However, within mere minutes, Griffin hastily charged at Li Wenjin with a long knife. Within 2 minutes, the 4 notorious criminals, each with a bounty of 500,000, had already succumbed to Li Wenjin's blows. As for the other bandits without bounties, Li Wenjin showed little interest in engaging them, for even if their blades struck him, he would not shed a drop of blood. After dispatching the 4 high-value targets, Li Wenjin turned to face the approaching Griffin brothers, forcefully pushing aside the assailing bandits to meet them head-on. As Li Wenjin's iron ball bat collided with Griffin's blade, he realized that without utilizing his ability to split, defeating the Griffin brothers would be an impossibility. Consequently, he ceased to conceal his intentions, allowing the brothers' swords to strike at his head while he swung the iron bat, rendering Griffin unconscious with a single blow. Gryth, indifferent to his brother's incapacitation, believed that as long as Li Wenjin's head was severed, their victory was assured. All he needed to do was revive his brother. However, just as he bent down to assess his sibling's condition, he was taken aback to witness the headless corpse of Li Wenjin swinging the bat in his direction. As a mere mountain bandit, Gryth was utterly oblivious to the existence of devil fruits. The sight of a decapitated body moving independently left him paralyzed with terror. While Li Wenjin's iron bat effortlessly struck Gryth down, the surrounding bandits, witnessing the headless figure engaged in combat, fled in abject fear, unwilling to approach Li Wenjin. Some of the more daring bandits fired a few shots at him, but upon realizing that Li Wenjin remained unscathed, they promptly discarded their firearms and hastily retreated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After calling out to Jello, Li Wenjin ceased to pay any attention to Griffin and the others on the ground. Instead, he proceeded towards Griffin's ship, intent on plundering it as well, with the intention of selling the vessel, as it promised a substantial sum. Upon boarding Griffin's ship, Li Wenjin conducted a thorough search but found a mere 300,000 berries, which left him feeling quite disheartened. It appeared that the life of a mountain bandit was not as lucrative as he had anticipated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin felt quite helpless. He had initially believed he could sell it for 4 to 5 million, only to discover it was worth a mere 1 million, which truly saddened him. Inside the cabin, there were still some supplies for daily living. You might as well sell those as well, Li Wenjin sighed. Jiro chuckled and replied, rest assured. I have already secured a buyer. All we need to do now is navigate the ship to the port of Rogtown. You have certainly made ample preparations. Li Wenjin was quite satisfied with Jiro's capabilities. He had not anticipated that Jiro had already made preparations for the sale of the ship. My commission, which is merely 1/10. Seems quite reasonable, does it not? Perhaps you ought to consider raising my commission, Jiro said with a smile. Upon the mention of Bailey, Li Wenjin's expression immediately turned serious. He addressed Jiro, saying, what did you just say? I did not catch that. Perhaps I am simply too fatigued from the battle and now require rest. I shall leave this in your capable hands while I find a place to sleep. After Li Wenjin finished speaking, he swiftly retreated into the cabin. Jello found himself at a loss for words. Whenever the topic turned to matters concerning Bailey, Li Wenjin transformed entirely. After a resigned sigh, Jello gazed at the 6 wanted criminals in the civilian ship before him, and his spirits lifted considerably. This time, he anticipated earning at least 1 million berries, which delighted him immensely. He hurried to set sail back to the port of Rogtown. Upon Jello's return to the port, Li Wenjin emerged from the cabin and observed as Jello handed over the 6 wanted criminals to the waiting naval soldiers. Once the soldiers departed with the criminals, Jello sought out a merchant to inspect the ship's supplies and assess the condition of the civilian vessel. Li Wenjin exhibited little interest in such commercial matters. He bid farewell to Jello and returned to the naval division to bathe and rest. Regarding the bounty, Jello informed Li Wenjin that he would address it at the Naval Division the following afternoon, advising him to wait there. Chapter 19. Dasky Li Wenjin returned to the Naval Division to rest, and he slept soundly until 1 in the afternoon. Upon awakening, he leisurely strolled around the Naval Division, awaiting the arrival of Jiro, who was to bring him money. Li Wenjin had already reached an agreement with Jello, whereby the bounty of 6 million berries would belong to him, while the proceeds from the sale of the ship and supplies would be entirely Jello's. This meant that Li Wenjin would have the opportunity to draw lots 60 times, which filled him with exhilaration. At the Naval Division's training ground, upon his arrival, Li Wenjin observed Dasky diligently practicing her swordsmanship, her focus evident in her earnestness. This made Li Wenjin feel somewhat ashamed, as his own daily routine consisted solely of morning runs, with no other training to speak of. Li Wenjin's training primarily consists of practical exercises, yet he has never truly engaged in personal training. Upon witnessing Dasky's rigorous practice, he picked up a piece of wood and approached her to join in the training. Dasky, noticing Li Wenjin, continued her training without uttering a word, as she was determined to complete her task of 1,000 sword strikes. After 2 hours of relentless effort, Dasky was drenched in sweat, while Li Wenjin, having only managed 500 strikes, ultimately surrendered, realizing that such a method did not suit him. He preferred sparring with others. Once Dasky accomplished her sword strike goal, Li Wenjin hurried over and handed her a towel, saying, "You have truly worked hard, sister." After wiping the sweat from her face with the towel, Dasky inquired, "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be out during the day?" Li Wenjin explained, "I was preoccupied with matters last night and returned rather late." As soon as Li Wenjin's words fell, a naval soldier approached and remarked, "Wenjin, I heard that last night you apprehended the Griffin and Gris brothers, and even annihilated their entire band of marauders. You truly are remarkable." No sooner had the soldier spoken than Li Wenjin sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He promptly turned to glance at Dasky, only to discover that her expression had grown grave, and she returned the towel to Li Wenjin, stating, "I need to continue my training. You all may step aside." Li Wenjin took the towel, feeling a sense of helplessness within. Dasky, witnessing Li Wenjin's transformation from an ordinary individual to someone 10 times more formidable than herself, found her competitive spirit ignited. Now, with Li Wenjin having decisively vanquished a band of mountain robbers with a bounty of 6 million, Dasky felt increasingly unsettled, as if the distance between her and Li Wenjin was growing ever wider. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin turned his gaze towards Dasky, who was relentlessly practicing with her sword. He felt a pang of sympathy for her, and said, "Why must you push yourself so hard? Why not take a break and then resume your training?" Dasky paid no heed to his words, continuing her vigorous practice, which left Li Wenjin helplessly watching, concerned for her safety. After executing 500 strikes, Dasky reached her limit. She contemplated pausing for a moment's respite. However, upon seeing Li Wenjin observing her, she persisted. Yet, after 100 more strikes, darkness clouded her vision, and she felt herself about to collapse. Li Wenjin, noticing her imminent fall, rushed over and caught her in his arms, swiftly carrying her to her room. Dasky's quarters were not far from the training ground, and he soon laid her gently on her bed to rest. As he carried her back, Dasky considered breaking free from his embrace, but her exhaustion rendered her incapable of doing so, and she resigned herself to being held by him. "Do not overexert yourself. You should rest well. If you injure yourself during training, it would pain me greatly," Li Wenjin gently urged. Dasky, upon hearing his tender words, turned her face away, visibly displeased, and retorted, "What concern is it of yours if I get injured? You are to be my future wife. How could I be indifferent to your suffering?" He replied, "I am not your wife, nor do I need your concern." She snapped back, "Please do not sulk. If you get hurt while training, it will only hinder your progress. Take your time. It is all right if you are not strong yet. I will protect you in the future," he reassured her. "I do not need your protection. I will grow stronger on my own," Dasky asserted, turning to look at Li Wenjin with determination. "Very well, you will become stronger. However, before you do, you must take care of your health," he comforted her. "You need not remind me. I will take care of myself," Dasky replied, her tone still brimming with irritation. Though her expression was one of anger, to Li Wenjin, it seemed as if she were merely being playful, which prompted him to lean in and plant a firm kiss on her flushed cheek. Dasky, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, quickly regained her composure, grabbed a pillow, and hurled it at him, shouting, "You lecher! Get out!" Understanding that this was not the moment for conversation, Li Wenjin caught the pillow and placed it back beside her. "Rest well. I shall return to check on you tomorrow," he said, hastily exiting her room. As Daki watched him leave, she buried her head beneath the covers, her mind swirling with thoughts of his earlier kiss, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin inquired about the situation and ultimately learned that Jello had arrived an hour prior, only to find that Li Wenjin was absent. Consequently, Jello entrusted the bounty to a naval soldier for safekeeping, awaiting Li Wenjin's return to retrieve it. As for the possibility of the naval soldier absconding with the reward, Jello harbored no concerns, for Li Wenjin was quite renowned within the naval division, and no one would dare to provoke him. Li Wenjin hurriedly returned to his room with a box of money in hand. Once inside, he excitedly counted all the bills, and only after confirming that there were no discrepancies did he instruct the system to recharge the entire amount. Li Wenjin began counting his money for the recharge. A rather mundane task, as the system clearly displayed the amount available for recharging. There was truly no need for him to tally it himself. Chapter 20. The combination set a bounty of 6 million was entirely recharged by Li Wenjin, supplemented by over 300,000 he had amassed aboard the Griffin, along with the remaining 60,000. This meant that Li Wenjin could partake in the lottery 64 times. Upon completing the recharge, he wasted no time and immediately utilized all 64 lottery draws, resulting in the following equipment: the Pirate Machi's Whip, Strength 42 points. The Pirate Kabaji's Top, Agility 36 points. The Pirate Arlita's Iron Rod, Strength 50 points. The Pirate Machi's Furry Earmuffs, Defense 26 points. The Pirate Kabaji's Blade, Strength 48 points. The Pirate Kabaji's Shoes, Agility 38 points. Chopper's Hemostatic Patch, instantly heals the injured area upon application. Applicable only for external wounds. Despite only acquiring 7 items from 64 summons, Li Wenjin felt an immense joy swelling within him, for he had just received a delightful notification from the system confirming the activation of the set system. Equipping the garments of Kabaji, a blade, a top, a bicycle, and shoes would collectively enhance strength, defense, and agility by 50 points each. Presently, Li Wenjin owned a total of 15 items, of which 2, an ointment and a hemostatic patch, were not equipable. Thus, from the remaining 13 items, he could equip 10, while the other 3 must manifest physically and be carried with him. Li Wenjin contemplated and selected the most advantageous equipment method. From the 10 items in the system's equipment bar, he chose the 5-piece Kabaji set, the Shattered Fruit, the Ghost Spider's Longsword, the Iron Rod of Yarlita, and Machi's Whip, while the remaining 3 items were Herrick's Socks, Herrick's Ring, and Machi's Furry Earmuffs. These 3 items were directly manifested into the world of One Piece by Li Wenjin. He immediately adorned himself with Herrick's Ring. However, he found it quite impossible to wear Machi's Furry Earmuffs and Herrick's Socks, as they would render his appearance rather peculiar, and he had no intention of embarrassing himself in public. Ultimately, Li Wenjin decided to gift the 2 items to Jello, leaving it to Jello to decide whether or not to wear them, as Li Wenjin was resolutely unwilling to don them himself. Li Wenjin decided to bestow the manifested equipment upon others for a significant reason. He discovered that the manifested gear possessed durability, which diminished with prolonged use. As for the duration of existence of the manifested items, Li Wenjin remained uncertain, as this was his first experience with the manifestation of objects. Once the distribution of equipment was complete, Li Wenjin examined the attributes that the gear conferred upon him. Strength, 353 points. Agility, 168 points. Defense, 84 points. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code, for 29. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code, for 29. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's actions were indeed dictated by necessity, for the odds of winning a prize in the lottery stood at a mere 1 in 10. To partake in the intermediate lottery, one would require a staggering 10 million, an amount that was exceedingly burdensome for Li Wenjin. Should he fail to earn sufficient funds, by the time Luffy set sail, he would be unable to assemble a complete set of intermediate gear, a reality that Li Wenjin found intolerable. At 6 in the evening, the Geely Tavern was already bustling with animated chatter and filled to capacity with patrons. However, amidst the lively atmosphere, Li Wenjin could not spot Uncle Jiro. Approaching the bar, he called out to Geely, "Uncle Geely, have you seen Uncle Jiro?" Geely, engrossed in his business, replied without turning, "You might want to check the third room of the inn next door. If he made some money, he is bound to be there." Li Wenjin received news about Jiro and promptly departed from the tavern, making his way towards the inn adjacent to it. He was curious to discover where Jiro would go upon acquiring wealth. The dilapidated four-story building displayed a sign that read Moonlight Inn. Inside the inn's lobby, there were hardly any patrons, yet Li Wenjin's gaze was immediately drawn to Jiro, who was conversing with a woman at the reception desk. The woman, approximately in her 40s, retained an alluring charm, and it was evident that Jiro was quite taken with her. This realization illuminated for Li Wenjin the reason behind Jiro's choice of destination upon his financial success. Li Wenjin stealthily entered the inn's hall and approached Jello from behind, who was animatedly boasting to the innkeeper's wife. With a firm pat on Jello's shoulder, he exclaimed, "Uncle Jello, what are you up to?" Startled by the sudden touch, Jello turned around, intending to respond to Li Wenjin, only to find him exchanging playful glances with the innkeeper's wife. "What kind of look is that, you rascal?" "Our relationship is utterly innocent," Jello retorted, visibly irritated. Indeed, you share an innocent bond, while I am the one lacking purity. Is that acceptable?" Li Wenjin's response was evidently a jest, something that Jello could easily discern, which left him quite displeased. "What on earth are you doing here, you little rascal? Haven't I already left the bounty for you?" As the conversation shifted to more serious matters, Li Wenjin adopted a more earnest tone and said to Jello, "I need to discuss something with you. Do you have time? If not, we can talk tomorrow morning." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Jello hesitated for a moment and glanced at the innkeeper's wife. She had remained silent since Li Wenjin's arrival, her demeanor reflecting a reserved nature. When she heard that Li Wenjin wished to discuss serious business with Jello, she calmly said, "Jello, if you have important matters to attend to, please go ahead. I will wait for your return." In response to the innkeeper's wife's words, Jello turned to Li Wenjin and suggested, "Let us speak at the Geely Tavern." As they exited the inn, Li Wenjin could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Jello, "Uncle Jello, what is your relationship with that innkeeper's wife?" Jello sighed softly and replied, "She is merely a pitiable woman. I have only sought to help her. Unfortunately, after waiting for 15 years, she still refuses to accept me." The flames of gossip surrounding Li Wenjin ignited instantly, as he boldly inquired, "Could Uncle Jello clarify things a bit more?" Jello cast a sidelong glance at Li Wenjin and retorted, "Mind your own business. I am under no obligation to divulge my personal matters." With that, Jello swiftly strode towards the Geely Tavern, completely disregarding the incessant queries of Li Wenjin trailing behind him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin discerned Jello's bewilderment and directly stated, "Are you not curious as to why I remain unscathed despite being struck? If you merely don those two items, you too can be impervious like me." Jello was immediately taken aback. The notion that Li Wenjin's body could withstand blades and bullets had long puzzled him, yet Li Wenjin had always refrained from divulging the truth. Now, he astonishingly claimed that merely by donning the peculiar garments on the table, one could become invulnerable. Jello found it hard to believe. Were those two items truly effective? He remained hesitant. "I swear by the god of Bailey, if my words are false, I shall never earn even a half-penny of Bailey from this day forth." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin, disinclined to provide any explanation, simply picked up a stone and, with a mere fraction of his strength, hurled it towards Jello's head. Jello initially intended to block the impending projectile, yet Li Wenjin deftly evaded his efforts. The stone was poised to strike Jello's head, but remarkably, he felt no sensation whatsoever. As Jello touched his head, he discovered he bore no injury, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He distinctly felt the stone collide with him, yet he remained unscathed. A perplexing circumstance that left his mind in turmoil. After a prolonged silence, Jello suddenly produced a dagger and drew it across his arm, only to find that he sustained no injury. Undeterred, he attempted to stab his thigh, yet this time, Li Wenjin intervened. Jello, filled with confusion, queried, "Why are you stopping me?" I merely wish to conduct another test. Li Wenjin hurriedly explained, the defensive capabilities of these two items are limited. They can roughly withstand attacks from elite naval soldiers. However, that dagger you just wielded is far too powerful and could inflict harm upon yourself. Moreover, after enduring multiple assaults, these items will sustain damage and will no longer provide any protective function. Jello was taken aback, astonished that such peculiar objects existed in the world. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless in silent contemplation. While Jello remained in a daze, Li Wenjin continued to elucidate. I trust you have witnessed the potency of these items. This is precisely why I require Bailey. My entire outfit comprises the same equipment as yours, which is why I am not afraid of attacks. However, these items are subject to wear and tear. Hence my need for Bailey to procure the latest and most formidable gear. Do you understand now? After a 5-minute silence, Jello cautiously turned to Li Wenjin and inquired, Did you create these items? Li Wenjin shook his head, saying, This was crafted by a friend of mine, who possesses the powers of a devil fruit. And what he requires is berries. Although Jiro was a friend of Li Wenjin, the secrets of the system were not something Li Wenjin would divulge. Thus he was left with no choice but to deceive Jiro. Nevertheless, Jiro found himself believing Li Wenjin's words. After all, the abilities granted by devil fruits are indeed varied and bizarre, and it is conceivable that a fruit exists which endows objects with unique powers. Furthermore, Li Wenjin's own fruit ability is that of fragmentation, making it implausible for him to possess any other fruit abilities, which further solidified Jiro's trust in him. Curiously, Jiro inquired, How much does it cost to create the equipment that adorns my body? 1,000,000 berries per item, Li Wenjin replied, and the type remains uncertain. It could be clothing, footwear, weaponry, or perhaps something entirely different. Moreover, their abilities are distinct. Some enhance strength, others increase speed, and some, like the ones you wear, bolster defense. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin shook his head and said, To acquire an item of enhanced power, you would require at least 3,000,000 berries to ensure its creation. Do you possess 3,000,000 berries? Jello, feeling despondent, replied, I do not have 3,000,000 berries. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin dedicated a full fortnight to the eradication of wanted criminals in Rog Town. He successfully apprehended 3 individuals with bounties ranging from 5 to 8 million, 14 with bounties between 1 and 5 million, and numerous others with lesser bounties, though he could no longer recall their exact numbers. The entire Rog Town was purged by Li Wenjin, leaving the Naval Division with little to occupy their time, a circumstance that elicited both joy and frustration from them. The joy stemmed from their newfound safety, as they were spared the peril of confronting wanted criminals, thus preserving their lives. Conversely, the frustration arose from the fact that Li Wenjin had depleted the Naval Division's treasury, leaving them indebted to him to the tune of 8 million. They would have to await funds from the naval headquarters before they could settle their debt with Li Wenjin. The Naval Division contemplated the possibility of withholding payment to Li Wenjin, considering enlisting Dasky to persuade him to accept a reduced amount. However, Li Wenjin was immovable regarding the matter of payment, and Dasky was unable to sway him. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to issue an IOU for 8 million to Li Wenjin. As for Smog, he harbored a certain admiration for Li Wenjin, as the latter's efforts significantly lightened his workload, allowing him to enjoy leisurely days in the office. Chapter 22. Setting sail in the span of the past fortnight. Li Wenjin amassed a staggering 34 million berries. However, due to insufficient funds from the Naval Division, he was only able to claim 26 million berries. With the sum, Li Wenjin engaged in intermediate lotteries 26 times, yet he secured merely 2 pieces of equipment: Crocodile's Hook, which augments strength by 95 points, and Crocodile's Cloak, which enhances defense by 100 points. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin has already made up his mind. He intends to collect 10 pieces each of attack enhancing, defense enhancing, and agility enhancing gear. When the time comes, He will employ different equipment to confront various foes. As for the present, he will focus on amplifying his strength attributes. For only with formidable strength can he apprehend more wanted criminals, thereby earning a greater bounty in the form of Barry. After half a month of sweeping through the area, there are scarcely any wanted criminals left in Rogue Town. Those fortunate enough to have evaded capture have already fled to the sea. Li Wenjin believes it is now time to set sail. Before departing, he first seeks out Daki, his future bride, to offer her some comforting words, ensuring she does not feel despondent when he leaves. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Li Wenjin arrived at Dashiki's room. At that moment, Dashiki had just risen, preparing to train her martial skills. Upon hearing that Li Wenjin intended to depart, her expression instantly dimmed. Li Wenjin could only assure her that he would frequently return to visit, and entrusted her with an IOU for 8 million berries given to him by the Navy Division, which seemed to placate her. After spending 2 hours calming Dashiki, Li Wenjin proceeded directly to Smoker's office, intending to discuss a matter with him. In Smoker's office, Smoker reclined in his chair, leisurely puffing on a cigar. This was his usual demeanor, and Li Wenjin paid it little mind as he approached Smoker and declared, "Brother Smoker, I am preparing to leave Low Town to pursue pirates." Smoker exhaled a cloud of smoke and inquired, "Have you spoken to Dashiki about this?" "I have already informed her." Li Wenjin replied, "You, lad, have been capturing wanted criminals in Low Town with great fervor. I anticipated your departure, though I did not expect it to be so hasty. Do you truly find yourself in dire need of funds?" In response to Smoker's question, Li Wenjin felt at a loss, for Smoker was not easily deceived. He knew that if he spoke falsely, Smoker would quickly discern the truth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin patted his chest confidently, proclaiming, "When it comes to matters of survival, I possess considerable assurance." Smoker nodded. "If that is the case, you may depart at your leisure. Brother Smoker, could you provide me with a transponder snail? I wish to contact Dasky while I am outside." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's request, Smoker retrieved a transponder snail from his desk and tossed it to him, saying, "This creature requires diligent care. Be cautious not to let it perish. Rest assured, Brother Smoker, I shall tend to it with utmost care." Li Wenjin replied as he accepted the transponder snail. "Feel free to leave. I still require my rest." Smoker began to usher him out. "Then I shall take my leave," Li Wenjin stated, having completed his task, and he did not linger further. As Smoker watched Li Wenjin depart, a sigh escaped his lips. He reflected on Li Wenjin's commendable qualities and rapid advancement in strength. Had he been able to join the Navy, he would undoubtedly be a valuable asset among the naval officers. Unfortunately, the Navy headquarters could find no record of Li Wenjin's origins, effectively closing the door on his potential enlistment. Now that Li Wenjin had chosen the path of a bounty hunter, he was still, in a sense, aiding the Navy, and Smoker did not mind offering him a bit of assistance. Upon leaving the Navy headquarters, Li Wenjin made his way directly to the port of Rogue Town, where Jello awaited him for their voyage. Li Wenjin had long discussed his expedition at sea with Jiro, who had already prepared the vessel and supplies, awaiting Li Wenjin's departure to apprehend the wanted criminal. Since experiencing the advantages of Li Wenjin's weaponry, Jiro had developed a keen enthusiasm for profit, and over the past fortnight, he had entrusted all his earnings to Li Wenjin, who exchanged them for 2 pieces of equipment: the Pirate Harlock's attire, which augmented defense by 40 points, and the Pirate Harlock's boots, which enhanced agility by 30 points. Now, equipped with 5 pieces of gear, Jiro was capable of confronting bounty hunters with rewards around 2 million. Intensifying his interest in amassing further equipment, Li Wenjin arrived at the coast of Rogertown precisely at 10 o'clock in the morning. He successfully located the vessel docked at the port, belonging to Jello. The ship Jello purchased was a sleek monohull sailboat, renowned primarily for its remarkable speed, lacking any attributes pertaining to defense or offense. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin is now aware that Jiro has been ardently pursuing the proprietor of the Moonlight Inn for over 20 years. More than 2 decades ago, Jiro embarked on his pursuit of the innkeeper, yet she ultimately married another. Consequently, Jiro had no choice but to relinquish his hopes. However, 15 years ago, following the tragic demise of the innkeeper's husband at sea, Jiro re-emerged to continue his courtship. He chose to remain in Rogtown with the sole intention of caring for her, ensuring that she would not endure excessive hardship due to her husband's passing. Regrettably, although the innkeeper consented to be with Jiro a decade ago, she has steadfastly refused to marry him, which has become a source of profound anguish for Jiro. The reason for the innkeeper's reluctance to wed Jiro lies in her late husband, who was once a close friend of Jiro's. She fears that should she marry Jiro, it would invite accusations of him having taken his brother's wife, a situation she is unwilling to impose upon him. Chapter 23. Setting sail. Li Wenjin no longer mentioned the affairs of the owner of the Moonlight Inn. Gerald set sail with 2 hired crew members, heading toward the small island of Apple Village, located to the east of Rog Town. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's knowledge of the wanted criminals in the vicinity of the East Sea stemmed from the information he had copied from the Naval Division regarding these fugitives. Now that Li Wenjin was venturing out to sea, his notebook had begun to serve its purpose. However, the task of locating the wanted individuals necessitated the assistance of Jiro, as Li Wenjin lacked even the basic skills to operate a boat. Consequently, he entrusted his notebook to Jiro, allowing him to select the most suitable route to eradicate all the wanted criminals in the East Sea. This time, Jiro had identified 10 fugitives located east of Log Town, and the route was a straight line, indicating that Li Wenjin was to sweep through with relentless determination. After setting sail, Li Wenjin initially felt a surge of excitement. However, after 4 hours of monotonous navigation across the sea, his interest in the vast expanse waned, prompting him to retreat to the cabin to rest while awaiting their arrival at the destination. Despite spending 7 hours at sea, Li Wenjin and his companions encountered no pirates, which left him feeling quite disheartened. He had envisioned a thrilling encounter with marauders from whom he could seize treasure and spoils. It became evident that the East Sea, deemed the weakest of all, lived up to its reputation, as not a single pirate crossed their path, an utter disgrace in the world of One Piece. Upon landing on the shores of Apple Village at 6 in the evening, Jello had intended to rest. Yet, Li Wenjin, valuing time, insisted they proceed directly to eliminate the mountain bandits. Unable to resist Li Wenjin's fervor, Jello complied and guided him towards the hideout of the bandit leader, Golanti. The bandits resided in the mountains. However, due to the inconvenience of robbing from such heights, they had constructed their dwellings at the base. That evening was shaping up to be another dull day for Golanti, until his underlings arrived at 8 o'clock with news of 2 armed individuals approaching. This revelation sparked a flicker of excitement within him. Although the adversaries were merely 2 in number, Golanti resolved to entertain himself at their expense. Seeking to alleviate his prolonged feelings of boredom and frustration, he summoned all his henchmen, brandishing torches as they advanced towards the direction of the approaching foes. His spirits soared, and their pace quickened. Within a mere 10 minutes, he caught sight of the enemies 100 meters ahead. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted upon witnessing the presence of 50 or 60 individuals. Li Wenjin promptly removed the whip of the beast tamer Machi from his equipment slot and donned the attire of Crocodile. Although this change in gear resulted in a reduction of his strength by 42 points, it significantly enhanced his defense by 100 points. His rationale for this decision was to disregard the attacks from the bandits and directly confront Golanti, aiming to swiftly dispatch him. Golanti, observing the approaching child wielding a metal bat, felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure, perceiving the boy's actions as a blatant display of contempt. Consequently, he resolved to subject Li Wenjin to a gruesome fate. The distance of 100 meters posed no challenge for Li Wenjin. Within less than 10 seconds, he closed the gap and struck at Golanti's head with the iron bat, entirely ignoring the gunfire from the bandits. As Golanti braced himself for the impending blow, he attempted to deflect the strike with his knife. However, the sheer force of Li Wenjin's attack compelled him to stumble back a step, prompting Golanti to adopt a more serious demeanor. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself momentarily stunned, for he witnessed his subordinate's bullets falling harmlessly to the ground, failing to inflict any harm upon Li Wenjin. While Golanti remained in a daze, Li Wenjin seized the opportunity to expedite the defeat of Golanti, eager to plunder his stronghold. With a series of ferocious blows, he disarmed Golanti and struck him on the head. Despite being a formidable bandit valued at 5 million, Golanti managed to evade 2 of Li Wenjin's strikes amidst the chaos. Ultimately, however, he was struck twice on the head and rendered unconscious. In a mere minute, Li Wenjin infiltrated Golani's ranks and incapacitated him, leaving Golani's bewildered subordinates in shock as their leader succumbed to defeat. Li Wenjin, impervious to blades and bullets, found himself in a moment of triumph as Golan had been dealt with. The remaining minions of Golan, regaining their senses, scattered in all directions. A few audacious bandits attempted to reclaim Golan, but were swiftly sent flying by Li Wenjin's single strike. To attempt to seize Li Wenjin's quarry was truly an act of folly. He granted them but a single blow, leaving their fates to the whims of chance. "Brother Wenjin, it seems your prowess has significantly increased," remarked Jiro, who approached Li Wenjin upon witnessing Golan's defeat. "Spare me the idle chatter. I recall there is still a bandit with a bounty of 300,000. I have yet to see him make an appearance. Let us hasten and search for him together." Li Wenjin surveyed his surroundings, hoping to locate the bandit worth 300,000, having already secured 5 million in Goran. It seemed rather trivial to still be preoccupied with a mere 300,000. Jello, feeling somewhat exasperated, resigned himself to assisting Li Wenjin in the search for the elusive bandit. Ultimately, neither Li Wenjin nor Jello was able to find the bandit, likely because he had not participated in this operation. Failing to locate the 300,000 bandit, Jello shouldered the Goran and followed Li Wenjin towards the bandit's lair, which lay 500 meters ahead, preparing to plunder their hideout. At Goran's lair, 3 bandits were stationed as guards. Initially, they intended to impede their progress, but after receiving a thorough beating from Li Wenjin, they submissively relinquished Goran's treasures, allowing Li Wenjin to amass an additional 600,000 berry, along with an assortment of jewelry and gold ornaments. After pillaging Goran's lair, Li Wenjin and Jello proceeded directly towards the coastline where their ship was anchored, intending to return and rest aboard. Chapter 24. Eradicating the pirate crew of the East Sea. On the way back to the coast, Li Wenjin inquired of Jello, "Uncle Jello, what shall we do with Goran? We cannot possibly take him along to capture the next wanted criminal. Rest assured, there is an island among those we have passed that hosts a naval outpost. We merely need to deliver Goran there," Jello replied, confident in his solution. Li Wenjin, satisfied with the prospect of securing Barry, did not press for further details. Upon returning to the sailboat, the hour had grown late. Jello took Goran into the ship's hold, intending to confine him. Curious about the prison Jello had prepared, Li Wenjin followed him down to the hold. Li Wenjin gazed in astonishment at the large iron cage in the bottom of the sailboat, which housed numerous iron handcuffs, capable of detaining 20 individuals without a doubt. "Uncle Jello, your preparations are remarkably thorough. I must admit, I am rather impressed," Li Wenjin remarked with a hint of admiration. After securing Golani in handcuffs and confining him within the iron cage, Jello responded to Li Wenjin, "Better safe than sorry. If they manage to escape, our efforts would be in vain." Jello's meticulous preparations, reflective of his 25 years of experience as a bounty hunter, earned him Li Wenjin's respect. With his concerns about the captured fugitives escaping alleviated, Li Wenjin engaged in conversation with Jello about their next target before retreating to his quarters for a rest. As Jello and Li Wenjin rested, the sailboat, under the guidance of 2 crew members, continued its journey toward the next island, where their forthcoming target awaited, the pirate Dorte. With a bounty of 6 million, Dorte had long established his domain on a deserted island. The East Sea Navy had made attempts to apprehend Dorte, but he remained exceedingly vigilant. Whenever the Navy approached his uninhabited stronghold, Dorte would swiftly take flight, evading capture effortlessly. Li Wenjin and Jiro arrived at the island occupied by Dorte at 5 o'clock the following morning. Upon discovering Li Wenjin's sailboat, which had only 4 crew members, Dorte did not retreat. Instead, after receiving a report from one of his subordinates about the arrival of the sailboat, he mobilized over 30 men to encircle Li Wenjin's vessel along the shore, intending to forcibly seize it. Dorte's audacity, however, was met with an even greater defiance from Li Wenjin, who swiftly incapacitated him by breaking both of his legs and had him imprisoned alongside Golan. Furthermore, even Dorte's 2 subordinates, each with a bounty of 400,000, failed to escape. The bounty hunter, Li Wenjin, took action against Dorte's pirate crew. Li Wenjin emerged victorious, amassing a treasure of 570,000 from Dortmund, along with a collection of gold and jewels, a small sailing vessel, and a bounty of 680,000. The ship of the Dortmund pirates, manned by crew members hired by Jello, followed closely behind Li Wenjin and his companions, continuing their journey. Jello's meticulous preparations left Li Wenjin in admiration. After all, he was a bounty hunter with 25 years of experience, demonstrating his exceptional attention to detail in all his endeavors. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's encounter with the Sheikah bandits. Li Wenjin emerged victorious, amassing a staggering 120,000 from Bailey, along with a considerable amount of gold and jewels, and a bounty totaling 560,000. Within a mere 2 hours of Li Wenjin eliminating the Sheikah bandits, Jiro arrived at Qingqiao town and, at a meager price of 800,000, sold the ship of the Dorte pirate crew to a nefarious merchant in the town. While transporting the ship back to Rog town might have yielded a higher price, the burden of the Dorte pirate crew's vessel would have hindered Li Wenjin's pursuit of the wanted criminals, necessitating the sale to the unscrupulous merchant in Qingqiao town. With the Sheikah bandits dealt with, Li Wenjin and his companions continued their journey, reaching the hideout of the fourth wanted criminal, the bandit Shuanggun Mok, who had a bounty of 800,000 near the village of Anma. The island on which Anma village is situated is merely a small isle. Traversing the entire island would take no more than 2 hours. Thus, Li Wenjin located Shuanggun Mok's lair and dispatched him in just 1 hour. Li Wenjin faced the Mok mountain bandit group. Triumphantly, he amassed 900,000 in silver, along with a plethora of gold and jewels, and a bounty of 8,500,000. Originally, Li Wenjin could have secured a bounty of 9 million, but regrettably, a bandit with a 50,000 reward eluded him with remarkable swiftness, leaving Li Wenjin exceedingly vexed. The bandit Mok, upon his capture by Li Wenjin, was treated rather well. As Mok was known for his unique approach of robbing without bloodshed, he was afforded special privileges, receiving additional fruits and chicken legs with each meal. After apprehending the fourth wanted criminal, Li Wenjin and his companions proceeded to pursue the fifth in Lakekot, the captain of the Flying Squirrel pirate crew, with a bounty of 860,000. His crew also included a first mate with a bounty of 300,000. The Flying Squirrel pirates were known to plunder in the nearby waters of Moonsand Town, but Li Wenjin and Jello were unaware of their precise hideout. Therefore, Li Wenjin was left to linger around Moonsand Town, deliberately enticing the Flying Squirrel pirates to reveal themselves. The sailboat of Li Wenjin and his crew, consisting of only 4 members, presented an enticing target for the pirate crew. They lingered near Moonsand Town for 2 days, during which they encountered the Flying Squirrel pirate crew. When the Flying Squirrel pirates attempted to plunder, Li Wenjin offered no resistance, allowing the pirates to board his vessel. It was only thereafter that Li Wenjin unleashed his might, obliterating the entire Flying Squirrel crew. His initial lack of opposition stemmed from a fear of the pirates' cannons, which could easily damage his defenseless sailboat. Moreover, the pirates maintained a distance, complicating his ability to counter them effectively. As for the worthless members of the pirate crew, Li Wenjin unceremoniously cast them into the sea, leaving their fates to the whims of fortune. Li Wenjin and the Flying Squirrel pirates. Li Wenjin emerged victorious, amassing a bounty of 2,400,000 berries, along with a considerable collection of gold and jewels, and a single ship, in addition to a reward of 11,600,000 berries. 5 batches of wanted criminals have already been apprehended, and Li Wenjin, along with Jello, is preparing to head to the Navy branch in Yulin Town to claim their rewards for the captured outlaws before continuing the pursuit of the remaining 5 fugitives. Yulin Town, an island known for its commercial prosperity, has attracted the attention of the world government, which established a naval base there to safeguard against the threats posed by pirates. The commanding officer of the Navy branch in Yulin Town is Major Mylonge. While not particularly malevolent, he cannot be deemed entirely virtuous either, embodying the archetype of a conventional naval officer who at least refrains from preying on the weak or fearing the strong. Chapter 25. The annihilation of the pirate crew in the East Sea. 2. Li Wenjin arrived at the port of Yulin Town at the early hour of 4 o'clock in the morning. Thus he chose to rest aboard the vessel while Jello ventured into Yulin Town to gather intelligence regarding Major Mylonge's temperament and character. Jello undertook this initiative to ensure that when they claimed the bounty, they would not encounter undue difficulties. After all, bounty hunters often face such challenges upon claiming their rewards. And given the substantial sum they were to receive, the likelihood of complications was even greater. Jello aimed to ascertain Mylonge's disposition before determining the most suitable approach to claim the bounty. Should Mylonge prove to be amiable, he would directly present the wanted criminal to claim the reward. Conversely, if Mylonge exhibited a less favorable temperament, he would sacrifice some profit and sell the fugitive to the bounty hunters on the island, allowing them to claim the reward instead. Although this strategy might incur some financial loss, it would undoubtedly ensure greater safety. However, Li Wenjin scorned Jello's plan, perceiving it as a means to squander his wealth. and thus he was resolute in his refusal to comply. Should Jello discover that Melange possessed a disagreeable nature, Li Wenjin would resort to his secret weapon to subdue the major and ensure compliance. After resting on the sailboat until 10 o'clock in the morning, Jello finally returned. And upon observing Jello's troubled expression, Li Wenjin surmised that Major Melange was indeed of a difficult temperament. "Brother Wenjin," Jello lamented, "we seem to be in a predicament. I have heard that Major Melange intends to take 30% of the bounty, which would result in a significant financial loss for us." Li Wenjin, upon hearing Jiro's words, did not pay them much mind. Instead, he directly inquired, "Does Melange have any formidable backing at the naval headquarters?" Jiro gazed at Li Wenjin in astonishment, uncertain of the intent behind his question. "Uncle Jiro, do not be dazed. Please respond to my inquiry promptly." Li Wenjin directly urged Jello to promptly respond to the question. After a moment of contemplation, Jello replied, "Major Melange likely lacks significant backing. Otherwise, he would not have remained a major in Yulantown for a decade without advancing to lieutenant colonel." Li Wenjin continued to inquire about his capabilities. Jello responded, "He should not be considered particularly formidable. He is a civilian officer who attained the rank of major not through military exploits. In that case, let us proceed to claim the bounty. I shall ensure that Melange dares not withhold our reward." Upon hearing the name Melange, Li Wenjin felt an immediate sense of relief, recognizing that he possessed neither the backing nor the strength to pose a threat. "Wenjin, my dear brother, what exactly do you intend to do to compel Melange to submit? Surely, you do not intend to resort to threats of violence?" Jilo expressed his concerns, apprehensive that Li Wenjin might engage in reckless behavior. Li Wenjin cast a glance at Jello, expressing her displeasure as she remarked, "Do I appear to be a fool? Such a foolish act is not one I would undertake." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin smiled and said, "If we can avoid troubling Colonel Smog, it would be preferable not to inconvenience him, lest others accuse us of abusing our power." Jiro initially contemplated countering her statement, but ultimately refrained, managing to utter, "Then let us proceed to the Naval Division in Yulantown." Li Wenjin nodded and said, "You all go and bring out the wanted criminals. We shall set off at once." Jello refrained from further chatter, directly summoning 2 employees to accompany him to the ship's cabin, where they would retrieve all 10 fugitives. The 2 crew members hired by Jello were also bounty hunters from Rogue Town, brought along by Jello for a sum of 1 million belly. These individuals were not required to engage in combat, and although Li Wenjin felt that the remuneration was somewhat excessive, Jello insisted on providing it, leaving Li Wenjin no room for dissent. Upon arriving at Yulantown, a hub of commerce, Li Wenjin was struck by the modernity of the island. As it bustled with street vendors and a myriad of shops, Li Wenjin strolled along the street, purchasing some snacks to savor. However, he was trailed by 10 handcuffed fugitives, rendering the onlookers too intimidated to approach them. Even the proprietor of the snack shop hesitated to accept his payment. Ultimately, it was Li Wenjin who tossed the money onto the counter. Among the captives, there appeared to be a notorious bandit named Shika, who I recall had a bounty of around 5 million. 5 million is hardly significant. Did you notice the emaciated figure in the middle? That is the captain of the Flying Squirrel pirate crew, rumored to have a bounty exceeding 8 million. The others seem to be equally formidable figures, likely local fugitives as well. Who, then, is that child? He seems to be the leader. Could he be someone of great importance? I don't recall hearing of him before. We should keep our distance. If those individuals were to revolt, it would spell trouble. What are you afraid of? They appear severely injured and shackled by iron chains. Are you truly so timid? Or do you not consider yourself a man? Li Wenjin savored his snacks while listening to the bustling discussions of the crowd around him, finding the scene rather amusing. "Wenjin, you must hurry to the Naval Division. We are drawing too much attention," Jello remarked, feeling exasperated with Li Wenjin's leisurely stroll amidst such important matters. Upon hearing Jello's urging, Li Wenjin reluctantly set aside the skewers of takoyaki in his hand and followed closely behind Jello towards the Naval Division. The Naval Division in Yulantown had long received word that someone was approaching with 10 wanted criminals. To avert any unforeseen incidents, the soldiers at the Naval Division promptly organized 100 naval personnel to await at the entrance. When Li Wenjin and Jello arrived at the entrance of the Naval Division, Jello proceeded directly to the soldiers to hand over the matter of 10 wanted criminals, while Li Wenjin was assigned to rest in the division's hall. Approximately half an hour later, Li Wenjin heard Jello's roar. "How dare you withhold our bounty? Do you have any idea who our young master is?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin feigned a frown and remarked, "My elder brother is occupied with work every day. He hardly has time to come here. It is best not to disturb him. Allow me to first converse with the minister here." The naval soldiers, listening to the exchange between Li Wenjin and Jiro, refrained from speaking carelessly, for they had learned that Li Wenjin's elder brother held the rank of lieutenant colonel, a position superior to that of their own minister, Milonj. Chapter 26. The Annihilation of the East Sea Pirates. After the performance concluded, Li Wenjin expressed his frustration toward the naval soldier, demanding to be taken to meet Major Milonj. The naval soldier, however, did not immediately comply. Instead, he arranged for them to sit in a room to rest while promptly notifying Major Milonj of their presence. In his office, Major Milonj was reclining, contemplating the recent news he had received about the capture of 10 wanted criminals, which promised a lucrative reward. His spirits were high. Suddenly, a rapid knock echoed through the room, accompanied by a loud announcement. "Major Milonj, this is Lieutenant Keiji. I have urgent matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing of the urgency, Milonj straightened his posture and called out, "Come in." Lieutenant Keiji entered and relayed the situation regarding Li Wenjin. "Major, there may be complications concerning the bounty. The child who delivered the wanted criminals is reportedly the brother of Colonel Smoker from Rogue Town. He is quite dissatisfied with the withholding of his bounty and wishes to speak with you." Milonj furrowed his brow at the mention of Smoker's name. He inquired of Lieutenant Keiji, "Are you certain he is Colonel Smoker's brother? Could he be an impostor?" Keiji promptly produced a newspaper, laying it before Milonj and pointing to an image. "Major, observe this photograph. It was taken when Colonel Smoker landed in Rogue Town. The 2 children accompanying him are the same ones who have arrived at our division, one of whom is this young boy." Milonj scrutinized the newspaper for 2 minutes before addressing Lieutenant Keiji. "Can we contact the Naval Division in Rogue Town?" "We can reach the Rogue Town Naval Division, but direct communication with Colonel Smoker is not possible," Keiji replied. "There's no need to contact Smoker. Simply inquire if the Rogue Town Navy is aware of Smoker's brother. If that child truly is Smoker's sibling, the Navy there should have knowledge of it." Despite his skepticism regarding Li Wenjin's claim to be Smoker's brother, Milonj understood the necessity of thorough investigation, given the potential reward of over 10 million berries at stake. After 5 minutes, Lieutenant Keiji returned to Milonj's office. "Major, I have clarified the situation. Even if the child is not Colonel Smoker's biological brother, he is closely associated with him." Milonj frowned, demanding further clarification. Keiji explained, "I called the Rogue Town Division, and they informed me that the child resides within the Rogue Town Naval Division and indeed refers to Colonel Smoker as Big Brother. With such connections, it would be hard for anyone to believe the child was unrelated to Smoker." As Milonj pondered how to address Li Wenjin, Lieutenant Keiji hesitated before revealing, "Major, the Rogue Town Navy also shared an unconfirmed rumor." "Speak plainly," Milonj urged. "They say that the boy named Li Wenjin has already apprehended all the wanted criminals in Rogue Town, which is why he set out to capture more. There are also whispers that he possesses the powers of a devil fruit user, the ability to capture wanted criminals, coupled with the potential for possessing devil fruit powers, indicated that Li Wenjin was quite formidable. Furthermore, his association with Colonel Smoker suggested he had influential backing. Faced with such a combination of strength and support, Milonj decided it was best not to provoke Li Wenjin, reluctantly relinquishing the prospect of a 10 million berry reward, which left him in a foul mood. In his displeasure, Milonj opted not to meet Li Wenjin directly, instructing Keiji, "You shall grant him the full bounty and expedite their departure." Lieutenant Keiji nodded affirmatively. "I will attend to it immediately." Meanwhile, at the Yulantown Naval Division, Li Wenjin awaited in the reception room. He had anticipated a meeting with Milonj and hoped to contact Smoker personally to verify his identity. However, to his astonishment, the Yulantown Naval Division provided him with the full bounty without him ever meeting Major Milonj. Although Li Wenjin was perplexed by the circumstances, he felt a sense of contentment upon receiving the full payment, and he was indifferent to not encountering Milan. After departing from the Yulin Naval Base, he joyfully indulged in a sumptuous feast, savoring the culinary delights of Yulin Town, and thoughtfully purchased some small gifts for Dasky and Smoker to take back with him. For Dasky, the gifts naturally comprised exquisite jewelry and elegant apparel, while for Smoker, he procured a selection of 10 premium cigars, each priced at 20,000 berries. A gesture that astonished Jello. At 5 in the afternoon, Li Wenjin returned to the ship to rest. while Jello was occupied with managing the pirate ship of the Flying Squirrel Pirates and the wealth they had amassed, which required Jello's attention to sell. Upon entering the cabin of the sailboat, Li Wenjin gazed at the sum of over 61 million berries, which elevated his spirits immensely. He proceeded to utilize the API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin currently possesses 2 pieces of equipment that could benefit Jello, yet he refrains from bestowing them upon him, as doing so would reveal his identity as the creator of such specialized gear. After spending a night at the harbor, Li Wenjin set sail at 6 o'clock the following morning, accompanied by Jello and the others. This voyage was dedicated to capturing wanted criminals. And due to Li Wenjin's enhanced abilities, he successfully apprehended the remaining 5 fugitives. The bandit Prando, with a bounty of 600,000 berries, yielded 40,000 berries, along with 2 of his underlings, each carrying a bounty of 30,000 berries and a variety of gold and jewels. The bandit Lonsas, with a bounty of 650,000 berries, provided 70,000 berries and a collection of precious metals and gems. The bandit Cavador, whose bounty stood at 800,000 berries, resulted in 170,000 berries and an assortment of riches. The Blackbird pirate crew, with a bounty of 760,000 berries, contributed 60,000 berries, a cache of treasures, and a single vessel. Lastly, the Green Pepper pirate crew, boasting a bounty of 870,000 berries, yielded 300,000 berries, a trove of valuables, and another ship. Upon capturing all 10 fugitives, Li Wenjin and his team set their course back to Rog Town, preparing to exchange their bounties and take a brief respite before their next expedition. After 20 days at sea, Li Wenjin reflected on his experiences, realizing that bandits were far easier to apprehend than pirates, as the former operated within fixed territories, while the latter roamed freely. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Li Wenjin descended from the sailboat, accompanied by 7 wanted criminals, naval soldiers patrolling the port promptly approached to assist him in escorting the fugitives to the naval headquarters. Upon witnessing the apprehension of the wanted men, Jello decided against following Li Wenjin back to the naval division. Instead, he commandeered 2 pirate ships laden with the spoils of gold and jewels to sell. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin encountered Smoker, who was still reclining in his chair, indulging in his inexpensive cigar, continuously exhaling clouds of smoke. Brother Smoker, this is a gift from your younger brother. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin found himself at a loss for words, inwardly cursing those who spread rumors. He was quite generous when using the system's lottery and spending berries, but in reality, he preferred to be frugal. Regrettably, the matter of the lottery was one he could only ponder in silence, unable to defend himself against the moniker of being a stingy miser. Smoker, all my money is meant for marrying a wife. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to support her in the future. I must save more, he lamented. Smoker merely chuckled, unconvinced by Li Wenjin's claims, for the bounty he had amassed exceeded 100 million berries. How could he possibly struggle to support a wife? I can't be bothered with your affairs. How long do you intend to stay this time? Dasky has been thinking about you daily, to the point that she lacks the motivation to train. You ought to comfort her properly. Dasky is a crucial subordinate. Lacking strength is simply unacceptable. So speak to her kindly. Smoker's words filled Li Wenjin with excitement, for he had not anticipated that Dasky's heart had already been claimed by him. This realization made him eager as he exclaimed, "Then I shall go find Dasky, Smoker." "Go ahead," Smoker replied, recognizing that Li Wenjin was not in the mood for further conversation and promptly sending him on his way. Upon leaving Smoker's office, Li Wenjin hurried to Dasky's quarters, only to find it empty. He had no choice but to inquire with passing soldiers about Dasky's whereabouts. The soldiers' reply astonished him. Dasky had gone to wait in his room as soon as she heard of his return. In a rush, he returned to his room, and indeed, Dasky was there. Without hesitation, he embraced her and spun her around twice. "Put me down quickly," Dasky protested, playfully punching his chest with her small fists. Li Wenjin obediently set Dashiki down, but in that fleeting moment, he once again stole a kiss from her, inciting Dashiki's ire as she continued to pound her fists against his chest. "This is a gift for you. Please do not break it," Li Wenjin said as he retrieved the concealed present from his chest and offered it to Dashiki. Li Wenjin carried only the jewelry he had chosen for Dashiki, as the naval soldiers had already delivered the clothing and other items he had purchased for her to her room. Dashiki gazed at the gift Li Wenjin extended, hesitating to accept it. Upon noticing her reluctance, he promptly pressed the present into her embrace. "What are you trying to do? You are so infuriating," Dashiki exclaimed in annoyance, pushing away Li Wenjin's hand that had placed the gift in her arms. Li Wenjin had already presented the gift, and he turned directly to Dashiki, saying, "Brother Smog mentioned that you think of me every day, even neglecting your training. Is that truly the case?" Dashiki's face instantly flushed, and she dared not meet Li Wenjin's fervent gaze. Instead, she lowered her head in silence, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. This behavior was evident even to a fool. Dashiki genuinely harbored feelings for Li Wenjin, which greatly thrilled him. He embraced Dashiki once more, spinning her around the room, disregarding her struggles. Chapter 28. New equipment API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. When Li Wenjin went to claim the bounty, the hour was already quite late. The naval soldiers, having become quite familiar with Li Wenjin, engaged him in conversation. After he recounted his exploits in apprehending the wanted criminal, they entrusted the entire bounty to him. Upon receiving the reward, Li Wenjin returned to his room and promptly utilized it, spending all his berries on 50 intermediate draws, crocodile shoes, which enhanced agility by 80 points, Robin's bodysuit, offering a defense boost of 70 points, the clown buggy's flying daggers, which increased strength by 60 points and agility by 60 points, the swift blade wuxue, augmenting strength by 88 points, and the ruby ring, which enhanced both strength and agility by 60 points each. Li Wenjin gazed at the 5 newly acquired pieces of equipment, feeling a sense of resignation. Among these items, only the ruby ring and Baki's dagger were of any use to him. The rest were utterly unsuitable for his needs. After contemplating for a considerable time in his room, Li Wenjin resolved to gift the swift blade, wuxue, and the ruby ring to Dashiki, hoping to enhance her strength a little, to prevent her from overtraining and risking her health. As for Baki's dagger, he decided to materialize it and keep it on his person, thus augmenting his own attributes. The remaining 2 pieces of equipment would have to remain in the system's inventory for the time being. With determination, Li Wenjin materialized the swift blade, wuxue, and the ruby ring and set off towards Dashiki's room bearing the 2 items. Upon arriving, he noticed that Dashiki had left her door ajar and was sitting inside, seemingly lost in thought, her face flushed with a rosy hue. "Dashiki, what are you doing? Why is API call failed with status code 429? Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin did not disturb Dashiki. He settled by the bedside, patiently awaiting her to conclude her contemplation and regain her consciousness. 10 minutes elapsed, and Dashiki, caressing the obsidian blade in her hand, turned to Li Wenjin and inquired, "Brother Wenjin, what is the meaning of this? I feel as though my strength is amplified by merely holding it. Did I not mention that this is a weapon imbued with magical properties? You were skeptical just moments ago. Surely you believe me now," he replied. Dashiki felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Li Wenjin's response, for her inquiry sought the specific rationale behind the weapon's enhancement of her power, rather than a dismissive assertion of its enchantment. "Brother Wenjin, if you do not divulge the reason, I shall ignore you," she declared, her tone laced with frustration. "I shall reveal the reason if you grant me a kiss," he countered. Li Wenjin fixed his gaze upon Dashiki, playfully teasing her. Dashiki shot him a glare, opting not to inquire further about the weapons, and continued to observe the exquisite blade known as the Snow of the Dark, unfazed by her indifference. Li Wenjin refrained from offering explanations. Instead, He produced a ruby ring and extended it towards Dasky, saying, "This ring possesses magical properties, much like the weapon. You should keep it with you henceforth." Upon receiving the ruby ring, Dasky immediately adorned it upon her finger, eager to ascertain the truth behind Li Wenjin's words. To her astonishment, she felt her strength surge once more, leaving her utterly bewildered. At this moment, Dasky longed to inquire about the nature of this magic. However, contemplating the prospect of kissing Li Wenjin rendered her speechless, and she could only gaze at him in silence. Li Wenjin was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling within Dasky's mind, yet he refrained from elucidating his own reasons, for the moment was not yet ripe. He resolved to share his insights only when he had become more formidable. Unlike Jiro, who enjoyed the liberty of sudden strength without scrutiny, Dasky's newfound prowess would undoubtedly invite inquiry from Smog. Should Smog discover that Li Wenjin had a friend capable of imbuing weapons with attributes, he would undoubtedly launch an investigation into Li Wenjin himself. Presently, Dasky remained oblivious to the cause. Even if Smog were to notice her enhanced abilities and question Li Wenjin about the weapon attributes, he could easily deflect, claiming the gear was simply that of a captured fugitive, with no understanding of its peculiar qualities. For 10 minutes, Dasky scrutinized Li Wenjin in silence, and he, too, remained taciturn, leading her to conclude that he would not divulge anything. This realization left her feeling somewhat aggrieved, her lips forming a slight pout. Li Wenjin, perceptive to Dasky's expression, recognized the moment was not right for revelations. Instead, he opted to embrace her, offering comfort. In Dasky's chamber, he devoted an hour to soothing her, ultimately acquiescing to 2 unequal treaties she proposed. With her spirits lifted, Dasky settled down, prompting Li Wenjin to bid her farewell. He meandered through the Navy headquarters before returning to his own quarters for rest. By the time Li Wenjin exited Dasky's room, the clock had struck 10 in the evening. He could not linger in her quarters, as both were still merely 15 years of age. After a leisurely stroll around the Navy headquarters, Li Wenjin's mood had steadied, and he returned to his room to bathe and retire, for the morrow promised other pressing matters. Chapter 29. The year at 10 o'clock the following morning. Li Wenjin convened with Jiro at the Geely Tavern to deliberate on their next destination. Simultaneously, he entrusted Jiro with 2 surplus pieces of equipment for him to manage. Jiro, in turn, handed over the entirety of the funds from the sale of the ship and gems to Li Wenjin, requesting that he continue to enhance their gear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's previously compiled information may have undergone recent changes, thus necessitating a verification of the locations of the wanted criminals to ascertain whether they have shifted or been eliminated. The 3 days swiftly elapsed as Li Wenjin devoted himself to accompanying Dasiki, only to once again join Jilo in the pursuit of apprehending fugitives at sea. Given the intent for a prolonged voyage, Jilo enlisted 10 crew members, tasked with the responsibilities of onboard life and navigation, while also assisting Li Wenjin and Jilo in safeguarding the captured criminals. The 10 crew members selected by Jilo were long-standing friends of over a decade, deemed reliable companions. Coupled with Li Wenjin's formidable prowess, it deterred most from harboring any ill intentions towards him. This time, Jilo opted to target individuals with bounties under 10 million, as such fugitives represented the safest and most expedient opportunities for treasure acquisition. If Li Wenjin and Jilo, 2 individuals collaborating in the East Sea, traversed the region to apprehend ordinary fugitives, when encountering bounties below 10 million, they would capture the criminals directly. For those with bounties exceeding 10 million but under 15 million, they would engage in combat to assess their strength. If victorious, they would seize them, and if not, they would retreat. As for those with bounties above 15 million, Li Wenjin and Jilo opted to evade them. Should trouble arise, Li Wenjin would engage momentarily, utilizing his ability to fragment and escape, leaving their adversaries powerless. In the second month of the year 1517 of the Haiyuan calendar, Li Wenjin and Jilo returned to Rog Town for the 3rd time within a year. Over this period, first, Li Wenjin had become a prominent figure in the East Sea, having captured over 300 fugitives, thereby enhancing the region's peace and security. Pirates who once roamed freely now cowered in corners, fearful of being discovered by Li Wenjin. Naturally, the moniker stingy as a miser had spread throughout the East Sea, vexing Li Wenjin, who considered himself quite generous, though his largesse was primarily reserved for raffles. Second, Li Wenjin's equipment had been entirely upgraded. The 10 pieces of gear he possessed included a standard naval longsword, enhancing strength by 100, standard naval shoes, enhancing agility by 100, a standard naval hat. Enhancing defense by 100, a standard naval cloak. Enhancing defense by 100, a standard naval uniform. Enhancing defense by 100, the Ghost Spider's longsword. Enhancing strength by 120, Crocodile's iron hook. Enhancing strength by 95, Doma's twin swords. Enhancing strength by 85, the twin swords of Flower Sword Vista. Enhancing strength by 160, the fragmentation fruit. Li Wenjin favored the standard naval set due to its ensemble attributes, granting a total enhancement of 200 points to strength, defense, and agility. As for the twin swords of Flower Sword Vista, they were acquired through an extravagant expenditure of over 100 million berries in a high-level lottery. Li Wenjin's manifestation is adorned with the following equipment: Harlech's Ring, Strength 25, Black Star Gem Ring, Strength 120, Defense 120, Jester Baki's Throwing Knives, Strength 60, Agility 60, Swift Blade Sakura, Strength 80, Pirate King's Bracelet, Agility 80, the Black Star Gem Ring, and the Dual Swords of Flower Sword Vista. These two high-level pieces of equipment have consumed a significant portion of the bounty that Li Wenjin earned. Were it not for Jiro's discovery of a new method to generate income, Li Wenjin would not have possessed sufficient berry to engage in the lottery. Currently, Li Wenjin's augmented attributes are as follows: Strength, 1045 Agility, 440 Defense, 620. Li Wenjin's system backpack contains the following items: Baki's Red Nose, Chopper's Ointment, Chopper's Bandage, and Robin's Bodysuit. Thirdly, Li Wenjin has discovered a new method of generating income by allowing Jello to auction off the attribute gear he no longer requires, thus compensating for some of the losses incurred from the lottery. Li Wenjin invested 1 million Bailey in a lottery, acquiring low-grade equipment. By selling these items through Uncle Jello, he could recoup approximately 300 to 400,000, while those with slightly better attributes might yield between 500 to 800,000. Regrettably, the majority possessed subpar attributes. As for mid-tier and high-tier equipment, both Li Wenjin and Jello found themselves lacking in utility and would not consider selling them to others. Furthermore, manifested equipment is prone to deterioration, and even if Li Wenjin possessed superior items, he would refrain from selling them, opting instead to wait for their eventual degradation for replacement. Fourthly, a new limitation imposed by the system emerged, which Li Wenjin discovered. One can only carry 10 pieces of manifested equipment, rendering any excess futile. This restriction was experimentally revealed by Jello, who, upon selling Li Wenjin's unwanted gear, inadvertently found that carrying more than 10 pieces prevented any further enhancement of attributes. However, this limitation bore little relevance to Li Wenjin, as he possessed only 5 pieces of manifested equipment, still far from the maximum. Fifthly, Li Wenjin currently assessed his strength and believed he could contend with Smoker. However, victory seemed improbable. Yet, if Smoker refrained from utilizing the powers of his devil fruit, Li Wenjin could easily dispatch him without sustaining any harm. Overall, Li Wenjin's prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary Navy colonel, excluding those with special abilities. Uncle Jello, bolstered by the equipment provided by Li Wenjin, could be regarded as possessing the strength of a captain. Nevertheless, Jello required the ensemble of Crocodile's cloak, Crocodile's boots, the Ice Witch's hat, and other gear to truly embody the capabilities of a captain in battle. Every time Li Wenjin observed Jello in battle, clad in his eclectic attire, he could not suppress his laughter, for the sight was utterly amusing. Li Wenjin found it impossible to contain himself. Consequently, Jello, often dissuaded by Li Wenjin's mirth, typically refrained from donning his gear and participating in skirmishes, resorting to such antics only when absolutely necessary. Chapter 30. The Navy's Sixth Form at the Rogtown Navy Branch. Smoker had ascended to the rank of colonel, a feat attributable to Li Wenjin's relentless pursuit of wanted criminals, which had brought tranquility to the East Sea. Moreover, with Li Wenjin promoting himself as Smoker's subordinate, the higher-ups at Navy headquarters naturally attributed the peace of the East Sea to Smoker's contributions. As for Li Wenjin, the Navy headquarters regarded him as inconsequential, for he was not part of their ranks, and they had little interest in publicizing his endeavors. The Navy headquarters announcement celebrated the newly appointed Colonel Smoker, highlighting his brother's role in ridding the East Sea of pirates and ensuring the safety of its denizens, which led to Smoker's elevation to colonel. Smoker had indeed protested, asserting that the accolades were not rightfully his. Yet the Navy headquarters paid no heed to his objections and proceeded with his promotion. Smoker's advancement to colonel also benefited Li Wenjin, as it meant that upon collecting bounties at the East Sea Navy branch, the commanding officers greeted him warmly, never withholding his due rewards. Upon returning to the Rogtown Navy branch, Li Wenjin made his way to Smoker's office to report in. Upon entering Smoker's office, Li Wenjin casually took a seat opposite him and remarked, "Brother, you seem to be increasingly at leisure these days. Isn't leisure a good thing? I find it quite agreeable." Smoker replied, exhaling a puff of smoke with nonchalance. "Do you not wish to return to Navy headquarters and remain here indefinitely?" Li Wenjin was quite perplexed. He could not fathom why Smoker chose to remain in the quaint town of Lobetown. Smoker shook his head, stating, "Now is not the time. I must wait a little longer." Reluctant to divulge further, Smoker left Li Wenjin with no choice but to accept his silence. Without hesitation, he presented Smoker with a box of cigars valued at 1 million, a gift for his elder brother. "I am off to seek Dasky," he declared. Upon finishing her words, Li Wenjin prepared to depart from Smog's chamber. "Please wait a moment before you leave. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." Li Wenjin was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed a rare occurrence for Smog to seek him out for a matter. "Speak your mind, my brother." Li Wenjin reseated himself on the chair. "Are you interested in joining the Navy? I could recommend you to the naval headquarters," Smog unexpectedly uttered, leaving Li Wenjin utterly astonished. Li Wenjin pondered for a moment and remarked, "A person like me surely cannot join the naval headquarters." Smoker shook his head and replied, "The deeds you have accomplished this year clearly indicate that you are not a spy sent by anyone. With my endorsement, there is no obstacle to your joining the naval headquarters." Li Wenjin hesitated for a moment before firmly declining Smoker's offer. "Brother, I still wish to be a bounty hunter, for I require the means to earn a living. There is no profit to be made in joining the Navy." For Li Wenjin, enlisting in the Navy would bring more disadvantages than benefits. Once he became a formal member, he would be deprived of the freedom to earn as he pleased and would be subject to the constraints imposed by Navy headquarters, leaving him with little autonomy. "Are you truly unwilling to join? If you were to enlist in the Navy, your strength could undoubtedly reach greater heights." Smoker posed the question to Li Wenjin once more, hoping that his acceptance would facilitate matters concerning Dasky. Li Wenjin shook his head once more, declining Smoker's proposal. Smoker did not press the matter. Since Li Wenjin was unwilling to join the Navy headquarters, he simply dismissed him. "If you do not wish to join, so be it. You may now seek out Tashiji. Then I shall take my leave, brother." Li Wenjin bid farewell to Smog and promptly made his way to Dasky's chamber, where Dasky had been waiting for him. At this juncture, it can be said that Dasky and Li Wenjin have solidified their relationship, a fact well known among the soldiers of the Naval Division. Thus, Li Wenjin no longer felt the need for discretion. At the threshold of Dasky's room, he embraced her and planted a kiss upon her lips. Dasky, now accustomed to such displays from Li Wenjin, merely shot him a fierce glare before pulling him into the room to converse. Li Wenjin engaged in leisurely conversation with Dasky for 2 hours, taking advantage of her presence before finally releasing her. He then proceeded towards the location where he could claim his bounty. Upon returning to Rogtown, Li Wenjin brought back 7 wanted criminals, entitling him to a reward of 60 million. Although this sum may not seem substantial to him now, it would afford him 6 opportunities for a lottery draw. Should he be fortunate enough to obtain a high-grade piece of equipment, his strength could further ascend, which would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. Claiming the bounty had become a familiar endeavor for Li Wenjin. He completed the process in a mere 15 minutes. Subsequently, he returned to his chamber, eager to test his fortune. In Li Wenjin's room, despite being absent for 4 months, it remains immaculate, a testament to Dasky's frequent visits to maintain its cleanliness. Lying on the bed, Li Wenjin fully recharges Bailey and immediately begins to draw. Empty, 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 empty. Naval 6 Forms Training Notes, empty. Upon drawing the Naval 6 Forms Training Notes, Li Wenjin is instantly exhilarated, springing up from the bed to examine the introduction of the training notes. Naval 6 Forms Training Notes, strength, agility, and defense must each reach 400 points to utilize the Naval 6 Forms, with the potency of the forms determined by the magnitude of these attributes. Li Wenjin has come to realize that this notebook is merely a disposable item, as it contains no specific training methods. Feeling quite helpless, Li Wenjin has no choice but to utilize it for himself. Initially, he had contemplated passing the Navy's 6th style on to Dasky for her learning, but the fact that it is only a one-time use item has left him exceedingly frustrated. Li Wenjin's 3 attributes had long surpassed 400 points. After utilizing the Navy's 6 styles training manual, he immediately sensed his newfound capability to wield the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles. Currently, within the confines of his room, he refrained from any reckless actions. Seizing the opportunity of the afternoon hour, precisely at 4 o'clock, He departed from the naval base in search of a secluded location to test the might of the Navy's 6 styles. Half an hour later, Li Wenjin arrived at a remote stretch of coastline on the western shore of Rogu Town, where he commenced an unceasing series of experiments to ascertain the extent of power the Navy's 6 styles could bestow upon him. Initially, during the trials, he struggled with proficiency, often misdirecting his strikes and veering off course. However, as 2 hours elapsed, Li Wenjin gradually became adept at employing the Navy's 6 styles. He continued his training until the early hours of the morning, and with the knowledge that he would need to discuss matters with Jiro the following day. He made his way back to the naval base, retreating to his room for rest. As for his experimentation with the Navy's 6 styles, Li Wenjin concluded that the techniques augmented his strength by approximately 3 to 4 levels, which he deemed a commendable enhancement. Chapter 31. The Black Wolf Pirates in Rogu Town. Li Wenjin had initially planned to stay for a week. However, following his unexpected acquisition of the Navy's 6 styles, he resolved to extend his stay to a fortnight, aiming to master the techniques before embarking on his next voyage. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After Li Wenjin had finished discussing matters with Jello, his days were filled with training the Navy's Rokushiki during the daylight hours and accompanying his future fiancée, Daski, on leisurely strolls in the evenings. Logtown serves as an essential waypoint on the journey to the Grand Line, yet it is not obligatory to dock there. One may simply navigate past Logtown without setting foot on its shores. Furthermore, the presence of Lieutenant Smoker and the formidable Li Wenjin discourages ordinary pirates from approaching Logtown. However, on the 10th day of Li Wenjin's training, Jello suddenly appeared on the west coast, seeking out Li Wenjin, who was engrossed in his Rokushiki practice. Wenjin, Jello panted. Standing before him, you may be in trouble this time. Please, clarify what trouble I am in, Li Wenjin replied, perplexed by Jello's words. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin had no intention of provoking the Grey Wolf Pirate Group. However, the Grey Wolf Pirate Group harbored no intentions of letting him be. They sought to eliminate Li Wenjin to enhance their own notoriety. Naturally, Li Wenjin would not remain passive. After engaging in battle and discovering that the leader of the Grey Wolf Pirate Group, Grey Wolf, was inferior in strength, Li Wenjin swiftly annihilated the group and claimed the bounty on them. Grey Wolf, a notorious criminal without remorse, was a target for capture, and Li Wenjin seized the opportunity to eliminate him, knowing that the bounty for his corpse was a staggering 16 million. Li Wenjin was more than willing to dispose of Grey Wolf. After all, Grey Wolf possessed formidable strength, and should a conflict erupt aboard the ship, it was uncertain whether Jello and the others could contain him. Thus, Li Wenjin opted to eliminate Grey Wolf and transport the body to collect the reward. Now, upon Jello's sudden mention of the Grey Wolf Pirate Group, Li Wenjin felt a surge of curiosity and remarked, I remember that fellow. His strength was commendable. The Grey Wolf Pirate Group has already been eradicated, but the pressing concern now is that Grey Wolf's brother, Black Wolf, leading the Black Wolf Pirate Group, is approaching with the intent to avenge his sibling. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's strength had significantly increased, and he expressed no fear towards the Black Wolf pirate crew, speaking in a calm and collected manner. Jiro furrowed his brows and remarked, the leader of the Black Wolf pirate crew, known as Black Wolf, has a bounty of 31 million. It is said he possesses a Zoan-type devil fruit ability, and aboard the ship is a vice captain with a bounty of 12 million. The mention of a pirate with a bounty of 31 million stirred excitement within Li Wenjin. He saw this Black Wolf as an opportunity to test the extent of his newfound strength. When will Black Wolf arrive? Li Wenjin inquired eagerly, observing Li Wenjin's enthusiasm. Jiro felt somewhat speechless. He had initially intended to advise Li Wenjin to seek Smoker's assistance, but it seemed that Li Wenjin would likely refuse. After a moment of hesitation, Jiro finally replied, they are already near Logtown. They will arrive either tonight or tomorrow morning. Then I shall rest at the Logtown harbor tonight. I must confront Black Wolf to ascertain my current capabilities, Li Wenjin declared. Jiro, watching the exuberant Li Wenjin, sighed and said, Wenjin, my dear brothers, do remember that your opponent is no ordinary foe. He is a fellow devil fruit user, just like you. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, Resource exhausted, Li Wenjin issued a direct command to Jiro, instructing him to make arrangements to deal with the Black Wolf pirate group. Although Jiro grumbled a few complaints, he ultimately took his leave from Li Wenjin to prepare for the confrontation with the pirates. After Jiro departed, Li Wenjin did not return to rest. Instead, he continued his training in the Navy's 6 forms until 6 in the evening, at which point he arrived at the port of Rog Town, seeking the resting place that Jiro had designated for him. At the port of Rog Town, a considerable number of naval soldiers were already patrolling, likely informed of the impending arrival of the Black Wolf pirate group, prompting them to establish defensive measures in advance. The Black Wolf pirate group consists of 500 members. Upon learning this news, Li Wenjin felt a twinge of concern for Rog Town, fearing it might suffer devastation at the hands of the pirates. However, witnessing the numerous naval soldiers on patrol alleviated his worries regarding the pirates' manpower. Now, he aimed to rest adequately, understanding the importance of maintaining focus for the impending encounter with the Black Wolf. The lesser minions would naturally be dealt with by the Navy, while the notorious vice captain, boasting a bounty of 12 million, would be left for Jiro to confront. Li Wenjin's resting place is a warehouse situated 200 meters from the port, allowing him to swiftly confront the Black Wolf pirates within half a minute of their appearance. As the hours drift into the early morning, the port of Rogu Town remains bustling with activity rather than settling into silence. The cacophony emanates from bounty hunters, naval soldiers, and some audacious civilians drawn to the spectacle. The bounty hunters of the East Sea harbor a rather unfavorable impression of Li Wenjin, as he has nearly usurped their livelihoods. Had he not been the brother of Colonel Smoker, they would have long since sought to confront him. Now, upon learning that the Black Wolf pirates intend to cause trouble for Li Wenjin, they gather to watch, hoping for a spectacle where both the Black Wolf and Li Wenjin might suffer mutual defeat, allowing them to reap the rewards. Chapter 32. Strengthening at 3:30 in the morning at the Rogu Town port, Jiro entered Li Wenjin's resting quarters. Wenjin, the Black Wolf pirates have been sighted in the nearby waters. They should land at the port in approximately 20 minutes, Jiro stated with a serious expression. I understand. You may prepare, Li Wenjin replied, dismissing Jiro as he took a moment to calm his mind before heading towards the port. Upon stepping out, Li Wenjin observed the port at 3:30 in the morning still ablaze with lights and teeming with people. Numerous naval soldiers and onlookers loitered nearby. Due to the presence of the naval soldiers, the spectators did not press too close to the landing area, allowing Li Wenjin to enter without hindrance, where he waited for the Black Wolf pirates to arrive. The naval soldiers refrained from obstructing Li Wenjin, a decision undoubtedly influenced by Smoker's orders. As the Black Wolf pirates were specifically there to confront him, it would have been unseemly for him to be absent. In a nearby room, Colonel Smoker and Tashiji observed Li Wenjin from within. Colonel Smoker, do you think Wenjin will be all right? Tashiji inquired with evident concern. There's no need for worry. Li Wenjin is quite powerful, though he remains unaware of his own strength, Smoker replied with a grin. Colonel Smoker, I find your words somewhat perplexing. How can one be unaware of their own capabilities? Tashiji questioned, struggling to comprehend his statement. Smoker chose not to respond directly to her inquiry, merely smiling and saying, You will understand as you watch. Reluctant to elaborate further, Smoker left Tashiji to gaze intently at Li Wenjin, ready to rush to his aid should he find himself in peril. Li Wenjin stood at the harbor for 10 minutes, and at last, the Black Wolf pirate crew approached the port. Li Wenjin immediately recognized Black Wolf, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to his brother, Grey Wolf. Black Wolf surveyed the Rogue Town harbor without a hint of fear. Ever since he consumed the devil fruit, he had never tasted defeat. Even with a naval captain present in Rogue Town, he remained unfazed. After assessing the situation at the harbor, Black Wolf turned his fierce gaze upon Li Wenjin, the very scoundrel who had slain his brother, compelling him to seek vengeance and postpone his journey to the Grand Line. At that moment, he wished nothing more than to rend Li Wenjin into pieces. The two brothers, Black Wolf and Grey Wolf, had originally intended to venture to the Grand Line, but Black Wolf felt that his crew was insufficient in number, prompting them to linger on a nearby island to recruit more followers. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf, disinterested in the recruitment process, took his pirate crew out to explore the seas, only to be unfortunate enough to encounter Li Wenjin, leading to his demise. Ideally, Black Wolf should have received news of Grey Wolf's death much earlier. However, Li Wenjin seized Grey Wolf's ship to sell it, resulting in the members of the Grey Wolf pirate crew taking a month to locate Black Wolf and inform him of his brother's fate. Upon learning of Grey Wolf's demise, Black Wolf was resolute in avenging him, indifferent to the strength of his adversary. for he considered himself the mightiest in the East Blue. Once the Black Wolf pirate cruise ship anchored firmly at Roguetown Harbor, Black Wolf stood at the bow, looking down upon Li Wenjin with disdain and declared, "I have heard it is you who killed my brother. Are you prepared to join him in his eternal rest?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin gazed at the massive blade above him, swiftly employing his swift knife, Sakura, to deflect the attack, sending the Black Wolf hurtling away, leaving him perilously close to plummeting into the sea. The Black Wolf landed just half a meter from the water's edge, his expression darkening as he realized that Li Wenjin's strength seemed to surpass his own, doubtful yet resolute. The Black Wolf regained his footing and once again swung his blade towards Li Wenjin's head. Yet again, Li Wenjin's knife repelled the assault, forcing the Black Wolf to retreat 2 steps, almost sending him into the ocean. No longer underestimating Li Wenjin, the Black Wolf declared, "Today, you shall witness the full extent of my power." As he spoke, his body began to sprout fur and sharp claws, transforming him into a werewolf in less than 10 seconds. Discarding his weapon, the Black Wolf lunged at Li Wenjin with his razor-sharp claws. This time, the Black Wolf's speed was markedly increased. Before Li Wenjin could block the claws, they shifted direction, aiming for his waist. Faced with unavoidable danger, Li Wenjin chose to endure the onslaught, disregarding the Black Wolf's attack as he aimed his knife at the creature's head. The Black Wolf was momentarily startled by Li Wenjin's reckless assault but quickly regained his composure, using his formidable jaws to parry the blade while his claws continued to assault Li Wenjin's chest and waist. The Black Wolf's claws struck first, igniting a thrill within him as he anticipated tearing out Li Wenjin's innards. However, he soon found himself astonished when his claws met Li Wenjin's chest. It felt as though he had collided with a wall, merely leaving a few superficial cuts without inflicting any real harm. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Li Wenjin's knife had already reached the Black Wolf. Had the creature not instinctively bitten down on the blade, his head would have surely been severed. Even with his teeth clamping down on Li Wenjin's weapon, the Black Wolf was still sent reeling by the sheer force of Li Wenjin's strike, losing a tooth in the process. After their clash, Li Wenjin suddenly realized that the notorious Black Wolf, with a bounty of over 30 million, was not all that formidable. He had yet to employ even half of his true power, having barely utilized the abilities of the Splintering Fruit or the Navy's 6 styles, using only the Iron Block technique to fend off the Black Wolf's strikes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin observed as the Black Wolf, accompanied by members of the Black Wolf pirate crew leaping down from their ship, charged towards him once more. Instantly, he steeled himself for the confrontation. This particular crew was one that he, Li Wenjin, had lured to Roguetown, and any harm they inflicted would weigh heavily on his conscience. Thus, he resolved to hold nothing back, unleashing his full power against the Black Wolf pirate crew. His primary target was the frenzied Black Wolf. As the creature lunged at his chest again, Li Wenjin swiftly cleaved it in two. The upper half soared through the air as his blade struck the wolf's back, eliciting a piercing howl of anguish. Aware of the formidable regenerative abilities associated with animal-type devil fruits, Li Wenjin wasted no time. He sliced through the wolf's back and then plunged his knife into the retreating beast, delivering 5 successive stabs that pierced its chest, creating 5 gaping wounds. True to its notorious reputation as a bounty of 30 million, the Black Wolf evaded fatal blows even as Li Wenjin exerted his utmost strength. However, Li Wenjin soon found himself in a precarious situation as the wolf's minions opened fire upon him, forcing him into a defensive stance with no refuge in sight. Fortunately, ordinary bullets posed no threat to Li Wenjin. After reconnecting his dismembered body, he pursued the fleeing wolf, determined to prevent its escape back to the Black Wolf ship. At that moment, the Black Wolf had already reached the harbor, shielded by its subordinates, and was preparing to ascend back onto the Black Wolf vessel. Igniting a sense of urgency within Li Wenjin, he intensified his assault, dispatching those pirates attempting to obstruct his path with a single stroke, leaving them cleaved in two. The remaining pirates, now terrified, resorted to long-range gunfire. Amidst the chaos of battle with the Black Wolf pirate crew, Smoker seized the opportunity and commanded the Marines to charge. Countless soldiers surged towards the Black Wolf ship, while ordinary vessels docked at the harbor transformed into cannon-equipped ships, bombarding the pirate vessel relentlessly. The members of the Black Wolf pirate crew were thrown into disarray, scattering in every direction, granting Li Wenjin the chance he needed to close in on the Black Wolf. Li Wenjin originally intended to ascend to the Black Wolf ship using the Navy 6th style's moonwalk technique. However, with Smoker's unexpected appearance, he found it rather imprudent to employ the Navy 6th style. Should Li Wenjin utilize it, Smoker might begin to harbor suspicions regarding his true identity, a scenario Li Wenjin wished to avoid at all costs. Thus, he had no choice but to follow in the footsteps of the Black Wolf, opting for a more conventional leap onto the Black Wolf's ship. Upon boarding, Li Wenjin was immediately met with the onslaught of the pirates aboard, helplessly witnessing the Black Wolf retreat into the ship's cabin. With no knowledge of the Black Wolf's hiding place, Li Wenjin's frustration boiled over, leading him to unleash a massacre upon the pirates before pursuing the Black Wolf into the depths of the ship. The Black Wolf was a notorious wanted criminal worth over 30 million. Allowing his escape was a thought that pained Li Wenjin's heart, and he resolutely refused to let such a thing transpire. Inside the cabin, numerous pirate crew members were present. While dispatching his foes, Li Wenjin searched relentlessly for the whereabouts of the Black Wolf. To his dismay, after scouring the entire ship, he found no trace of the elusive fugitive. Upon returning to the deck, exasperation etched across his face. He was taken aback to discover Smoker resting on the deck, having captured the Black Wolf. While other Navy soldiers busied themselves clearing away the pirates. Smoker, why have you stolen my prey? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin found himself at a loss for words. It was no wonder he could not locate Black Wolf in the cabin. The audacious scoundrel had already made his escape in a small boat. Unfortunately for Black Wolf, he encountered Smoker, a formidable natural-type user. Otherwise, he might have truly evaded capture. It appeared that the bounty on Black Wolf was substantial. Yet Li Wenjin had to settle for a lesser target, the vice captain with a bounty of 12 million. After scanning the surroundings for quite some time, he still could not find any trace of the vice captain of the Black Wolf pirates. Observing Li Wenjin's fruitless search, Smoker immediately surmised what he was looking for and addressed him. There is no need to continue your search. The vice captain has already been dealt with by your friend and has likely been dragged away. It turned out that the vice captain had been eliminated by Uncle Gillo, which brought some solace to Li Wenjin. At least this battle had not been in vain, and he had gained something from it. Your friend possesses considerable strength, though he seems to have a peculiar penchant for flamboyant attire that appears quite abnormal. Smoker's sudden remark nearly elicited a laugh from Li Wenjin, who finally understood why Gillo had not been seen on the battlefield. It was likely because he had dressed so eccentrically. After dispatching the vice captain, he must have hurried back to the port to change his clothes. Each time Li Wenjin beheld Gillo's attire, he could not help but chuckle. It seemed that the Navy soldiers and the onlookers would also find amusement in Gillo's appearance. It appeared that Gillo would gain notoriety once more, albeit not for the best of reasons. Brother Smoker, I shall take my leave and return home now. I entrust this matter to you all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin contemplated the idea of returning to rest adequately, for starting tomorrow, he would embark on the pursuit of formidable pirates. No longer would he fear the notorious fugitives with bounties exceeding 20 million, for his own strength had burgeoned significantly, allowing him to engage in grand ventures. Smoker observed the glimmer of determination in Li Wenjin's eyes, fully aware that he had come to comprehend the extent of his capabilities. It was a moment brimming with confidence, and it seemed that the large pirate crews in the East Sea would soon encounter difficulties. Bidding farewell to Smoker, who made no attempt to deter him, Li Wenjin disembarked and, under the watchful gaze of naval soldiers and onlookers, made his way back to the naval headquarters. Li Wenjin's recent battle has significantly elevated his notoriety. The notorious Black Wolf, with a bounty of 31 million, could not withstand even 5 minutes against him, fleeing in utter disarray. This event did not go unnoticed by the residents of Rog Town and the naval soldiers, who witnessed everything with clarity. Chapter 34. Grand aspirations. Upon returning to the naval division, Li Wenjin pondered over his burgeoning strength, his heart brimming with excitement as he gradually slipped into slumber. After a restful 5 hours, when he ventured out to seek out Jello, he noticed that the townsfolk greeted him warmly, their eyes reflecting a newfound respect. In response to their salutations, Li Wenjin reciprocated with enthusiasm, relishing the admiration that enveloped him, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Previously, while everyone acknowledged Li Wenjin's impressive abilities, his youthful appearance evoked no admiration. However, with his strength now laid bare, the townsfolk no longer perceived him as a mere child but recognized him as a formidable warrior. The path to the Geely Tavern, which should have taken merely 20 minutes, extended to over an hour as he exchanged pleasantries with the residents. Though it left him somewhat fatigued, Li Wenjin found himself delightfully engaged in the interactions. Upon entering the Geely Tavern, he was taken aback to find it bustling with patrons at 10 in the morning, all animatedly engaged in conversation. Listening in, he couldn't help but chuckle, as the majority of their discussions revolved around Jello's peculiar attire from the previous day, with a portion also dedicated to the early morning skirmish. The tavern owner, Geely, upon spotting Li Wenjin at the entrance, approached him and whispered discreetly in his ear, "Wenjin, Jello mentioned he is waiting for you at the Moon Inn. You should go find him." Li Wenjin was somewhat taken aback. This gathering was his arrangement, so how could the location be changed unexpectedly? Jillidan immediately responded with a laugh. Indeed, Jelloa came here for a brief moment, but after being teased by the patrons, he left in a huff. Understanding dawned upon Li Wenjin, as he realized the reason behind Jelloa's change of venue. It was likely that his attire from the early hours had already made him quite the sensation in Rock Town, perhaps even more so than Li Wenjin himself. However, this notoriety was clearly not what Jelloa desired. It seemed he would avoid crowded places for the time being, waiting for this tiresome wave of attention to pass before re-emerging among others. After exchanging pleasantries with the tavern's guests, Li Wenjin bid farewell to Jillidan and made his way to the lobby of the Moonlight Inn, where he spotted Jelloa engaged in conversation with the innkeeper. "Uncle Jelloa, it appears you are now a renowned figure in Rock Town," Li Wenjin teased as he approached. Jelloa, noticing Li Wenjin's entrance, retorted with annoyance, "This is all you're doing. Who told you to give me such peculiar gear? That cannot be my fault. I cannot dictate what others provide me." Li Wenjin feigned innocence. Jelloa shot a skeptical glance at him, growing even more irritable. "Don't deceive me. I have never seen you don such equipment. Were you deliberately trying to embarrass me? How could that be? Some of your gear is even superior to mine. I was merely trying to bolster your strength out of goodwill." Jelloa dismissed Li Wenjin's words with a shake of his head, stating firmly, "I am not interested in your explanations. Just tell me what you truly want." Li Wenjin cast a glance at the proprietress before turning back to Jiro, remaining silent. Jiro, understanding Li Wenjin's unspoken intentions, led him to a guest room on the second floor of the inn, where they could converse privately. Inside the room, Li Wenjin recounted the matter of apprehending high-reward fugitives to Jiro, urging him to prepare for identifying potential targets. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Jiro exhibited no particular astonishment. After witnessing Li Wenjin's prowess in the battle against the Black Wolf the previous day, he was already aware of Li Wenjin's formidable strength. Confronting high-level fugitives was merely a matter of time for Li Wenjin. After a moment of contemplation, Jiro remarked, "Fugitives with bounties exceeding 20 million have established their own territories. Locating them will not be excessively challenging. However, their numbers are considerable, which may pose some complications in dealing with them." Li Wenjin replied nonchalantly, "The number of ordinary people is of no consequence to me. You need not worry about that. I was not implying that you fear them, but rather that they might obstruct your pursuit of the wanted criminals, allowing those fugitives an opportunity to escape." Jiro's explanation caused Li Wenjin to furrow his brow. The prospect of enemies evading capture was indeed somewhat troublesome for him. After a 5-minute contemplation, Li Wenjin ultimately declared, "Regardless, we must give it a try. If they do manage to escape, it is simply their fate." Jiro nodded. "Since you are indifferent to their escape, I have nothing further to add. I will prepare, and we shall set off in 3 days. We should also attend to the low-bounty criminals if they cross our path. Do keep that in mind." Li Wenjin added as he noticed Jiro preparing to leave. Without looking back, Jiro responded, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I have no intention of letting those ordinary fugitives slip away. After all, they are all part of Bailey." With the arrangements settled, Li Wenjin departed from the Moon Tavern and returned to the naval headquarters. With only 3 days remaining before his departure, he resolved to spend quality time with Dasky, for the next meeting might be delayed for quite some time. The Black Wolf pirates had not inflicted any harm upon Rock Town, and the 3 days were sufficient for the townsfolk to forget the incident. Now, the conflict between the Black Wolf pirates and Li Wenjin had dissipated, merely circulating among taverns and bounty hunters without causing much of a stir. At noon 3 days later, Li Wenjin and Jiro, accompanied by 10 crew members, bid farewell to Dasky at the port of Rogtown and resumed their mission to capture the wanted criminals. The Pineapple, a medium-sized sailing vessel, was the ship Li Wenjin had chosen for this expedition. When fully manned, it could accommodate at least 100 crew members. However, at present, it housed only 12, rendering the cabin exceedingly spacious. Once the Pineapple set sail, Li Wenjin and Jiro convened in the ship's office to deliberate on their forthcoming objectives. Li Wenjin retrieved a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and settled beside his desk. After taking a sip, he turned to Jiro and inquired about their next targets. Jiro promptly produced 5 wanted posters from his pocket and stated, "These 5 individuals are our next objectives. They are all pirates with established bases, making them relatively easy to track down." He spread the 5 wanted posters across the desk, ensuring that Li Wenjin could clearly see the faces depicted on them. Upon noticing one of the posters, Li Wenjin was instantly engulfed in contemplation, reflecting on aspirations he had long harbored. Chapter 35. Rescuing Nami. Jiro presented Li Wenjin with a selection of 5 wanted criminals. 1. Robert Aegis, captain of the Jaws pirate crew, with a bounty of 26 million. 2. Tyler Jason, captain of the Spirits pirate crew, with a bounty of 18 million. 3. Will Robin Hood, captain of the Mars pirate crew, with a bounty of 28 million. 4. Rajesh Ben, with a bounty of 24 million. Rajesh Ben is merely a wanted criminal without a pirate crew. Jiro chose to apprehend him due to his prolonged stay in Champagne Town, where he has remained for over a year without departure. 5. Arlong the Fishman, with a bounty of 20 million. The reason for Li Wenjin's sudden distraction lay in his sighting of the merman Arlong, which simultaneously brought to mind thoughts of Nami. Nami had already become one of the chosen candidates for Li Wenjin's future bride. Previously, he had deemed himself insufficiently powerful to confront Arlong, thus refraining from seeking trouble with the merman. However, with his strength now vastly surpassing that of Arlong, upon seeing the bounty notice for the merman, his foremost thought was to eliminate Arlong and rescue his future wife, Nami. As for the original plot of One Piece, Li Wenjin had no interest in meddling. Having traversed into this world, he was determined to pursue the woman he adored. It would be utterly disheartening to embark on this adventure without the prospect of winning her affection. Jiro, noticing Li Wenjin's intense gaze fixed upon Arlong's photograph, assumed that Li Wenjin had not encountered a merman before and was merely curious. "Wenjin, this is a merman from the Grand Line. You seem quite intrigued by him." Li Wenjin awakened, directly pointing at a photograph of Arlong, inquired, "How long will it take us to reach him?" Jello appeared somewhat astonished, as he noticed Li Wenjin seemed genuinely intrigued by the fishman Arlong. "He was our 3rd target. We must first contend with the Jaws pirate crew and the strong alcohol pirate crew before arriving at the gathering point of the fishman Arlong. Let us proceed directly to Arlong, without wasting time on the way," Li Wenjin asserted resolutely. "Li Wenjin, does this fishman hold a grudge against you? Why are you so eager to confront him?" Jello questioned. "Uncle Jello, that is none of your concern. We simply need to reach him swiftly," Li Wenjin replied. "However, if we confront Arlong first, we would have to backtrack to deal with the strong alcohol and Jaws pirate crews, which would consume a considerable amount of time." Jello felt perplexed by Li Wenjin's unwavering determination to confront Arlong. Upon hearing Jello's will, Li Wenjin and Jello engaged in a brief discussion in the office before returning directly to the deck to rest. Awaiting their arrival at their first destination, the island inhabited by the Jawbone Pirates. The leader of the Jawbone Pirates indeed possesses a pair of extraordinarily prominent incisors protruding beyond his lips, rendering him rather unsightly, despite his unappealing appearance. The captain stands at an imposing height of 2 meters and 26 centimeters, complemented by his robust musculature and his formidable weapon, a spiked club, making him resemble a humanoid monster. When Li Wenjin and his companions discovered the giant tooth pirate crew, they found them basking in the sun at their stronghold, a small uninhabited island. Li Wenjin was in a hurry to find Nami and wasted no time with the gaping tooth pirates. Upon reaching the island, he unleashed his full power, launching a ferocious assault on the crew, resulting in the demise of over half of their members. The captain of the gaping tooth pirates was struck with such force that his ribcage shattered, nearly leading to his death. In contrast, Li Wenjin emerged unscathed, having utilized his disintegration abilities without suffering even a scratch. After vanquishing the gaping tooth pirates, Jello swiftly began to loot their treasures. Acting with remarkable speed as Li Wenjin had instructed them to gather riches within an hour, as they needed to hasten their journey to Cocoa Village. Jello found Li Wenjin's demeanor perplexing. On their way to confront the gaping tooth pirates, they had encountered a notorious fugitive with a bounty of 5 million. Yet Li Wenjin chose to disregard him completely, focusing solely on their intended target. The spoils from the Gaping Tooth Pirates amounted to over 7 million berries, alongside various treasures, including the captain with a bounty of 26 million, 2 combatants each with a bounty of 6 million, and ultimately, a single ship from the Gaping Tooth Pirates. Following their conquest, the Pineapple set sail towards the Raging Rum Pirates, tirelessly navigating day and night. Jello expressed his grievances towards Li Wenjin, who remained indifferent to his complaints, merely urging them onward. The captain of the Raging Rum Pirates was a 30-year-old sharpshooter wielding dual pistols. Unfortunately for him, his gunfire proved ineffective against Li Wenjin, leading to his bitter defeat and subsequent capture. Li Wenjin's fierce beating of his adversaries was entirely justified. The reason being, upon his arrival at the gathering place of the Liquor Pirates, he discovered, much to his dismay, that they were absent. This unfortunate turn of events forced him to wait until dusk, when the Liquor Pirates returned from their plundering escapades. The delay of 5 to 6 hours naturally soured Li Wenjin's mood, leading him to take out his frustrations on the Liquor Pirates, whom he subsequently punished severely. The Liquor Pirates had amassed a bounty of 8 million berries, along with various treasures and a single ship, as well as one wanted criminal with a bounty of 18 million. Having dealt with the Liquor Pirates, the Pineapple ship continued its journey. As they drew nearer to Kokoxia village, Li Wenjin's excitement grew, his thoughts consumed by Nami and whether she was indeed in Kokoxia village. Departing from Rotown. After capturing both the Giant Tooth Pirates and the Liquor Pirates, Li Wenjin and his crew reached the shores of Kokoxia village in a mere 4 days. A feat made possible by Li Wenjin's relentless urging of the Pineapple ship to sail day and night. Upon arriving at the port of Kokoxia village, Li Wenjin appeared with the vessels of the 2 pirate crews, and naturally, no one dared to approach out of curiosity. However, 2 mermen at the port seemed quite intrigued by Li Wenjin's 3 ships. As they spotted the vessels approaching Kokoxia village, the 2 mermen leapt into the water, swimming towards Li Wenjin and his crew. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin delivered a swift kick to Jello, expressing his displeasure with a sharp retort. Cease your trivial chatter and swiftly retrieve them. Should they escape, I shall deduct from your wages. Upon hearing the threat of a pay cut, Jello hurriedly rallied 2 crew members to the sea to apprehend the 2 fishmen. Chapter 36, Kokoxia under Li Wenjin's directive. Jello and his companions swiftly brought the 2 fishmen aboard. Li Wenjin immediately commenced his interrogation. Where is Along? Despite their injuries, the captured fishmen remained defiant, retorting, How dare you harm us, noble fishmen? Brother Along will surely avenge us. Their insolent response ignited Li Wenjin's fury. He unsheathed his knife, coldly declaring, You will answer my questions as posed. The one who hesitates shall meet their demise. He demanded, Now tell me, where is Along? Despite Li Wenjin's menacing threat, the fishman remained obstinately silent, infuriating him further. In a fit of rage, he severed the neck of one fishman, turning his glare upon the other. Will you speak now? Refusal will lead you to share his fate. The remaining fishman, witnessing the gruesome scene of his companion's demise, trembled in terror, struggling to articulate his words. Li Wenjin observed the incoherent merman, and with a swift stroke of his blade, he dispatched the last of them. Wenjin, dear brother, what has transpired during this time? You seem to have transformed into a rather frantic version of yourself. This merman was on the verge of speaking, yet you chose to eliminate him, Jiro remarked, a frown creasing his brow as he witnessed Li Wenjin slay the 2 captured mermen. Withdrawing his sword and sheathing it, Li Wenjin replied with an air of calmness. Am I truly being frantic? Is it not a commonplace act to rid the world of 2 villains? Jiro shook his head repeatedly. You were never one to take lives so indiscriminately. Having already committed the act, there is no need for further dialogue. Let us hasten our landing and not delay our mission any longer. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, having disembarked at Kokoyasi village. Li Wenjin and his companions were unaware that a fishman had already witnessed their dispatch of 2 of his kind and their subsequent landing. This particular fishman, initially swimming idly beneath the waves, observed Li Wenjin eliminate his comrades as they approached the Going Merry, an act that instilled in him a profound reluctance to surface. As Li Wenjin's group made their way into Kokoyashi village, the fishman swiftly retrieved the bodies of the fallen from the water and conveyed them back towards Arlong Park. Upon setting foot in the village, Li Wenjin addressed Hiro, instructing him to remain there and summon him if needed, as he intended to explore the village and confront Arlong at Arlong Park. Hiro, casting his gaze upon Kokoyashi village, expressed his curiosity, inquiring as to what could be of interest in such an ordinary-looking settlement. Li Wenjin cast a glance at Jello, her voice tinged with sorrow as she said, "You wouldn't understand. There is a woman here who needs rescuing." Jello was momentarily speechless, realizing that Li Wenjin's recent restlessness stemmed from a woman. This revelation left him at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to utter, "Wenjin, my dear brother, are you not already wed to a naval wife in Rogtown? How is it that you now find yourself enamored with another woman? Is this not a sign of excessive infidelity? Your affairs are of no concern to me. Do you think I am like you, a mere innkeeper who has failed to settle matters for 15 years? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Originally, Li Wenjin intended to inquire about Nami's residence, but witnessing the villagers shuttering their doors and windows, he was left with no choice but to seek it out himself. Reflecting on the narrative of One Piece, Li Wenjin recalled that Nami's home was situated in isolation on a mountain. He ascended to the rooftops of the village, gazing out at the mountainous landscape in search of a house. He swiftly located dwellings atop two peaks and descended, making his way toward one of them. Scarcely had he taken a few steps when he found his path obstructed by a figure, none other than a Jien, the village constable of Kokoyashi, a minor character in the One Piece saga. Jien's sudden appearance filled Li Wenjin with a sense of relief, as he would no longer have to wander aimlessly. He could simply request a Jien to lead him to Nami's abode. "Young man, this is not a place for you. You must depart at once. For Arlong the fishman will arrive shortly," a Jien warned. From the moment Li Wenjin's vessel reached Kokoyashi village, a Jien had been observing from a concealed vantage point. Upon witnessing Li Wenjin dispatch two fishmen and disembark, he had trailed behind, curious as to his intentions. Naturally, he had also observed Li Wenjin surveying the mountains from the rooftops. Fearing that Li Wenjin intended to cause trouble for Nami's family, a Jien stepped forward, hoping to deter him with the mention of Arlong the fishman. "How did you know that Arlong was coming?" Li Wenjin inquired, his curiosity piqued. "The fishmen who patrol here always travel in groups of 3. As you have slain 2, the remaining one will undoubtedly return to report. You must flee with haste." A Jien's words were indeed factual, yet Li Wenjin harbored no fear of Arlong. Upon hearing that Arlong might be approaching, he was filled with elation, as it would spare him the journey to Arlong Park. "Young man, did you not hear my warning? I said that Arlong is coming. Why do you smile?" A Jien exclaimed, at a loss for words. He could not fathom why Li Wenjin was smiling despite the impending arrival of Arlong. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin understood perfectly what a Jien was contemplating. He directly clarified, "I am not here to apprehend her. I have heard that the girl possesses exceptional navigational skills. I hope she can be my navigator and guide me to the Grand Line." Li Wenjin was not here to capture Nami, which momentarily eased a Jien's mind. He glanced at Li Wenjin and said, "I am unaware of how you acquired this information, but Nami is currently an officer at Arlong Park. If you wish to recruit her as a navigator, You must first defeat Arlong. Then tell me where Nami is, and I shall seek her myself, Li Wenjin replied straightforwardly. Ajian hesitated for a moment but ultimately responded, she should be at Arlong Park. She's been there recently. The knowledge that Nami was at Arlong Park filled Li Wenjin with delight, for it meant he could eliminate Arlong, seize his treasures, and subsequently take Nami away. As for whether Nami would consent, Li Wenjin was resolute. Her dissent would not deter him. He intended to acquire what he desired without fail, and if Nami refused, he would simply capture her and nurture their relationship over time. Since Nami is at Arlong Park, I shall make my way there immediately. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin set off towards a long paradise, while the fleeing fisherman returned with the corpses of 2 companions to report to Along. Along gazed at the lifeless bodies on the ground, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. He called out to the fisherman officer beside him. Summon all our brethren at once. We shall head to Kikishia village and capture that despicable scoundrel to feed to the fish. Officer Kellyuobi hurriedly interjected, Brother Along, allow me to accompany Xiaoba instead. If you wreak havoc upon Kikishia village, it will not bode well with Nami. Enraged, Along retorted, No. I must go myself. Kellyuobi attempted further persuasion but was interrupted by the arrival of a fisherman comrade bearing news. Brother Along, 3 ships are approaching us, 2 of which are flying the pirate flag. Upon hearing this, the fisherman who had escaped back to Along Paradise exclaimed, Brother Along, it is those 3 ships that have slain our brethren. Along erupted into manic laughter and declared to Kellyuobi, It seems they are coming for us. I shall remain here and await their arrival. You go and summon the brothers back. Kellyuobi replied, I will do so at once. In light of such a significant event at Along Paradise, Nami, working atop the building, was already aware of the unfolding situation. However, she showed no reaction, continuing to chart her sea maps within her room. In her heart, she regarded Li Wenjin and his companions merely as yet another batch of fools marching towards their demise. She was utterly indifferent. What occupied Nami's thoughts was the detestable bounty hunter, Iron Rooster, who had captured all the wanted criminals in the East Sea, leaving her with meager earnings over the past year. As such, her goal of amassing 100 million berries seemed increasingly distant. If Li Wenjin were aware that Nami harbored daily curses against him, he might even feel a sense of delight, for even in her hatred, it would signify that she held him in her thoughts. Kokoja village is not far from Along Paradise, and Li Wenjin and his companions arrived at the nearby waters of Along Paradise in merely half an hour. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's actions were well understood by Along and his companions. However, when Along noticed that Li Wenjin was not fleeing but rather approaching them, he decided to forego dealing with the 3 ships and instead prepared to confront Li Wenjin. Along refrained from confronting Jero and his group primarily because they were already aware of Li Wenjin's identity. As a renowned bounty hunter in the East China Sea, most wanted criminals in the region recognized Li Wenjin by his appearance. Furthermore, many of the fugitives captured by Li Wenjin had gained some notoriety in the East China Sea. Thus, Along resolved to address the more significant threat posed by Li Wenjin before turning to his subordinates. After all, a person's reputation often precedes them. The fact that the formidable Li Wenjin had captured numerous wanted criminals indicated his considerable prowess. While Along did not fear Li Wenjin, he was keen to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Chapter 38. Nami. Upon arriving at the entrance of Along's paradise, Li Wenjin noticed that the fishermen stationed at the gate, despite glaring at him with menacing eyes, did not impede his entry into Along's paradise. Since the lackeys refrained from intervening, Li Wenjin chose to ignore them and, with an air of calm confidence, walked into the depths of Along's paradise amidst their hostile gazes. Once inside, Li Wenjin immediately spotted Along lounging on a sun chair, flanked by 3 fishermen officers who stood at his side. Have you come to apprehend me? Along inquired, now composed and ready to engage Li Wenjin in a game of wits. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted with a single strike. Li Wenjin made it abundantly clear to Alone that his subordinates were no match for him. In a haste, Alone called out to intervene, attempting to prevent Ubi and Gio from charging towards Li Wenjin. Ubi, Gio, do not proceed. However, before Alone could finish his warning, Ubi and Gio were sent flying back, colliding directly with him, causing all three to tumble to the ground. Ubi and Gio, injured, struggled to rise, while Alone, unscathed, quickly regained his footing. With reddened eyes, he glared fiercely at Li Wenjin. What are you staring at? If you were to kneel and surrender, you might endure less suffering. Otherwise, I will make you understand the true meaning of a fate worse than death. Li Wenjin remained oblivious to Ulung's menacing glare, audaciously declaring his intentions. Ulung cast a fleeting glance at Krolby, Gio, and Shaba, recognizing their temporary incapacity to assist. Before turning back to address Li Wenjin, it appears there is no need for negotiations. Today, I shall ensure your demise right here. With that, Ulung lunged at Li Wenjin, employing his palms and formidable teeth as weapons. Confident in his ironclad defense, Li Wenjin chose not to evade Ulung's onslaught. Instead, he executed the Navy Sixth style, piercing Ulung's chest with a finger thrust, creating a small puncture. As for Ulung's retaliatory strikes, whether the forceful palms against his chest or the attempt to bite at his neck, they inflicted no harm upon Li Wenjin whatsoever. Observing Ulung, now immobilized with vacant eyes, Li Wenjin withdrew his finger from the wound and, with a swift motion, delivered a powerful kick that sent Ulung crashing into the towering walls of Ulung Paradise, collapsing the structure upon impact. Li Wenjin deliberately kicked Ulung away to the heights of a building, distancing him from the shoreline. If Ulung had managed to escape into the water, it would have likely consumed precious time for Li Wenjin. Presently, all of Li Wenjin's thoughts were focused on Nami, leaving him no inclination to engage in any playful antics with Ulung. Thus, after Ulung was propelled into the room within Ulung Paradise, Li Wenjin swiftly pursued him, intent on launching another assault to eliminate him once and for all. Upon bursting into the room, Li Wenjin immediately beheld Ulung wielding a serrated knife, glaring fiercely at him. Strangely, the small wound on Ulung's chest seemed to have vanished, leaving behind only a faint scar as evidence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin turned around and discovered that he had been knocked away. Kruby was speaking, and both Cho and Xiao Ba had already recovered. The three of them were advancing towards Nami. How dare these three fishmen confront his future wife? With a swift application of the Marine Six Styles, Li Wenjin appeared before the trio of fishmen and unleashed a series of 3 powerful kicks, sending them flying once more. This time, Li Wenjin exerted all his strength. It was uncertain when the fisherman would regain consciousness. After dispatching the trio, he promptly approached Nami and, with a gentle demeanor, inquired, "Are you Miss Nami? I recognize you. You are the bounty hunter known as Iron Rooster, are you not?" Nami's words caused Li Wenjin's mouth to twitch involuntarily. He loathed being called Iron Rooster. Now that Nami had addressed him as such, he felt powerless to retaliate, which left him rather displeased. "Miss Nami, I am Li Wenjin." "Not Iron Rooster," he replied, exasperation evident in his voice. "But outside, everyone refers to you as Iron Rooster," Nami retorted. Just as she finished speaking, a Jin suddenly leaped forward, exclaiming, "Nami, Master Li Wenjin is our benefactor. How could you refer to him as Iron Rooster? That is exceedingly impolite." Upon seeing a Jin, Nami could no longer contain her previously suppressed emotions and immediately threw herself into a Jin's embrace, weeping. She gazed at Li Wenjin with an expression of profound envy, wishing to banish a Jin so she could seek comfort from him instead. Jello approached Li Wenjin with a smile, saying, "Wenjin, don't keep staring. It seems that little beauty has little interest in you. You should hasten to find treasure and not disturb their conversation." Li Wenjin cast a fierce glare at Jiro and strode towards the A-Long building, intent on seizing A-Long's riches. He did not wish to interrupt the nostalgic exchange between a Jin and Nami, as he felt it necessary to allow Nami some time to vent her emotions. After half an hour, Li Wenjin emerged from the A-Long Paradise building, his spirits lifted, carrying a substantial bag of treasures. A-Long, indeed, proved to be the notorious villain who had conquered 8 towns. Within the building, Li Wenjin had amassed a staggering sum of 190 million berries, alongside a considerable trove of gold and jewels, which greatly elevated his mood. Just as he exited the building, he heard Nami's voice. "Li Wenjin, what is it that you are carrying on your back?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Li Wenjin refused to yield the treasure, prompting Nami to express her indignation. "Say what you will, but I shall not part with the treasure," Li Wenjin retorted, adopting a defiant attitude, indifferent to Nami's taunts of being a miser. As Li Wenjin attempted to depart with the treasure in tow, Nami quickly interjected, "Hey, I've heard you wish for me to be your navigator. If you grant me the treasure, I shall acquiesce to your request." API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Li Wenjin felt a profound sense of joy. For Nami had agreed to join him. The loss of some wealth was of no concern to him, for his affection was not truly for treasure. It was the system that held such an obsession. Were it not for the system's lottery requiring berries, he would have no interest in toiling for riches. He could easily capture a few pirates and spend his days at home with his wife, which epitomized his ideal life. Presently, Li Wenjin devoted himself to enhancing his abilities to ensure the protection of his beloved. Once he achieved invincibility, he would retire and return to her side. After taking the treasure, Nami stood in stunned silence for 2 minutes before casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at Li Wenjin and asking, "May I retract my earlier proposal?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Li Wenjin smiled and said, "No matter what you say, you have already promised, and I shall not let you go." Nami fell silent for a moment, her tone calming as she inquired of Li Wenjin, "Are you setting sail now?" API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Li Wenjin did not pursue Nami, as he still had matters to attend to with Jello, particularly the aftermath of the incident at the Dragon Park, which also required his attention. Time swiftly passed, and 5 hours later, at 10 o'clock in the evening, within the confines of Nami and Nokigo's residence, Nami cast an irritated glance at Li Wenjin and remarked, "What brings you to my home? Do you not possess your own ship?" Li Wenjin sat comfortably at the table in Nami's living room, savoring the delectable refreshments prepared for him by Nojiko, as he replied contentedly, "My ship is set to transport pirates back to Logtown. At present, I have no place to reside, hence I must stay here with you." Nami intended to remain in Cocoa Village for 7 days. during which Li Wenjin arranged for Jello to escort 5 wanted criminals and their pirate ship back to Loketown. This round trip would conveniently take 7 days, allowing Li Wenjin to accompany Nami during her stay in Cocoa Village. In Cocoa Village, a festive celebration was underway, and Nami remarked, "If you were to go there, ample accommodations would be available for you. Why have you chosen to come to my home? What is your true motive?" It was evident that Nami was skeptical of Li Wenjin's excuse. At that moment, Nojiko approached Li Wenjin and, after refilling his cup with drink, stated, There, Nami. Brother Wenjin is the savior of Cocoa Village. What difference does it make if he stays with us?" Nami expressed her displeasure at Nojiko for defending Li Wenjin, exclaiming, "Sister, why do you assist a stranger instead of me?" Nojiko merely shook her head, choosing not to engage further with Nami. She lifted her teacup and departed, fully aware of the affection reflected in Li Wenjin's eyes toward Nami, and thus refraining from interrupting their conversation. Chapter 40. The sweep of the East Sea. With Arlong vanquished by Li Wenjin, Cocoa Village began to bustle with activity. As Li Wenjin resided in Nami's home, villagers frequently visited, bearing gifts for him. Over the course of 7 days, the villagers had come to understand that Li Wenjin had come to eliminate Arlong primarily because he held affections for Nami and wished to take her as his bride. Li Wenjin found himself at a loss when it came to elucidating the situation, for he had merely expressed his desire for Nami to become his navigator. Yet, by the time the news reached the village of Kokasia, it had inexplicably morphed into an assertion that he intended to marry Nami. Although the villagers of Kokasia articulated the rumor as if it were his true sentiment, Li Wenjin would never concede to such claims. In fact, he was even less inclined to refute the gossip, as he secretly relished the notion of its further dissemination. Nami, naturally incensed by the rumors, felt powerless to halt their spread and ultimately took out her frustrations on Li Wenjin, incessantly urging him to personally travel to Kokasia to clarify the misconceptions. Unfortunately, Li Wenjin paid her little heed. As 7 days elapsed, the pineapple ship returned to Kokasia, and Li Wenjin bade farewell to Noki before retreating to the ship to await Nami's arrival. Nami's departure might extend for an indefinite period, compelling Li Wenjin to allow her one evening to bid farewell to her friends in Kokasia. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's wealth has now surpassed 270 million. He directly engaged in a high-level lottery 27 times, resulting in the acquisition of Thunder God, Enel's Golden Staff, which enhances strength by 260 points, Phoenix, Marco's Feathered Cloak, which provides an additional 240 points of defense, and Fighting Champion, Shisasa Bagas' Champion Belt, which boosts defense by 180 points. Regarding the new trio of equipment, Li Wenjin sighed, realizing that the only item he could replace was Enel's Golden Staff, while the other 2 pieces of equipment would have to remain in the system's inventory as backups. Li Wenjin unsheathed the dual swords of Doma, which augmented his strength by 85 points, and equipped Enel's Golden Staff, thereby increasing his power by an additional 175 points. This brought his total strength to 175, comparable to that of a naval sergeant. Intending to bestow Doma's dual swords upon Jello, Li Wenjin was acutely aware that Jello had likely deduced his role as the one enhancing attributes. Having accompanied Li Wenjin for over a year, it was only natural for Jello to suspect that Li Wenjin was the enigmatic figure behind the enhancements. However, being astute, Jello chose to remain silent about Li Wenjin's little ruse, lest he jeopardize their relationship. After equipping the new gear, Li Wenjin proceeded to the bow of the ship to rest and simultaneously discuss their forthcoming itinerary with Jello. Originally, their plan was to apprehend 5 notorious pirates before returning to Rowtown, but having already captured 3 and returned once, it was imperative to devise a new plan. On board the Pineapple, Li Wenjin and Jello deliberated for 2 hours before ultimately establishing a revised target list. In addition to the 2 previously unapprehended pirates, Jello added 6 more to their agenda. 1. Karundo Pirates, bounty of 16 million berries. 2. Golden Feather Pirates, bounty of 24 million berries. 3. Tomato Pirates, bounty of 15 million berries. 4. King of Bandits, Mark Monchi, bounty of 38 million berries. 5. Black Star Pirates, bounty of 22 million berries. 6. Windsword Pirates, bounty of 20 million berries. With the target set, Li Wenjin returned to his room to rest, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Nami the following morning to embark once more on their quest to capture the wanted criminals. At 11 o'clock that night, as Li Wenjin had already succumbed to slumber, Jello unexpectedly knocked on his door. Wenjin, Miss Nami has arrived. She requests that we set sail immediately. Upon hearing of Nami's arrival, Li Wenjin sprang from his bed and followed Jello to the deck, where he beheld Nami orchestrating the departure. Li Wenjin approached Nami and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Nami, aren't you going to spend a little more time conversing with Nojiko and the others? Nami glanced at the already extinguished lights of Kokoshiya village and replied, since we are leaving anyway, what difference does it make whether we depart early or late? Although Nami spoke with an air of calmness, Li Wenjin could discern a trace of reluctance in her demeanor. Thus, he offered her words of comfort, saying, whenever you wish to return, I will bring you back to see it. Nami, slightly displeased, retorted, if I want to come back, I will do so on my own. I'm not bound to you, so there is no need for you to escort me. All right, you may do as you please, Li Wenjin replied, feeling somewhat helpless. After a brief moment of silence, Nami then asked, I heard you intend to venture into the Grand Line. When do you plan to set sail? Perhaps in about a year, he responded. During this year, we aim to apprehend all the bounty criminals in the East Blue first. Nami, filled with curiosity, questioned, what purpose does all that money serve? Are you planning to save it all? Li Wenjin removed a ring from his finger and handed it to Nami, saying, you wear it for now, and I will explain how I have been utilizing my finances. Nami gazed at the dark, unremarkable ring he offered her. After a brief moment of hesitation, she slipped it onto her middle finger, only to be immediately enveloped by a surge of power coursing through her body. Astonished, she examined the ring on her finger, striving to discern any peculiarities, yet her efforts yielded no revelations. What on earth is happening? Please explain, Nami inquired, perplexed. The concept of equipment possessing attributes was no longer a secret, and Li Wenjin straightforwardly elucidated the situation to her, omitting only the fact that he was the creator of the equipment. After absorbing his explanation, Nami reflected, no wonder you are so intent on collecting treasures. It appears you seek to acquire more formidable gear. You are indeed correct. Thus, we must strive to earn more. Who knows? Perhaps someday you too could possess the strength of a marine admiral, Li Wenjin replied with a smile. Nami shook her head repeatedly. A marine admiral? If I could attain even your current level of power, I would be thoroughly satisfied. Li Wenjin smiled and said, then let us strive to amass wealth. You will inevitably possess my level of prowess. Nami, now aware of the significance of equipment, felt a spark of interest in the prospect of earning money to acquire it. Thus, she began to engage in discussions with Li Wenjin about how they could amass greater fortunes. Together, the two financial enthusiasts embarked on their journey to accumulate wealth. Chapter 41, The Rajus. The Pineapple ship set sail, with its initial target being the Mars pirate crew, who carried a bounty of 28 million berries. The Mars pirate crew, unfortunate in their endeavors, had not yet been located by Li Wenjin. Instead, they sought him out, intending to plunder the Pineapple ship. Li Wenjin was troubled by the inability to locate them when they suddenly appeared. Naturally, he showed no mercy, soaring onto the ship of the Mars pirates with an elegant moonstep, single-handedly annihilating them all. With the demise of the Mars pirates, Li Wenjin and his companions set their course for Flying Fish Island, the reputed hideout of Raji's Bin. It cannot truly be deemed a hideout, as Raji's Bin boldly operates in the vicinity of Flying Fish Island, eluding capture by others. Flying Fish Island is renowned throughout the East Sea for the abundant flying fish inhabiting its waters, and the delectable taste of these fish has attracted many humans to the island. Gradually, Flying Fish Island has transformed into a bustling hub in the East Sea. Li Wenjin and his companions took a total of 5 days to journey from Kokoshiya village to Flying Fish Island. During this time, they not only managed to capture members of the Mars pirate crew, but also eliminated 3 or 4 minor thugs, each with bounties in the millions. Upon landing on Flying Fish Island, Nami and Jello set about dealing with the pirate ship and the supplies they had acquired, while Li Wenjin headed directly to the tavern frequented by Rajus to seek out information. The Senkei Tavern, nestled in a secluded alley of Flying Fish Island, could be described as a place within a slum. After inquiring for directions for quite some time, Li Wenjin finally located the Senkei Tavern. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming aura of hostility, which swiftly dissipated, redirecting the attentions of all patrons squarely upon him. As he surveyed the clientele, he understood the source of the earlier tension. Nearly everyone in the tavern was clad in the garb of bounty hunters. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Li Wenjin, with a frosty expression, inquired, who are you? Are you seeking trouble? The man in gray, blocking Li Wenjin's path, repeatedly gestured, "Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire if you're Li Wenjin." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As soon as Li Wenjin's words fell, the tavern erupted into a lively commotion. "I told you he was a miser. Yet you still did not believe. Is he truly that formidable? After all, he is merely a child. What business does a miser have here? Does he intend to usurp our trade? It goes without saying that he should capture Rajesh Ben. With nothing better to do, he comes here instead." The bounty hunters within the tavern began to discuss matters concerning Li Wenjin, which greatly displeased him, for they were all misers. And their incessant clamor was anything but comforting to Li Wenjin. The man in gray, standing before him, noticed Li Wenjin's furrowed brow and promptly shouted to the bounty hunters, "Refrain from chatter. I have matters to discuss with Li Wenjin." The man in gray seemed to hold a certain esteem in the tavern, and his commanding voice swiftly silenced the room. Once silence fell, he addressed Li Wenjin. "I am Dong Jies, a bounty hunter like your esteemed self." "I care not," Li Wenjin scoffed. "Are you suggesting that without you, I would be unable to locate Rajesh Ben?" Dong Jies nodded. "Rajesh Ben is exceptionally skilled at evasion. Otherwise, after more than a year hiding on Flying Fish Island, he would have been captured long ago. Now, with his severe injuries and a more concealed hiding place, it will be exceedingly difficult for my young brother to find him without our cooperation." Dong Ji's words left Li Wenjin feeling quite helpless. If he were to linger here too long, he might as well pursue other fugitives. Spending 10 days or more on a single bounty was hardly pragmatic. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wenjin proposed, "If you can locate Rajesh Ben before dawn, I shall agree to share half the bounty with you." Dong Ji's, elated, exclaimed, "Deal." With their agreement in place, Dong Ji's promptly organized the bounty hunters within the tavern to scout for Rajesh Ben's hideout, while he and Li Wenjin awaited news in the tavern. During in the tavern, Li Wenjin awaited until 10 o'clock in the evening when two bounty hunters returned to report that they had located Rajesh Ben. They urged Li Wenjin and Dong Jies to hurry, lest Rajesh Ben escape once more. Following closely behind the bounty hunters, Li Wenjin navigated through the slums, ultimately arriving at the facade of a dilapidated building. The leading bounty hunter announced, "Brother Dong Jies, Rajesh Ben is inside." Dong Jies turned to Li Wenjin and said, "Young brother, it is now your turn. We shall wait for you outside." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin could not help but admire the situation. In such a pitch-black room, he, a man of action, had been struck in a vital area, and every shot had found its mark. Rajesh, indeed, lived up to his reputation as a sharpshooter. With 4 consecutive shots fired, Li Wenjin had discerned his location and charged directly towards the gunman. After traversing through the broken doors of 2 rooms, he successfully located Rajesh. However, it was more accurate to say that Rajesh had revealed himself to Li Wenjin, as he remained seated on the ground, motionless, refusing to flee. "So it was you. No wonder you were hit by 4 bullets, yet remain unscathed. It seems today I am destined for misfortune," Li Wenjin remarked. Upon finishing his words, Rajesh immediately coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, revealing to Li Wenjin the severity of his injuries. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin remarked. "What is there to find amusing? If you possess no desires, I shall take you away this instant." Rajesh, remaining silent, tossed a small box to Li Wenjin and stated, I am on the brink of death and have no wishes left. This trinket is yours. Rajesh, nearing his end, posed no threat to Li Wenjin, who readily accepted the box. Upon opening it, Li Wenjin gasped in astonishment. The devil fruit. Indeed, it was the fabled devil fruit, which I had seized from Colonel Keaton during our encounter. I had initially intended to sell it, never anticipating that the party engaged in trade with Keaton would suddenly attack me. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have met my demise right then and there. Rajesh uttered in a feeble tone. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon the conclusion of Li Wenjin's words, Rajesh Bin had just consumed the ointment. Almost immediately, he felt a wave of warmth enveloping his body, and the pain that had plagued him began to dissipate. Rajesh Bin, who was on the brink of death, harbored no fear of Li Wenjin, as the substance he had received was poison. Thus, upon receiving the ointment, he consumed it without hesitation. Within the span of a minute, Rajesh Bin experienced a remarkable transformation. His injuries had entirely vanished. Aside from feeling a tad unwell due to excessive blood loss, he felt as if he had never been harmed at all. How do you feel? Do you have the strength to fight me once more? Li Wenjin inquired. Rajesh Bin moved his body slightly and replied to Li Wenjin, young master. I am perfectly fine. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin, with a sense of resignation, remarked, call it what you will. We are pressed for time to engage in battle. When the moment arrives, you shall make your appearance to assure those outside that you are unharmed, and then you will await my arrival at the port. Rajesh Bin immediately comprehended Li Wenjin's intent to feign a confrontation and subsequently make an escape. In doing so, Li Wenjin would be able to placate the outside bounty hunters by asserting that Rajesh Bin had sustained no injuries, thus providing a convenient excuse for his release. Chapter 43. The One-Minded Dojo. Having entered the building, Li Wenjin had been inside for over 20 minutes. If he didn't leave soon or make some noise, the bounty hunters outside might grow suspicious. As Li Wenjin and Rajesh Bin had already formulated their plan, they commenced a simulated battle within the building, filling the air with the cacophony of gunfire and the sounds of shattering debris. Dong Jie, who had been waiting outside the building, was growing impatient and was about to dispatch someone to investigate when he heard the sounds of gunfire and combat emanating from within. He immediately rescinded his order. However, Dong Jie was soon bewildered as he witnessed Rajesh Bin leaping from a third-story window and fleeing into the distance, showing no signs of injury. A minute later, Li Wenjin also emerged from the building and approached Dong Jie, exclaiming with palpable indignation, "Are you trying to deceive me?" Rajesh Bin looked nothing like he was injured. If I hadn't been cautious, I would have been wounded by him. Dong Jie, at a loss for words, could only lamely reply, "When we encountered him yesterday, he was indeed severely injured." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin observed the retreat of Dongjis and his companions, a faint smile gracing his lips as he made his way towards the harbor, preparing to rendezvous with Rajesh Bin before departing from Flying Fish Island. At 2 o'clock in the morning, upon his return to the harbor, a figure donned in a black cat mask approached him, declaring, "Young master, I am Rajesh Bin." Gazing at Rajesh Bin, clad entirely in dark attire and adorned with the enigmatic mask, Li Wenjin chuckled, "Your movements are quite swift. Where did you acquire such attire and a mask?" Rajesh Bin replied, "Young master, I have been on Flying Fish Island for over a year. There are indeed a few secret bases." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he sighed and said, "Let us return to the ship." When aboard, You shall refer to yourself as the Black Cat, so as to avoid revealing your true identity. Rajesh Ben nodded in understanding. I comprehend, young master. Could you refrain from calling me young master? Li Wenjin replied with exasperation. Rajesh Ben remained silent, and Li Wenjin understood that his companion was unwilling to comply. With a sense of resignation, he led Rajesh Ben back to the pineapple. Upon their return, they found Jello and Nami already fast asleep, leaving only 2 crew members on deck, keeping watch through the night. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin acquired a devil fruit, the nature of which remained a mystery to him, just as it was to Rajas. After contemplating for a considerable time, he was unable to identify it and decided to stow it away for future investigation upon returning to Rogue Town, where he would enlist Smoker's assistance in unraveling the enigma. Smoker, a high-ranking officer's progeny within the Navy, could certainly assist in consulting the Navy headquarters Devil Fruit Compendium. Departing from Fishman Island, Li Wenjin and his companions continued their pursuit of wanted criminals. With the addition of the Black Cat, Rajas, their endeavors became markedly more effortless. Among the 6 targets assigned by Jello, aside from the time spent dealing with the king of mountain bandits, the others were resolved swiftly. Regarding the bounties below 10 million, the Black Cat adeptly handled them, allowing Li Wenjin to remain uninvolved. Although Jello harbored suspicions about the Black Cat's true identity as Rajas, he refrained from voicing them, recognizing that the Black Cat's identity was of no concern to him. Over the course of the past month at sea, Jello had come to greatly respect Nami's negotiation skills and promptly delegated the matters of selling pirate ships and treasures to her, focusing instead on gathering intelligence. As a month elapsed, Li Wenjin chose not to return to Rogue Town, apprehensive that Nami and Dasky would clash catastrophically. He resolved to postpone his return until he had advanced further with Nami. After exchanging bounties for wanted criminals at various naval branches in 2 separate instances, Li Wenjin and his group continued their pursuit of fugitives throughout the East Blue. The smaller naval branches lacked sufficient berries for Li Wenjin to claim all the bounties, prompting them to divide their efforts across 2 locations. 3 months passed without Li Wenjin returning to Rogue Town. Instead, he found himself in Shimatsuki Village, the very place he had yearned to visit upon entering the world of One Piece. Shimatsuki Village is the site of the One Heart Dojo, where Zoro and Kung Shirlang honed their swordsmanship. Initially, Li Wenjin had no intention of landing at Shimatsuki Village, having received reliable information that Zoro had already set sail and was no longer present. Moreover, Li Wenjin was more eager to confront his next target, the Clown Buggy. In Li Wenjin's estimation, the likelihood of capturing Buggy was rather slim, as he believed the luck of the Great Buggy was exceedingly fortuitous, leaving him to wonder what unforeseen events might transpire during the attempt to apprehend him. Li Wenjin ultimately chose to land in Zimiziji Village, driven by an insatiable curiosity. He yearned to discover whether Kung Shirlang, often speculated to possess the strength of an admiral in the anime One Piece, truly held such power. Upon reaching the coast of Zimiziji Village, Li Wenjin made his way toward the renowned Isen Dojo, which enjoys considerable fame in the area. A brief inquiry allowed him to easily locate the dojo's whereabouts. As he journeyed to the Isen Dojo, Li Wenjin took a moment to assess his current attributes and equipment. In his system's equipment inventory, he possessed 10 items, including a set of 5 standard Navy gear: Inel's golden iron staff, the twin swords of the flower sword by Taisai, the long sword of the ghost spider, and Vice Admiral Deo Bowman's blade, alongside the 445 flame fruit. Vice Admiral Deo Bowman's blade grants an impressive boost of 160 points to strength. As for the item he replaced, Crocodile's iron hook, Li Wenjin had materialized it and gifted it to the Black Cat as equipment. Unfortunately, the Black Cat seemed to have little fondness for it, merely strapping it to its back as a means to augment its strength. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's current 3 primary attributes are Strength, 1410, Agility, for 40, Defense, 770. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the span of 3 months, Li Wenjin has amassed over 700 million berries, yet he has only acquired 4 pieces of high-tier equipment. The reason for this disparity lies in Li Wenjin, in his endeavor to enhance the abilities of Nami and the Black Cat. Spent over 300 million berries on a mid-tier lottery, resulting in the acquisition of more than 30 pieces of mid-level equipment for their use. During this substantial lottery event, he once again encountered a peculiar situation with the system's lottery. While participating in the mid-tier lottery, it was possible to draw low-tier sets. In this instance, from the 30 draws, Li Wenjin obtained 2 low-tier sets, the Baroque Works Mr. 7 ensemble included Frog Hat, Defense 30, Frog Top, Defense 30, Frog Skirt, Defense 30, Frog Shoes, Agility 30, Frog Pistol, Strength 30, Mr. 7's Red Glasses, Defense 26, Mr. 7's Purple Coat, Defense 26, Mr. 7's Purple Pants, Defense 26, Mr. 7's Black Shoes, Agility 26, Mr. 7's Yellow Pistol, Strength 26. Both sets of low-tier equipment offered attributes of strength, agility, and defense, each increasing by 50 points. Should one wear all 5 pieces, they would possess at least the strength of a Navy corporal. However, the attributes of these 2 sets were rather unimpressive, leading Nami, Jello, and the Black Cat to regard them with disdain. Consequently, Li Wenjin decided to entrust them to Nami for safekeeping until they could be auctioned off, hoping to recoup some funds. Reflecting on his own attributes, Li Wenjin strolled towards the Isen dojo, where he noticed several children training within the fenced yard, prompting him to set aside his chaotic thoughts. The Isen dojo was situated on a modest, low hill, surrounded by vast fields and woodlands, devoid of nearby residences, rendering it a relatively secluded and tranquil locale. Observing the situation at the dojo, Li Wenjin found his mood calming as he approached it. Upon entering the fenced area, he continued towards the dojo's main building, only to be intercepted by a young man. "Who are you, and what is your purpose at the Isen dojo?" the young man inquired, eyeing the sword at Li Wenjin's waist with a hint of caution. "I seek your master, Mr. Gungshiro. It would be most appreciated if you could inform him of my presence," Li Wenjin replied. After a moment of hesitation, the young man responded, "Please wait here. I will notify the master." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In recent years, Li Wenjin has apprehended numerous wanted criminals, accumulating an aura of menace, coupled with his indifferent and stoic demeanor. The children devoted to the dojo dare not approach him, opting instead to observe from a distance while whispering amongst themselves about his identity. Paying no heed to the children, Li Wenjin is preoccupied. For his sole purpose in visiting this place is to engage in a sparring session with Gung Sailang before promptly departing from Zimaziji village to seek out the wandering clown. Baki, in the East China Sea. After approximately 2 minutes, a young man returns, standing before Li Wenjin with utmost respect, and saying, "Master Gung Sailang, please enter." The abrupt shift in the young man's demeanor piques Li Wenjin's curiosity, yet he refrains from inquiring further and follows the young man into the dojo's hall. Within the dojo's grand hall, Li Wenjin observes Gung Sailang seated cross-legged at the center, with a large character for quiet emblazoned on the wall behind him. Exuding an air of authority, Li Wenjin approached Sanlang, standing 3 meters away, and respectfully said, "I am the bounty hunter Li Wenjin." Sanlang, wearing a warm smile, replied, "I am aware of your reputation, but I wonder what brings such a renowned bounty hunter to my humble dojo." Sanlang's demeanor was amiable, and Li Wenjin, feeling hesitant to directly state his intention to challenge, chose to express himself indirectly. "I have had the pleasure of meeting your disciple, Zoro, who spoke highly of your exceptional swordsmanship, prompting me to pay a visit." Sanlang, possessing considerable experience, quickly discerned that Li Wenjin had come with the intent to challenge him. Thus, he candidly remarked, "Young man, despite your tender age and remarkable prowess, do you truly wish to compete with an old man such as myself?" With the implications laid bare, Li Wenjin straightforwardly responded, "Since you have already grasped my purpose, allow me to speak plainly. I am preparing for a journey to the Grand Line, and before embarking on that adventure, I wish to assess my own abilities to determine if I am capable of thriving in such a formidable environment. Therefore, I seek your assistance in testing my skills." Koshiro initially harbored reservations about engaging Li Wenjin, whose aura was thick with palpable bloodlust, in combat. However, he soon discerned that Li Wenjin merely sought to assess his capabilities, piquing Koshiro's curiosity. In his past encounters with formidable figures exuding intense killing intent, Koshiro had observed that they often succumbed to its influence, resulting in volatile temperaments or eccentric dispositions. Yet, in Li Wenjin, he perceived an unusual tranquility, as if he were impervious to the corrupting effects of his murderous aura, which took Koshiro by surprise. It is only natural that Li Wenjin has accumulated a great deal of killing intent, given that he has killed more than 1,000 bandits and pirates. The reason Li Wenjin is unaffected by the killing intent is that he believes he is merely killing evil NPCs and does not believe he has killed too many people. As Li Wenjin was not seeking confrontation, Koshiro saw no harm in assisting him in evaluating his strength. He turned to Li Wenjin and said, "Please follow me to the backyard. This area is not conducive to combat." Elated by Koshiro's willingness to assist, Li Wenjin followed him out of the dojo's main hall, down a corridor, and into the backyard, where they arrived at a level, sandy area. Koshiro approached a weapon rack near the sandy area, retrieved 2 wooden swords, and tossed one to Li Wenjin, remarking, "As this is merely a test of your abilities, I believe these will suffice, young man." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin gripped the wooden sword with his right hand. But when it was knocked away, he swiftly struck with his left palm towards Gung Silang's chest. Unfortunately, before his left palm could even approach Gung Silang, he was compelled to retreat hastily as Gung Silang's wooden sword was perilously close to his shoulder. With 2 quick steps back to evade Gung Silang's attack, Li Wenjin realized that to land a blow on Gung Silang, he would have to employ the powers of the devil fruit. Without holding back, he summoned all his strength to assault Gung Silang. However, it was evident that Gung Silang possessed the ability of observation haki, rendering Li Wenjin's attempts futile even when he activated his splitting capability. Moreover, Gung Silang appeared utterly unfazed by Li Wenjin's devil fruit powers, as if such abilities were merely commonplace to him. Chapter 45, Buggy in the guest room of the Isen Dojo. Li Wenjin lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a sip, expressing his sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. Given the strength of the dojo master, it truly feels wasteful to remain here. Gung Silang, seated across from Li Wenjin at the table, merely smiled in response to his words, offering no reply. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin, having finished a cup of tea, felt somewhat revitalized and directly inquired of Gung Silang, master of the pavilion, given my current capabilities, do you think I can venture into the Grand Line? Gung Silang cast a curious glance at Li Wenjin and, with a smile, replied, "Young brother, what prompts you to ask me this question? Do you perchance know that I have traversed the Grand Line?" Li Wenjin was momentarily speechless. He had completely forgotten that today marked his first encounter with Gung Silang. The sudden inquiry posed by Gung Silang, without any suspicion of ulterior motives regarding his past secrets, was already a considerable show of respect towards Li Wenjin. After a brief silence, Li Wenjin spoke. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness and kindly ask for the proprietor's understanding." Li Wenjin's apology left Gung Silang with a favorable impression of him, and he was willing to offer some guidance. Lifting his teacup, Gung Silang took a sip and remarked, "Your abilities are commendable, young brother. Venturing into the Grand Line should pose no issue, provided you refrain from provoking pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries." Gung Silang spoke candidly, and Li Wenjin understood that his strength was insufficient for unrestrained exploits within the Grand Line. Pirates with bounties surpassing 100 million berries typically possessed prowess comparable to that of Navy headquarters majors, which indicated that Li Wenjin's current capabilities fell short of that level. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin clasped his hands and bid farewell to Gung Silang before departing from the Isen Dojo, making his way towards the shore where the pineapple ship was docked. Aware of his inadequate strength, Li Wenjin felt a sense of urgency. If he could not enhance his abilities within a year, his journey to the Grand Line would inevitably be delayed. It was now his resolve to swiftly apprehend more wanted criminals to bolster his power, for he could no longer afford to indulge in frivolities. Upon returning to the pineapple ship, Li Wenjin commanded Jiro to set sail at the fastest possible speed towards their next destination. His urgency leaving both Nami and Jiro somewhat astonished. Nevertheless, as the captain, his orders were absolute, and Jiro had no choice but to comply. Nami, however, sought to engage Li Wenjin, inquiring about the situation. Regarding his defeat against Gung Sailang, Li Wenjin had no need to conceal the truth and recounted the events to Nami. She exhibited little reaction to his tale but expressed interest in the pursuit of earning berries. With Li Wenjin focused on rapidly accumulating wealth, she refrained from pressing further. 3 days later, at noon, Li Wenjin and his crew finally located the whereabouts of the clown buggy, who had been wandering around the East Sea, making him quite a challenge to track down. Lang Island, a diminutive isle spanning merely 2 to 3 square kilometers, housed a solitary village. Through Jiro's inquiries, they learned that Buggy had recently taken up residence on Lang Island, prompting Li Wenjin and his companions to follow suit. Before they could even land on Lang Island, Li Wenjin spotted Buggy's pirate ship anchored along the coast and instructed the pineapple ship to approach swiftly. The Buggy pirates, upon noticing the pineapple ship's arrival, awaited its approach within their firing range and launched cannon fire at them. While Jiro and the Li Wenjin's interest was instantly piqued as he turned to Jiro and said, "You take the pirate ship away. I shall go to the island to meet him." Jiro replied, "Wenjin, do you happen to know the clown buggy? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin nodded affirmatively. "I did not deceive you." Jiro, upon confirming the information, was immediately drenched in cold sweat, fear causing him to sit down abruptly on the deck. Trembling with trepidation, he inquired of Li Wenjin, could it be true? How could the bounty for a member of the Roger Pirates be so remarkably low? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin curiously remarked, "It seems you harbor a great fear of the Roger Pirates. A mere jester like Buggy has frightened you away." Jello retorted with irritation, "You have never encountered Roger, so you cannot fathom his might. I have witnessed his formidable presence firsthand. The sheer force of it still leaves my legs trembling at the thought." Li Wenjin expressed his exasperation, stating, "I can't be bothered with you. I am off to meet the clown Buggy. If you are afraid, you might as well take the ship and keep your distance." Jello nodded earnestly, "You are right. It would be wise for me to stay away." Jello's fear of the Roger Pirates left Li Wenjin speechless, prompting him to leave the Buggy pirate ship and soar towards Rong Island. Chapter 46. A year later, upon reaching Rong Island, Li Wenjin waited near the shore for the arrival of the clown Buggy. In a mere 5 minutes, Buggy, accompanied by over 20 subordinates, hurriedly approached the coastline. However, upon spotting Li Wenjin waiting by the shore and the pirate ship that had already departed, Buggy's expression soured dramatically. His thoughts were consumed by the realization that all his treasures were aboard that ship, now lost to him. His only recourse was to seize the boy before him in hopes of reclaiming his vessel and riches. As Buggy reached LAPI call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin felt a twinge of regret. He had intended to test the capabilities of the clown buggy to ascertain whether he possessed any hidden strengths, but it now appeared that such an endeavor would be futile. Should Buggy indeed harbor concealed prowess, he would undoubtedly be a formidable individual, for he was willing to relinquish both his pirate ship and treasure, signifying an unwavering resolve. In the forest along the coast of Lang Island, Buggy observed as Li Wenjin gracefully utilized the moonwalk to return to the pineapple ship. And he finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, thoughts of his treasure and pirate ship still gnawed at his heart. Captain Buggy is truly clever, managing to lead us to a successful escape. He is indeed a master of deception, Kabaji exclaimed joyfully from behind Buggy, despite his lingering sorrow for his lost treasure. Buggy feigned pride, declaring, "You ought to recognize who Captain Buggy is. Deceiving others is a remarkably simple task for me." Kabaji pressed, "Captain Buggy, our ship has been stolen. What shall we do now?" Buggy replied, "We are pirates, after all, so our course is clear. We must reclaim what is rightfully ours. Let us first find another vessel to depart from here. Perhaps that fellow will return." With a surge of excitement, Kabaji, Machi, and the other members of Buggy's pirate crew echoed, "Captain Buggy, let us set sail at once." Li Wenjin, however, paid little heed to Buggy's affairs. Upon returning to the pineapple ship, he promptly commanded Jello and the others to set sail immediately in pursuit of the next bounty hunter. Jello, intrigued by Li Wenjin's swift return, inquired about the circumstances, prompting Li Wenjin to recount Buggy's hasty escape, which left Jello disheartened regarding Buggy's association with the Roger pirates. Li Wenjin, in his quest to rapidly enhance his prowess, issued commands aboard the ship, mandating that the crew work in 2 shifts, one during the day and another at night, ensuring the vessel could navigate the seas continuously for 24 hours. By January of the year 1518 in the sea calendar, Li Wenjin had not returned to Rog Town for an entire year. His reputation as a miser had begun to resonate throughout the world. After all, it was Li Wenjin alone who suppressed the pirates and bandits plaguing the East China Sea, earning the adoration of the local populace, who regarded him as their savior. However, had he been a tad less avaricious, the citizens of the East China Sea might have even erected a shrine in his honor to offer daily prayers. The surge in his fame resulted in numerous merchants and villagers from various regions seeking his assistance to eliminate bandits and pirates, thereby presenting him with a lucrative avenue for wealth. Nami, the adept negotiator, skillfully extracted the maximum benefits from these merchants and villagers, leading the entire East China Sea to become aware of the 2 notorious misers, Li Wenjin and Nami. Consequently, they were dubbed the Iron Chicken Couple, epitomizing their stinginess. Even during negotiations, they refrained from contributing a single coin towards meals, leaving all expenses to be borne by the merchants and villagers. Chapter 47. New equipment. A full year had elapsed, and Li Wenjin's equipment had been upgraded to a superior caliber, vastly different in attributes from the previous year. The 10 pieces of system equipment included Admiral's Specialized Military Hat, Defense 300, Admiral's Specialized Cloak, Defense 300, Admiral's Specialized Shoes, Agility 300, Admiral's Specialized Uniform, Defense 300, Admiral's Specialized Weapon, Strength 300. The 5-piece set for the Admiral provided a cumulative boost of 500 points to Strength, Agility, and Defense. Marco's Feathered Cloak, Defense 240, Basta's Twin Swords, Strength 160, Admiral Doberman's Blade, Strength 160, Ghost Spider's Longsword, Strength 120, 4/4 Fruit of the Devil. Li Wenjin is adorned with 10 manifested pieces of equipment. Enel's Golden Staff, Strength 260. Enel's Golden Bracers, Strength 200, Defense 200. Enel's Golden Anklets, Strength 200, Agility 200. Enel's Golden Toe Rings, Agility 300. Enel's Golden Earrings, Strength 300. With these 5 pieces equipped, Li Wenjin benefits from a set bonus, enhancing Strength, Agility, and Defense by an additional 500 points. The system indicates that Enel's set consists of 8 pieces, and should Li Wenjin acquire the remaining 3, the set bonus would amplify each attribute by 1,000 points. Regrettably, he has yet to draw the last 3 pieces and must patiently await their acquisition. Admiral Akainu's Black Gloves, Strength 150, Defense 150. Pirate King's Bracelet, Agility 80. Black Star Gem Ring, Strength 120, Defense 120. Sapphire Ring, Strength 160. Jesus Cloth's Pearl Necklace, Strength 260. Now, with all 20 pieces of equipment assembled, Li Wenjin's total attributes are as follows: Strength, 3,390 points. Agility, 1,880 points. Defense, 2,610 points. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In the past year, Li Wenjin amassed a fortune of 50 to 60 billion berries. However, the total amount of berries and treasures aboard the Bonnie was merely under 3 million berries. If they do not hasten to sell the discarded equipment from Nami, they could be said to be destitute. 3 million berries may seem substantial to an ordinary person, yet for Li Wenjin and Nami, it signifies poverty. Li Wenjin's system backpack currently contains only 4 items. The first is the red nose of the clown buggy, which can deflect attacks 3 times. The second is Nico Robin's bodysuit. Although it is merely a piece of mid-tier equipment, Li Wenjin has been reluctant to part with it. The third item is the golden apple of Poison Q, which has an intriguing effect when thrown. It has a 50% chance of transforming the surrounding area into a poisonous mist zone within 100 meters. Any human or animal within this zone will experience a reduction of 1,000 points in attributes for a duration of 10 minutes. While the poisonous mist itself lingers for 1 minute, the other 50% chance results in a genuine apple. Were it not for its limited usage of 3 times, Li Wenjin would be at a loss regarding its utility. The poison mist zone indiscriminately diminishes the strength of all individuals caught within it. Thus, after tossing the apple, Li Wenjin must refrain from approaching the mist for 1 minute. Only after this period can he take advantage of the remaining 9 minutes to confront his weakened adversaries. The fourth item is Chopper's hemostatic patch, which can instantaneously heal any external injury. However, this item holds no value for Li Wenjin as he possesses the split fruit, rendering him impervious to external wounds, though he may suffer internal harm. The crew of the Going Merry, Nami and Black Cat, are both equipped with high-tier gear. Nami's strength can rival that of a naval lieutenant, while Black Cat, due to his inherent prowess, can now compare himself to a naval captain. Their capabilities align with those of officers from the naval headquarters. If compared to officers of the 4 seas, Nami would at least rank as a captain, while Black Cat would be a major. As for Jello, he does not don high-tier equipment, but rather opts for standard mid-tier gear. This is not due to Li Wenjin's refusal to provide him with superior items, but rather Jello's own disinclination. Aware that Li Wenjin and the others plan to set sail for the Grand Line upon their return to Logtown, Jello is hesitant to embark on such a journey. He has a proprietress awaiting him in Logtown, and at nearly 50 years of age, he is reluctant to delay Li Wenjin and the others. Thus, Jello hopes that Li Wenjin will grant him a sum of money to enable him to live in harmony with the proprietress in Logtown. Li Wenjin consented to Jiro's request, promising to provide him with 100 million berries after Nami sold her equipment, allowing him to live quietly in Rogue Town. Over the past 2 years, although Jiro had not participated in battles, he had significantly contributed to intelligence gathering and the pursuit of wanted criminals. Had it not been for Jiro's diligent inquiries, Li Wenjin would not have been able to amass 50 to 60 billion in just 1 year. Therefore, the sum of 100 million berries given to Jiro did not weigh heavily on Li Wenjin's conscience. Li Wenjin's return to Rogue Town was not a matter of his own volition. Rather, it was prompted by a call from Smoker, who urged him to return immediately. The reason for this summons was Smoker's promotion, as he was to return to Navy headquarters, and naturally, Tashiji would accompany him. The rationale behind Smoker's promotion to Rear Admiral mirrored that of his previous elevation to Colonel. Both were attributed to Li Wenjin's thorough apprehension of the pirates in the East Sea. Consequently, the accolades for these accomplishments were unjustly bestowed upon Smoker. After all, every time Li Wenjin collected his bounty, he would report under Smoker's name, leading the Navy headquarters to attribute all of Li Wenjin's deeds to Smoker. Li Wenjin was actually indifferent to the matter at hand, as he had successfully claimed the bounty by leveraging Smoker's reputation, thus capitalizing on the latter's notoriety. Furthermore, with Smoker's promotion and return to the Navy headquarters, Li Wenjin found himself with an additional ally. Smoker could potentially assist him within the Navy's ranks, particularly since venturing into the Grand Line could unexpectedly provoke the Navy. Having a supportive Rear Admiral at the headquarters would afford Li Wenjin the advantage of receiving timely intelligence, enabling him to avert potential dangers. Upon returning to Logtown, Li Wenjin's primary concern was the possible encounter between Dashiki and Nami. He was apprehensive about the consequences of their meeting. Should they clash, it would certainly be a headache for him. All he could do was hope that the scatterbrained Dashiki would remain unconcerned about Nami. As for Nami, she was more manageable. With gentle persuasive API call failed with status code 429, error, code, For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin understood the implication of Jiro's words all too well. With a hint of irritation, he replied, "Mind your own business and be on your way." Jiro chuckled softly, bid farewell to Li Wenjin, and swiftly made his way towards the Moonlight Inn, leaping onto the dock. Li Wenjin gazed at Jiro, whose swiftly vanishing silhouette signaled the depth of his longing for the proprietress. As Jiro departed, Li Wenjin turned to the black cat and Nami behind him, inquiring, "What do you two intend to do now? Will you accompany me to the naval base?" The black cat shook his head, replying, "Young master, I shall remain here to oversee the ship." With the black cat's decision made, Li Wenjin then asked Nami, "And you?" Nami, with a cheerful expression, responded, "I wish to visit the naval base and see who this woman is that dares to vie for my husband." Li Wenjin was immediately struck with a headache. Although Nami wore a smile, Li Wenjin could perceive from her gaze that she undoubtedly intended to pursue some agenda, which left him feeling quite anxious. Observing Li Wenjin's silence, Nami expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "What is the matter? Do you not wish to take me with you?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted upon his return. Li Wenjin prepared some equipment for Smoker and Tashiji, allowing them to take it to the Navy headquarters. Within the confines of the Navy headquarters, possessing considerable strength proves advantageous, ensuring not only their safety but also a sense of security wherever they may be. After returning to the cabin, Li Wenjin packaged the gifts and, accompanied by Nami, made his way toward the Navy division in Logetown. As they walked toward the division, Li Wenjin attracted the attention of the townsfolk once more. However, his formidable presence deterred ordinary citizens from approaching him. The residents of Logetown, though hesitant to draw near, could not help but discuss him. "Is that the Iron Rooster?" "Indeed. He exudes an overwhelming aura that I dare not gaze upon." It was evident that he seemed to grow increasingly powerful. For the past 2 years, no pirates had dared to invade Logetown, a testament to the prowess of the Iron Rooster. The men of Logetown engaged in conversations about Li Wenjin's exploits against pirates. "Who is the woman following him?" "That lady is none other than Li Wenjin's wife. I overheard my husband mention that they are referred to as the Iron Rooster couple." "Isn't Li Wenjin supposed to be marrying Tashiji? Why has he taken another wife? Does he intend to have multiple wives? If that were the case, Tashiji would indeed be unfortunate." The women of Logetown busied themselves discussing the relationship between Nami and Li Wenjin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin chuckled dryly and remarked, "How could that be? I merely worry that you might not know the way." Nami, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "Am I incapable of asking for directions?" With a resigned sigh, Li Wenjin sought out a naval soldier, requesting him to escort Nami to meet Dasky while he himself went to converse with Smoker. The naval soldier, well aware of the connection between Dasky and Li Wenjin, cast a peculiar glance at him upon noticing another woman in his company, particularly one who wished to meet Dasky. Nevertheless, the soldier ultimately complied and led Nami to Dasky. As Li Wenjin walked, his thoughts were consumed by matters concerning Nami and Dasky, rendering him somewhat dazed. He failed to respond to the greetings of the naval soldiers around him, continuing to stride forward until he reached Smoker's office. Upon arriving at the threshold of Smoker's office, Li Wenjin finally regained his composure. He rapped lightly on the door before entering directly. "Brother, you remain as leisurely as ever." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin spoke a few words before taking a seat opposite Smog, placing a ring, a bracelet, and a necklace on the desk. Upon seeing these gifts, Smog's lips twitched slightly in surprise. "Am I not a man? Are you truly intending to present these items to me?" "Surely. They are meant for Dasky, are they not?" Li Wenjin quickly clarified. "No, brother, these are not for you. I intend for you to deliver them to Sister Tina when you return to the Navy headquarters." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin shook his head repeatedly and directly explained to Smoker, "Brother, Dasky must have mentioned the attributes of the weapons to you. This set of equipment is crafted from the devil fruit. If you wear it, It could enhance your strength by at least 1/5. Smoker was already aware of the weapon attributes, and he had indeed experimented with Dasky's weapon, confirming its ability to augment strength. Chapter 49. Nami. Dasky, upon learning that the 5 pieces of equipment could elevate his power by 1/5, Smoker resolved to test it personally. He instructed Li Wenjin to rest in the office while he proceeded to the adjacent small conference room to don the 5 pieces of equipment. 5 minutes later, Smoker returned to the office, his expression brimming with joy as he exclaimed, "Wenjin, can these items be produced in large quantities?" Li Wenjin shook his head, responding, "Brother, that set requires at least 1 billion berries to create. It is unlikely that many can be made." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin participated in a high-level lottery, and after more than 60 attempts, he finally acquired a set of intermediate naval uniforms. With the one he already possessed, he now owned 2 sets of naval attire. He decided to gift one set to Smoker and intended to present the other to Dasky, for only those within the Navy were permitted to don naval uniforms in battle. Anyone outside the Navy attempting to fight in such attire would likely face pursuit from naval headquarters. Upon hearing that each set was valued at a staggering 1 billion, Smoker found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had contemplated bringing back several sets for his naval comrades, but now that seemed impossible. With the scarcity of naval uniforms, Smoker's gaze shifted to the 3 pieces of jewelry on the desk, and he inquired, "These 3 pieces of jewelry must possess attributes as well, right?" Noticing the glimmer of desire in Smoker's eyes, Li Wenjin quickly interjected, "Brother, you wouldn't dare to embezzle the gift I intended for Sister Tina, would you?" Smoker feigned a cough to mask his slightly greedy feelings and replied, "How could I possibly do such a thing? I would never steal a gift meant for someone else. That is indeed special. I chose it specifically for Sister Tina, and you cannot simply claim it for yourself." Smoker redirected his attention from the jewelry and asked Li Wenjin, "Wenjin, how many pieces of equipment with attributes do you possess?" Li Wenjin furrowed his brow, questioning, "What does my elder brother wish to do with those pieces of equipment? No matter how many you carry, they will prove futile. Each individual can only bear 10 items before their effectiveness diminishes." Smog replied, "These items are merely external possessions. Carrying in excess can hinder one's own strength. I merely intend to procure a few pieces to offer as gifts." Smog's perspective holds merit. While possessing equipment can enhance one's power, it indeed may erode one's dedication to training. After all, if one can augment their strength without effort, few would willingly embrace the rigors of training. Even Li Wenjin himself engages in little training. He primarily substitutes his practice with frequent battles against formidable foes. Li Wenjin fell into a moment of silence, ultimately declining Smoker's request to give him the surplus equipment. This reluctance stemmed not from a fear of Smoker withholding payment, but rather from a concern that the Navy headquarters might become aware of his capability to craft specialized gear, potentially leading to troublesome repercussions such as being apprehended for experimentation or imprisoned to manufacture equipment exclusively for the Navy. Presently, his decision to bestow the equipment upon Smoker and Tina was a gesture of gratitude, as both individuals had treated him well, marking them as his closest allies in the world of One Piece. Li Wenjin's current strength had yet to reach a level where he could withstand the might of the Navy. Thus, he must exercise caution, avoiding any unnecessary trouble whenever possible. Li Wenjin expressed his concerns to Smoker in detail, and Smoker fell silent, refraining from mentioning the request for equipment. He understood well that if certain radical factions within the Navy headquarters were to learn about Li Wenjin through those items, there was indeed a possibility they could apprehend him, causing direct harm to Li Wenjin. Smoker carefully tucked away 3 pieces of jewelry and said to Li Wenjin, "We will depart from Lowtown in 3 days to return to Navy headquarters. I shall present these ornaments to Tina." "Thank you, elder brother," Li Wenjin replied with a smile. After conversing with Smoker in the office for half an hour, Li Wenjin shared his plans to venture into the Grand Line, and Smoker reciprocated by providing some essential advice regarding the journey. As Li Wenjin was leaving the office, a thought suddenly struck him, and he immediately turned to Smoker, saying, "Elder brother, I found a devil fruit outside. I wonder if you could help me identify it when we reach Navy headquarters." Smoker was taken aback. "You are quite fortunate to have stumbled upon a devil fruit. Bring it here, and I will take a photo. Once we return to headquarters, I shall assist you in its identification." "Thank you, elder brother. I will bring it to you tomorrow. For now, I must go find Tashiji." Upon hearing Li Wenjin mention Tashiji, Smoker's brow furrowed immediately. I have heard rumors that you are seeing another woman. If you dare to betray Shiji, I will not spare you. Li Wenjin felt a sudden wave of embarrassment and promptly fled from Smoker's office to avoid any potential trouble. Observing Li Wenjin's hasty retreat, Smoker shook his head repeatedly. While he was not particularly inclined to meddle in Li Wenjin's romantic affairs, he felt a sense of responsibility to look out for his subordinate, Shiji. Upon departing from Smog, Li Wenjin made his way towards Dasky's chamber. As he drew nearer, an increasing sense of apprehension enveloped him regarding both Dasky and Nami. Upon reaching the threshold of Dasky's room, the absence of any quarrels within brought him a modicum of relief. At least, the situation had not deteriorated further. He rapped thrice upon the door, ready to enter, only to find it securely locked. He called out, "Dasky, please come and open the door." From within, Dasky's voice replied, "Who are you, and why should I open the door?" Her response revealed to Li Wenjin her discontent. "It is I, your husband, Li Wenjin. Hurry and open the door, or I shall be compelled to break it down." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's approach was indeed correct. Dasky soon pouted and, in a fit of irritation, opened the door, exclaiming, "Do you intend to damage my door as well?" Before Dasky could finish her sentence, Li Wenjin swiftly enveloped her in a warm embrace and hastily entered the room, closing the door behind him, indifferent to Dasky's struggles. Inside, Nami sat calmly on Dasky's bed, her expression unremarkable. This led Li Wenjin to conclude that nothing untoward had occurred between Dasky and Nami. Dasky's anger was merely a manifestation of a minor tantrum. With the absence of any serious issue, Li Wenjin formulated a strategy to comfort them, gradually regaining his composure and preparing to engage both Dasky and Nami. Chapter 50. The Grand Line. The following day, upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Li Wenjin took Dasky out for a leisurely stroll, while Nami went to seek out Jello to address some equipment matters. It seemed as if nothing had transpired among the three of them. As for how Li Wenjin managed to soothe Dasky and Nami, he himself was somewhat unclear. It was likely that the two had already conferred prior to Li Wenjin's arrival at Dasky's room. Li Wenjin, indifferent to their reconciliation, focused only on the absence of any significant events, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. He accompanied Dasky for meals, leisurely strolls, and shopping, and the day swiftly elapsed. Amidst his endeavors, Li Wenjin took a moment to photograph his devil fruit and, upon returning to the naval base, submitted the picture to Smoker. For the past 3 days, Smoker had been preoccupied, as he needed to hand over his duties to the newly appointed naval colonel before departing from Rogue Town. Li Wenjin had met the new colonel once. He was a young man in his 20s. Although their initial encounter was marked by smiles, Li Wenjin discerned a flicker of disdain in the colonel's eyes. Given the colonel's evident dislike for him, Li Wenjin resolved not to remain at the naval base. He informed Nami to reserve a room for them at the Moonlight Inn. Once Smoker and Dasky departed, Li Wenjin planned to dwell at the inn for 4 days before embarking on a new venture along the Grand Line, seeking notorious fugitives to apprehend. After all, in the East Blue, there were no more high-profile criminals left for Li Wenjin to capture. His aim was now to pursue bounties along the Grand Line, thereby allowing him to apprehend pirates across the 4 seas and exchange them for rewards. The 3 days flew by, and on the morning of the 4th day at 9 o'clock, Li Wenjin bid farewell to Dasky and Smoker at the port of Rogue Town before returning to the Moonlight Inn. With Smoker gone, the newly arrived naval colonel treated Li Wenjin with blatant rudeness, dissuading him from visiting the naval base to reconnect with the soldiers. The colonel had stationed his personal guards at the entrance, and whenever Li Wenjin attempted to enter, the soldiers offered excuses about ongoing special training, obstructing his access. Later, Li Wenjin learned from veteran sailors at the base that the new colonel believed Li Wenjin had usurped their accomplishments, insisting that the capture of fugitives was the Navy's responsibility. Having grasped the situation, Li Wenjin chose to remain at the Moonlight Inn, awaiting Nami to finalize their equipment before they set off for the Grand Line. For days passed, and Nami successfully managed the gear, selling it for over 600 million berries. After allocating 100 million to Jello, Li Wenjin retained the remaining 500 million to partake in a lottery. Li Wenjin is currently not lacking in high-grade equipment during his lottery draws. He has been participating in the top-tier lottery that costs 100 million berries per attempt. Unfortunately, his fortune has not favored him, as he has drawn blanks 5 times in succession, leaving him quite disheartened. In Rogue Town, there are no more places of sentiment for Li Wenjin. On the midday of the 8th day in Rogue Town, the Pineapple set sail towards the Grand Line. Accompanying Li Wenjin on this journey are only Nami, Black Cat, Hage, Duman, and Canny Ram. Duman and Ram, having served as loyal crew members under Li Wenjin for a year, are youthful and brimming with ambition, eager to explore the Grand Line. The other 8 crew members, however, declined to embark on this adventure due to their advanced age or lack of courage. Li Wenjin did not press them to join, especially since they exhibited no fighting spirit, which further dissuaded him from taking them along. In contrast, Duman and Ram, having toiled alongside Li Wenjin for a year, dedicated all their earnings to Jiro to acquire attribute-enhancing equipment, which they now don. Their capabilities have reached at least the level of a lieutenant, qualifying them as competent combat members. Since they are willing to accompany Li Wenjin, he naturally provides them with superior and more powerful equipment to further augment their strength. The journey from Rog Town to Reverse Mountain takes 4 days. But by the 3rd day, Li Wenjin sensed trouble brewing, as the ship lacked a professional cook, making it impossible for them to enjoy a proper meal. Nami can cook to some extent, but after 2 days, she refused to continue, asserting her role as a navigator rather than a chef. This left the 4 men to find the best cook among them. Ultimately, Canny Cam was chosen for his cooking skills, which, at best, meant he could avoid burning the food, leaving Li Wenjin with little appetite. Li Wenjin resolutely decided that once they entered the Grand Line, he would immediately seek out a chef to prepare meals for them on the ship. After 4 days, he finally beheld the ominous darkened sky in the distance and promptly announced a night's rest at their current location, intending to navigate the whirlpool waters before Reverse Mountain the following day. The choice to rest for the night was prudent, as it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Entering the treacherous area surrounding Reverse Mountain at night would significantly increase the chances of the pineapple sinking. For the sake of safety, it was wise to wait until morning to set sail towards Reverse Mountain, where with Nami's navigational prowess, traversing it would be exceedingly secure. As they were on the brink of entering the Grand Line, Li Wenjin felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. He envisioned vanquishing all pirates upon entering and collecting their bounties, which would swiftly augment his strength, allowing him to pursue his ambitions without restraint. With eager anticipation for the Grand Line, he finally succumbed to slumber in the early hours, only to be roused by Nami the next morning. At precisely 7 o'clock, the pineapple officially embarked towards the waters of Reverse Mountain. Li Wenjin and his 3 companions were fully prepared, ready to heed Nami's commands at any moment, ensuring their safe passage through the perilous inverted mountain sea region. The first obstacle before the pineapple was the countless whirlpools and turbulent currents. The second was the massive jets of water erupting from the ocean's depths, and the third was the oppressive darkness of the weather, accompanied by gusts of fierce winds. These 3 challenges kept Li Wenjin and his crew poised and attentive, refraining from idle chatter lest they mishear Nami's instructions and capsize. True to her reputation as the foremost navigator in the world of One Piece, Nami skillfully guided them past the gale, the swirling currents, and the towering jets of water, leading them safely closer to the realm of the Red Line. The 5 aboard the pineapple had never before laid eyes on the Red Line, and the sight of the towering landmass, which seemed to stretch infinitely upwards, left them utterly astonished, filled with a sense of wonder and awe. Li Wenjin exhibited little interest in the Red Earth continent. He merely expressed a casual sentiment before diverting his attention to the search for the entrance to Reverse Mountain. Following the direction of the flowing sea, he effortlessly located the entrance, promptly calling back Nami and the others, and setting sail towards it. The sea surged relentlessly towards the entrance of Reverse Mountain, making it easy to find as long as one followed its current. Chapter 51. The Grand Line to the entrance to Reverse Mountain was nothing short of magnificent, yet Li Wenjin and his companions had no time to indulge in its beauty, for a lack of diligence in navigating their vessel could lead to disaster at that very threshold. It was only when the pineapple ship officially entered the channel of Reverse Mountain that they could finally take a moment to marvel at the wondrous sights it had to offer. Li Wenjin stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the refreshing droplets of water from both sides of the canal invigorate his spirit, dispelling any feelings of anxiety or excitement. After traversing the upside-down mountain canal for approximately 20 minutes, they reached the summit. At the moment the pineapple soared into the sky, Li Wenjin beheld the breathtaking scenery atop the red Earth continent from above. Regrettably, the pineapple's flight was all too brief before he could fully appreciate the view. They descended into the upside-down mountain canal, headed towards the Grand Line. The ascent took 20 minutes, while the descent was merely 5. The pineapple swiftly arrived at Twin Cape. To Li Wenjin's relief, the feared whale, Laboon, did not make an appearance. Upon reaching the lighthouse at Twin Cape, Li Wenjin eagerly leaped from the vessel and dashed towards the small cabin beside the lighthouse, hoping to find Dr. Kureha, the physician of the Pirate King. Li Wenjin believed Kureha to possess considerable skill, given that he had resided at Twin Cape for so long without encountering the notorious pirate crews. Surviving for decades in such a perilous locale undoubtedly required a certain level of prowess, at the very least. He must possess the strength of a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, the ruthless pirates would not have allowed him to thrive. Upon entering the modest dwelling, Li Wenjin found it devoid of any inhabitants. It seemed that Kureha had ventured into the belly of Laboon. With no other option, Li Wenjin resigned himself to waiting at the shore for Kureha's return. Stepping outside the small cabin, he noticed Nami approaching the vicinity. Nami inquired, "Wenjin, is there no one inside the room?" Li Wenjin shook his head, remarking that no one was present and that they must have descended to the depths of the sea, perhaps within the belly of a whale. Nami, already familiar with Li Wenjin's accounts of the twin heroes, the great whale and the ship's doctor, Kurokas, found no strangeness in his words. Nami suggested, "Then let us wait here. You did mention you had matters to discuss with Kurokas." Finding a large rock along the shore, Li Wenjin and Nami settled down to converse. Li Wenjin inquired, "Nami, how many record pointers have you brought?" Nami replied, "You need not worry. I have already prepared several, including a few permanent pointers." A year prior, Li Wenjin had intended to embark on the Grand Line, and thus, the collection of record pointers for this voyage had commenced a year in advance. However, the responsibility of gathering these record pointers had always rested upon Nami's capable shoulders, and Li Wenjin remained genuinely unaware of the exact number she had prepared. Li Wenjin inquired with curiosity, "Which islands have you collected permanent pointers for?" Nami pondered for a moment before responding, "The islands of Gourmet, the kingdom of Alabasta, and Greentown. Those are the only three." "Why so few?" Li Wenjin expressed his disappointment. Initially, he had hoped for a collection of over a dozen permanent pointers, envisioning himself traversing the Grand Line to capture pirates. Now, with merely 3 permanent pointers, his options were limited to just 3 routes. Nami, visibly displeased, remarked, "Do you think it's easy to create permanent pointers? Crafting them is quite a cumbersome task. If not for the fame of Gourmet Island, Alabasta, and Greentown, no one would bother to make permanent pointers for those locations." From Nami's words, Li Wenjin grasped the implication. Ordinary islands typically do not warrant the creation of permanent pointers. Only those bustling and prosperous islands attract such endeavors. Li Wenjin hastily apologized, "I was in the wrong, my dear wife." Nami let out a cold snort, dismissing Li Wenjin entirely, and rose to observe the conditions of the nearby waters at Twin Cape. Li Wenjin sat upon the stone for a full 2 hours, patiently awaiting the arrival of an elderly man who finally emerged from the sea. He promptly approached the shoreline, where he observed Kurokas, who was busy shaking off the water clinging to him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Kurokas?" Li Wenjin inquired. Kurokas glanced at Li Wenjin, then at the pineapple, and upon realizing they were not affiliated with a pirate crew, he stated plainly, "What are you doing here? Why not simply leave?" Li Wenjin smiled and said, "The crew of the Pirate King is here. How can I possibly leave without paying my respects? At the very least, I must greet them." Kurokas furrowed his brow and replied, "I have no idea what you are talking about. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin was somewhat taken aback. No wonder he had failed to capture a few bounties exceeding 20 million last year in the latter half, as they had all flocked to the Grand Line. This revelation truly left Li Wenjin both astonished and helpless. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin hastily remarked, "I wonder if Mr. Kurokas possesses the ability to harness haki." Kurokas, taken aback, cast a glance at Li Wenjin and replied, "It seems you are already prepared to venture into the new world." Li Wenjin nodded directly, "That is only natural. Coming to the Grand Line, what is the purpose if one does not venture into the new world?" Kurokas hesitated for a moment. "If you wish to learn haki, seeking me would be futile, for I do not possess the ability to wield it. However, I can introduce you to someone who does. Whether he will take the time to teach you is beyond my certainty." Although Kurokas' lack of knowledge in haki left Li Wenjin somewhat disheartened, He felt a surge of joy at the prospect of an introduction. "Thank you, Mr. Coloccus. May I inquire about the esteemed individual you are referring to?" Coloccus replied, "I will provide you with a letter of introduction. When you find him, if he is willing to teach you hockey, he will certainly reveal his name." The air of mystery surrounding this individual left Li Wenjin feeling somewhat perplexed. Li Wenjin did not inquire of Coloccus. Rather, he sought to know from Coloccus which island in the first half of the Grand Line harbored the greatest number of bounty-hunting pirates, for he desired to venture there and capture them. Chapter 52. Coloccus. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin expressed his satisfaction, stating, "This is the right approach. Sharing minor details with me will not bring you any disadvantage." Coloccus, with a tone of disdain, scoffed, "Revealing the whereabouts of pirates merely serves to direct you in apprehending them. It is rather displeasing for me to articulate such matters." Li Wenjin comprehended Coloccus's sentiment perfectly. Pirate King Roger preferred to surrender rather than allow the dawn of the great pirate era, and naturally, his crew would not assist in capturing fellow pirates. Li Wenjin cleverly used the situation with Brooke to entice Coloccus into divulging that the area of the Grand Line teemed with pirates, much to Coloccus's displeasure. Li Wenjin patted his chest and assured Mr. Coloccus, "Rest assured, as long as you inform me which island harbors the most pirates, I shall divulge the details regarding Brooke." Coloccus, however, did not respond to Li Wenjin. Instead, he extracted several permanent pointers from his person and tossed them to Li Wenjin, stating, "By visiting this island, you will discover where the pirates abound. The rest, you must investigate on your own." Li Wenjin took the eternal pointer and noticed that it was inscribed with Rajiki's island. This island was unfamiliar to him, prompting him to consider inquiring with Coloccus about its significance. However, upon raising his gaze and observing Coloccus's displeased expression, he instantly realized that asking would be futile. Coloccus would undoubtedly refuse to address his query. Stowing away the eternal pointer, Li Wenjin smiled and said to Coloccus, "Mr. Coloccus, please do not be upset. I will convey the matter regarding Brooke to you immediately. Then you should hurry and speak. Do not waste my time," Coloccus replied, his tone tinged with agitation. Li Wenjin, attuned to his urgency, promptly recounted the demise of the Rumar pirates, leaving only Brooke, who had consumed the Yomi Yomi Nomi fruit, transformed into a skeleton, and now resided within the treacherous Devil's Triangle. After half an hour of listening to Li Wenjin's narration, Coloccus fell into a pensive silence, ultimately exhaling a weary sigh. "I never anticipated that such calamity would befall the Rumar pirates. If Laboon were to know, it would surely grieve him." Li Wenjin reassured Coloccus, "Mr. Coloccus, there is no need for concern. At the very least, Brooke is still alive, is he not? He will surely be able to comfort the whale Labu." Coloccus cast a sidelong glance at Li Wenjin, his expression turning somewhat formal as he replied, "I do not know where you obtained this information, but I hope that when you traverse the Devil's Triangle, you can locate Brooke and convey Labu's message to him." Coloccus's demeanor was serious, and Li Wenjin responded earnestly, "Rest assured, Mr. Coloccus, I will certainly find Brooke when I pass through the Devil's Triangle." Coloccus nodded, choosing not to dwell further on Brooke's matter, and said to Li Wenjin, "I will return and write you a letter of introduction. You may take it and leave directly." "Mr. Coloccus, wait. I still have one last question," Li Wenjin interjected, blocking Coloccus, who was about to return to his room. Coloccus replied, "Ask your question. Though I cannot guarantee I will answer." Li Wenjin was utterly speechless. Despite being urged to inquire, there was no guarantee of a response. And Coloccus was indeed a source of frustration. He merely wished to ask how long it would be before a pirate ship arrived at the exit of Gemini Cape. In the end, Li Wenjin voiced his question. Coloccus cast a glance at Li Wenjin, his expression peculiar, and remarked, "Surely, you do not intend to block the entrance here and capture all the pirates entering the Grand Line?" Li Wenjin's thoughts were discerned, and he merely forced a laugh, refraining from responding to Coloccus's words. The entrance to Twin Cape might remain untouched by pirates for several months, or perhaps a multitude of pirate crews could arrive within a single month. If you consider yourself fortunate, then wait here. Coloccus's remarks left Li Wenjin quite disheartened. He had envisioned making a substantial profit at Twin Cape before venturing into the Grand Line. To his dismay, the passage of pirates through Twin Cape was scarce, compelling him to abandon his plan of lurking. "I believe it is best for me to take my leave, Mr. Kurokas," Li Wenjin sighed, indicating that he would soon depart from Gemini Cape. After approximately 20 minutes, he received a letter from Kurokas, the envelope adorned with a particular address that filled him with unexpected delight. The address pointed to the Shambadi archipelago, specifically the Nakambar, a place he knew all too well, being the residence of the formidable Rayleigh. This realization stirred in him a mix of emotions. Li Wenjin was confident that with his remarkable persuasive skills, he could convince Rayleigh to entrust him with matters of great significance. Thus, he felt a surge of excitement. He expressed gratitude to Mr. Kurokas for the letter, promising to convey his thanks upon his return. However, he mused with a hint of skepticism. "If you manage to survive your escapades against pirates, then perhaps we can discuss your return to the Shambadi archipelago." To this, Mr. Kurokas could rest assured, as Li Wenjin held a firm belief in his ability to safeguard his own life. "Whatever you choose to do is of no concern to me. My sole wish is for you to locate Brooke in the Devil's Triangle and convey the matter of Laboon to him." "I shall certainly find Brooke, rest assured, Mr. Kurokas." Li Wenjin, feeling a surge of excitement, engaged in conversation with Kurokas for a brief moment before bidding him farewell. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Kurokas. I must take my leave now." Kurokas nodded in response. "You may depart. I look forward to hearing good news from you in the future." After parting ways with Kurokas, Li Wenjin called out to the wandering Nami, handing her the permanent pointer to Rafdal, instructing her to set sail towards Whiskey Peak. Chapter 53. Whiskey Peak API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's thoughts were naturally occupied by Nicole Robin. However, rather than heading directly to Alabasta, he chose to first journey to Whiskey Peak. Taking the route to Whiskey Peak was one of the legitimate 7 trade routes, and by doing so, Li Wenjin hoped to encounter some pirates along the way, allowing him to earn a substantial bounty. Had he followed the course indicated by the Eternal Pointer, the probability of encountering pirates would have been nearly non-existent, as most pirates navigated the 7 routes, rarely utilizing the Eternal Pointer. Upon leaving Twin Cape, the Pineapple ship began to experience peculiar weather patterns. Fortunately, Nami, that exceptional navigator, skillfully guided the ship through all dangers, prompting Li Wenjin to reflect on how fortunate he was to have chosen her as his partner. In 2 years, Whiskey Peak would transform into a haven for bounty hunters, yet Li Wenjin could not ascertain the current situation. He could only hope that it had not yet succumbed to that fate, allowing him the chance to capture some fugitives. After 3 days, the Pineapple ship entered a tranquil sea, a sign that they were approaching Whiskey Peak. Li Wenjin immediately steeled himself, moving to the bow to gaze out over the distant waters. Throughout these 3 days, he and his crew had not enjoyed a proper rest, as they were often roused from their slumber to contend with the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, leaving them somewhat fatigued. Before the Pineapple ship even neared the port of Whiskey Peak, Li Wenjin spotted a large square by the coast, accompanied by a small town behind it. The town seemed to encompass around 400 to 500 houses, indicating it was a relatively small settlement. However, it appeared devoid of inhabitants. Upon docking at the port, Li Wenjin noticed the absence of any people, which struck him as peculiar. "What's going on? Why is there no one at the port?" he inquired. Nami, standing behind him, also found the deserted town rather strange. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin found himself perplexed by the situation surrounding him. After all, it was his first venture into the Grand Line, and he believed he had not offended anyone. "Iron Rooster, I never imagined you would dare to set foot in the Grand Line. This time, we shall surely eliminate you." As a gap appeared in the encircling group, 3 men approached, one of whom was a middle-aged man wielding a gun, and he had just spoken. While Li Wenjin was curious about how these 3 individuals recognized him, Nami suddenly exclaimed, "Wenjin, those 3 are wanted criminals from the East Sea. Crazy Cat Block, bounty of 16 million berries. Crazy Dog Black, bounty of 16 million berries. Eagle Marksman Gulandi, bounty of 28 million berries. These 3 are precisely the fugitives we aim to capture. We simply could not locate them earlier. Who would have thought they would come to the Grand Line?" Nami elucidated clearly, and Li Wenjin quickly grasped that these rogues likely recognized his ship, the Pineapple, and had hidden themselves, waiting for him to disembark to conspire against him. With bounties all under 30 million berries, Li Wenjin felt little interest and disdainfully glanced at Eagle Marksman Gulandi, declaring, "You three insignificant lackeys. I failed to apprehend you in the East Sea, but today I shall capture you here." Gulandi scoffed, "We may not be your match, but our elder brother will certainly take care of you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin found himself at a loss for words. He had assumed that the pirate Grandy spoke of was a notorious figure with a bounty exceeding 100 million, only to discover that it was merely a small fry with a bounty of 5,800,000. This revelation left him deeply disappointed. Fortunately, there were still numerous wanted criminals in the square. Should they all be apprehended, the total bounty would surpass 200 million, which was still quite promising for Li Wenjin. Thus, rather than engage in further idle chatter, he discreetly signaled Nami to join the black cats who had just leaped off the ship to deal with these minor thugs. At that moment, as Li Wenjin exchanged glances with Nami, Lady Shou-In had already approached him. Instead of launching an immediate attack, Shou-In calmly stated, "Young man, I have heard of your reputation as a renowned bounty hunter in the East Sea. If you were to join my pirate crew and venture into the New World with me, I would grant you a chance at survival." "Big brother, how can you allow him to join us? He is our enemy," Grandy interjected anxiously. Lady Shou-In cast a cold glance at Grandy and remarked, "My decisions do not require your approval." Startled by Shou-In's indifferent gaze, Grandy quickly retreated into silence. Lady Shou-In then turned back to Li Wenjin and inquired once more, "So, what say you? Will you join us?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As soon as Li Wenjin finished speaking, he noticed Lady Shou-In emerging from behind, brandishing a 1-meter-long machete aimed directly at his face. Moreover, Lady Shou-In's eyes were ablaze with a fiery red hue, and coupled with his flowing silver hair and ferocious assault, the moniker Silver-Haired Demon was indeed aptly assigned. Naturally, Li Wenjin deftly evaded the onslaught from the Silver-Haired Demon. However, the swiftness of the latter's strikes presented a considerable challenge for Li Wenjin. Were he to employ the powers of the Devil Fruit or engage in a direct confrontation, he could effortlessly dispatch the Silver-Haired Demon. Yet, at this moment, Li Wenjin was reluctant to resort to either approach. Utilizing the powers of the Devil Fruit seemed like overkill, an undue elevation of the Silver-Haired Demon-esque threat. And he also wished to engage in combat to enhance his own fighting prowess, for this was his first encounter with a pirate whose bounty exceeded 50 million. As for enduring the blows, Li Wenjin was even less inclined to do so. Through 2 years of trials, he had discovered that the durability of his manifested equipment diminished with prolonged combat, and it dwindled even more rapidly when absorbing attacks. Consequently, Li Wenjin generally opted for a more agile fighting style, steering clear of direct confrontation with his opponent's strikes. Chapter 54. Earning Money API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Li Wenjin. After a brief 2-minute entanglement with the Silver-Haired Demon, ascertained the creature's strength. Consequently, he ceased to toy with the demon and swiftly drew forth the golden staff from his back, launching a full-force assault upon the Silver-Haired Demon. The demon's prowess was merely on par with that of a naval captain, which paled in comparison to Li Wenjin, who was nearing the rank of a vice-admiral. Moreover, with Li Wenjin unleashing the capabilities of the Shattered Fruit, the Silver-Haired Demon found himself utterly overpowered, unable to retaliate, and instead seeking an escape. However, the Silver-Haired Demon, resembling a humanoid creature, was met with resistance from Li Wenjin, who promptly employed the Navy's 6 Styles technique to pursue the fleeing demon. In a moment of panic reflected in the demon's eyes, Li Wenjin's golden staff struck the demon's head, rendering it unconscious upon the ground. With the Silver-Haired Demon subdued, Li Wenjin immediately turned his attention to the other pirates on the square. Those ordinary pirates stood no chance against him, swiftly vanquished by his rapid gale kick attacks, all collapsing to the ground. The entire skirmish concluded in a mere 20 minutes, leaving the square littered with defeated pirates, their cries of despair echoing in the air. Unperturbed by the pirates' lamentations, Li Wenjin and his companions, Nami and Black Cat, held a collection of bounty notices as they scoured the square for wanted pirates, binding them together for confinement. With the Silver-Haired Demon-esque crew dealt with, the townsfolk, who had been hiding in nearby houses, felt a surge of excitement and curiosity about the unfolding events. Yet, the overwhelming might of Li Wenjin instilled fear in them, preventing their emergence. Eventually, the town mayor, accompanied by 2 residents, cautiously approached the square, hands raised in a gesture of peace, signaling their benign intentions to Li Wenjin. "Esteemed sir, I am Miglan Kaba, the mayor of Whiskey Town. We are profoundly grateful for your assistance in vanquishing the silver-haired demon. We implore you to allow us the opportunity to express our gratitude." Li Wenjin gazed at Kaba and suddenly smiled, saying, "I am but a bounty hunter. Should you wish to express your gratitude, merely bestow upon me some belly, for I desire nothing else." Kaba, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "My lord, the total sum our humble town can offer amounts to only a few million." Li Wenjin cast a skeptical glance at Kaba, clearly doubting his words. After all, with thousands of individuals residing in Whiskey Peak, how could the total be merely a few million? Even if each person possessed only 100,000 berries, the entire town would amass over 100 million. Li Wenjin turned to glance at the more than 20 wanted criminals captured by Nami and the others. He addressed Kabas, stating, "We are in town to procure some supplies before departing. These bounty criminals might pose some complications, should you be willing to assist. I can offer you 1/10 of the reward." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Kabas's eyes sparkled with excitement. For the bounty criminals Li Wenjin had apprehended were worth at least 1 to 200 million. A tenth of that would amount to no less than 15 million. Which stirred a sense of exhilaration in Kabas and the 2 men he had brought along, all of whom were seasoned bounty hunters. The prospect of unexpectedly acquiring over 10 million was enough to delight anyone, and Kabas was no exception. He promptly replied to Li Wenjin, "Please, my lord, allow us a moment to discuss the matter of the wanted criminals." Li Wenjin nodded, "You may go." As Kabas and his companions departed, Li Wenjin felt quite content. Spending a bit of money to rid himself of burdens was indeed a favorable decision. The reason Li Wenjin entrusted the wanted criminals to Kabas was that he discerned a certain level of combat prowess in him. He was certainly not an ordinary mayor. Furthermore, given the original narrative which indicated that Whiskey Peak was a haven for bounty hunters, it became apparent to Li Wenjin that Kabas was both the mayor of Whiskey Town and a bounty hunter himself. "Li Wenjin, I heard everything you just discussed with Kabas. Are you really willing to offer 1/10 of the bounty? Isn't that rather excessive?" Nami approached Li Wenjin, expressing her dissatisfaction. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin cast a glance at them and said, "Please rest well. I will prepare some equipment to enhance your strength. However, do not neglect your own training." During the training sessions of Haimao, Ram, and Duman, Li Wenjin insisted they train without their gear, as they were permitted to carry only 10 pieces of equipment. Without diligent training, they would only reach a maximum level of a rear admiral. Ram and Duman were instantly elated. "Thank you, Captain. We will strive to improve." After engaging in light conversation with Ram, Duman, and Haimao, Li Wenjin was invited by Kaba to the inn on the battlefield for some rest, where a sumptuous meal awaited them. While conversing with Kaba and the others for 3 hours in the inn, Li Wenjin gained insight into the situation at Whiskey Peak. The silver-haired demon had arrived 4 months prior, seizing control of Whiskey Peak with the intention of recruiting powerful subordinates to venture into the new world. Subsequently, Wenjin's luck was quite remarkable. With 7 draws from the 70 million Bailey lottery, he obtained a set of intermediate gear, Mr. Five's brown robe, which provided an additional 80 points of defense. Mr. Five's brown trousers also adding 80 points of defense. Mr. Fi's brown leather shoes, enhancing agility by 80 points. Mr. Fi's red scarf, contributing another 80 points of defense. Mr. Fi's revolver, augmenting strength by 80 points. And Mr. Fi's brown glasses, which doubled the range of observational vision. The attributes of the entire set granted a cumulative boost of 100 points to strength, agility, and defense. Li Wenjin generously gifted this equipment to Duman, a fellow gunman and the cannoner aboard the pineapple ship, as it was perfectly suited for his needs. Once adorned in this gear, Duman's prowess surged to the level of a Navy headquarters captain. With a few additional intermediate pieces, he could elevate his combat capabilities to that of a Navy headquarters major. Currently, Nami's strength was only at the level of a Navy major, despite her potential to ascend higher. Unfortunately, like Li Wenjin, she was reluctant to don peculiar equipment, resulting in her arsenal being predominantly composed of jewelry, which naturally did not offer the same offensive power as weaponry. Consequently, Nami's abilities could only reach the rank of a Navy major. Ram harbored a strong envy for Duman's new gear, yet regrettably, Li Wenjin had only drawn a single set of intermediate equipment and had no surplus to bestow upon Ram. The second destination for Li Wenjin and his companions is the quaint Garden of Two Giants. Initially, Li Wenjin intended to capture them, but upon assessing his modest vessel, the Little Pineapple, he was reluctantly compelled to abandon the idea, as his ship simply could not accommodate the two colossal figures. As for the garden, which requires a year to store magnetic energy, Li Wenjin had already made preparations, for he possessed a permanent pointer to Alabasta. Alas, a direct journey to Alabasta was not feasible. Li Wenjin's recent expedition to the Little Garden was motivated by a desire to engage in combat with two formidable giants, to ascertain the extent of his own prowess and whether he could contend with the bounty of 100 million berries placed upon these colossal beings. After 2 days of sailing, the pineapple ship arrived at the Little Garden. As they approached, Li Wenjin took the opportunity to caution Nami against exposing any part of her body in the forest for fear of contracting a virus endemic to the ancient island. The pineapple ship was devoid of a physician to attend to her should misfortune strike. Upon docking at the Little Garden, Li Wenjin addressed Duman and Ram, instructing, "You two shall remain aboard to guard the ship while we venture onto the island to assess the situation." Duman and Ram replied in unison, "Understood, Captain." After Li Wenjin finished organizing the ship's watch, he ascended into the air with a graceful moonwalk, meticulously surveying the terrain of the small garden. Upon discovering the resting place of the two giants, he returned to the ship. Addressing the pineapple, Li Wenjin said to Black Cat and Nami, "Come. I shall take you to behold the giant race." Nami, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Just how large are the giants?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin even managed to capture an ancient triceratops, compelling it to guide them towards the giant's location. For the giant, the small garden was merely a place that could be traversed in 10 minutes. However, for Li Wenjin and his companions, it took them a full half-hour to reach the area where the giant was resting. Before them lay the giant Dongli, who was reclining against a small hill, oblivious to the presence of these tiny beings. "Are you truly intent on confronting this giant, Wenjin?" "I believe it would be wiser for us to flee," Nami suggested, her voice tinged with apprehension upon seeing Dongli. She immediately regretted her decision to accompany Li Wenjin to see the giant. Before witnessing the reality of his enormity, her fear had been somewhat manageable. Now, standing before the actual giant, her heart raced with terror, for she realized that her entire being was dwarfed by the size of his finger. If the giant were to unleash his wrath, Nami feared she would be disregarding Nami's entreaties. Li Wenjin remained resolute in his decision to confront the giant. Nami, genuinely frightened, declared with candidness, "Very well, I shall return to the ship ahead of you. Do endeavor to preserve your life during this battle." With that, she departed swiftly, leaving Li Wenjin speechless. As Nami retreated, Li Wenjin turned to the trembling Black Cat, who had not fled, and suggested, "If you are afraid, you may accompany Nami back to the ship." Despite his trepidation, the Black Cat affirmed steadfastly, "I shall not depart while you remain here, Master." "As you wish," Li Wenjin responded, "but ensure you keep a safe distance during the impending conflict." After cautioning the unwavering Black Cat to prioritize his safety, Li Wenjin advanced towards Dory, halting only when he reached the vicinity of the giant's head. He then bellowed at Dory, "Get up, you colossal oaf." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Li Wenjin, feeling disgruntled, declared. Regardless of whether you take a break or not, I have come here to defeat you. Stand up immediately. Upon hearing that Li Wenjin intended to conquer him, Dong Li burst into a hearty laughter, exclaiming with glee, ha 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 ha. His laughter resonated so loudly that Li Wenjin was compelled to cover his ears, waiting patiently for Dong Li to cease his mirth. For any words he uttered would likely go unheard. Chapter 56. The Small Garden 2. After 5 minutes of uncontrollable laughter, Dong Li rose to his feet and addressed Li Wenjin. Since you have come to challenge me, Dong Li, as a warrior of Albuff, I cannot refuse. Only then did Li Wenjin realize just how towering Dong Li truly was, leaving him at a loss for how to confront him. Surely, he could not resort to soaring into the air with the moonstep, as that would be an utter waste of energy, unsustainable for long. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin regained consciousness, removed the golden staff from his back, and with a cold snort declared, I am fully prepared. You may strike at any moment. Then I shall not hold back, Dong Li replied, launching a powerful right punch toward Li Wenjin. The sheer force of the blow generated a gust of wind that nearly destabilized Li Wenjin. Reacting swiftly, he leaped into the air to evade Dong Li's assault. The giant's strength was formidable, and although his attack speed was impressive, his mobility was considerably slower. Li Wenjin contemplated his strategy against Dong Li, intending to utilize his agility to find an opportunity to target the giant's vulnerable areas. As Dong Li's punch missed its mark, he spotted Li Wenjin soaring towards his midsection and instinctively swung his outstretched right arm in an attempt to send Li Wenjin flying. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin has come to understand that although Dong Li's attack speed is somewhat sluggish, the extensive reach of his strikes makes evasion a formidable challenge. Moreover, suspended in midair, he is unable to exert his full power. Thus, Li Wenjin swiftly retreated to the ground, heading back towards the area vacated by Dong Li's powerful punch. Upon landing, Li Wenjin was immediately confronted by Dong Li's left fist. Reacting quickly, he dodged this straightforward assault, as the attack, while formidable, was limited in scope. With a deft maneuver, he evaded the strike. Yet the sheer force of Dong Li's punch still left him momentarily unsteady. It appeared that Dong Li was oblivious to the concept of restraint. As his left fist missed its mark, his right fist surged forward once again, leaving Li Wenjin with no option but to continue his evasive tactics, unable to counterattack. After a minute of this relentless onslaught, Li Wenjin observed the ground beneath him, now indented half a meter from the impact of Dong Li's fists. Realizing that he could not endure this any longer, he prepared to defend himself. As Dong Li's left punch came lunging towards him once more, Li Wenjin employed his golden staff to block the enormous blow. Seated on the ground, Li Wenjin was drenched in cold sweat. The moment his staff intercepted Dong Li's left fist, he felt an overwhelming force surging against him, one that he could hardly withstand. Initially contemplating a swift retreat using the technique known as four-part dispersal, he soon realized that the vast reach of Dong Li's attacks would render such an escape futile. Instead, he opted to allow the momentum of the strike to propel him backward, just as he was about to collide with a tree. He executed the technique to evade the trunk, ultimately gathering his body behind it. Before he could catch his breath after reassembling himself, Dong Li's right fist came hurtling towards him once more. In desperation, Li Wenjin shouted, "Stop!" Dong Li's fist halted a mere 2 meters from Li Wenjin's face, and the force of the wind generated by the punch sent him tumbling to the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Leaning closer, Dong Li inquired, "Little one, was that you who just called for a stop?" Li Wenjin rose to his feet, brushing the dust off his trousers, and declared, "It was I who called for a halt. I hereby formally concede defeat. You truly are a warrior of Albuff, having triumphed in this duel." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Dong Li erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. It has been nearly a century since I last tasted victory in a duel. To win today is indeed exhilarating." Li Wenjin understood the implications of Dong Li's statement. For nearly 100 years, Dong Li had been locked in combat with Byeloki in this very garden, with neither emerging victorious. Now, having unexpectedly claimed victory in this duel, though not against Byeloki, Dong Li was filled with joy. As the battle came to a close, Li Wenjin reflected on his initial intention to capture two giants and felt a twinge of shame, for he knew that with his current abilities, he could not possibly defeat them. Though he might employ cunning schemes to overcome them, Li Wenjin was reluctant to resort to such despicable tactics, as they did not align with his character. After a brief respite, Li Wenjin turned to Dongli and said, "Uncle Dongli, might you escort me to the eastern coastline? I have some fine wine to share with you." "Fine wine, you say? That sounds delightful. I shall take you there," Dongli replied, eagerly extending his hand toward Li Wenjin, inviting him to leap into his palm. Li Wenjin did not immediately leap onto Dongli's palm. Instead, he called out to the distant forest, "Black Cat, come here quickly. We must return to the ship." With a resigned expression, Black Cat emerged from the woods. He had no desire to ascend to Dongli's palm. He would have preferred to make his way back on foot. However, since Li Wenjin had already summoned him, he had no choice but to exit the forest and join Li Wenjin in mounting Dongli's hand. Having witnessed the earlier battle in its entirety, Black Cat felt acutely aware of his own insignificance in the face of Dongli's formidable strength. Now, standing upon Dongli's palm, he could not help but ponder whether Dongli might suddenly clench his fist and crush him into a mere pulp. Li Wenjin paid no heed to the thoughts of the Black Cat, for the moment Dongli stood up, he beheld another giant approaching him. Evidently drawn by the commotion of the earlier battle, eager to discern what had transpired, the giant, Brokey, halted before Dong Li and inquired, "Dongli, who is this little fellow in your hands? Were you engaged in combat with him just now?" Dong Li found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as he had not inquired about Li Wenjin's name. He turned his gaze downwards and asked, "What is your name, little one?" "Li Wenjin," came the reply. "Li Wenjin. What a peculiar name," he remarked. Li Wenjin expressed her dissatisfaction, remarking on the peculiarity of her name. "Ha ha ha, you certainly possess a distinctive character." Dong Li responded with a hearty laugh. Chapter 57. Rajakov. After his laughter subsided, Dong Li proceeded to introduce Li Wenjin to Blokey, while simultaneously presenting Blokey to Li Wenjin. The four of them then made their way towards the shore where the pineapple was docked. En route to the pineapple, Blokey, having heard that Dong Li had triumphantly defeated Li Wenjin in their recent duel, regarded her with a peculiar look, as if to suggest, "You must challenge me once more for it to be deemed fair." Li Wenjin paid no heed to Brokey's gaze. He had no desire to engage in a duel with Brokey, only to suffer a thrashing. At this moment, Li Wenjin had come to a clear understanding of his own standing and thus preferred to avoid any confrontation with giants. Upon reaching the vicinity of the pineapple ship, Li Wenjin and the Black Cat leaped aboard, instructing Ram and Duman to retrieve all the wine from the cabin for the two giants to enjoy. Ram and Duman, both youthful and intrigued by the giants, displayed no fear. After presenting the wine, they eagerly posed questions and engaged in lively conversation with the giants. "Black Cat, did you notice? Duman and Ram are far superior to you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Li Wenjin smiled softly, refraining from teasing the Black Cat, and approached the two giants to converse about their past stories. He was also curious to ascertain their standing within the giant race as warriors. Meanwhile, Nami, upon noticing the approach of the two giants, had retreated to the cabin and showed no inclination to emerge, even though Li Wenjin appeared to be enjoying a pleasant dialogue with them. However, as night fell and the two giants brought a dinosaur to the shore for dinner, Li Wenjin managed to coax Nami out to join the giants' feast on the island. Engaging in conversation with Doli and Brogy until the early hours, Li Wenjin and his companions eventually returned to the pineapple ship to rest, preparing for their continued voyage the following day. Lying in bed aboard the pineapple ship, Li Wenjin reflected on the day's events. His current strength was insufficient to confront Doli and Brogy, let alone engage Crocodile in battle to reclaim Robin. As he lacked after Li Wenjin finished speaking, the voice in the transponder snail suddenly transformed into that of Smoker. "Please refrain from speaking for a moment. Allow me to have a word with Wenjin first." "Wenjin, it is Smoker." It appeared that Smoker had seized control of the transponder snail. Li Wenjin thought to himself, "Brother Smoker, what brings you to seek me?" "It concerns the photograph of the devil fruit you provided me. I consulted a contact within the Navy, and he informed me that it is a Zoan-type devil fruit, specifically the cat fruit, jaguar form." Realizing it was indeed a Zoan-type devil fruit brought a tinge of disappointment to Li Wenjin. Yet, the fact that it belonged to the carnivorous category of Zoan offered him a modicum of solace. Had it been a mere herbivorous creature, his disappointment would have been far greater. "Thank you for your assistance. Brother Smoker, Li Wenjin quickly replied. This trivial matter is of no concern. Have you arrived at the Grand Line yet? I have indeed. The Grand Line truly lives up to its reputation as a realm for the skilled. I was defeated upon my arrival at the second island. Are you unhurt? It was merely a spar. I sustained no injuries. Li Wenjin conversed with Smog for 5 minutes before the phone was once again taken over by Tina. Their discussion lasted an additional 3 minutes, after which the call was handed to Dasky. The dialogue between Li Wenjin and Dasky extended for an impressive half an hour, ultimately concluding only when Smog terminated the call. After finishing the conversation, Li Wenjin took a brief respite in his room before returning to retrieve the devil fruit, making his way to the deck where Ram awaited. Ram. This is the devil fruit, specifically the animal-type cat fruit, jaguar. I intend for you to consume it. You are undoubtedly aware of the nature of devil fruits. Take a moment to consider whether you wish to partake. Ram was indeed familiar with the concept of devil fruits, having observed Li Wenjin frequently utilizing the fragmented abilities they bestow. His understanding was inevitable, even if he had tried to remain uninformed. Upon gazing at the devil fruit, Ram resolutely accepted it and, in a matter of moments, devoured it. Soon after, he rushed to the edge of the deck, retching towards the sea. Ram's determination to consume the devil fruit stemmed from the realization that without its powers, achieving a level comparable to Li Wenjin's would be nearly impossible. By consuming the fruit now, he believed it might afford him a slim chance of catching up to Li Wenjin, even if he could not surpass him. Possessing the abilities granted by the devil fruit would at least prevent him from hindering Li Wenjin's progress in the future. Chapter 58. Rage Kif 2. With Ram having consumed the devil fruit, the crew aboard the pineapple ship could no longer be considered weaklings. The capabilities conferred by the devil fruit would elevate Ram's strength by at least threefold, placing him on par with Duman, who donned a mid-tier outfit. The addition of Ram's combat prowess brought Li Wenjin a measure of satisfaction, as it meant he would no longer need to deal with minor adversaries, allowing him to focus on confronting their leader. During the subsequent 4 days at sea, Li Wenjin dedicated each day to honing Ram's fighting skills, effectively alleviating the tedium of their maritime journey. Finally, at noon on the 5th day, the pineapple ship entered a remarkably cool and stable stretch of water. This stable sea indicated their arrival in the waters surrounding Rage Kif Island, and given the pleasant weather, it was likely that Rage Kif Island was either a spring or autumn isle. Half an hour elapsed, and from the bow of the pineapple ship, Li Wenjin spotted the coastline of Rage Kif Island. However, what he beheld was not a welcoming shore, but rather a densely wooded expanse. As it was not a proper port, the pineapple ship began to circle the island. Before long, they observed 3 or 4 vessels sailing in the same direction, presumably also bound for the island. Nami quickly directed the pineapple ship to pursue them. Following the other ships, the pineapple ship soon arrived at a bustling port where Li Wenjin even spotted several pirate ships brazenly docked. The presence of pirate vessels in the port piqued his curiosity. After all, the Grand Line was a domain of the Navy, and ordinary pirates would seldom appear so openly. The audacity of these pirates suggested there must be some peculiar circumstances at play. As the pineapple ship docked, Li Wenjin surveyed the nearby town and felt increasingly perplexed. He observed pirates openly strolling through the streets, armed with swords and guns, behaving as though it was an ordinary day. This sight deepened his intrigue. Wenjin, let us temporarily set aside the matter of apprehending fugitives and first ascertain the situation on Rage Kif Island, Nami suggested, her own curiosity about the port's peculiarities prompting her constructive advice. Li Wenjin fell into a moment of silence before speaking. You are quite right. We should first gather some intelligence. Ram, remain aboard the ship to hone your fruit abilities and keep a watchful eye on it. Haimao and Duman, you shall accompany us to the island to seek information about Rajikiv Island. Li Wenjin took the initiative to designate those responsible for the reconnaissance. Given that Haimao and Duman were once bounty hunters, they would undoubtedly possess the skills necessary for gathering information. As for Li Wenjin and Nami, although not specialists in intelligence gathering, they could still inquire about general news with relative ease. Li Wenjin, Nami, Black Cat, and Duman arrived at the port. Li Wenjin instructed Black Cat and Duman to gather intelligence while he and Nami strolled through the quaint town, subtly seeking ordinary tidings. They disembarked at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Li Wenjin arranged to reconvene with Black Cat and Duman aboard the Pineapple at 8 in the evening to share the particulars of their findings. As Li Wenjin wandered the charming streets with Nami, he swiftly caught wind of intriguing news. Rajikiv Island was not actually called Rajikiv Island. Rather, it was named after the kingdom of Rajikiv, and the island bore a different name altogether. Li Wenjin arrived at the quaint port town of Miki. one of the 4 small towns of the Rajgift Kingdom. The other 3 towns are Milan, Miji, and Miki. These 4 towns are situated around the Rajgift Royal Palace, with Miki located to the south of the palace. Miki is also the second port town accessed from the twin cape of Inverted Mountain, while the first port town is Kashavi Town on Kashavi Island. Kashavi Town serves as the initial stop on the primary route of the Grand Line leading to the Shambodi Archipelago, with the second island being the Rajgift Kingdom itself. Whiskey Peak marks the 4th route of the Grand Line. Having gathered some understanding of the Rajgift Kingdom's affairs, Li Wenjin and Nami ventured into various shops, purchasing items while inquiring further about the specifics of the kingdom. They roamed around Miki until 7 in the evening, enjoying a delightful dinner together before heading back to the Pineapple. Although it was not yet 8 o'clock, Black Cat and Dooman had already returned to the Pineapple. Li Wenjin promptly called them to the conference room aboard the Pineapple to discuss the information they had gathered. Li Wenjin, along with Black Cat and Dooman, engaged in a 30-minute discussion in the conference room, ultimately grasping certain aspects regarding the kingdom of Rajakichfu. However, due to the brevity of their time, they were unable to uncover more intricate details. Presently, Li Wenjin comprehends that Kururukas refrained from introducing the island to him, primarily because this initial route is the safest passage amidst the Grand Line for pirates journeying to the Sabaody Archipelago, which naturally makes it a hotspot for piracy. The intelligence gathered by Black Cat, Dooman, and Li Wenjin regarding Rajakichfu Island reveals that the foremost route of the Grand Line is indeed the safest passage to the Sabaody Archipelago. The rationale behind this is that the islands and nations along this route do not prohibit pirate passage. Rather, they extend their support to pirates visiting their shores. This is because they perceive that pirates contribute to the national treasury, allowing them to traverse their territories. However, to prevent malevolent pirates from wreaking havoc on their islands and nations, they have instituted a regulation: no crimes or brawls are permitted within towns. Should any pirate contravene this rule, all islands along the primary route would bar such miscreants from landing. For pirates intending to reach the Sabaody Archipelago, it is imperative to navigate through 9 islands. If disturbances arise on any one of these islands, the remaining 8 will deny them entry, compelling pirates to refrain from causing trouble to avoid being hunted down when attempting to visit other islands. As for the more unruly pirates, should they dare to instigate chaos in the towns, the other pirates will unite to thwart them, safeguarding the singular, secure route to the Sabaody Archipelago. Should there be any grievances among pirates, the 9 islands provide secluded areas for them to resolve their disputes, allowing them to engage in combat away from populated regions, free from oversight by the island authorities. Moreover, among the 9 islands on this primary route, 2 host naval bases, poised to pursue any pirates inciting unrest. It is likely that the world government acknowledges the perpetual existence of pirates, should they attempt to obstruct all passage to the New World. The entire Grand Line would descend into turmoil. Therefore, they have deliberately established this route for pirates, alleviating pressure on the world government while facilitating better control over the pirate populace. Chapter 59. Rajakichfu 3. Li Wenjin had come to grasp the situation regarding the Rajakichfu Kingdom and began to formulate strategies for capturing the notorious pirates. Firstly, capturing them within the town was out of the question, as such actions would lead to his expulsion from the Rajakichfu Kingdom, making it difficult for him to land on the subsequent islands. Furthermore, he needed to ensure that he did not exhibit excessive force during the capture, as an overwhelming display might intimidate the ordinary pirates, discouraging them from confronting him. Secondly, he needed to traverse the first route of the Grand Line as swiftly as possible. Should he tarry too long, the islands ahead would become aware of his pirate hunting endeavors, potentially uniting against him, thus placing him in peril. Thirdly, it was imperative that he commenced his pursuit with the lesser wanted criminals. If he were to target the more notorious ones first, the lesser criminals might receive wind of it and refrain from engaging him in battle. Fourthly, devising a method to entice the pirates to leave the town and confront him was crucial. If certain pirates were disinclined to seek trouble, he could not coerce them into combat. After a night of contemplation in his room, a promising idea dawned upon Li Wenjin: to employ a dual strategy of provocation followed by a baiting approach. Provocation, as the name suggests, involved taunting the pirates into voluntarily engaging in combat, thereby simplifying their capture. The baiting strategy, intended as a contingency plan, would utilize a substantial amount of belly to lure the pirates towards him if provocation failed. However, overuse of the baiting method could raise suspicions, so it was preferable to minimize its application. Lastly, during confrontations, it would be prudent for him to remain incognito. If the pirates became too familiar with his appearance, excessive provocations could lead to scrutiny. Thus, donning a mask during provocations and frequently changing it would be advisable to avoid recognition. Having devised a plan to capture the wanted criminals, Li Wenjin felt somewhat fatigued. Although the route introduced by Coloca's promised a plethora of pirates, the constraints associated with capturing them seemed far more cumbersome than a straightforward apprehension. After a night's rest, at 7 in the morning, Li Wenjin summoned Black Cat, Dooman, and Ram to share his plan conceived overnight. Upon outlining the strategy, he instructed them to focus on pirates with bounties below 30 million belly first. Only after capturing those should they pursue those with bounties exceeding 30 million, while steering clear of those with bounties over 100 million until they had bolstered their strength. Black Cat suggested, "Master, finding the wanted criminals may take some time. We should first gather intelligence on the whereabouts of all the pirates in Mickey Town and deal with them one by one, thus saving time." "That is an excellent idea. Let us proceed as you have suggested." Aiming to eliminate all the pirates in the Rajakichifa kingdom within 5 days, Li Wenjin agreed wholeheartedly with Black Cat's proposal. With the plan established, the 5 individuals immediately set out on their respective tasks. By 4 in the afternoon, the group reconvened at a restaurant in Mickey Town to share their findings over a meal. Black Cat spoke first. "Master, there are 25 wanted criminals in Mickey Town. The most formidable being the captain of the Night Wolf pirate crew, with a bounty of 42 million belly. The others do not exceed 20 million. Li Wenjin felt a twinge of disappointment. Why are there only minor characters? The Black Cat chuckled and replied, "Young master, this is merely the second island along the route. To encounter those with greater bounties, we will likely have to wait until we reach the 5th island. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin could hardly contain his excitement, eager to commence their tasks without delay. "Young master, this evening we shall venture to Kate Tavern, the establishment notorious for harboring the most wanted criminals. With a stroke of luck, we might apprehend a dozen fugitives in one fell swoop." The response from the Black Cat filled Li Wenjin with delight. "Then let us set off at once." They swiftly resolved the matter of dinner, each donning a mask as they made their way toward Kate Tavern. Upon their arrival, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, and the tavern was bustling with patrons, predominantly fierce-looking pirates and bounty hunters. Li Wenjin and his 4 companions, adorned in masks, entered the Kate Tavern, instantly capturing the attention of the patrons within. After all, in the law-abiding haven of Rejekshiv, pirates need not conceal their identities. The presence of masked individuals like Li Wenjin and his group could only suggest they were either notorious fugitives sought by the world government or individuals with a peculiar penchant for masks. However, the unusual sight of all 5 donned in masks was indeed rare. It was improbable that each person harbored a fondness for such disguises, thus heightening the likelihood that they were indeed wanted criminals. If Li Wenjin were to learn that they were mistaken for wanted criminals while wearing masks, one wonders what his thoughts would be. Upon entering the tavern, Li Wenjin surveyed the patrons with his keen gaze and swiftly identified a group of bounty hunters. Although they were merely low-level fugitives, their combined worth amounted to a staggering 1 or 200 million. Chapter 60, Rajikif. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon the conclusion of Li Wenjin's remarks, the tavern erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Who are these 5 individuals? Their audacity is simply astonishing. Dressed in masks, they exuded an air of secrecy, unmistakably suggesting they were up to no good. I can't contain myself. I must teach them a lesson. How is it possible that there exist individuals even more brazen than our Black Bull pirate crew? Provoking 15 wanted criminals at once, did they have a death wish? I surmised they were merely boasting and likely wouldn't dare to leave the town after dark. Amidst the raucous atmosphere of the tavern, Li Wenjin, accompanied by 4 companions, calmly located a table to rest, seemingly indifferent to the pirates and bounty hunters surrounding them. As Li Wenjin and his companions had just taken their seats, without having ordered any food or drinks, the notorious giraffe, with a bounty of 16 million, approached Li Wenjin. He fixed a cold, penetrating gaze upon him and remarked, "Your decision to remain here suggests that you intend to wait until 8 o'clock this evening." Li Wenjin responded calmly, "It is as it is. What do you wish to do? If you intend to act now, I have no objections." Giraffe let out a cold laugh. "Very well, you certainly have some courage. I shall await until 8 this evening to engage with you properly." After speaking, Giraffe turned to a man not far behind him and instructed, "Kaka, immediately inform our brethren to investigate whether there are any ambushes at the battleground. If none are found, we shall convene there tonight to confront this masked bounty hunter group." Once Giraffe had made the necessary arrangements, he approached the renowned bounty hunter, Kotek, within the tavern, saying, "Kotek, my good fellow, would you care to join me this evening?" Kotek took a sip of his drink, cast a glance at Li Wenjin and his companions, and replied calmly, "Rest assured, I will return. I too wish to meet these individuals." As Kotek spoke, the other fugitives in the tavern erupted in raucous cheers, expressing their desire to join in the evening's festivities and teach the masked bounty hunters a lesson. Meanwhile, the non-fugitive pirates began to chatter excitedly. "This promises to be quite the spectacle. I must return to inform my captain to witness the commotion tonight." "You are absolutely right. I too shall notify my captain. Mickey Town is bound to be lively this evening." The tavern buzzed with excitement, and several pirates dashed out to alert their captains to come and witness the unfolding drama. The bounty hunters inside the tavern also hurried out to gather friends, eager to partake in the evening's entertainment, though they dared not return, fearing the wrath of the pirates incited by Li Wenjin. Black Cat, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced at Li Wenjin and quietly remarked, "It seems the situation has escalated, young master." Li Wenjin felt a surge of joy, as he had never anticipated that his words would provoke such a significant uproar. By 8 o'clock that evening, the adversaries he would confront would undoubtedly exceed the mere dozen of wanted criminals within the tavern. It was conceivable that he would face all the outlaws in the entire town of Mickey. The prospect of potentially apprehending every wanted individual in Mickey Town thrilled Li Wenjin, as it would significantly diminish the time he had to spend searching for them. As for the chaos that the Black Cat had warned about, Li Wenjin was indifferent. In fact, he welcomed the possibility of it escalating further, as this would allow him to resolve the matter in a single evening instead of the 5 days originally planned. The strategy devised by the Black Cat and his companions, which aimed to gradually eliminate the wanted criminals over 5 days, had been irrevocably thwarted by Li Wenjin's interference. For a duration of 2.5 hours, Li Wenjin and his 4 companions were scrutinized closely by the pirates within the tavern, who were wary of their potential escape. Moreover, the number of wanted criminals present continued to swell. Li Wenjin had already observed over 20 such individuals, not accounting for those with bounties below 500,000. If those were included, the total would easily reach 40 or 50. As for the bounties exceeding 1 million, Li Wenjin had no interest in counting them. At this juncture, the total number of pirates congregated within the Kate Tavern had surpassed 300, not to mention the additional pirates lingering outside. Thus, Li Wenjin anticipated confronting at least 500 adversaries that night. The Kate Tavern was situated 3 kilometers away from the decisive battleground Li Wenjin had designated. Noticing that the hour was drawing near, he rose from his seat and, accompanied by Nami and the others, made his way toward the agreed location. Meanwhile, the wanted criminals in the tavern also began to rise, following closely behind Li Wenjin and his companions, fearful that they might attempt to escape along the way. Li Wenjin had no intention of fleeing. The wanted criminals followed him as they exited Mickey Town, proceeding towards their predetermined location. Initially, the fugitives intended to eliminate Li Wenjin immediately, but upon seeing the notorious leader of the Nightwolf pirate crew, who was waiting nearby to relish the spectacle, they refrained from attacking at that moment. Instead, they opted to wait until they reached the agreed-upon site to strike. The site of the impending showdown was a small rocky area, approximately the size of 2 football fields. Li Wenjin and his 5 companions, along with over 500 pirates and wanted criminals, effectively filled the entire rocky expanse. Beyond this area, a few bold residents of Mickey Town, drawn by curiosity, had come to witness the unfolding drama, alongside opportunistic bounty hunters. The bounty hunters harbored a straightforward notion: the 5 masked individuals, daring enough to provoke such a multitude of pirates, must possess considerable skill. Should the masked ones and the pirates engage in mutual destruction, the hunters could seize the opportunity to capture a wanted criminal or 2 amidst the chaos. Li Wenjin, accompanied by Nami and the others, reached the heart of the rocky area. He turned to the pirates trailing behind him and said, "Let us resolve our issues here. You may choose to confront me all at once or one by one. The choice is yours. Chapter 61. Rajichafu 5 Li Wenjin's words incensed the 500-odd pirates, who felt utterly defied. Several hot-tempered pirates immediately charged towards him. As a dozen pirates rushed forward, Li Wenjin remained still, recognizing them as mere rabble that Duman could handle. However, before the pirates could reach Li Wenjin, Rajiv intercepted them, saying, "Everyone, calm down. Let me test their strength first. Rajiv, he dares to provoke all of you. Can you defeat him? If you can't hold on, you can come begging me." Nightwolf, the captain of the Nightwolf pirates, who had come to watch the spectacle, mocked. Rajiv retorted, "Nightwolf, don't think we can't do without you. We will personally deal with these 5. Nightwolf sneered, "I hope I won't have to collect your corpses." Rajiv scoffed again, ready to retort. Annoyed by their endless banter, Li Wenjin, eager for a fight, interrupted Rajiv's drivel, yelling, "Are you done? I'm here to fight, not to listen to your nonsense. And you, so-called Nightwolf, do you think I'll let you leave today? All the pirates here will be exchanged for belly." The bounties of the wanted criminals who followed Li Wenjin to the rocky area exceeded 400 million, filling Li Wenjin with excitement as he anticipated claiming the rewards. Nightwolf, once a notorious criminal in the South Sea, had been humbled after entering the Grand Line. Now, Li Wenjin's audacity in treating him as merchandise ignited his suppressed rage, causing him to lunge at Li Wenjin. Seeing Nightwolf trying to steal their prey, Rajiv rallied the pirates of the rocky area to attack Li Wenjin, hoping to seize at least a few of the masked figures before Nightwolf finished them off. A chaotic battle ensued. Li Wenjin, thrilled, evaded Nightwolf's attacks and targeted the wanted criminals with bounties under 20 million. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin was certainly there to earn money. The vehement tirades of Nightwolf had no effect on him. He remained steadfast within the pirate crew, seeking out high-bounty pirates to confront. In the tumultuous melee involving 500 to 600 individuals, coupled with the cloak of night, the loss of a few wanted criminals went largely unnoticed. However, as minutes elapsed and the pirates discovered that many of their comrades lay motionless on the ground, a sense of panic began to set in. Some of the more timid pirates had already resolved to flee. Li Wenjin had anticipated this scenario. He pursued only those pirates with bounties on their heads, disregarding the lesser minions. Nightwolf, initially in pursuit of Li Wenjin, found his speed too formidable. After merely 5 minutes, he could no longer trace Li Wenjin's whereabouts. When Nightwolf eventually spotted him again, he realized the unsettling situation among the pirates. Most of the fallen were those with substantial bounties. Though Nightwolf's temperament was volatile, he was no fool. In light of the circumstances, it would be sheer folly not to grasp the gravity of the situation. Ceasing his pursuit of Li Wenjin, Nightwolf cautiously maneuvered away from the distant town, shrouded in dim light, slowly making his way toward the rocky area, striving to avoid alerting Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin had already taken note of Nightwolf's movements, yet he refrained from chasing him immediately, as he needed first to deal with the fleeing minions within the rocky terrain. Despite being no match for Li Wenjin's prowess, their overwhelming numbers compelled him to utilize his techniques to their fullest extent, lest those wanted criminals escape. Meanwhile, Nami, Ram, Duman, and Black Cat relentlessly hunted down the fleeing pirates, leaving no one within their attack range unscathed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After Li Wenjin ceased his assault, he immediately employed his moonwalk technique, soaring towards the direction of the small town. He understood that any delay could allow the Nightwolf to retreat back to the town, which would complicate matters for him. Although Li Wenjin donned a mask, there lingered the uncertainty of whether someone might recognize him, potentially hindering his subsequent actions. In truth, even if discovered, Li Wenjin felt no trepidation. A mere phone call to Smog would suffice to smooth over the situation, enabling him to continue his endeavors on other islands. However, such an outcome would render him a person of significant interest upon arrival, thereby impeding his operations on the island. Thus, it was imperative for Li Wenjin to neutralize the Nightwolf before he could reach Mickey Town. As the Nightwolf successfully escaped the rocky terrain and headed back towards Mickey Town, a sense of relief washed over him. In his mind, Li Wenjin was a far more terrifying entity than the one who had previously taught him a lesson. He felt a twinge of fortune to have eluded Li Wenjin's grasp. Gazing upon the increasingly familiar sight of Mickey Town, the night wolf felt a wave of ease. Yet, in the very next moment, he was struck dumb, for he beheld a figure descending from the sky before him, the very masked individual he feared. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Bearing the unconscious Nightwolf, Li Wenjin hastened back toward the rocky terrain. Nightwolf's prowess was indeed considerable, attributable to his being a wolf-type devil fruit adept. It took Li Wenjin a good 2 minutes to subdue him, owing to Nightwolf's formidable recuperative abilities and agile maneuvers. This swift resolution was achieved by Li Wenjin directly withstanding Nightwolf's assaults. Otherwise, it would have protracted the encounter to at least 5 minutes. Upon returning to the rocky enclave, Li Wenjin observed that only Nami and her 3 companions remained standing, while the rest lay prostrate. A multitude of bounty hunters and commoners observed the rocky precinct from its periphery. None dared to venture into the area, having been cowed by the formidable combat prowess displayed by Li Wenjin and his comrades, even as some pirates fled. The bounty hunters hesitated to seize the opportunity until the pirates had fully vacated the rocky confines, only daring to scavenge from those who had escaped. Rejoining Nami and the others, Li Wenjin promptly directed Black Cat, Doman, and Ram. The 3 of you are to return to the harbor forthwith and intercept any pirate vessel attempting to depart. Their ships now belong to us. Do you understand? Receiving Li Wenjin's command, Black Cat, Doman, and Ram, disregarding their weariness, immediately set off toward the port of Mickey Town. The command issued by Li Wenjin resonated beyond the rocky terrain, reaching the ears of both bounty hunters and civilians, rendering them speechless and utterly helpless. Some bounty hunters contemplated whether to seize the pirate ship's supplies at the port, but now that Li Wenjin was audaciously commandeering both the supplies and the vessel, they dared not venture close to the formidable tigress lair. As the Black Cat departed, Li Wenjin surveyed the sea of pirates strewn about and called out loudly beyond the rocky area. Regardless of who you are, as long as you offer me 90% of the bounty for these wanted criminals, you may take them away. Those eager to earn some belly, feel free to approach. Li Wenjin's words instantly stirred a commotion among those outside the rocky area. Within less than 2 minutes, 4 or 5 bold individuals approached, standing beside Li Wenjin and inquiring. Esteemed sir, is what you just said true? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin understood the intentions of those individuals. They were all eager to return with money. If, by chance, a successful transaction were to occur, it was likely that the bounty hunters and civilians who had brought the funds would immediately flock to the scene. The Rejective Kingdom, being a nation with a naval division, allowed those bounty hunters and common folk to deliver the wanted criminals to the naval branch within a mere 4 hours. In that brief span, they could amass a considerable fortune. If they hesitated, it would indeed be suspicious. 20 minutes later, the first group of bounty hunters returned to Mickey Town, and after exchanging the wanted criminal for their reward with Li Wenjin and his companions, the other bounty hunters and civilians rushed forward, brandishing their cash towards Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin was tasked with collecting the bounty, while Nami meticulously checked the list of wanted criminals, ensuring that no one could exploit the situation by exchanging a small amount of belly for high-value fugitives. Li Wenjin's role in handling the funds was crucial. Upon receiving the money, he would immediately enter the system, making it possible for him to detect even a single belly discrepancy, thus saving precious time. Among those present, some attempted to deceive Li Wenjin by underreporting their funds, hoping to slip through unnoticed. However, they soon found themselves unceremoniously kicked away, their money confiscated, leaving them in a state of despair. In the rocky area lay over 300 pirates, most of whom were not wanted criminals. Only about a third bore bounties. Consequently, within 2 hours, all the low bounty fugitives had been claimed. As for the wanted criminals with bounties exceeding 10 million, only 10 remained unclaimed, much to Li Wenjin's dismay. After all, it was no small feat for these bounty hunters and common folk to gather 200 million. The remaining 10 fugitives collectively required over 200 million belly, a sum they truly could not muster. As Li Wenjin lamented the plight of the 10 remaining fugitives, a rotund figure accompanied by 2 bodyguard-like individuals approached him. I am Audi Shuan of the Spring Commerce Guild. and I wish to accept the 10 fugitives you have at hand. However, I do have a modest request that I hope you will consider. Audi Shun, the portly gentleman, expressed his interest in acquiring the fugitives from Li Wenjin, who was more than willing to comply. Yet, Audi's small request prompted Li Wenjin to seek clarity before proceeding. Pray tell, what is your request? Should it be excessive? I shall not acquiesce. Audi Shun smiled and replied, we are reputable merchants and do not engage in unreasonable dealings. We simply ask that you sell us the pirate ships and their supplies at 80% of their value. How does that strike you? You Spring Commerce Guild certainly knows how to conduct business, Li Wenjin remarked with surprise. You are pressed for time. Selling to our Spring Commerce Guild would be mutually beneficial. Is that not agreeable? Li Wenjin furrowed his brow. Audi Shun had remarkably discerned that he was pressed for time, which indeed marked him as an extraordinary individual, suggesting that he was far from an ordinary character. After a moment of silence, Li Wenjin spoke, I am willing to sell everything to you. But you must provide me with the entirety of the payment up front. I shall not extend credit. Audi Shun immediately burst into laughter. Our Spring Chamber of Commerce has established a foothold on every island of the Grand Line. So rest assured, Your Excellency, we shall not lack for funds. Although Li Wenjin was uncertain whether the Spring Chamber of Commerce was indeed a significant commercial entity, he chose to place his trust in Audi Shun. Such matters are easily discernible upon investigation. Since you have surmised that we are pressed for time, let us expedite our transaction. Li Wenjin did not waste any time and promptly agreed to the transaction. Audi Shun immediately summoned over 30 subordinates to meticulously verify the bounty for the wanted criminal. In less than 5 minutes, an enormous leather suitcase was placed before Li Wenjin. Audi Shun said, Here lies 230 million Bailey. I kindly ask you to confirm the amount. Li Wenjin opened the suitcase and directly opted for a recharge, subsequently acquiring 230 million Baileys. Audi Shun observed as Li Wenjin merely placed his hand upon the Baileys within the suitcase, causing the entire contents to vanish instantaneously, igniting a spark of brilliance in his eyes. Li Wenjin was not overly concerned about revealing his ability to absorb Baileys. For the powers of the devil fruit are extraordinarily diverse, his capacity to absorb Baileys was, in his view, not a matter of great significance. Chapter 63. Swore Island. Li Wenjin and Audi Shun successfully completed the transaction involving the wanted criminals and continued their journey towards the port of Mickey Town, where further negotiations regarding the pirate ship and its associated goods awaited. As for the remaining pirates lying in the rocky area, their fate would be managed by others. Li Wenjin had no concern for their survival. The pirate ships docked at the port of Mickey Town were easily distinguishable by the pirate flags, indicating which vessels belonged to the pirates captured by Li Wenjin. However, when it came to appraising the value of these ships, Nami proved to be the more adept negotiator. Thus, Li Wenjin entrusted Nami to collaborate with Audi Shun in the dealings concerning the pirate ships and their cargo. Meanwhile, to ensure that the pirate ships remained secure and were not stealthily pilfered, Black Cat, Duman, and Ram were tasked with uncovering the treasures aboard the vessels. After a lengthy bargaining session spanning until 7 o'clock the following morning, Audi Shun ultimately succumbed to Nami's negotiation prowess, purchasing the pirate ships and their cargo for 300 million berries. Standing on the shores of Mickey Town's port, Audi Shun remarked thoughtfully to Nami, Miss, would you consider joining our Spring Chamber of Commerce? With your remarkable abilities, you could choose any position below that of Vice President. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the call. Li Wenjin has come to realize that the Spring Chamber of Commerce is indeed a vast and formidable organization, with numerous strongholds established along the Great Maritime Route. When he sets out to apprehend fugitives and procure supplies, it is exceedingly convenient to seek assistance from the Spring Chamber of Commerce. Thus, he decides to accept the communication device from Audi Shun. After accepting the device, Li Wenjin bids farewell to Audi Shun and boards the Pineapple, setting sail towards the next island. Li Wenjin and his companions had stirred quite a commotion in Mickey Town, and the rumors were already spreading like wildfire. If they did not depart soon, they would surely attract unwanted attention, and their identities would inevitably be exposed. The Pineapple ship set sail from Mickey Town, and Audi Shun's bodyguard addressed him, Young Master, why must you pay the Iron Rooster so much? They are in a hurry to leave. We could negotiate a lower price. Li Wenjin replied calmly. You are not a merchant. You wouldn't understand. This is an investment in the future. I believe he will provide us with significant assistance later on. The bodyguard fell silent. He was merely a protector and lacked knowledge of commercial affairs. However, he could not discern what made Li Wenjin worthy of investment. Yet he could not contradict his master's judgment. After a brief pause, Li Wenjin commanded his bodyguard, notify all the branches of the Merchant Association. If the Iron Rooster is spotted or if there are any leads regarding him, inform me immediately. The bodyguard responded, I will do so right away, young master. As for Li Wenjin, he had some suspicions about the potential exposure of his identity, but having just earned over 700 million belly, he was in high spirits and chose to disregard his concerns. Upon returning to the ship's cabin, he immediately commenced a series of 7 elite draws: a black cloak of Shanks, defense 400, agility 400, a sword of Shanks, strength 500, critical hit chance 5. Having drawn 2 top-tier items, Li Wenjin felt elated. He promptly removed the ghost spider's longsword and Marco's feather coat, adorning himself with the newly acquired equipment. He intended to bestow the ghost spider's longsword and Marco's feather coat upon Ram to enhance his combat prowess. After concluding the drawing, Li Wenjin exited the resting quarters and presented the 2 items to the excited Ram before returning to Nami's room for a well-deserved rest. As for the navigation, he entrusted it to the Black Cat and the others. Both Nami and Li Wenjin had spent a night bargaining with Li Wenjin and had not truly rested. So now that the pineapple ship was at sea, it was essential for them to sleep well. Leaving Mickey Town behind, Lin Xiao and the others set their sights on their next destination, Swallow Island's Swallow Town, a settlement 5 times smaller than the Rajachiv Kingdom, with only Swallow Town as its sole village. Swallow Town lies within the territory of the Gaudimas Kingdom, and the subsequent 3 islands that Li Wenjin would traverse also belong to this kingdom. The entirety of Gaudimas Kingdom comprises only Swallow Island, Chiga Island, and Gaudimas Island, and collectively, these islands are still smaller than the Rajachiv Kingdom. After 2 days of sailing, the pineapple ship entered the tranquil waters surrounding Swallow Island. This island embodies the essence of a summer isle. However, unlike Alabasta, it is not a desert island but simply experiences warmer weather. Standing at the bow of the pineapple ship, as Li Wenjin caught sight of Swallow Island's coastline, he immediately noticed an unfolding spectacle ahead and urged the Black Cat to accelerate towards it. In the waters before him, 6 pirate ships were embroiled in a fierce battle. Igniting a thrill within Li Wenjin, he felt compelled to join the fray. Otherwise, the absence of involvement would leave him restless. If he could seize some advantageous spoils after the clash of the 6 pirate ships, his spirits would surely soar even higher. As the pineapple ship gradually approached within 200 meters of the melee, Li Wenjin could distinctly observe the pirate ships and their flags. Nami lowered her binoculars and remarked to Li Wenjin, Wenjin, the combatants ahead are the Green Cypress Pirates, the Ashen Pirates, the Steel Frog Pirates, and the Black Feather Pirates, along with 2 other crews I do not recognize. They are likely new entrants who have yet to be marked with bounties. Li Wenjin carefully observed the situation and discovered that the 4 pirate crews mentioned by Nami were jointly assaulting the 2 unknown pirate crews. It appeared that the seasoned pirates were preying upon the newcomers, which intrigued Li Wenjin even further. My dear, what are the bounties for those 4 pirate crews? Li Wenjin was preparing to seize a bargain and needed to ascertain their worth. If the price was too low, he would refrain from intervening personally, opting instead to let Black Cat and the others handle it. Conversely, if the bounty was substantial, he would venture forth himself for some amusement. The captain and vice-captain of the Black Feather pirate crew were both wanted criminals, with a combined bounty of 72 million. The other 3 pirate crews possessed bounties merely exceeding 20 million. Having learned of the specific bounty details, Li Wenjin resolved to act personally, but only after their battle concluded, allowing him to approach the situation with greater ease. Chapter 64. The Black Feather pirate crew. 2 new pirate crews displayed commendable strength, enduring the relentless assault of 4 veteran crews, maintaining their ground and fighting fiercely. However, Li Wenjin could discern that the 4 seasoned crews were indeed superior in prowess. Should the battle prolong, victory would undoubtedly belong to them. The skirmish among the 6 pirate crews went unmonitored, with no vessel daring to approach for a closer look. Only Li Wenjin's pineapple ship audaciously lingered nearby to observe the spectacle. As the conflict unfolded at sea, it posed no threat to the ordinary inhabitants of the island. Thus, the island's overseers remained indifferent to the pirates' maritime skirmishes. Naturally, the 6 pirate crews noticed the pineapple ship, yet they were too preoccupied with their adversaries to pay it any heed. Moreover, with only 1 ship in the vicinity, the 6 crews felt emboldened. underestimating the potential trouble the pineapple ship could incite, unaware that it harbored a pack of ruthless predators. Half an hour passed, and Li Wenjin found himself growing drowsy. While the 6 pirate crews continued their clash, transitioning from long-range cannon fire to CLO, Li Wenjin took Nami's telescope and gazed towards the ship of the Black Feather Pirates. Indeed, he observed 5 individuals assaulting 2 women, who were, quite strikingly, rather beautiful. To his astonishment, they were 2 female pirates. He turned back and inquired, "Nami, why did you not inform me that the leaders of the new pirate crew are women?" Nami immediately frowned, clearly displeased, and retorted, "What? Do you have some sort of interest in them?" "Oh, I was merely speaking casually. You needn't take it to heart," Li Wenjin swiftly clarified, eager to avert any misunderstanding from Nami. "There's no superior moment. Tell me forthwith, are you going to proceed or not? Delay any longer, and the skirmish will conclude, and they shall retreat to their vessel." Nami pressed him urgently. Li Wenjin, no longer delaying, declared directly, "I shall confront those wanted criminals. You all, intercept their ships. They are our spoils." Having finalized the arrangements, Li Wenjin employed Moonwalk to soar towards the Black Feather, finally arriving before the 7, under their wary gazes. From the moment Li Wenjin ascended into the air, Black Feather had been observing him. Upon witnessing Li Wenjin's flight towards them, Black Feather instantly sought to cease the conflict. Curious as to Li Wenjin's intentions, although Black Feather desired to halt the battle, the 2 women showed no inclination to relent. They brandished their longswords, continuing their assault on Black Feather and his crew, all the while vigilantly watching the approaching Li Wenjin. Observing the ongoing conflict among the 7, Li Wenjin cleared his throat and announced, "Cease your fighting for a moment. I have something to impart." The 7 remained engrossed in their combat, entirely disregarding Li Wenjin, which displeased him greatly. He promptly unsheathed the golden staff from his back and launched an assault on the 7. With 7 successive strikes, he sent them all hurtling away. The weakest among them, the Black Feather Pirate's second-in-command, was immediately knocked unconscious by Li Wenjin. Black Feather, being the strongest, regained his footing swiftly after being struck and regarded Li Wenjin with caution. "Who are you? Have you come to aid those 2 women?" he inquired. Li Wenjin disdainfully remarked, "Did you not see that I have already sent them flying? My intention is to rescue them, and it need not be so complicated. I could simply eliminate you." Heiyu's expression darkened, utterly perplexed by Li Wenjin's true intentions. However, the formidable strength of Li Wenjin left him powerless to impede her actions. "Since you have no desire to assist them, why partake in our battle? It offers you no advantage," he stated. Upon hearing Heiyu's words, Li Wenjin immediately responded with a smile, "I am a bounty hunter. With so many fugitives gathered in one place, it is evident you are offering me a lucrative opportunity. How could I possibly decline?" Heiyu's face changed dramatically. Disregarding his 3 notifications, he abruptly transformed his arm into a winged black bird and soared towards Swallow Island. "What the?" Li Wenjin was taken aback by Heiyu's sudden transformation into a bird. However, he quickly recognized that Heiyu was valued at 54 million berries. He leapt into the air, blocking Heiyu's escape route, and struck at him with a staff. Though Heiyu's flight speed was not particularly swift, his agility in the air was exceptional, causing Li Wenjin to miss 3 consecutive strikes. Li Wenjin furrowed his brow, unable to showcase his agility in the air. He found himself incapable of launching an attack against Black Feather, and the 3 wanted criminals aboard the Black Feather had already plotted their escape. Faced with this predicament, he was left with no choice but to relinquish one side. After careful consideration, Li Wenjin ultimately resolved to let Black Feather go, for the value of the 4 wanted individuals below outweighed that of Black Feather. However, before allowing Black Feather to depart unimpeded, he was determined not to let him leave leisurely. As Black Feather observed Li Wenjin, he suddenly turned and soared back towards the Black Feather vessel, which brought a wave of relief to him as he prepared to hasten back to Swallow Island. Yet, just as he pivoted, he felt a sharp blow to his back, causing him to expel a copious amount of blood as he plummeted into the sea. Fortunately, his robust Zoan-type physique allowed him to regain flight before submerging, and without a backward glance, he fled frantically towards Swallow Island. Li Wenjin felt a twinge of regret as he flew back to the Black Feather. He had intentionally left a hand, gripping a golden staff, suspended in the air to ambush the Black Feather, only to be disheartened to discover that it did not plunge into the sea. Disappointment aside, he had to first deal with the 3 wanted criminals aboard the Black Feather. The escape of the Black Feather could merely be attributed to fate's whims. Confronting the other 3 bountied miscreants aboard the Black Feather proved to be a far simpler task for Li Wenjin. With a few deft maneuvers, he swiftly caught up with the trio attempting to flee, delivering a strike to each, rendering them unconscious. Once the wanted criminals were subdued, he gathered all four of them together and turned to the two vigilant women observing him. You two, behave yourselves. You carry no bounty, and I have no desire to trouble you. Once we reach land, I shall set you free. The two women exhaled in relief, fully aware that should Li Wenjin choose to confront them, they would have no option but to capitulate and submit to his authority. Any attempt at resistance would likely lead them to share the fate of the four incapacitated figures sprawled on the deck. Chapter 65. The female pirate with the pirates of the Black Feather dealt with, Li Wenjin turned his attention to the situation on the other vessels. Discovering that Nami and her companions had already dispatched all the minor henchmen, with everything resolved, Li Wenjin contemplated his next steps before retrieving the transponder snail provided by Audi Suen, dialing the number. The call connected. Is this the bounty hunter, the masked man? Li Wenjin concealed his identity from Audi Suen, thus Audi had no choice but to refer to him as the masked man, Mr. Audi Suen. You may call me Li Wenjin, he said. My dear masked sir, are you not afraid of revealing your identity? It would be futile to continue hiding, as I still require Mr. Audi Suen's assistance, would it not? Then I shall address you as young Wenjin. Mr. Wenjin, what do you need my help with? I am currently at Suo Island, and I am uncertain if the Spring Commerce has a branch there. I wish to negotiate a trade with them, maintaining the same price as last time. What do you think, Mr. Audi Suen? It seems Mr. Wenjin has once again captured a group of pirates. Congratulations, Mr. Wenjin. I shall promptly inform the branch at Suo Island to proceed with the transaction. Thank you, Mr. Audi Suen. I am situated 1 kilometer off the coast of Suo Island. Kindly arrange for them to meet me at sea, as I fear a commotion might arise at the port. It appears that Mr. Wenjin has garnered quite a reward this time. I shall notify them immediately. Please wait for half an hour, Mr. Wenjin. I am once again grateful, Mr. Audi Suen. Mr. Wenjin, no need for such formalities. I must now terminate this call to attend to your affairs. Of course, the head of the telephone bug had completely collapsed, indicating the call had ended. Li Wenjin stowed away the device and approached the two female pirates, saying, You both will come aboard my ship. I shall release you once we reach the shore. The two female pirates appeared to be around 25 years of age. One sported golden hair while the other had blue locks. Both were strikingly beautiful, though their garments were tattered, revealing much of their skin, which was quite alluring. However, Li Wenjin merely appreciated their appearance and held no interest in them. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's command for them to board his ship, the blonde woman immediately grew furious, exclaiming, What do you mean? Are you intending to steal our pirate ship? With a nonchalant air, Li Wenjin glanced at the blonde woman and declared, You are all my captives. And naturally, your treasures and ship are mine. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing Li Wenjin's intention to seize their vessel, the blonde woman erupted in fury, exclaiming to the blue-haired woman, Harriet, let's fight him. The blue-haired woman, equally incensed, fixed her gaze upon Li Wenjin and asserted, Sister, you are right. We shall confront him. The two women, reigniting their resolve, brandished their swords and charged towards Li Wenjin, their eyes ablaze with a fiery rage that threatened to incinerate him. Unwilling to indulge their defiance, Li Wenjin brandished his golden staff and swiftly subdued the already exhausted women, rendering them unconscious. Having dealt with the two women, Li Wenjin gathered them in his arms, intending to return them to the pineapple vessel. However, as he prepared to depart from the Black Feather, he was met by Nami's voice. Wenjin, I witnessed everything that transpired. You were rather ruthless with those ladies. Nami's words were laced with amusement, and Li Wenjin recognized her playful teasing. He promptly entrusted the two women to Nami, stating, Then they shall be your responsibility to escort back. I shall remain here to gather some treasures. Nami, accepting the women, inquired, What shall we do with the pirate ship? Shall we sail it to Swerve Island? Li Wenjin shook his head repeatedly and recounted to Nami the matter concerning his phone call with Audi Suen, assuring her to remain aboard the pineapple ship, as her presence would be required for negotiations later. After Nami departed with two women, Li Wenjin, along with the Black Cat, Duman, and Ram, commenced a thorough search across the 6 pirate ships. Ultimately, they discovered over 30 million berries and a plethora of gold and jewels. Notably, the ship belonging to the two women yielded the greatest treasure, valued at over 100 million, prompting Li Wenjin to reflect on the undeniable affinity women have for gold and jewels. As they collected the riches aboard the ships, Li Wenjin spotted approaching vessels in the distance and promptly returned to the pineapple ship, preparing to meet the representatives of the Spring Commerce Association alongside Nami. 10 minutes later, A middle-aged man accompanied by dozens of guards boarded the pineapple ship and approached Li Wenjin, respectfully stating, "You must be Mr. Wenjin. I am Hoji Adermo, the branch chief of the Spring Commerce Association at Swar Island." Considering the individual to be of little significance, Li Wenjin was not inclined to engage in lengthy discourse. He directly responded, "Mr. Hoji Adermo, shall we expedite the transaction? Once concluded, we intend to depart from Swar Island." Hoji Adermo nodded and commanded his numerous subordinates to begin sorting through the items on the 6 pirate ships, while also apprehending the wanted criminals aboard. The transaction process was notably intricate and time-consuming. Lacking interest in the dealings, Li Wenjin entrusted the entire matter to Nami, while he ventured onto another pirate ship where he captured an unconscious pirate who was not on the wanted list, compelling him to divulge whether there were any other pirates remaining on Swar Island. Among the 6 pirate ships, some pirates were incapacitated from the battle and unable to flee, while the others had already jumped into the sea to escape. Li Wenjin's interrogation proved to be remarkably successful. He had ascertained that there were indeed a few pirates remaining on Swallow Island, albeit mere insignificant figures. Even if apprehended, they would scarcely yield any value. Therefore, Li Wenjin resolved to depart from Swallow Island immediately upon the completion of the transaction. As for the recording pointers, they would require 3 days to accumulate the magnetic field of Swallow Island. This posed no challenge for Li Wenjin, for he had already discovered recording pointers filled with magnetic energy aboard 6 pirate ships, enabling them to set sail without delay. The transaction between Nami and the Spring Trade Association lasted 3 hours, culminating at 5 in the afternoon, when Nami successfully concluded all dealings, securing over 380 million berry. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin was at a loss for words. If they wish to cry, it is of no concern to me. I have not provoked them. Nami shot Li Wenjin a glare. "You step outside first. I will have a proper discussion with them." "Very well, expedite your resolution." "We still need to head to Gaudy Moss Island," Li Wenjin replied, departing directly. Upon returning to her room, Li Wenjin eagerly commenced a lottery draw. After merely 2 attempts at the top-tier lottery, she was greeted by the system's prompt. Lottery expenditure has reached 10 billion berries. The system has upgraded to level 2. The realization that the system could indeed be upgraded filled Li Wenjin with delight. She was eager to investigate any changes within the system. However, as the thought crossed her mind, the system promptly provided a response. Firstly, the probability of winning in the lottery has increased from 1 in 10 to 2 in 10. Secondly, the probability of drawing special items has risen from 1% to 5%. Li Wenjin was aware that these special items included non-attribute equipment, akin to Chopper's ointment or the Joker's nose, among others. The enhanced odds of the lottery invigorated Li Wenjin. Now, with 10 draws, she could expect 2 pieces of equipment. Should the system advance to level 3, she could even sell any unused equipment to recoup her losses in berries. Currently, at level 2, the recovery rate stands at approximately 60 to 70%, while at level 3, it would reach a full 100%, and at level 4, it could ascend to 120%. At that point, Li Wenjin would no longer need to toil for earnings. Selling equipment alone could lead her to great fortune. Li Wenjin was increasingly exhilarated, to the point where he felt as though he might drool. It took him 10 minutes to regain his composure, after which he proceeded to draw the remaining 2 prestigious prizes. He first drew the Zoan-type devil fruit, the brown bear fruit. Upon acquiring the Zoan-type devil fruit, a surge of excitement coursed through Li Wenjin. He began to ponder whether it was possible to wield 2 devil fruits simultaneously, thus enabling him to harness the powers of both. Seizing the moment, Li Wenjin promptly removed the least effective weapon from his equipment, the flower sword. And with a heart brimming with anticipation, he equipped the brown bear fruit. The successful equipping of the brown bear fruit filled Li Wenjin with immense joy. and he immediately began to envision a future where he wielded 10 devil fruits, rampaging through the world with unparalleled might. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin was utterly perplexed by Nami's meaning. And he furrowed his brow, saying, "Could you elucidate the matter more clearly? You're leaving me utterly bewildered." Nami sighed once more and recounted her conversation with the two female pirates to Li Wenjin, after which he felt somewhat speechless. The tale of the two female pirates was as follows. Firstly, they were not actually pirates. They merely flew the pirate flag to inspire fear in others, deterring them from provoking them. Secondly, their ship and treasure were the lifeline of their entire village. The two of them had ventured out with these valuables solely to procure essential supplies. Thirdly, the island they inhabited was not located on the Grand Line, accessible via the 7 routes, but rather a unique, non-magnetic island akin to Amazon Lily, and only they possessed the knowledge to navigate back. Fourthly, if Li Wenjin were to seize their ship and treasure, their entire village of several thousand inhabitants would be doomed, meaning that Li Wenjin would be responsible for their demise. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin nodded. Then I shall entrust everything to you. As Nami departed from the room, Li Wenjin shook his head in resignation. Setting aside the matters concerning the two female pirates, he began to experiment with his newfound abilities, the power of the brown bear fruit. Within a mere 5 seconds, Li Wenjin successfully completed the first stage of his transformation into human form. This stage granted him a remarkable enhancement of approximately 500 points in strength. Upon finishing the initial phase, Li Wenjin embarked on the second stage, the transformation into a hybrid beast form. This stage proved to be more challenging and less familiar to him, taking him 5 minutes to accomplish. Once he completed the transformation into hybrid form, he approached the mirror and gazed at his bear-like visage. An unexpected sense of cuteness washed over him. But he quickly dismissed this distasteful thought and began to test the extent of his strength augmentation. The enhanced strength from the hybrid form made him feel an increase of around 1,000 points, which uplifted his spirits. Although he had sacrificed an equipment slot for his gear, he found solace in the fact that he had not compromised his power. With the combined strength of both fruits, he was confidently at the level of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters, filling Li Wenjin with great joy. Chapter 67. Kadima's Island. After completing the experiment with the brown bear fruit's second stage abilities, Li Wenjin had intended to attempt the third stage transformation into a beastman. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the fruit's powers, he found himself utterly unable to achieve the third stage metamorphosis. Following the failure of the third stage transformation, Li Wenjin commenced an experiment with his ability to fragment while in human form. The fragmentation ability proved to be remarkably effective within the confines of his room. He reveled in the experience, dividing his body into numerous segments and soaring about with delight. As Li Wenjin's bear head approached the doorway, the door suddenly swung open, leading to an unexpected gaze between Nami and Li Wenjin. Upon spotting the bear head, Nami let out a piercing scream, exclaiming in fright, and delivered a powerful punch that sent Li Wenjin's head flying, leaving him no time to utter a word. As he tumbled backward, Li Wenjin had no choice but to revert his transformation and reassemble his fragmented body. Rising from the corner, he rubbed his face and exclaimed, "Darling, why did you hit me?" Nami, having just delivered the punch, sensed something amiss. The fragmented ability appeared to belong to Li Wenjin. As she continued to observe him, she was astonished to see the bear head transform back into Li Wenjin upon hitting the ground. Curiously, Nami inquired, "What was that bear head all about?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin was on the verge of tears, feeling unable to express the ordeal he had endured. Now, he could only suppress his feelings within. Nami, indifferent to Li Wenjin's plight, directly stated, "Hyles and Jimbus, the two sisters, will remain on our ship. When we reach Gadamas Island and earn some money, we shall return them to their home. Do you understand?" "You mean those two female pirates?" Li Wenjin inquired. "Indeed, that is the situation. As we pass Chijia Island, we will return them to their home. Until then, they will accompany us. Chijia Island is the next island after Gadamas Island, and it is not far." Li Wenjin pondered for a moment and replied, Very well, I shall agree to your proposal, but how much do we owe them? Nami considered and responded. What they need are living supplies. You simply have to provide them with food for 1,000 people for 2 years. The cost of food was not exorbitant, which pleased Li Wenjin immensely. He readily consented, saying, then it is settled. I shall have the Spring Trade Association prepare the provisions. Nami nodded in agreement. That is the best course of action. Jeebus and the others have been wandering between islands due to a lack of means to procure food. Now that you have a channel to acquire supplies, it serves to rectify the wrongs done to them. What does that have to do with me? I had no idea they were imposter pirates, Li Wenjin muttered softly. Nami shot him a glare. What did you just say? No, I didn't say anything. Li Wenjin quickly waved his hands in denial. Nami snorted coldly. Tonight, I will speak with the 2 sisters, so you shall sleep alone. Li Wenjin, in a lackluster tone, remarked, do as you wish. I will first instruct the Black Cat crew to set sail. After Nami departed, Li Wenjin ascended to the deck and handed the pointer for Gatama's Island to the Black Cat, directing them toward the Gatama's Kingdom. Gatama's Island. An entire territory of the Gatama's Kingdom is a thriving isle renowned for its abundant supply of a special gray stone, reputed to enhance the hardness of weapons. This allure draws numerous merchants to Gatama's Island in pursuit of the coveted gray stone, further contributing to its prosperity. However, while it flourishes, its affluence is comparable to that of the Rajagith Kingdom, far from the scale of nations like Alabasta, which boast populations in the millions. The combined populace of the 3 islands of the Gatama's Kingdom barely reaches 500,000. The journey to Gatama's Island necessitates 3 days. During this time aboard the Pineapple, Li Wenjin relished a satisfactory experience, particularly regarding the culinary offerings. Sisters Hyles and Jeebus, both culinary virtuosos, brought him immense joy, leading him to entrust the cooking duties to them. Though the sisters harbored a certain disdain for Li Wenjin, they had no choice but to prepare meals for him, as they relied on him for provisions and safe passage back to their homeland. The sisters' strength was comparable to that of a Navy lieutenant commander, perhaps even surpassing that of Duman and Ram. Should they express a desire to join the Pineapple, Li Wenjin would be quite pleased. However, they seemed disinclined to join, often casting glares at him, only displaying warmth in the presence of Nami. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, at 4 o'clock, the Pineapple smoothly entered the waters of Gatamos. By this time, Li Wenjin's vessel had transformed into 2, as they encountered a pirate crew intent on plundering them. Initially, Li Wenjin retained only the 2 sisters and Nami, entrusting them with the task of negotiating the procurement of a pirate ship and the acquisition of provisions with the Spring Chamber of Commerce. At this point, Li Wenjin had surmised that Audi Xiuan was far from an ordinary figure within the Spring Chamber of Commerce, as the president of the Gaudimas branch had bestowed upon him a VIP card, granting him immediate access to preferential treatment whenever he encountered members of the Spring Chamber, alleviating the need to consult Audi Xiuan for trivial matters. Li Wenjin understood that this VIP card was undoubtedly bestowed upon him by Audi Xiuan, likely due to his frequent calls to Audi for trivial matters, to spare himself from the incessant disturbances over minor issues. Audi had simply gifted a VIP card to Li Wenjin. Chapter 68, Kadima's Island 2. At Kadima's port, after bidding farewell to Nami and the others, Li Wenjin, accompanied by the Black Cats, sought out taverns to gather information. Of course, the primary informants were the 3 Black Cats, while Li Wenjin merely played a supporting role. Kadima's Island boasted only the grand Kadima's royal city, devoid of any other towns or villages, thus rendering the entire royal city quite expansive. While strolling through the royal city, Li Wenjin and his companions learned that there were over a dozen renowned taverns within its confines. This revelation compelled them to act separately. If they were to proceed as a group of 4, it was likely they would not even be able to visit all the taverns in a single evening. Thus, in the heart of the royal city, they parted ways, each heading in a different direction to gather information. Li Wenjin ventured eastward, his first destination being the Golden Bean Bar, reputed to be rather unremarkable. As for the specifics, it was up to him to investigate. While the royal city boasted upscale establishments, Li Wenjin doubted that the pirates would frequent such high-end venues. Within those elite bars, one would typically find nobles and affluent individuals, a stark contrast to the raucous nature of pirates who would prefer to avoid confrontation. Moreover, such prestigious establishments likely would not permit pirates to enter. Upon entering the Golden Bean Bar, Li Wenjin found himself largely ignored, for he lacked any renown in the Grand Line. Even his exploits in capturing numerous pirates on Rajachif and Swar Island had yet to reach this locale. The absence of attention pleased him. allowing him to settle into a corner and indulge in food and drink while discreetly observing the bar's patrons, hoping to glean information about any wanted criminals. After half an hour, Li Wenjin departed the Golden Bean Bar, having discovered no pirates among the ordinary townsfolk. However, he did overhear some intriguing details regarding bounties on 3 notorious pirate crews in the vicinity of Gaudy Moss Island, the Golden Tiger Pirates, with a bounty of 60 million berries, the Daika Pirates, boasting a bounty of 5 million berries, and the Jean Pirates, with a bounty of 52 million berries. Of these, Li Wenjin's interest was piqued by the Golden Tiger Pirates, not for their bounty, but rather for their connection to another crew they had apprehended upon arriving at Gaudy Moss Island, the Silver Tiger Pirates. Li Wenjin found it hard to believe that the 2 crews were unrelated, thus he felt compelled to investigate the Golden Tiger Pirates further. After leaving the Golden Bean Bar, Li Wenjin proceeded to 2 more establishments, gathering information until the early hours of the morning, when he returned to the Pineapple ship. As it was the prearranged meeting time with Black Cat and the others, on board, Nami and her sisters had already retired for the night. While Li Wenjin and Black Cat convened in the conference room to discuss the intelligence they had collected about the pirates. Firstly, regarding Gaudy Moss Island, Li Wenjin noted that the only wanted individuals with bounties exceeding 50 million were the 3 he had already mentioned. There were 10 individuals with bounties ranging from 10 million to 50 million, while those with bounties below 10 million numbered in the multitude, far beyond what they could apprehend. Secondly, the leader of the Silver Tiger Pirates, whom Li Wenjin had captured, was the brother of the leader of the Golden Tiger Pirates. Given that the Silver Tiger ship had been brought back to Gaudy Moss Island for sale, the Golden Tiger Pirates would likely be aware of the capture of their brother, potentially leading to trouble for Li Wenjin in the coming days. Thirdly, the magnetic storage time at Gaudy Moss Island was 5 days, with the Jean and Daika crews set to depart in 2 days. Thus, Li Wenjin had to expedite his plans. Otherwise, the Jean and Daika crews would elude capture. The intelligence gathered brought Li Wenjin both joy and concern. The prospect of facing 3 formidable pirate crews simultaneously could present significant challenges. The concern stemmed from the fact that on the Pineapple ship, only he and Black Cat were capable of combating pirates with bounties around 50 million. The others lacked the requisite strength, necessitating a staggered approach to confront them. The positive aspect was that as they drew closer to the Sabaody archipelago, the bounty amounts seemed to escalate, a promising sign for Li Wenjin. After spending a considerable time in the office, he inquired of Black Cat whether the 3 pirate crews were converging at the same location. Black Cat shook his head, explaining that while the 3 major pirate crews were of comparable power, their mutual disdain prevented them from acting in concert. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin was quite astonished. Was it not said that the first route of the Grand Line consists of relatively safe pathways? How could a pirate's island possibly emerge? The Black Cat replied, Young Master, among the 9 islands of the first route, there are 2 smaller islands. Due to their sparse populations, whatever activities the pirates engage in on these islands will go unnoticed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin envisioned the enchanting Chijia Island, where he could apprehend pirates at will, and his spirits began to soar with excitement. Unlike the present circumstances, where he had to tread carefully around various concerns while capturing a pirate, this had deeply unsettled him. With the decision made to confront the pirates of Jayadama's Island the following day, Li Wenjin returned to rest, determined to rejuvenate himself for the impending battle. After a night of restorative slumber, he felt invigorated and summoned all members to the conference room at 9 o'clock in the morning to deliberate on strategies for dealing with the pirate crew on the island. Chapter 69. Jackie Chi in the Pineapple Ship's conference room. Li Wenjin engaged in discussions with all members about the best approach to capture not only the notorious fugitives but also the lesser-known ones. Ultimately, they concluded to divide their efforts. Duman and Ram would handle bounties below 20 million, while Nami, along with her two sisters and Black Cat, would pursue those with bounties ranging from 20 to 40 million. Li Wenjin would tackle the pirate crews with bounties exceeding 40 million on his own. In truth, aside from the three major pirate crews with bounties surpassing 50 million, the only other crew on Jayadama's island was the Chi Pirates, with a bounty of 44 million. All other crews had bounties below 30 million. Initially, Helis and Jeebus were reluctant to assist Li Wenjin, but he promised them an ample supply of food in exchange for their compliance, compelling them to begrudgingly acquiesce to his demands. As the operational meeting concluded, Li Wenjin felt quite pleased and prepared to announce its end, eager to commence the execution of their plans. "Get out here, you lot." Before Li Wenjin could finish his words, a furious roar echoed from outside, a sound that was all too familiar. Consequently, Li Wenjin and his companions swiftly made their way to the bow of the ship. Upon witnessing a group of individuals on the shore, Li Wenjin's brow furrowed in concern. For before him stood none other than the notorious Silver Tiger, a fugitive he had previously sold to the Spring Chamber of Commerce, now reappearing in his presence. Li Wenjin is currently pondering whether Jin who attacked the Spring Chamber of Commerce to rescue his brother. However, he quickly dismisses this notion. For if Jin who were indeed bold enough to stir trouble, he would not be found lurking at the port, having long since fled the scene. The most plausible scenario that Li Wenjin can conceive is that Jin who may have used money to secure his brother's release, as the Spring Chamber of Commerce, being a merchant entity, would not overlook a lucrative opportunity. Although Li Wenjin feels a twinge of discontent regarding the actions of the Spring Chamber of Commerce, he recognizes that he has no grounds to voice his grievances, as they are hardly connected to him. At the port, Inhu, incensed upon seeing the alluring Hai Lizi and Jean Beezy behind Li Wenjin, bellows furiously at him, "Hand over those two women, and I shall spare your lives today." Startled back to reality, Li Wenjin cast a disdainful glance at Silver Tiger, remarking, "A vanquished foe dares to act so presumptuously, truly ignorant of the immensity of the world." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Silver Tiger was immediately incensed, ready to ascend the pineapple vessel and seek vengeance upon Li Wenjin and his comrades. However, his elder brother, Golden Tiger, swiftly apprehended him, casting him back behind their ranks. Having quelled the disturbance caused by Silver Tiger, Golden Tiger turned back towards Li Wenjin on the pineapple, stating, "Though my brother may lack prowess, he remains my sibling. This afternoon at 5, I shall await you at the gravel flats outside the East City. I trust you shall not attempt to evade me, for I shall pursue you relentlessly until your demise." Golden Tiger's tone was remarkably composed, yet imbued with an unwavering confidence, as if he possessed the means to effortlessly subdue Li Wenjin. This greatly displeased Li Wenjin, who retorted, "I shall arrive punctually. Though you are merely a commodity I intend to exchange for bounty money." Golden Tiger fixed Li Wenjin with a piercing gaze before departing the harbor with his subordinates. As Golden Tiger and his entourage departed, Black Cat inquired of Li Wenjin, "Young master, what is our course of action now? Shall we modify our plans?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's prowess was met with a certain degree of trust from the Black Cat crew. Since he confidently asserted that he could handle the situation alone, they refrained from meddling further, opting instead to return and gather their belongings, departing from the pineapple ship to confront their own adversaries. As the crew of the pineapple ship vacated, Li Wenjin made his way towards the inn where the Chi pirates were resting, intent on eliminating them before his battle with the Golden Tiger. With a mere 7 hours to spare, the establishment where the Chi pirates resided was far from luxurious. It was simply a modest and nestled within a secluded alley. After all, the kingdom of Gadamas held a disdain for pirates, and the ordinary populace remained fearful of these marauders. Consequently, during the inaugural voyage of the Grand Line, pirates were not particularly welcomed. This was largely due to the presence of unruly pirates who brazenly disregarded the rules, inflicting harm upon the local residents, thereby perpetuating an atmosphere of dread among the common folk. Upon entering the inn's lobby, Li Wenjin immediately spotted several pirates gathered within. Although he did not see Captain Chi, he had no desire to squander time searching for him. Instead, he approached a trio of conversing pirates and inquired directly, "Are you members of the Chi pirates?" The three chatting pirates turned to face Li Wenjin, their expression sour as one of them retorted, "Who are you, brat? What do you want with us?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin turned around and discovered that the speaker was none other than the notorious Captain Chi of the Chi pirate crew. It seemed he had arrived earlier and overheard the conversation between Li Wenjin and his subordinate. "Captain, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant," remarked Xinjie. "Do not say another word. Since they have come to our doorstep, let us engage with the Chi pirate crew," replied Chi. His demeanor was remarkably calm, devoid of any trace of fear or arrogance, which intrigued Li Wenjin, making him feel that Chi was somewhat different from the other pirates. Li Wenjin remarked, "You possess quite an intriguing character. Rest assured, I shall only apprehend you. I harbor no interest in your comrades." Jack K smiled and replied, "I am truly grateful for that." Without further ado, he added, "I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Since you have agreed to engage in combat, allow you to lead the way, lest you suspect I have laid an ambush." Jack K, taken aback, glanced at Li Wenjin before nodding in agreement. "Then I shall not be courteous. Please follow me." Under Jack K's guidance, Li Wenjin exited the inn, winding through alleys and traversing several streets, ultimately arriving at an expanse of verdant grassland. However, it was evident that behind Li Wenjin and Jack K, there were not only members of the K pirate crew, but also a throng of onlookers, comprising both pirates and local residents. Li Wenjin cast a glance at the pirates trailing behind him and discerned that among them were 3 individuals he had encountered the previous night on the wanted list. However, they were mere minor characters, each valued at only a few million. Chapter 70. Silver Island API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing but vast emptiness. Realizing it would take 5 or 6 minutes to return to the town, he nodded and remarked, "This place is suitable. Let us resolve the matter here." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted upon transforming. Li Wenjin launched a charge at Jack Cree, intending to send him flying. Anticipating the assault, Jack Cree chose to evade initially, contemplating a counterattack. He understood that his strength could not match Li Wenjin's, so he relied on his agility to outmaneuver the clumsy bear-like opponent. However, despite Jack Cree's prudent strategy, he was soon bewildered. Although his adversary was indeed a bear, its agility surpassed his own. Just as he dodged the charge of the brown bear, it executed a swift turn and struck his left-hand weapon with a powerful punch, sending his blade flying. Reeling back a couple of steps, Jack Cree swiftly swung his right-hand sword towards the bear, hoping to compel it to retract its paw while he retrieved his lost weapon. Alas, once again, he misjudged the situation. The brown bear did not withdraw its paw but instead seized the hilt of his sword, preventing him from reclaiming his weapon. Simultaneously, the bear's other paw struck his chest, forcing him to relinquish the blade and retreat. In the brief span of 1 minute, Jack Cree found himself disarmed and resorted to evading Li Wenjin with his body, a clear indication that he was no match for his opponent. Jack Cree's lack of prowess rendered him incapable of testing the limits of the brown bear fruit. After 2 minutes of entanglement, Li Wenjin grew bored and, employing the technique of shave, appeared beside Jack Cree, delivering a kick that sent him hurtling through the air. As Jack Cree coughed up blood while being propelled away, 2 members of his pirate crew rushed to his aid, while the remaining 20 or so surrounded Li Wenjin. Observing the encirclement, Li Wenjin, clearly irked, remarked, "I merely agreed to spare your captain, but I never promised to refrain from eliminating you. If you possess any sense, you will withdraw immediately." 30 seconds elapsed without the crew's retreat, prompting Li Wenjin to forego further delay. He lifted his leg, preparing to unleash a gale kick to send the members of the Cree pirate crew flying. "You all shall step back. This is the captain's command." Jack Cree's voice reached Li Wenjin's ears, causing him to halt his impending strike and instead utilize moonwalk, propelling himself in the opposite direction. Li Wenjin's abrupt departure was prompted by his realization that the 3 notorious fugitives were attempting to flee. Without hesitation, he pursued them, and his sudden onslaught instilled terror among the onlookers, causing them to flee in panic towards the town. With over 2,000 points of agility, there was no way the 3 criminals could evade him. Within a mere 2 minutes, he had apprehended them and returned to the side of Jack K. He was supremely confident in his speed, believing that aside from the yellow ape and a few others capable of flight, none could surpass his swiftness. On foot, he was at least 5 times faster than an average person, not to mention his ability to soar for a brief period. Jack K, observing Li Wenjin return with the 3 fugitives in tow, maintained his composure despite being supported due to his injuries. He calmly remarked, "Your strength surpasses mine, and I concede without reservation. I have a suggestion, and I wonder if you might be inclined to hear it." Li Wenjin, feeling quite pleased after capturing 3 fugitives, turned to Jack K and said, "Please, share whatever it is that you wish to discuss." Jack K gestured towards his crewmate, saying, "Singe, present the item for him to see." Singe, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Captain, we fought tooth and nail to retrieve that." Jack K interrupted firmly, "This is a command from the captain. You must present it immediately." With a frustrated stomp of his foot, Singe produced a map from his pocket and handed it over to Jack K. Li Wenjin was filled with curiosity, pondering what exactly Jack K intended to convey with the map. Upon acquiring the map, Jack K promptly stated, "If you would be so gracious as to spare us, I would gladly relinquish this map of Silver Island and the accompanying navigational records to you." Li Wenjin furrowed his brow. "What is Silver Island?" Jiechi Kue was astonished. "You actually do not know of Silver Island? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Li Wenjin cast a sidelong glance at Xinjie and said to Jiechi Qi, "This is a one-time occurrence. Do not expect it to happen again, or else you shall not blame me." Jiechi Qi replied, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, there will certainly be no second time." Li Wenjin, feeling somewhat impatient, expressed his urgency to acquire money by capturing a wanted criminal. He directly urged, "Speak to me promptly about the matters concerning Silver Island. If I find your account unsatisfactory, I shall not hesitate to refuse your release." Jack Rocky nodded and began to recount the events related to Silver Island, including the circumstances under which they obtained the map. Upon concluding the tale, Li Wenjin received the map from Jack Qi, as well as a recording pointer pertaining to Silver Island from another pirate. With 3 wanted criminals in tow, he departed from Jack Qi's side. The affairs of Silver Island piqued Li Wenjin's interest immensely, prompting him to agree to spare Jack Qi in exchange for the map and the recording pointer related to Silver Island. Li Wenjin and Jack Kue both possess an unwavering trust in one another, confident that neither would renege on their commitments or deceive the other. Their ability to discern each other's character facilitates a remarkably smooth transaction. Chapter 71. The Golden Tiger Pirate Crew. Li Wenjin delivered 3 small fugitives to the Spring Commerce Guild in exchange for Bailey, and by then, news of his victory over Jackie Koi had already spread across Garmides Island. At the lair of the Golden Tiger Pirates, a pirate reported to Captain Golden Tiger, "Captain, I witnessed Jackie Koi's defeat with my own eyes." Golden Tiger frowned, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, "What became of Jackie Koi?" The pirate hesitated, responding, "Due to the bounty hunter suddenly attempting to apprehend the onlookers, I had no choice but to flee. I am uncertain of the details, but I have heard that Jackie Koi ultimately survived and was not captured." Golden Tiger pondered silently. Li Wenjin, possessing the bear-type devil fruit, managed to defeat the bounty of 44 million on Jackie Koi within 2 minutes, indicating his formidable strength. However, the fact that Jackie Koi lived to tell the tale suggested that Li Wenjin's power, while impressive, was not overwhelmingly so. Nevertheless, given his current capabilities, it would be a daunting task for Jackie Koi to eliminate Li Wenjin. The transaction between Li Wenjin and the Koi pirates was known only to him and the members of the Koi crew, and the Golden Tiger pirates remained oblivious. For matters involving trading treasures for lives are hardly pleasant to discuss, and the Koi crew would never divulge such information. After much contemplation, Golden Tiger turned to his brother Silver Tiger and commanded, "You must immediately seek out all the pirate crews in Garmides town and inform them that I, Golden Tiger, request their assistance." Silver Tiger, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, are we going to besiege that bounty hunter?" Golden Tiger shot him a stern glance, replying, "This predicament is of your own making. Now go and take action. To be on the safe side, I shall personally invite the Gene Pirates and the Daika Pirates." Upon hearing Golden Tiger's words, Silver Tiger was even more exhilarated. With the 3 major pirate crews uniting against the bounty hunter, he was certain to avenge his grievances. Thus, he dashed out, eager to summon every pirate on Garmides Island to terrify that infuriating and relentless bounty hunter. Li Wenjin was unaware that a recent transaction with Jackie K would alter his relationship with the Golden Tiger pirate crew. However, this unforeseen turn of events might bring him greater joy. as it would spare him the wait until Kijia Island to confront the Jian pirate crew. Upon exiting the Spring Merchant Association at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Wenjin initially intended to seize the opportunity to apprehend a couple of pirates. Yet, shortly after leaving the establishment, he was soon approached by Black Cat and Nami. "Why have you returned? Were you not instructed to continue pursuing the bounty criminals?" Li Wenjin inquired, taken aback. With an exasperated glance, Nami retorted, "What bounty criminals? The entirety of the pirate crews on Gaudimas Island have been summoned by the Golden Tiger pirate crew to unite against you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing the introduction from the Black Cat, Li Wenjin, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Doesn't the Golden Tiger fear that so many of us might flee?" The Black Cat shook his head and replied, "Young master, there have always been members of the Golden Tiger pirate crew monitoring the vicinity of our pineapple ship. If we attempt to escape, they could pursue us by ship, and thus, at sea, they would still be able to deal with us." Li Wenjin contemplated and suggested, "Let us convene at the Spring Chamber of Commerce for the time being, and when the clock strikes 4 in the afternoon, we shall proceed to the designated battleground against Jinhu." After a thorough discussion among the 7, they settled in the Grand Hall of the Spring Chamber of Commerce to rest, awaiting the impending confrontation with the Jinhu pirate crew. Time swiftly passed, and at precisely 4:50 in the afternoon, Li Wenjin and his companions spent 10 minutes returning to the port, followed by a 40-minute voyage to the prearranged site of their decisive encounter with Jinhu. The initiation of the vessel took 20 minutes, in truth. Their navigation lasted merely 20 minutes. Most notably, as they set sail, 3 or 4 pirate ships trailed closely behind, seemingly to thwart any attempt at escape. The appointed site for the confrontation with Jinhu lay a mere 10 kilometers from the port of Gaudimas. Situated along a coastline adorned with expansive stretches of verdant grass and delicate wildflowers. However, at present, these blossoms and the wild grasses had been trampled into submission by the feet of hundreds of pirates, rendering the once picturesque meadow utterly ravaged. Li Wenjin could not help but lament the destruction wrought upon the beautiful island of Gaudimas by a band of rogues. He felt compelled to deliver justice, ensuring they were confined to the naval brig to atone for their transgressions. What Li Wenjin expressed in eloquent terms was, in essence, the intent to capture the pirates and claim their bounties. Undeterred by the menacing gazes of the 300 to 400 pirates, Li Wenjin and his companions sauntered onto the grass to confront Jinhu and his crew. With an air of arrogance, Li Wenjin spoke first. "Jinhu, it seems I owe you a debt of gratitude. Initially, I anticipated a challenging endeavor to capture all the wanted criminals on Gaudimas Island. Yet you have conveniently gathered them for me, thus saving me considerable time. Damn, this brat is insufferably conceited." Jinhu decided to confront him directly. The captain of the Daika pirate crew, King's Daika, could hardly contain his frustration and resorted to cursing API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin and Jinhu were both formidable fighters, engaging in a fierce and relentless exchange of blows. However, while Li Wenjin feigns exerting his full strength, Jinhu truly gives it his all. After 5 minutes of intense struggle, Jinhu realizes that he cannot continue this way, as half of his crew has already perished. In a moment of desperation, he shouts to his fellow pirates behind him, "Brothers, let us unite and vanquish them. I, Jinhu, promise to fulfill the conditions I've set for you." His rallying cry incites the watching pirates, who surge forward towards Li Wenjin and his allies. Amidst this chaotic charge, Li Wenjin notices that the Jian pirate crew remains eerily still. Caught in the fray, Li Wenjin lacks the luxury to concern himself with the Jian crew. As long as they do not flee, he will not foolishly turn his attention to them. His immediate focus is to combat Jinhu and Daika. Yet to conceal his true prowess, he has drawn his golden staff to engage in battle. Jinhu fights barehanded, while Daika wields a large cutlass, albeit with subpar swordsmanship. Daika relies more on his sheer physical strength, using the cutlass merely to enhance his damage output and extend his reach. While battling Jinhu and Daika, Li Wenjin takes brief moments to glance at Nami and her group, observing that they are huddled together and managing to withstand the enemy's attacks for the time being. Each member of Nami's crew boasts a bounty exceeding 30 million, allowing them to hold their ground against the numerous lesser foes. Moreover, there are no adversaries with bounties surpassing 30 million in the opposing ranks, ensuring that Nami and her crew can maintain their position without facing life-threatening dangers. As the skirmish rages on for 15 minutes, over 100 pirates lie defeated on the ground, all of whom are mere underlings. The notable bountied pirates remain largely unscathed, suffering only minor injuries at most. This outcome is a deliberate strategy devised by Li Wenjin and his allies, aimed at first clearing out the ordinary pirates before addressing the bountied criminals. This way, when the pirates inevitably panic and flee, Li Wenjin and his crew can accurately identify the bountied offenders, preventing them from escaping amid the chaos. As the battle drags on, Jinhu's patience begins to wane. He calls out to the still inactive Jian. Jian, I did not summon you here merely to spectate. Come and lend your aid. Yet Jian remains unmoved, observing Li Wenjin with contemplation. After 3 calls with no response, approximately 5 minutes later, Jian unexpectedly commands his pirate crew to retreat, leaving all present in astonished disbelief. Observing Jian's retreat, and then casting his gaze upon the remaining 150 or so pirates, Li Wenjin emitted a sigh. He then unleashed his full power, disregarding the assaults from Jinhu and Daika. With Li Wenjin at full throttle, Daika and Jinhu stood little chance. Daika, initially gloating over bisecting Li Wenjin, was swiftly incapacitated by a forceful blow from Li Wenjin's upper torso wielding a golden staff. Jinhu, witnessing Li Wenjin's torso vanquish Daika, was utterly dumbfounded. Never had he encountered a Zoan-type devil fruit user surviving such a severance. In a stupor, he was sent flying by a strike from Li Wenjin, despite sustaining severe injuries. Jinhu's resilient Zoan-type devil fruit powers allowed him to rise. He promptly fled towards the direction of Gatama's city. As Jinhu and Jin fled along the same path, Li Wenjin employed a rapid succession of shave techniques, instantly appearing behind Jinhu and delivering 5 consecutive blows, leaving Jinhu battered and unconscious. Having dealt with Jinhu, Li Wenjin utilized Moonwalk to soar through the air, intercepting the Jin pirates. Upon seeing Li Wenjin descend from the heavens, the Jin pirates halted. Jin, wary, inquired, We have caused no harm to you, have we? Could you not grant us clemency? Li Wenjin was pressed for time and had no leisure to engage in idle chatter with Jian and the others. If he delayed too long, Jinhu might awaken, as animals possess remarkable recuperative abilities. Although Jinhu had yet to awaken, it was certain he would regain consciousness within half an hour. Upon seeing Li Wenjin, Jian wasted no time and launched an immediate attack. His expression changed drastically as he shouted, Everyone, scatter and flee. Do not return to the port. Jian's decisive words earned Li Wenjin's respect. It was no wonder he was referred to as a remarkably composed pirate. His judgment was astute. Recognizing that retreating to the port would offer no chance of survival, Li Wenjin's singular focus was on Jian. He paid no heed to the other pirates fleeing. However, it was evident that Jian had 5 or 6 loyal followers who were unwilling to abandon his side, steadfastly assisting him in confronting Li Wenjin. Soon, an astonishing scene unfolded before Li Wenjin's eyes. After dispatching 2 pirates who were protecting Jian, he swung his golden staff toward Jian, only to find that Jian did not evade the strike. Instead, he braced himself against the impact, absorbing the force of Li Wenjin's golden weapon, which caused Li Wenjin to be propelled backward by a full meter. The notion of the devil fruit's power immediately struck Li Wenjin's mind, prompting him to attack Jian once more, eager to ascertain whether Jian possessed the abilities of a devil fruit user. After swiftly dealing with the pirates surrounding Jian again, Li Wenjin's staff once more connected with Jian's body, resulting in another rebound that sent him flying. This revelation confirmed to Li Wenjin that Jian was indeed a devil fruit user. Jian's devil fruit appeared to be one that reflected strength, as Li Wenjin discerned that the force he exerted was equal to the power that rebounded him. Li Wenjin harbored no concerns about defeating Jian, for despite the formidable nature of Jian's devil fruit abilities, his body suffered some backlash, indicating that the power of Jian's counterattack had its limits. Li Wenjin's assaults were overwhelmingly potent, causing blood to trickle from the corners of Jian's mouth. In Chapter 73, The Transaction, although Jian's devil fruit was powerful, his mastery over it remained insufficient. Under the relentless onslaught from Li Wenjin, Jian could only endure for 10 strikes before succumbing to unconsciousness. Defeating Jian consumed a mere 5 minutes of Li Wenjin's time, after which he lifted Jian and soared back towards Nami to assess the situation. Upon returning to the battlefield, it became evident that most pirates had fled, leaving only a handful of bounty criminals ensnared by Nami and her companions, unable to escape in time. Time was of the essence, as several bounty criminals had already made their getaway. Li Wenjin, no longer inclined to show leniency towards the pirates, swiftly dispatched those entangled with Nami and commanded Black Cat and Duman to set sail for the port to intercept the fleeing pirate ships. Nami, Hylasai, and Jinbizi were tasked with tidying the battlefield, while Ram went to notify the Spring Chamber of Commerce to come and collect the fugitives. Meanwhile, Li Wenjin pursued the escaping bounty criminals. The fugitives aimed to return to Gaudimas City, a journey that would take at least an hour, granting Li Wenjin ample time to hunt them down. Consequently, one by one, the criminals were subdued and dragged back to the battlefield. After an hour, Li Wenjin ceased his pursuit. Although a few managed to escape back to Gaudimas City, he found it inconsequential, having already secured the substantial prize. Those minor fish could flee without concern. Once near the battlefield, Li Wenjin delivered another strike to the bounty criminals to ensure they would not awaken abruptly. As for the animal-type devil fruit user, Jin Hu, he was already on the brink of death, requiring at least a day's time to recover. Nami, Jinbizi, and Hylasai excitedly calculated their potential earnings in berries. Their enthusiasm stemmed from Li Wenjin's promise to allocate 30% of the bounty for purchasing provisions to take home, which made them exuberant at the prospect of a 400 million berry haul. Additionally, they anticipated sharing in the spoils from the pirate ship's supplies, their faces alight with joy, showering Nami with effusive thanks. This left Li Wenjin feeling somewhat perplexed, as it was he who deserved their gratitude. Resting near the battlefield, Li Wenjin observed some pirates, still alive, stealthily attempting to escape upon regaining consciousness, which elicited a smile from him. These individuals bore no bounties, rendering them unworthy of pursuit. Even if they managed to stand and flee, he held no intention of chasing them down. After waiting another half-hour, Li Wenjin spotted Ram approaching with more than 30 members from the Spring Chamber of Commerce. The division leader, Gregor Garcia, upon arriving at the battlefield, promptly directed his subordinates to apprehend the bounty criminals. He then approached Li Wenjin with great respect and remarked, "Mr. Wenjin, your prowess is truly remarkable. You have managed to vanquish the 3 most formidable pirate crews of Gaudimas Island, which leaves me in awe." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin understood that the Spring Chamber of Commerce valued his capabilities and sought to win him over. Thus, he decided to forego any pretense of modesty and replied, "Then I shall not decline." Garcia smiled and remarked, "Mr. Wenjin, you are truly gracious." Li Wenjin conversed casually with Garcia about the trading of pirate ships and the procurement of food while awaiting Nami and the representatives of the Spring Trade Association to verify the list of wanted criminals, thereby concluding their discussion. Once the matter of the wanted criminals was resolved, Li Wenjin and the members of the Spring Trade Association boarded the pineapple ship, heading back towards the port of Gaudimas to prepare for the trade of pirate ships. Black Cat and Duman had returned on a pirate ship that had followed them to the battle site, which meant the pineapple ship remained anchored along the coastline. Upon their return to Gaudimas port, night had fully descended, yet this did not hinder the transaction between Li Wenjin and the Spring Trade Association. Nami and the other 2 women busied themselves aboard the pirate ship alongside the association's representatives, while Li Wenjin inquired with Black Cat about his return to port. When Black Cat and Duman arrived, the crew guarding the pirate ship were completely unaware of the events that had transpired. Thus, they swiftly incapacitated the guards and awaited Li Wenjin's return. Black Cat and his companions engaged in a brief and efficient battle on the deck of the pirate ship, drawing no attention from the port's residents. It was only when a pirate attempted to escape back to the port that Black Cat brandished a gun. threatening the pirate with immediate action should he disobey. The sound of gunfire naturally attracted the attention of the port's inhabitants. However, as no civilians were harmed, no one intervened. It was likely that Li Wenjin and his group had already found themselves on Gatama's kingdom's blacklist, making them subjects of increased scrutiny should they return. Black Cat's account left Li Wenjin somewhat troubled. If he ventured to Chiga Island and then proceeded to another island, they would undoubtedly attract heightened attention and could even face expulsion. At that juncture, he would have to rely on Smoker for assistance. Unbeknownst to Li Wenjin, the issue causing him distress had already been resolved, thanks to Audi Shuan of the Spring Trade Association. Audi Shuan had preemptively notified the branches on various islands to report on Li Wenjin's every move. Consequently, when significant events involving Li Wenjin and the Golden Tiger Pirates occurred, Garcia, the branch leader in Gatama's, promptly informed Audi Shuan. Upon receiving this information, Audi Shuan instructed Garcia to assist Li Wenjin with subsequent matters. Otherwise, the guards of Gatama's island would have already intervened to expel them due to the gunfire incident. Garcia's willingness to provide Li Wenjin with 2 sets of sea-stone gloves free of charge stemmed from his recognition of Audi Shuan's regard for Li Wenjin. Chapter 74. Chiga Island. Li Wenjin, though slightly perturbed by the prospect of possible expulsion, chose not to dwell on it, knowing he had the support of Smoker to alleviate any pressing concerns. Recognizing that his dealings with the Spring Trade Association would be lengthy, he instructed Black Cat and Dooman to rest, promising that they could set sail once the transaction concluded, allowing Nami and her companions to recuperate as well. Having arranged for Black Cat and Dooman to rest, Li Wenjin remained with Nami and observed their negotiations with the Spring Trade Association. The discussions and trade extended into the early hours of the morning and did not conclude until 10 o'clock the following day. With the procurement of food for Harry's and Ambi's proving particularly intricate, they ultimately secured a vessel and a full cargo of provisions, more than sufficient to sustain the inhabitants of their island for a decade. Harry's and Ambi's hailed from a modest community of just over 1,000 people, and the 2 billion berries worth of food purchased for them would indeed be ample. Additionally, their homeland was not consistently plagued by famine, suggesting that the provisions might last even longer than anticipated. As the transaction wrapped up at 10 o'clock in the morning, Li Wenjin bid farewell to Garcia at Gatama's Island and inquired, "Mr. Garcia, does the Spring Trade Association have a branch on Chiga Island?" Garcia shook his head. "There isn't even a small town on Chiga Island. The Spring Trade Association would not establish a branch there." Garcia's response left Li Wenjin feeling disheartened. He had hoped to hand over the pirates he captured on Chiga Island directly to the Spring Trade Association, thus avoiding the need to transport them to the Lustrous Kingdom. But it seemed that plan was unfeasible. Now, he could only hope that the guards of the Lustrous Kingdom would not expel him, or he would have no choice but to seek Smoker's help. Garcia, noticing Li Wenjin's thoughts, smiled and said, "Mr. Wenjin, our Spring Trade Association has a shipment scheduled to arrive in the Lustrous Kingdom in 2 days. If you can resolve the issues on Chiga Island within that time, our ship can collect your goods as it passes by." Garcia's intentions were clear, and Li Wenjin understood that he needed to deal with the pirates on Chiga Island promptly to facilitate the transfer of his captured criminals and resources from the pirate ship and crew. Grateful for Garcia's assistance, Li Wenjin felt a sense of relief, as long as he could resolve the situation on Chiga Island. It wouldn't matter if he didn't dock at the Lustrous Kingdom. He could proceed directly to the next island to continue his pursuit of pirates, thus avoiding any complications with Smoker. With the issue settled, Li Wenjin once more bid farewell to Garcia and boarded the pineapple ship, setting sail towards Chiga Island. Black Cat piloted the pineapple ship, while Dooman navigated the cargo vessel carrying supplies for Harry's and Jeanbus. The 2 ships embarked on a 3-day journey across the sea, characterized by a certain tedium. Throughout their voyage to Chiga Island, Li Wenjin and his companions encountered no attacks, allowing them to arrive smoothly within the waters surrounding Chiga Island. It was at this point that Harry's and her sister bid their farewells to Li Wenjin and his group. Aboard the pineapple ship, the gentle-natured Harry's embraced Nami with tearful eyes, expressing her heartfelt parting words, while the more boisterous Jeanbus approached Li Wenjin, saying, "Mr. Wenjin, thank you for your kindness over these past few days and for the provisions you provided. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin suddenly broke into a smile, and said to Jean Beezy, "Take good care of yourselves, you two sisters." After spending half an hour aboard the Pineapple, Jean Beezy and Hylasai bid farewell to Li Wenjin and Nami, setting sail towards their island, while the Pineapple continued its journey towards Chijiao Island. In Li Wenjin's heart, there existed a desire to retain the two sisters, for their culinary skills were remarkable and their combat prowess formidable. Were he to equip them suitably, they would undoubtedly surpass even the Black Cat crew. Alas, the sisters had their own commitments, making it impossible for them to accompany him on his maritime ventures, prompting a sigh of resignation from Li Wenjin. Chiga Island, a diminutive isle even smaller than a quaint garden, boasted a mere 1 to 200 inhabitants. These residents were not ordinary folk, but rather retired pirates who had settled here, running shops and engaging in idle chatter to alleviate the monotony of their post-piracy lives. Such a small island was of little interest to the world government, leading to a predominance of pirates in the area. Thus, Li Wenjin could conduct his affairs with impunity, free from scrutiny. As the Pineapple ship approached Chiga Island, a multitude of pirate ships came into view along the shoreline, igniting a thrill within Li Wenjin. He promptly instructed Nami to ascertain the identities of these pirate crews and the bounties associated with them. Armed with a wanted poster and a telescope, Nami scrutinized the flags of the vessels and, prior to the Pineapple ship's docking, had already compiled a list of the island's pirate factions. The results, however, left Li Wenjin profoundly disheartened. On Chiga Island, the highest bounty was merely 36 million, attributed to the Iron Fist pirate crew, a name that seemed audacious given its insignificance. Li Wenjin couldn't help but wonder how Vice Admiral Garp would react upon learning of this. Sensing his disappointment, Nami candidly remarked, "Wenjin, this is but a small locale. Pirates with significant bounties are likely to congregate in the Radiant Kingdom, where the first and second routes of the Grand Line intersect, attracting a multitude of pirates. We can deal with the pirates here and then proceed to the Radiant Kingdom." Li Wenjin let out a sigh, remarking that these were merely ordinary adversaries, and thus, he entrusted their resolution to others, allowing them to hone their skills. However, he cautioned against acting prematurely, for they would have no means of confinement for the captives. The plan was to wait until noon the following day to take action, ensuring that when the Spring Trade Guild passed by in the evenings, they could seamlessly hand over both the supplies and the pirates for handling. Nami, with a bright smile, agreed, suggesting they first explore the island in hopes of gathering intelligence about the Radiant Kingdom. The Pineapple ship docked at Chiga Island, where Black Cat and his companions strolled leisurely about the island, while Li Wenjin remained aboard, diligently training his abilities derived from the brown bear fruit. He aspired to swiftly master the third stage of his beastly transformation. Chapter 75. Chiga Island 2 on board the Pineapple ship. As Li Wenjin continued his training until 7 in the evening, Nami and Black Cat returned, with Black Cat in tow, holding a pirate captive. Li Wenjin pointed at the pirate being held by the Black Cat and remarked, "It appears this fellow is a wanted criminal. How did you manage to capture him? Was it not agreed that we would wait until tomorrow to take action?" The Black Cat remained silent, but Nami, visibly irked, interjected, "Do you have any objections?" I have no objections," Li Wenjin quickly replied, catching the Black Cat's pointed gaze. Nami huffed dismissively, "I shall return to rest." Once Nami departed, Li Wenjin promptly inquired of the Black Cat, "What is her issue?" She seemed quite angry. The Black Cat, somewhat embarrassed, explained, "This fellow attempted to make advances towards the lady, and she promptly gave him a sound thrashing, so I decided to bring him back. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted," Li Wenjin remarked. "Do share your tale." Du-Man commenced his narrative regarding the Kingdom of Glamour. Firstly, the Kingdom of Glamour serves as the primary junction of the Grand Line's first and second routes, resulting in a significant population of pirates. Secondly, comparable in size to Alabasta, the Kingdom of Glamour is renowned for its abundant production of exquisite garments, thus earning its illustrious name. The world government occasionally procures attire from this kingdom, and in conjunction with merchants from various nations, it has led to the kingdom's remarkable prosperity. Thirdly, the magnetic reserve time in the Kingdom of Glamour spans a full 20 days, compelling many pirates to linger within its bounds. However, they are permitted to reside solely in the remote town of Elme, as the world aristocracy frequents the kingdom. To prevent any disturbances from pirates, they are restricted to disembarking solely at Elme. Most importantly, the Navy has established a branch office in the Kingdom of Glamour, led by Rear Admiral Longmaki, a staunch supporter of Admiral Akainu and a formidable naval officer. Should anyone dare to cause trouble in the Kingdom of Glamour, Longmaki would undoubtedly crush them to dust. Upon hearing about the Kingdom of Glamour, Li Wenjin felt it seemed rather troublesome. He contemplated whether it would be wiser to bypass the kingdom entirely and proceed directly to the next island. Ultimately, he hesitated to make a decisive exit from the Kingdom of Glamour, opting instead to visit Elmei to ascertain the true situation before determining his next steps. After enjoying dinner brought back by the Black Cat crew, Li Wenjin visited Nami's quarters to engage in meaningful conversation, hoping to uplift her spirits before retiring to his room for the night. The following morning, the crew of the Pineapple did not venture to Chiga Island. As there was little of interest to explore, they remained on board, awaiting the arrival of noon. At 11 o'clock, while Li Wenjin was training on the deck, he suddenly spotted a pirate ship attempting to set sail, which soured his mood. Those pirate vessels represented his assets, and their intention to flee was intolerable. He called out to the Black Cat crew, "Gather around." Black Cat, Duman, Ram, and Nami swiftly approached Li Wenjin. Nami inquired, "Wenjin, what do you need us for?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin had already issued the command, and the Black Cats swiftly disembarked, charging toward the village by the port, while Li Wenjin himself elegantly leapt aboard the ship of the pirate crew attempting to flee. The Iron Sword pirate crew, led by Captain Iron Sword, had anxiously awaited 5 days at Chiga Island for the magnetic compass to be fully charged. Upon receiving the signal, he promptly commanded his crew to set sail for the Radiant Kingdom. However, just as the members of the Iron Sword crew boarded the pirate vessel, they were taken aback by the sight of Li Wenjin soaring onto their ship. The expression on Captain Iron Sword's face soured immediately, and he drew his weapon, demanding, "Who are you?" With a bounty of 21 million, he was merely a minor adversary, and Li Wenjin had no intention of responding to his inquiry. Instead, he unleashed a powerful punch toward Iron Sword. The captain hastily raised his sword to block the blow, but Li Wenjin's fist bent the sword, striking Iron Sword's chest with such force that it sent him flying, crashing against the ship's railing, which splintered under the impact, nearly sending Captain Iron Sword tumbling into the sea. Li Wenjin's assault instantly rendered the Iron Sword pirate crew speechless, leaving no pirate daring to approach. He strode directly to the captain of the Iron Sword, lifting the incapacitated leader and carrying him to the center of the deck. Addressing the members of the Iron Sword pirate crew, he declared, "This ship now belongs to me. If you wish to avoid death, vacate the vessel immediately." With their captain subdued, the remaining pirates scattered in disarray. A few loyal subordinates attempted to rescue their leader, but were swiftly rendered unconscious by Li Wenjin. Having dealt with the captain, Li Wenjin then heard the persistent sounds of gunfire and battle emanating from the village port, indicating that He Mao and his crew had commenced their operation. Li Wenjin directly seized the captain by the Iron Sword and soared onto the nearest ship at the port, awaiting the arrival of those pirates intent on fleeing. As for the pirate ships that already had crew members aboard, any attempt at stealthy departure would be swiftly thwarted by Li Wenjin, who would eliminate them without hesitation. The fierce battle lasted merely over an hour. The remainder of the time was spent by the Black Cat crew pursuing the fleeing bounty criminals, while Ram had transformed into a laborer, responsible for transporting the captured criminals to the Pineapple ship for confinement. Li Wenjin stood resolutely on the ship closest to the port, attacking any vessel attempting to escape. For those pirates who made it to the port, he merely issued a warning with a gusting kick, directing them to flee elsewhere. Should any wanted criminals dare to approach the port, Li Wenjin showed no mercy, incapacitating them and awaiting Ram's return to escort them back for imprisonment. Among the pirate crew at the port, some bore no bounty. However, since they dared to fly the pirate flag, Li Wenjin was unrelenting, commandeering their ships. Had they not displayed the pirate flag, he would have spared them, but their audacity allowed him to seize their vessels without fear of reprisal. Chapter 76. The pursuit at Elmei town. The chase continued until 4 in the afternoon, at which point Nami and the others returned to the Pineapple ship to begin pillaging the supplies of the pirate vessels nearby. As for the escaping pirates, Li Wenjin no longer pursued them, recognizing the futility of chasing such insignificant adversaries. On the shores of Chiga Island, a crowd of curious residents and a few remaining pirates watched as Li Wenjin and his crew gathered the bounty from the pirate ships. Within the hearts of those pirates lingered the hope that once Li Wenjin finished his plunder, they could reclaim their ships and hastily return home, vowing to abandon the pirate life, which had proven so dismal. Alas, their assumptions were misguided. Before their plundering operation had concluded, 3 ships belonging to the Spring Trade Guild arrived, and they could only watch helplessly as their pirate ships were sold off, leaving them in a state of despair. Retired pirates who had lived on Chijia Island for decades lamented the unscrupulousness they witnessed, remarking that they had never encountered such shameless individuals. They had captured a captain, stolen their supplies, and ultimately sold their ships. In their 50-odd years of life, they had never come across someone like Li Wenjin. As for the pirates whose ships had been sold, their rage boiled within them, wishing to dismember Li Wenjin, yet they lacked the strength and courage to confront him. The formidable power of their adversaries left them with no choice but to silently curse their treachery. Li Wenjin remained indifferent to the thoughts of the pirates and residents. His spirits were exceptionally high. Although the bounty criminals of Chujia Island had relatively low rewards, their numerous vessels promised a substantial profit. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Garcia from the Spring Commerce Association arrived aboard the Pineapple ship and addressed Li Wenjin. "Congratulations, Mr. Wenjin, on yet another profitable venture." "Indeed, congratulations to you as well. Did you not also earn a handsome sum?" Li Wenjin replied with a cheerful smile. Garcia shook his head in resignation. Were it not for Li Wenjin's esteemed status as the young master of Audi Shuan, he would not have undertaken such tasks for him. The profit from their usual business dealings far exceeded what they earned through transactions with Li Wenjin, and without the accompanying complications. "Mr. Wenjin, since our transaction has concluded, we shall take our leave. We must continue our journey to the Radiant Kingdom." Li Wenjin nodded. "You may leave first. We have some matters to attend to." After the Spring Chamber of Commerce departed, Li Wenjin instructed the Pineapple to set sail directly, retreating to his room to commence a lottery draw on Gaudimas Island. He had amassed over 400 million berries without redeeming any prizes, and now he had acquired over 500 million more, which conveniently allowed for 10 attempts at the top-tier lottery. With eager anticipation, he began the draws. Empty, 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 Shank's white jacket, defense 500, agility 300. Empty, 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 Blackbeard's black flame mantle, strength 450, critical hit chance increase of 3. Having secured 2 pieces of equipment, Li Wenjin felt quite satisfied. However, he could only replace one item. Should he prioritize offensive power or defensive strength? He found himself in a dilemma. Ultimately, he opted to enhance his attack, donning Blackbeard's mantle while stowing away Deo Bowman's blade, leaving Shank's white jacket in his system's inventory for the time being. In truth, Li Wenjin could materialize Shank's jacket and wear it, but he was reluctant to risk the durability loss that came with materialized gear, not wishing to squander a top-tier item. Perhaps in the future, when he possessed an abundance of elite equipment, he would not hesitate to materialize it. For now, he remained cautious. After concluding the lottery, he gazed at the remaining 20 million berries and, contemplating his options, decided to conduct 2 more high-level draws. Initially, he had intended to procure advanced gear for Ram and Duman to bolster their capabilities, yet what he drew was Mississippi Valentine's Day Intermediate Set. Li Wenjin found himself in a state of ambivalence, torn between elation and disappointment. The odds of acquiring the coveted set were rather slim. However, his current desire lay with high-level equipment. Intermediate gear held no appeal for him, as the crew aboard the Pineapple vessel was already equipped with superior items. Despite his frustration, he perused the attributes of the set. Mississippi Valentine's Day Yellow Earrings, 40 Strength, 40 Agility. Mississippi Valentine's Day Yellow Hat, 70 Defense. Mississippi Valentine's Day Blue Coat, 70 Defense. Mississippi Valentine's Day Yellow Skirt, 70 Defense. Mississippi Valentine's Day White High Heels, 70 Agility. Mississippi Valentine's Day White Gloves, 40 Strength, 40 Defense. Mississippi Valentine's Day Umbrella, 70 Strength. Set attributes, 100 Strength, Defense, and Agility. Though the attributes of the set were commendable, they ultimately served little purpose, relegating the items to his system's inventory for potential future use or outright sale. After the lottery concluded and Bailey had exhausted his resources, Li Wenjin exited the room and made his way towards Nami's quarters, intending to engage her in conversation. However, upon reaching the threshold of her door, he discerned the soft sound of her breathing. Li Wenjin understood that this indicated Nami had already fallen asleep. Reflecting on Nami's battles during the day and her negotiations at night, Li Wenjin decided to return to his own quarters, choosing not to disturb Nami's rest. The Pineapple ship would take 4 days to depart from Chiga Island and reach Elmi Town. Nevertheless, Li Wenjin continued to train daily on the deck alongside Ram, honing their skills with the abilities granted by the Zoan-type Devil Fruit. On the 3rd morning after setting sail, while on lookout duty, Duman suddenly called out to Li Wenjin, who was training on the deck, "Captain, there is a ship behind us that seems to be pursuing." Li Wenjin was taken aback. During their 2 days at sea, they had encountered no vessels, and now, astonishingly, A ship was pursuing them. This piqued Li Wenjin's curiosity, prompting him to address the helmsman, the Black Cat, saying, "Stop the ship. I must see who is approaching us." Standing at the stern, Li Wenjin gradually discerned the silhouette of the approaching vessel. To his surprise, it was the cargo ship he had gifted to Hylasai and Jinbizi. This revelation indicated that the two sisters were indeed the ones in pursuit. Without delay, Li Wenjin returned to Nami's quarters and called out, "Nami, it seems that the Hylasai sisters are coming. You should hurry out to take a look." From within Nami's room, sounds of movement could be heard, and a minute later, Nami opened the door, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Are the Hylasai sisters really here? Their ship has arrived yet. You should go to the stern and see." As soon as Li Wenjin finished speaking, Nami dashed out of the room, sprinting toward the stern of the ship, prompting Li Wenjin to hurriedly follow her. Chapter 77, Elmi Town 2 on the Pineapple. Nami was soon joined by the sisters Hylasai and Jinbizi, who had pursued the ship with the intent of joining its crew as new members. They were accompanied by the village chief from their island, who had 3 reasons for escorting them. First, to repay Li Wenjin's life-saving grace, the warriors of Mug Island must show their gratitude, for failing to do so would render them unworthy of the title. The villagers of Mug Island are led by a woman, and Hylasai and Jinbizi are her direct apprentices. Her demeanor is rather austere, and her manner of speaking and acting is unyieldingly straightforward, making conversations with Li Wenjin quite arduous. Moreover, the notion of a warrior's honor perplexed Li Wenjin. It astounded her that such a small, insignificant island would cling to the concept of warrior honor. Li Wenjin now comprehends that at that time, the sisters Hylasai and Jinbizi, along with the entire crew, perished valiantly. Demonstrating no inclination to flee, they were merely adhering to their own principles. Secondly, the matters discussed by Hylasai and Jinbizi upon their return to the island were all related to the pineapple, indicating their profound affection for the ship and their desire to sail alongside it. The village chief of Mugo Island was astute enough to perceive the sisters' sentiments, and thus, with a sense of benevolence, facilitated their return to the pineapple. Thirdly, the chief of Mugo Island harbored his own ulterior motives. Although the immediate crisis had been averted, future perils could arise. By sending Hylasai and Jinbizi away now, he anticipated that once they grew stronger, they might offer assistance to Mugo Island. After the chief dispatched the 2 sisters, they promptly set sail, leaving Nami and Hylasai engaged in lively conversation. Li Wenjin, uninterested in their affairs, allowed the Black Cats to continue their journey towards Irmi Town. Half an hour after the pineapple set sail once more, Hylasai and Jinbizi, having concluded their nostalgic exchanges with Nami, approached the deck and formally addressed Li Wenjin. "Hylasai and Jinbizi, we pay our respects to the captain." The essence of their words conveyed that they were now officially acknowledging their allegiance to Li Wenjin, and any future betrayal would constitute a grave violation of the warrior's oath, a matter of utmost seriousness to them. Of course, what they deemed a serious oath held little weight in Li Wenjin's heart, as he regarded all such warrior promises as mere fabrications. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin directly produced the Miss Valentine's Day Ensemble, Diaberman Sword, and the dual blades of the Flower Sword Pitas, saying, "Since you have joined the pineapple, consider these gifts for you." Upon witnessing Li Wenjin unexpectedly conjure a woman's outfit, Jibis and Hibis instinctively recoiled, their expressions unmistakably conveying their fear of Li Wenjin's rather sinister proclivities. In response to the sisters' actions, Li Wenjin felt quite helpless and hastily clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I have no penchant for women's clothing." Hales and Jibis, clearly skeptical of Li Wenjin's words, maintained their distance, prompting him to call out to Nami, who was secretly chuckling behind them. "Nami, come over quickly and explain this to them." "Ha ha ha." Nami erupted into laughter and, once she had composed herself, approached to pull the 2 sisters aside, elucidating the origins and attributes of the equipment. Ultimately, the Miss Valentine's Day Ensemble and the dual blades of the Flower Sword Pitas were taken up by Hales, while Jebus wielded Diaberman's sword. As Hales and Jebus donned their gear, they immediately engaged in combat on the deck, testing the power of their new equipment, which left Li Wenjin and Ram with no space to train their devil fruit abilities, forcing them to take a day's rest and allow the 2 sisters and Nami to revel in their play. The arrival of new crew members brought a renewed vibrancy to the Pineapple. Nami and the sisters seemed to have an endless array of topics to discuss. And for Li Wenjin and the others, the benefit was that their daily meals began to transform into delectable dishes, relieving them from the monotony of their travel rations. The Pineapple did not hasten its journey to the Radiant Kingdom and paused at sea for the night, delaying their arrival by an entire day. Upon docking at the port of the Radiant Kingdom, they faced no obstructions. Although uncertain of the circumstances, Li Wenjin felt a sense of relief. However, upon inquiring, he discovered that their landing place was not the port of Eimer Town, but rather the commercial port of the Radiant Kingdom. Back aboard the Pineapple, Li Wenjin turned to Nami and asked, "Should we head directly to Eimer Town, or would you prefer to rest here for a day before proceeding?" Nami gazed at the bustling port, lively streets, and throngs of people, her expression brimming with excitement as she replied, "Since we have arrived at the Radiant Kingdom, let's explore the streets." The prospect of shopping in the Radiant Kingdom filled Li Wenjin with trepidation, and he promptly cautioned Nami, "Nami, I do not possess many berries. Perhaps it would be best if you refrain from shopping." Nami retorted playfully, who said that shopping necessarily entails purchasing. "Can't I simply browse?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin managed to produce a faint smile, saying, "How could that be? I truly enjoy shopping." Nami, evidently pleased, responded, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off immediately." Upon hearing Nami's words, Haile's and Jinbi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they promptly followed in Nami's footsteps to depart. Meanwhile, the Black Cat, Ram, and Duman, with serious expressions, stated, "Captain, the Pineapple needs protection. We shall remain here to safeguard the Pineapple." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin did not press them further. With a cold snort, he followed Nami and the others, leaving 3 men on the Pineapple ship. Sweating with relief. Chapter 78. Elmi Town 3. The commercial port of the Enchanting Kingdom was undeniably bustling, teeming with heavily made-up women clad in extravagant attire. Among these women, there were indeed some beauties, yet the majority were middle-aged. As for men on the streets, they were a rare sight. Most of them were found resting near the docks, patiently awaiting the return of their wives from shopping excursions. Despite his desire for respite at the harbor, Li Wenjin was compelled by Nami's piercing gaze to accompany her on a shopping excursion, much to his chagrin. Within the town lay a kilometer-long avenue, flanked by emporiums purveying a plethora of garments. This sight ignited a fervent ardor in Nami, Hailasai, and Jinbizi, while Li Wenjin felt his resolve wane. Following a shared glance, the trio of women launched their assault on the avenue's boutiques, marking the commencement of a protracted and arduous day for Li Wenjin. As Li Wenjin accompanied Nami and her companions, Vice Admiral Long Miki of the YNL Kingdom's Naval Division received a report from his subordinate Lieutenant Commander, Vice Admiral Long Miki. "The individual you've been monitoring has arrived in the YNL Kingdom." Long Miki, caressing the sapphire ring adorning his finger, inquired placidly, "Whereabouts are they?" "They've docked at the commercial port and are currently shopping with 3 women, the Lieutenant Commander responded. After a moment of contemplation, Long Miki tapped the table twice before issuing his decree, "Maintain close surveillance of their movements. Should they attempt to depart the YNL Kingdom, impede their progress. However, if they proceed to Armai Town, permit them to pass." The Lieutenant Commander hesitated. "Vice Admiral, will the Marshal reprimand us for executing that plan?" Long Miki's countenance hardened. "Do you not deem those pirates deserving of their fate?" "But Armai Town is also home to numerous civilians," the Lieutenant Commander voiced with evident reluctance. Long Miki's gaze turned frigid as he affirmed resolutely, "The eradication of those pirates justifies a modicum of sacrifice. Furthermore, I shall deploy naval personnel covertly to safeguard Armai Town and mitigate any potential losses." Faced with Long Miki's unwavering stance, the Naval Lieutenant Commander acquiesced. "Your subordinate shall proceed with the preparations forthwith." Following the Lieutenant Commander's departure, Long Miki's eyes gleamed with intensity. He had recently received intelligence from the GDMS Kingdom regarding a formidable bounty hunter, Li Wenjin, who had decimated pirates across 3 islands and was en route to the YNL Kingdom. Upon receiving this information, Long Miki conceived a plan to exploit Li Wenjin to eliminate the pirates in Armai Town, whom he held in utter contempt. Despite being aware of Li Wenjin's familial connection to Commodore Smoker of the Marine Headquarters, Long Miki remained unfazed. He knew that Smoker belonged to Admiral Akiji's faction, which had a strained relationship with his superior, Admiral Akainu. Long Miki believed that Smoker would be unable to seek retribution if Li Wenjin were to perish at the hands of pirates. Moreover, he was confident that Akainu would shield him from any repercussions. Li Wenjin, utterly fatigued from accompanying Nami and her companions on their shopping spree, remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the target of Vice Admiral Long Miki's scheme in the YNL Kingdom. His impending journey to Armai Town was fraught with peril. From noon until 8 in the evening, Nami and her companions indulged in an 8-hour shopping spree. However, their acquisitions amounted to a mere 2 outfits each, totaling less than 1 million berry. Upon returning to the pineapple, Nami and her companions radiated exuberance and vitality, while Li Wenjin felt more exhausted than after a day of battling formidable adversaries. Back on board the pineapple, Li Wenjin declared that they would depart for Armai Town the following morning, opting to rest at the harbor for the night. As Li Wenjin slumbered peacefully, Vice Admiral Long Miki's plan was set in motion. News spread throughout the pirate gangs in Armai Town that a formidable bounty hunter was approaching, intent on capturing them all. Another rumor circulating in Armai Town alleged that the bounty hunter was an enemy of the YNL Kingdom's royal family. The pirates were promised that the YNL Kingdom would overlook their actions within Armai Town if they eliminated the bounty hunter and would reward them with a bounty of 100 million berry. Furthermore, the YNL Kingdom stipulated that the pirates were free to act within the town from dawn until the bounty hunter's demise, provided they refrained from causing significant damage to Armai Town or harming its civilians. The four most powerful pirate gangs in Armai Town were the Long-Eared Pirates, led by Captain Christine, with a bounty of 78 million berry. The Black Gold Pirates, led by Captain Black Gold, with a bounty of 72 million berry. The Lone Wolf Pirates, led by Captain Owen Becky, with a bounty of 72 million berry. The Jess Pirates, led by Captain Carol Jess, with a bounty of 70 million berry. Upon receiving this information, the four pirate captains immediately ordered their subordinates to engage in skirmishes on the streets of Armai Town to ascertain the veracity of the rumors and whether the kingdom's guards would remain indifferent. By 2 in the morning, the pirates' unrestrained activities on the streets elicited no intervention, confirming the authenticity of the rumors to the pirates of Armai Town. The pirate gangs of Armai Town began to coalesce, preparing to confront the impending bounty hunter. The lure of a 100 million berry bounty proved irresistible. In reality, only the smaller pirate gangs assembled, as the four major pirate gangs harbored no intention of joining forces. Having confirmed that their adversary numbered only 7, they were confident in their ability to prevail independently. Furthermore, their haughty demeanor precluded any desire for collaboration. Given that the YNL Kingdom's bounty was a mere 100 million berry, they surmised that their opponent's strength could not be too formidable. The wee hours of the morning in Armai Town teemed with activity as pirates scurried about, poised to unleash their fury upon the bounty hunter's arrival at dawn. Meanwhile, Li Wenjin and his 6 companions remained sound asleep, unaware of the impending onslaught that would face the following day, an assault by a combined pirate force exceeding 1,000 in number. At precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, Li Wenjin, having rested overnight and partaken in the two sisters' breakfast, announced the pineapple's departure for Armai Town. Armai Town was situated on the southern coast of the YNL Kingdom, while the YNL Kingdom's commercial port lay on the northern coast. The pineapple would require 2.5 hours to sail to Armai Town. At the harbor cargo plaza in Armai Town, ordinary residents had been displaced, leaving only 100 pirates feigning normalcy. They were poised to sever Li Wenjin's escape route back to the ship as soon as he and his companions disembarked. Chapter 79. Ambush. The pineapple proceeded leisurely toward Armai Town, with Li Wenjin indulging in the scenic seascape. Nami and the two sisters engaged in casual conversation, serenely awaiting the pineapple's arrival at Armai Town. Upon the pineapple's arrival at the harbor of Armai Town, Li Wenjin sensed an anomaly. He noticed that only a dozen pirate ships were anchored in the vicinity, with no other merchant vessels in sight. Li Wenjin had observed that merchant ships and pirate ships typically docked together along the coast on other islands. The absence of merchant ships at Armai Town struck him as peculiar. Despite his unease, Li Wenjin dismissed his concerns, reasoning that the YNL Kingdom likely had a designated commercial port, rendering the presence of commercial vessels at Armai Town unnecessary. As Li Wenjin and his companions prepared to disembark at Armai Harbor to gather information about the town, Nami abruptly interjected, "Wenjin, observe those individuals on the harbor. Their gazes betray them as pirates, not ordinary laborers." Li Wenjin swiftly turned around to observe the individuals along the coastal port. He immediately discerned that these people bore fierce expressions, their eyes glinting with menace. Upon realizing that Li Wenjin was gazing at them, they hastily averted their eyes in an attempt to conceal their intentions. The situation grew increasingly unsettling, instilling a sense of unease within Li Wenjin. After some contemplation, he resolved to disembark and assess the circumstances. Nami, you, and Hyles, and Jinbizi shall remain aboard the vessel. The four of us will venture to the port to ascertain the situation. Li Wenjin decided to leave the three women aboard the Pineapple, while the four men ventured to the port to assess the situation. Nami glanced at the workers on the shore, her expression grave as she cautioned, "You must be careful." Li Wenjin nodded, assuring, "I shall exercise caution." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin observed a peculiar situation. The pirates were retreating, showing no intention of obstructing their advance. Even a fool would recognize that something was amiss. Sensing the anomaly, Li Wenjin promptly instructed Black Cat and the others. "You should return to the Pineapple ship while I provide cover from behind." Upon receiving the command, Black Cat and his companions swiftly turned towards the Pineapple ship. However, as they took their first step, an eruption of gunfire rang out around them, with an onslaught of bullets forcing them to abandon their return. In a mere 10 seconds, the harbor workers had transformed into armed pirates, charging toward Li Wenjin and his group. Moreover, in the vicinity of the harbor square, a multitude of pirates was advancing towards the Pineapple ship. Faced with such a dire situation, Li Wenjin dared not underestimate the threat. He knew that the number of approaching pirates undoubtedly exceeded 500. Determined to mitigate the pirate presence along the coast before they reached the construction area, Li Wenjin unleashed his skills, utilizing Shave and Galefoot to launch an all-out assault on the pirates along the shoreline. Within 5 minutes, he had dispatched a significant portion of the small fry at the harbor, yet the pirates from the construction area had surged forth, now numbering 5 times more than before, drawing perilously close to Li Wenjin and his companions. "Be cautious, Li Wenjin. Among the incoming pirates, there are numerous bountied criminals, some with rewards exceeding 50 million. Nami's voice suddenly echoed in his ears, prompting him to glance back. To his surprise, he found Nami, Hyles, and Jeebus had arrived at the harbor's edge. "What are you doing here?" "I instructed you to stay on the ship," Li Wenjin exclaimed, irritation creeping into his tone. "Pirates are already upon us. You should focus on dealing with them," Nami retorted, ignoring Li Wenjin's admonition as she and her sisters joined the fray against the pirates. Li Wenjin understood that Nami and her companions merely wished to assist. However, during such perilous times, he remained reluctant to expose them to danger. Although the pirates at the port did not instill a sense of threat in him, Li Wenjin was acutely aware that the grand display from the pirates indicated that this group was far from their full strength. The paramount objective was to eliminate the pirates onshore first. At this moment, Li Wenjin abandoned his previous resolve of refraining from killing wanted criminals and commenced a ruthless spree of destruction. Any pirate struck by him faced almost certain demise. In his bare human form, the full might of the brown bear fruit was unleashed, rendering the ordinary pirates utterly incapable of withstanding his assault. Only those with bounties exceeding 20 million could endure a blow from him. Nevertheless, Li Wenjin specifically targeted the more formidable pirates to prevent any harm coming to Nami and her friends. Consequently, within a mere 10 minutes, he had slain 12 pirates with bounties above 20 million. Li Wenjin's formidable combat prowess instills such fear in ordinary pirates that they dare not approach him. Currently, he is engaged in battle with 3 notorious pirates, each boasting a bounty exceeding 50 million. They are as follows: the captain of the Kgai pirate crew, with a bounty of 56 million, wielding a spiked club; the captain of the dual guns pirate crew, with a bounty of 54 million, armed with 2 pistols; and the captain of the Wild Wolf pirate crew, possessing a bounty of 52 million, a user of the dog fruit, gray wolf form, whose weapon of choice is his razor-sharp claws. Despite facing these 3 formidable captains, Li Wenjin finds the confrontation manageable, choosing not to reveal his disintegration abilities, as he anticipates potentially stronger adversaries in the future, reserving his power for the next wave of foes. Li Wenjin withstood the assaults of the 3 pirate captains, while Nami and her companions only had to contend with minor henchmen, rendering their task significantly easier and less perilous. With the assistance of Black Cat and Hyles, they even began to subdue the pirates in the square. Black Cat and Hyles now possessed the strength of a Marine Corps colonel. making it exceedingly effortless to handle those ordinary henchmen. As time gradually passed, more than half of the pirates at the harbor had perished, and some had even begun to flee. At this juncture, Li Wenjin ceased to linger with the three pirate captains. Li Wenjin braced himself resolutely, allowing Keiji's spiked club to strike his head. Seizing the opportunity, he wielded his golden staff to shatter Keiji's leg, disregarding the barrage of bullets from the dual-gun leader. He then delivered a fatal blow to the kneeling Keiji's skull. Though Keiji was slain, Li Wenjin sustained some injuries, after all. The assaults from both the Keiji and dual-gun leaders were formidable, and Li Wenjin's defenses were insufficient to entirely negate their onslaught. With the death of their leader, the Wild Wolf leader and the dual-gun leader promptly fled. Li Wenjin could only pursue the nearest Wild Wolf leader, while the distant dual-gun leader was temporarily allowed to escape. Chapter 80. Encirclement and Annihilation. 2. The Wild Wolf leader's speed paled in comparison to Li Wenjin's, resulting in his capture. Li Wenjin unleashed a ferocious barrage of blows with his staff, swiftly dispatching the Wild Wolf leader. Having eliminated the Wild Wolf leader, Li Wenjin set his sights on the fleeing dual-gun leader, who was already making his way toward the fortified structures. Li Wenjin frowned slightly. If the dual-gun captain made his way into the building area, capturing him would become exceedingly difficult, as he could easily find a place to conceal himself. Thus, Li Wenjin hastened his pursuit. Regrettably, just as Li Wenjin approached the vicinity of the buildings, the dual-gun captain had already slipped inside, forcing Li Wenjin to halt his advance and return to assist Nami and the others. Within 5 minutes, the plaza was cleared of pirates, aside from those who had fled. Only corpses remained. Yet, before Li Wenjin and his companions could catch their breath, the 4 notorious pirate crews of Elmei town, accompanied by their crew members, approached them. Wenjin, be cautious. They are all pirates with bounties exceeding 70 million, Nami said, breathless and filled with concern. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin fell silent, realizing that without devising an alternative strategy, their endeavor might culminate in defeat. While he possessed the means to ensure his own survival, the fate of Nami and the other 5 remained uncertain. After a protracted silence, Li Wenjin retrieved an apple from his inventory and hurled it towards the 4 pirate crews situated 200 meters away. Initially, the 4 pirate crews had no intention of joining forces. However, Li Wenjin's formidable combat prowess made it clear that no single crew could overcome him independently. Consequently, they reluctantly united to confront the weary Li Wenjin and his companions. The captain of the Black Gold Pirates, upon witnessing the ordinary apple launched by Li Wenjin, suspected a trick. He promptly ordered his crew to evade it, fearing it might be some sort of explosive device. However, the apple merely plummeted to the ground, shattering into pieces, revealing its mundane nature. Black Gold, feeling as though he had been made a fool, was incensed. He bellowed at Li Wenjin with vehement fury, "You scoundrel! Today, I shall tear you limb from limb." Li Wenjin felt a sense of helplessness. Utilizing the toxic hue's apple yielded merely a 50% chance of success. More often than not, it transformed into a cloud of poison, far from the playful interaction he had envisioned with Black Gold. Observing that the usage count for the toxic hue's apple had dwindled to 2, Li Wenjin sighed and retrieved another apple, hurling it once more in the direction of Black Gold. Black Gold, already seething with rage, was further incensed when he saw Li Wenjin toss yet another apple his way. He felt an overwhelming urge to reduce Li Wenjin to mere ashes. With a swift motion, he reached out, grasped the incoming apple, and crushed it with great force, obliterating it entirely. Just as Black Gold prepared to unleash another tirade against Li Wenjin, he was taken aback. The apple he had smashed erupted into a vast cloud of green mist, enveloping all 4 pirate crews in its toxic embrace. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Li Wenjin spoke, 40 seconds had already elapsed. Without further delay, he addressed Nami and the others, saying, "Let us advance forthwith. By the time we reach our destination, the poisonous mist should have dissipated." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in an instant. Li Wenjin grasped the situation. The toxic mist would diminish the 3 attributes by 1,000 points. Those whose attributes fell short of this threshold would find themselves utterly powerless, collapsing to the ground in a state of weakness. The realization filled Li Wenjin with immense joy, for he had initially believed that those lacking 1,000 points would merely revert to the state of ordinary humans. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the reality surpassed his expectations. As for the 7 standing adversaries, Li Wenjin harbored no reservations. He soared towards them, wielding his staff with precision, and struck them down, ensuring their eternal slumber. Meanwhile, he proceeded to incapacitate the pirates lying on the ground, one by one. Nami and the others, witnessing Li Wenjin's refusal to take lives, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the prospect of slaughtering 300 to 400 unresisting individuals was a burden they could hardly bear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin and his companions subdued all the pirates and sat down to rest, preparing to deal with the wanted criminals later. However, merely 5 minutes had passed when they noticed a large contingent of naval soldiers approaching them, which immediately put Li Wenjin on high alert. Chapter 81. Rear Admiral Long Miki. The appearance of the naval soldiers instilled a sense of vigilance in Li Wenjin. Yet the soldiers showed no intention of attacking, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. At present, Li Wenjin's strength was insufficient. He had no desire to provoke the Navy. However, should these sailors attempt to seize the wanted criminals he had painstakingly captured, Li Wenjin would not hesitate to confront them, even if it meant standing against the Navy. After all, he could always choose the path of piracy. Moreover, as a pirate, he could indulge in unrestrained plundering, potentially earning wealth more swiftly than by capturing bounties. Nevertheless, such a course of action did not align with Li Wenjin's character, making it a last resort. 2 minutes after the Navy's arrival, Rear Admiral Long Miki approached Li Wenjin with a friendly demeanor. I am Rear Admiral Long Miki from the Navy Division of the Glamorous Kingdom. You must be Li Wenjin. I've heard you are the younger brother of Rear Admiral Smoker. Truly, a hero in the making, he remarked warmly. Long Miki's kind attitude made it difficult for Li Wenjin to respond coldly. He simply replied, I am unaware of what business you have with me, Admiral. Long Miki gestured towards the pirates lying on the ground. I intend to take them back to the Navy Division. You have no objections, I trust? Li Wenjin furrowed his brow and remarked, even if you are a Rear Admiral, you cannot simply seize my bounty. Long Miki sighed inwardly. His earlier words were a test for Li Wenjin. Had Li Wenjin hesitated or remained silent, he could have withheld the bounty. However, Li Wenjin's response made it clear that he would never allow him to take the wanted criminal. The reputation of Li Wenjin as a miserly figure was evidently well-deserved, reflecting both his stubbornness and frugality. Long Miki chuckled and replied, how could that be? We in the Navy will pay you the full amount for Bailey. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Once the matters concerning Li Wenjin were settled, Long Miki directly suggested, I shall leave the affairs here to others. Young brother, would you be interested in accompanying me to the Naval Division for a brief visit? Li Wenjin shook his head resolutely and said, My lord, I must attend to some matters first. I need to deal with those pirate ships before anything else. Long Miki was left speechless, casting a bewildered glance at Li Wenjin, pondering to himself how remarkably opportunistic Li Wenjin was, refusing even his invitation and insisting on plundering wealth first. Truly, he was an exceptionally unconventional individual. Li Wenjin was reluctant to visit the Naval Division, and Rommel did not insist. Since my young brother has matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. The bounty will be sent over shortly. I am grateful, Your Excellency, Li Wenjin replied, feeling a sense of relief at not having to venture to the Naval Division for the reward. However, once Rommel departed, Li Wenjin's expression darkened. The Navy's timely intervention made it evident that Rommel was behind the ambush. No one would believe otherwise. At this moment, Li Wenjin felt his inadequacy in strength. Had he been more formidable, he would have swiftly dealt with Rommel, teaching him the consequences of crossing him. After suppressing his anger and maintaining a facade of cordiality with Rommel, Li Wenjin's mood soured. Accompanied by his black cat, Duman, and Ram, he returned to scour the port for pirate ships, hoping to salvage some berries to alleviate his frustration. Nami, Halis, and Jeebus had swiftly verified the wanted criminals, completing their task in just an hour. and returned to the port to join Li Wenjin and the others in gathering supplies from the pirate vessels. As Li Wenjin busied himself with the procurement of supplies, he suddenly remembered the necessity of contacting the Spring Chamber of Commerce. However, he was reluctant to venture to the branch in the Radiant Kingdom. Thus, he decided to call Audi Xion. "Is this Mr. Wenjin?" "Yes, it is me, Boss Xion." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a resigned tone. "Mr. Wenjin, you're not going to ask me to sell a wanted criminal or a pirate ship again, are you? I thought I had already gifted you a VIP card. You needn't trouble me with such trivial matters." "Well, you guessed correctly. I knew it." "Oh, don't sigh, Boss Xion. This time, I have something valuable to sell you that I'm sure the Spring Chamber of Commerce will appreciate." "I hope so. Where are you now?" "I shall send someone over to collect the goods. I am at the port of my town. I have defeated 16 pirate crews. But the wanted criminals have already been taken away by the Navy. You only need to come and collect the pirate ships." "Mr. Wenjin, you truly are becoming ever more impressive." "Just average, really. I've suffered significant losses this time." After exchanging a plethora of trivialities with Audi Xion, Li Wenjin hung up the phone and resumed his task of gathering supplies alongside Nami and the others. 2 hours passed, and Li Wenjin's mood, having served as bait for Long Miki, improved considerably. After all, being bait and acquiring treasures worth over 900 million berries was still a satisfactory outcome. Presently, Li Wenjin possessed only over 200 million berries. The rest would await the sale of gold and jewels to the Spring Chamber of Commerce, along with some bounty rewards for the wanted criminals. Upon returning to the pineapple, Li Wenjin addressed Nami and the others. "You all should rest for now. The people from the Spring Chamber of Commerce will be arriving shortly, and Nami, you will still have some work to do." Exhausted from battle, Nami and her companions settled down on the deck, leaning against the ship's edge to rest as they awaited the arrival of the Spring Chamber of Commerce. As for Li Wenjin, he also sat on the deck, but instead of resting, he invested 100 million berries to enter a mid-level lottery 100 times. This time, he intended to prepare some equipment for Ambais, while any surplus would be offered to the Spring Chamber of Commerce as a token of gratitude for Audi Xion's assistance. Li Wenjin has acquired the following equipment: the Red Bear Coat of Sugar, defense increased by 80 points. The White Orchid Skirt of Sugar, defense increased by 80 points. The Slippers of Sugar, agility increased by 80 points. The Crown of Sugar, defense increased by 80 points. The Purple Candy of Sugar, consuming this candy grants a strength boost of 500 points for a duration of 5 minutes, usable 3 times. The Mermaid Skirt of Hoya, defense increased by 70 points. The Pearl Necklace of Hoya, strength increased by 50 points, agility increased by 50 points. The Pearl Bracelet of Hoya, strength increased by 50 points, defense increased by 50 points. The High Heels of Hoya, agility increased by 70 points. The Glasses of Hoya, doubles the distance of vision. The Pearl Necklace of Ermi, strength increased by 80 points. The Pink Scarf of the Eye Switch, defense increased by 90 points. The Red Scarf of the Ranger, defense increased by 75 points. The Brown Coat of Sosha, defense increased by 70 points. The Dagger of Sosha, strength increased by 80 points. The Brown Round Hat of Bloka, defense increased by 70 points. The Ruby Bracelet, strength increased by 50 points, agility increased by 50 points. The Ruby Ring, strength increased by 50 points, defense increased by 50 points. The Ruby Earrings, strength increased by 50 points, defense increased by 50 points. The Ruby Necklace, strength increased by 50 points, agility increased by 50 points. After completing the lottery, Li Wenjin promptly stowed away the purple candies made of sugar. While manifesting all other equipment, he approached Hyles and Jeebus, casting the gear before them and remarked, "Peruse these items and select what you desire." Initially fatigued, the two women, upon encountering a plethora of equipment, eagerly began sifting through the assortment for suitable pieces. Ultimately, they opted exclusively for jewelry. The peculiar garments and decorations garnered no interest from them whatsoever. It is a well-known truth that women possess an affinity for beauty, and these two warriors were no exception. Despite the fact that the odd equipment would enhance their strength, they preferred to forego power rather than don those bizarre outfits. Chapter 82. The Transaction Sisters Hyles and Jeebus fortuitously selected 9 pieces of intermediate equipment, leaving the remaining 10 for Li Wenjin, who intended to reserve them for the representatives of the Spring Trade Association. After a half-hour respite, the merchant ship of the Spring Trade Association arrived at the port of my town. Li Wenjin promptly summoned Nami and the others to engage with the merchants. Within 5 minutes, Nami had accompanied the staff of the Spring Trade Association to inventory the supplies from the pirate ship, leaving only the flamboyant Palace and Carlos, the division head of the Spring Trade Association, to converse with Li Wenjin aboard the pineapple vessel. Li Wenjin placed 10 pieces of intermediate equipment onto the table and addressed Carlos. Mr. Carlos, here are 10 items to be delivered to your employer, Audi Xiuan. Please take care of them. Carlos examined the items presented by Li Wenjin, which consisted of little girls' garments and peculiar outfits. An unsettling feeling washed over him, as he pondered whether their young master had a penchant for cross-dressing, or if Li Wenjin was merely a pervert attempting to play a prank on their young master. Given that Carlos was unaware of the attributes of the equipment, Li Wenjin could surmise his confusion from his expression. Thus, he directly picked up the Soch's dagger and handed it to Carlos, saying, "Mr. Carlos, why not try wielding this dagger?" Carlos felt a wave of relief that Li Wenjin had offered him a weapon. Had it been another feminine item, he would have felt quite embarrassed to accept it. The thought of being seen holding children's clothing was mortifying and would leave him at a loss for words. As Carlos grasped the dagger handed to him by Li Wenjin, an unexpected surge of power coursed through his body, making this ordinary old man feel as though he could take on 10 adversaries single-handedly. This inexplicable sensation left him utterly astonished, rendering him momentarily speechless. Li Wenjin did not awaken Carlos but patiently awaited his revival. Carlos, now in his 40s, was astonished by the surge of strength, yet he soon regained his composure and, with a hint of excitement, inquired, "Mr. Wenjin, could you enlighten me on what has transpired?" Li Wenjin did not hesitate and promptly conveyed the matter regarding the inherent attributes of the equipment to Carlos. After listening to Li Wenjin's words, Carlos pondered for a moment before summoning a male assistant, who appeared quite aggrieved. He had the assistant don several pieces of women's armor imbued with defensive attributes. Carlos, wielding Sashia's blade, swung it directly at the assistant's waist, causing the already beleaguered assistant to faint from fright, resulting in Carlos missing his target entirely. Observing the collapsed figure on the ground, Carlos expressed his bewilderment and inquired of Li Wenjin, "Mr. Wenjin, now that he has fainted, would it pose a problem if I were to strike him again?" Having witnessed the earlier events, Li Wenjin was on the verge of laughter. However, noticing the seriousness etched on Carlos's face, he restrained himself. Yet, when Carlos posed his question, Li Wenjin could no longer contain his amusement, chuckling, "Hee, Mr. Carlos, feel free to proceed. The assistant will come to no harm." Carlos ignored Li Wenjin's laughter, his mind solely focused on the attributes of the equipment. After receiving assurance from Li Wenjin that nothing would happen, he swung his blade down toward the assistant once more, only to discover that his strike failed to even tear the fabric of the assistant's clothing. Stunned, Carlos swung 3 additional times, yet the assistant remained unscathed, which sparked a wave of excitement within him. He realized that if these pieces of equipment could be sold, they would yield a substantial profit. Moreover, even if they were not sold, they could be retained for the Spring Chamber of Commerce's guards, thereby enhancing their strength and enabling them to better protect the organization. Carlos sheathed his blade and, with a solemn expression, addressed Li Wenjin, "Mr. Wenjin, I shall promptly return these items to the boss. They are intended as a token of our meeting. Should our cooperation prove fruitful, I shall procure even stronger equipment for your Spring Chamber of Commerce to auction." Elated at the prospect, Carlos envisioned the vast quantities of equipment Li Wenjin could provide to the Spring Chamber of Commerce, believing it could elevate their business into the new world and significantly expand their influence. In high spirits, Carlos personally organized the 10 pieces of equipment and said to Li Wenjin, "Mr. Wenjin, I must attend to matters concerning the pirate ship. I will ensure the equipment is delivered to the boss." "You may go," Li Wenjin replied. Li Wenjin was not particularly inclined to engage in conversation with Carlos, as the latter was merely a minor character with whom he would have little interaction. Instead, his current intention was to inquire with the naval personnel at the port regarding the arrival of his bounty. In Irmi Town, the entire pirate presence had been thoroughly eradicated by Rear Admiral Longmiki, leaving the town somewhat desolate, devoid of any lively atmosphere. The residents of the town remained confined to their homes, awaiting the completion of the naval soldiers' thorough search for pirates before they could venture outside. Li Wenjin inquired of a soldier and located a naval colonel who was orchestrating the search. He questioned the colonel regarding the bounty. The colonel recognized Li Wenjin, having witnessed the skirmish between him and the pirates earlier that morning. Along with the presence of Rear Admiral Longmiki, the colonel was deterred from acting against Li Wenjin. He responded to Li Wenjin's inquiry with great courtesy, stating that the bounty would be delivered to him by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon receiving the confirmed news of the bounty, Li Wenjin returned to the pineapple, joining Nami and the others to address the matters concerning the pirate ship and their supplies. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, aboard the Pineapple, Li Wenjin had received the bounty from the naval soldiers, along with the trading funds from the Spring Trade Association. After completing their transactions with the association, Nami, Hylasai, and Jinbizi, exhausted, retreated to the cabin to rest. Duman and Ram, worn out from the battle, had already succumbed to sleep on the deck. At that moment, the only ones still awake on the Pineapple were Black Cat and Li Wenjin. Standing at the bow of the Pineapple, Li Wenjin gazed at my town and said to Black Cat, "Let us depart from here and head directly to the next island." Pom-Pom Island. "Sir, is there truly a need to rush so hastily?" Black Cat inquired, somewhat perplexed. Li Wenjin, with a piercing gaze, looked towards the town of Elmi and remarked, "This time, we have been compromised by Longmiki's design, leading to the exposure of our identities. Soon, our actions will be disseminated, and it is imperative that we cleanse the first route and the subsequent 3 islands before our deeds circulate throughout the Grand Line. By then, our identities will be inconsequential." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, the Black Cat immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He promptly returned to the ship to weigh anchor, setting sail alongside Li Wenjin towards Pom-Pom Island. As for Li Wenjin, the navigational pointer utilized to reach Pom-Pom Island was, of course, salvaged from the pirate ship and had its magnetic records securely stored. Chapter 83, Pom-Pom Island. Pom-Pom Island is a diminutive winter isle, perpetually encased in ice, where tiny snow seeds frequently drift down and land upon the hardened icy surface. The snow seeds, upon striking the ice, bounce 2 or 3 times, colliding with one another to create a unique spectacle, reminiscent of countless small marbles incessantly leaping and colliding upon the icy expanse. The island derives its name from this extraordinary phenomenon. On Pom-Pom Island, there exists but a solitary ordinary village. Due to the frigid weather, few pirates are inclined to linger on the island for extended periods. Those who do remain are merely waiting for the magnetic storage of their navigational pointers to complete, at which point they will hastily depart. As the Pineapple ship arrived in the waters surrounding Pom-Pom Island, it encountered a sky adorned with pristine clouds. As snow seeds continually fell, landing on the deck of the Pineapple ship and bouncing playfully, creating a truly delightful scene. Li Wenjin and his companions, wrapped in thick plush coats, stood on the deck gazing at the approaching Pom-Pom Island. Upon reaching the harbor, they encountered a small pirate crew. Inquiring with Nami about the bounty of the crew, they discovered that it was merely an unremarkable band of rogues, none of whom had ever graced a wanted poster. As the Pineapple ship docked at the port, Li Wenjin observed the desolate surroundings, devoid of even a single soul, which deepened his disappointment towards Pom-Pom Island. Once anchored along the coast, he instructed the Black Cat to remain on board to keep watch, while he and the others ventured a kilometer to the nearby village to inquire about the availability of any navigational pointers leading to their next island destination. Li Wenjin was not keen on spending 3 days in this desolate place, fearing he might succumb to boredom. Thus, he sought a reliable recording pointer to swiftly depart from the forsaken Pom-Pom Island. Upon his arrival, he carefully navigated the transparent icy ground, cautious of every step, lest he slip and fall. The port was a kilometer from the village, and it took them 20 minutes to reach their destination. As they approached the village entrance, Li Wenjin beheld an eerily deserted settlement, where every house was shuttered tight, and the streets lay devoid of any pedestrians, as if the frigid weather had compelled everyone to remain indoors. However, a small sign advertising a modest establishment caught their attention. Although the writing on the sign was indecipherable to Li Wenjin, the chimney atop the roof was exhaling wisps of smoke, indicating it might be an inn or a restaurant. Consequently, they made their way toward the smoke-emitting building. Pom-Pom Village Inn, aptly named after the village itself, welcomed them as they pushed open the unlatched door and entered the inn's lobby. A cozy fire crackled in the hearth, warming the entire space considerably. Inside, 8 guests occupied the area, and Li Wenjin quickly recognized them as crew members from the pirate ship docked at the port, evidenced by one man's attire bearing the same emblem as the ship's flag. "Esteemed guests, do you require lodging or a meal?" The innkeeper approached them with a warm and inviting demeanor. After surveying the situation in the hotel lobby, Li Wenjin responded to the innkeeper, "Let us dine first. Please prepare some meals." Upon hearing the request for food, the innkeeper promptly led Li Wenjin and his companions to a table situated near the fireplace. Before returning to arrange the refreshments, the innkeeper did not inquire about Li Wenjin's culinary preferences, for his humble establishment offered merely 3 types of dishes, rendering a menu unnecessary. As the innkeeper directed his staff to prepare the meal, Li Wenjin turned to the 8 pirates seated opposite them and remarked, "The pirate ship at the port must belong to you." A man clad in attire adorned with the same emblem as the pirate flag furrowed his brow upon hearing Li Wenjin's accusatory tone and retorted, "Who are you? And why should I respond to you?" Li Wenjin spoke coolly, "You may choose not to respond, but I assure you, I will prevent you from setting sail." The 8 pirates glared at Li Wenjin with irritation, and one of them, filled with rage, stood up and exclaimed, "Captain Rant, I am going to teach him a lesson." Captain Rant, the man clad in attire resembling a pirate flag, intervened upon hearing his subordinates' intent to confront Li Wenjin. "Shao Qi, refrain from causing a disturbance in the inn. It would not bode well for us if we were to damage the premises." Shao Qi snorted dismissively. "Then I shall challenge them outside. That should suffice." "Shao Qi, do not stir up trouble. We need to attend the gathering at Jamon Island. If we provoke a conflict now, we will be unable to participate in the pirate convention." Rant's words caused Shao Qi to waver, and he finally retorted, "Humph. Were it not for our impending attendance at the pirate convention, I would surely defeat these scoundrels here and now." Intrigued by the mention of the pirate convention, Li Wenjin inquired once more, "What exactly is this gathering you refer to?" However, Rant and his crew ignored him, engrossed in their meal and conversations, which greatly irked Li Wenjin. He contemplated approaching them directly to apprehend the 8 pirates for questioning. In his mind, he reasoned that there was only one pirate crew on Pong Pong Island. Even if trouble arose, it could be swiftly resolved, and at worst, he might need to compensate the innkeeper. As Li Wenjin was about to rise, the innkeeper sensed that the situation was amiss. He hurried over to Li Wenjin and his companions, saying, "Esteemed guest, if you wish to learn about the pirate conference, I possess some knowledge on the matter. Allow me to share it with you." Li Wenjin sat down again and addressed the innkeeper, saying, "Since you are aware of the matter, please share it with us. I will compensate you for your efforts." The innkeeper, however, insisted, "No need for that. You will learn about the pirate conference once you arrive at Gamon Island. Allow me to share the details." The innkeeper then recounted the events surrounding the pirate conference. The origin of the situation was a notorious pirate crew, the White Feather Pirates, who had a bounty of 120 million. The leader's brother of the Black Feather Pirates had suffered total annihilation at the hands of a bounty hunter, with only the gravely injured leader managing to escape back to Gamon Island. Naturally, the White Feather Pirates sought vengeance for their fallen comrade and began investigating the bounty hunter. They uncovered alarming news through the black market intelligence network. The bounty hunter was exceedingly formidable, having captured 4 pirates with a bounty of 70 million, among countless others. Moreover, this bounty hunter was described as despicable and unscrupulous, seizing not only the targeted pirates but also their treasures and ships. Consequently, over 50 pirate crews along the Grand Line's primary route had suffered significant losses. Upon receiving this intelligence, the leader of the White Feather Pirates promptly disseminated the information throughout Gamon Island, rallying the local pirates to unite against the vile bounty hunter. The reason for the scarcity of pirate crews on Pom Pom Island was that they had all received invitations from the White Feather Pirates and had departed for Gamon Island to participate in the confrontation against the bounty hunter. Chapter 84. Gamon Island. Li Wenjin listened with a darkened expression as the innkeeper narrated the tale, for the despicable bounty hunter mentioned was, in fact, himself. Naturally, being insulted by a stranger soured his mood. What further vexed Li Wenjin was the realization that the leader of the Black Feather Pirates, whom he had once rescued alongside Hylasai and Jinbizi, had unwittingly embroiled him in such turmoil. Once the innkeeper concluded his account of the pirate conference, he departed, leaving Hylasai and Jinbizi gazing apologetically at Li Wenjin, aware that they bore half the responsibility for the unfolding events. Nami, filled with concern, remarked, "Wenjin, this situation is quite precarious. Gamon Island is a haven for pirates. Who knows how many might gather there? It could very well exceed the number encountered in Elmer Town." Li Wenjin shook his head and said, "Since we have received the news in advance, we must transform our passivity into proactivity and eliminate all the pirates on Jiamen Island in one fell swoop." Nami was at a loss for words, completely unable to comprehend Li Wenjin's thoughts. At such a critical moment, she believed that evasion should be of utmost importance, yet Li Wenjin was determined to charge forward. With a headache, Nami remarked, "Wenjin, can you not be so reckless? If we encounter such situations repeatedly, we are bound to face misfortune. There's no need for you to worry, Nami. This time, we won't confront them head-on. Instead, we will employ a strategy of ambush to resolve this matter," Li Wenjin proposed, his excitement evident as he conceived a brilliant idea. Nami felt even more exasperated, unsure of how to address Li Wenjin's unwavering resolve. In the end, she could only sigh and say, "I hope your plan can be executed smoothly." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Li Wenjin died, he spoke of matters pertaining to the pirate conference. While the 8 pirates seated nearby were drenched in cold sweat, their legs trembling in fear. They lacked the courage to rise and exit the inn. For at the entrance stood Duman, toying with a firearm, his gaze fixed intently upon them. The innkeeper, stationed at a distance from Li Wenjin and his companions, remained oblivious to their conversation. He merely observed the 8 pirates sitting motionless, a flicker of curiosity crossing his mind. However, as long as no disturbances arose, the innkeeper was disinclined to intervene. Half an hour later, having finished his meal, Li Wenjin approached the 8 pirates, his tone remarkably calm as he inquired, "I have heard that you intend to participate in the pirate conference." Startled, Lance shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, No, we were merely jesting. We are an obscure band of pirates and would not receive an invitation to the pirate conference." Li Wenjin let out a cold snort. "How much longer will it take for your recording pointer to be fully charged?" In an instant, Lamp produced a recording pointer from his bosom and handed it to Li Wenjin, saying, "My lord, this recording pointer will be fully charged by midnight tonight." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin observed the 8 feeble pirates before him and, feeling that he had sufficiently intimidated them, directly stated, "I will be taking your ship." "I trust there are no objections?" "We have no objections, none at all," they replied. In that moment, Rand felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that the loss of their pirate ship meant they would not be killed. Rather, they would simply be confined to the island of Bump. Thus, their lives were spared. As for the pirate life, Rand had already resolved to abandon that perilous path, recognizing that being a pirate was far too frightening. With the ship gone, he decided to return home and vowed never to venture out again. Rand had overheard Li Wenjin's chilling plan to massacre the pirates on Min Island, a scheme that struck fear into him and extinguished his dreams of a piratical existence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin entered the Pom-Pom Inn at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They still had to wait for 9 hours before departing from Pom-Pom Island to attend the pirate conference on Gammon Island. In the lobby of the inn, the only sound was the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. 8 pirates sat motionless in the hall, too intimidated to make a sound, while Li Wenjin and his companions merely closed their eyes in silent contemplation. As time gradually passed, by 11 o'clock in the evening, Li Wenjin and his companions approached the innkeeper to settle their bill and bid farewell, making their way toward the port where the pineapple ship was docked. As Li Wenjin and his companions departed, half of the members of the Lant pirate crew immediately collapsed onto the ground, stretching their legs before hastily rushing to the restroom. During the past 7 hours, they had not dared to move, let alone attend to such a pressing matter as relieving themselves. Any misinterpretation of their actions as an attempt to flee would have dire consequences, causing them to endure considerable discomfort. Li Wenjin had no intention of concerning himself with the affairs of the Lamp pirate crew. Upon returning to the pineapple, he instructed Black Cat and Ram to scour the Lamp pirate ship for supplies before sinking it into the depths of the sea. The Lamp pirate vessel was merely a small craft, valued at only 2 to 3 million if sold. Li Wenjin and his crew aimed to undertake grander endeavors, possibly requiring additional manpower to manage a dilapidated ship. While Black Cat and the others rummaged through the pirate ship, Li Wenjin retreated to his quarters to utilize the belly he had earned in the Radiant Kingdom for a lottery, hoping to augment his strength by the time they reached Gammon Island. Li Wenjin possessed a staggering sum of over 860 million. Upon returning to his chamber, he immediately engaged in 8 rounds of the most prestigious lottery draws. Empty, empty, empty. The green pearl necklace of Blackbeard, enhancing strength by 400 points and agility by 400 points. Empty. The hatchet of Charlotte Lingling, boosting strength by 450 points and increasing the probability of critical strikes by 3%. Empty, empty. Li Wenjin felt somewhat satisfied with the 2 pieces of equipment he obtained. However, he remained perplexed regarding the weapon's critical strike enhancement. To date, None of his adversaries had managed to withstand more than 10 of his strikes, leaving him uncertain as to whether the potential for violence had ever truly been realized. While engaged in combat, Li Wenjin would avoid physical attacks to preserve the durability of his equipment. He would evade whenever possible, resorting to his weapon only when evasion proved futile. Consequently, his number of attacks was quite limited, and each time he did strike, it typically resulted in the defeat of his opponents within 2 or 3 blows. This meant that the opportunity for his critical strikes had yet to be activated. Chapter 85. Jiamen Island 2. Li Wenjin gazed upon the 2 new pieces of equipment alongside Shank's white shirt remaining in his system's inventory, which provided an impressive boost of 500 points to defense and 300 points to agility. He promptly removed the 5-piece Vice Admiral set from his equipment tab and equipped the 3 new items. As for the Vice Admiral set, he intended to gift it to Black Cat, empowering her for the upcoming pirate conference. Li Wenjin was indifferent to the loss of 2 pieces of gear. Donning the 3 new items allowed his strength to remain relatively unchanged. At present, Li Wenjin's attributes stood as follows: Strength, 3,950 points; Defense, 1,870 points; Agility, 2,180 points. Critical hit, 11. His pure strength had already reached a level comparable to that of a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. And with the abilities conferred by 2 types of devil fruits, he no longer feared adversaries of that caliber. With over 60 million berries remaining, Li Wenjin contemplated his next move and decided to engage in 6 high-level draws, aiming to acquire a superior piece of equipment to temporarily fill the 2 vacant slots in his system. Empty, 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 empty. He obtained the yellow belt of Yeshua, which provided an additional 280 points to defense, and the Navy's 6 styles training notes, usable once. Li Wenjin was filled with joy, having won twice in 6 lottery draws. He had also acquired a training manual for the Navy's 6 styles, which he could conveniently present to Nami. Due to her aversion to peculiar equipment, Nami's strength aboard the Thousand Sunny was only marginally superior to that of Lamu and Duman. Now, if she were to master the Navy's 6 styles, her self-defense capabilities would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. As for Jesus Burgess's golden belt, Li Wenjin intended to wear it temporarily, planning to bestow it upon other members of the Thousand Sunny once he obtained new top-tier equipment. When the lottery concluded, Li Wenjin promptly exited the room and approached the door of Nami's resting quarters, knocking gently. "Nami, do you have a moment?" A response echoed from within, "Come in." Upon entering Nami's room, he found her seated on the edge of her bed, engrossed in a nautical tome. Li Wenjin approached her directly, presenting the manual for the Navy's 6 styles. "Nami, just read through the text here," he instructed. Curiously, Nami accepted the brief manual, which contained only a few dozen characters. "What is this?" she began to inquire, but before she could finish her thought, a sensation washed over her, as if she had already grasped something profound, leaving her momentarily speechless. Li Wenjin understood that when Nami had just received the training notes, a fleeting glance was sufficient for her to comprehend the entirety of the text. This remarkable ability had enabled her to autonomously master the 6 styles of the Navy, which was the reason for her momentary stupor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Li Wenjin remarked. You have indeed mastered the Navy's 6 style, but it is essential to practice diligently to fully grasp it. Nami, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I will go try the Navy's 6 style on the outer deck." Without hesitation, she dashed off, prompting Li Wenjin to follow her to the deck, where he could impart some of his experiences with the technique. On the deck of the Pineapple ship, Li Wenjin dedicated an hour to instructing Nami in the Navy's 6th style. Just as they concluded their session, they encountered Black Cat, who had just returned from plundering the Ramp pirate ship. Li Wenjin allowed Nami to practice independently and approached Black Cat, inquiring, "Have you completed the task?" Black Cat nodded, replying, "Young master, the Ramp pirate crew is quite impoverished, possessing very few resources. They only had a little over 300,000 berries, and their ship has now sunk to the depths of the sea." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin was not concerned with whom to dress, but rather with the striking nature of the Navy uniform. He feared that if the Navy discovered a non-admiral donning their attire, trouble would surely ensue. After much contemplation, Li Wenjin devised a clever plan and began searching the pineapple for usable materials, ultimately discovering a can of squid ink. Upon returning to his quarters, he utilized the ink to dye the entire Navy uniform black. Satisfied with his work, he hung the garment to dry, intending to gift the complete set of 5 pieces to the black cat once the ink had set. Li Wenjin was aware that squid ink would not provide a lasting dye for the Admiral's uniform, but he was unconcerned, as he intended to procure a specialized dye upon reaching the next city, thus resolving the issue of the Navy attire. Half an hour after the pineapple set sail, the black cat arrived at Li Wenjin's room. He presented the 5-piece Admiral's uniform to her and requested that she pass along any surplus equipment to Ram. The black cat was already adorned in high-tier gear, while Ram possessed mid-tier equipment, thereby ensuring that the black cat's surplus would be perfectly suited for Ram, enhancing the combat capabilities of both parties. With the equipment situation resolved, Li Wenjin dedicated his time to daily training in the 6 forms of the Navy with Nami, eagerly anticipating the pineapple's arrival at Gaiman Island. Gaiman Island is a small isle, the 8th in the first line of the Grand Line, and one of 2 islands devoid of governmental oversight, the other being Chiga Island. Both islands are known to be havens for pirates. Beyond Gaiman Island lies Yakajiji Island, the Devil's Triangle, and the Sabaody Archipelago, indicating that Gaiman Island is in close proximity to the latter. Additionally, Gaiman Island is a forested autumn isle, making it an ideal location for the ambush plan Li Wenjin had devised. Li Wenjin's operational blueprint entailed, upon ingress into the Isle of Garmin's vicinity, abstaining from a direct approach to the island itself. Instead, they would bide their time until nightfall, effecting a clandestine landing on an uninhabited shore. Ascending the Isle of Garmin under the cloak of darkness, they would launch a surreptitious assault on the pirate encampment, aiming to diminish the enemy's numbers as much as possible. With the dissipation of night and the advent of dawn, Li Wenjin would unleash a full-fledged offensive, obliterating the entirety of Garmin Island and the pirates who sought his demise. At present, Li Wenjin harbored no apprehension regarding the potential forfeiture of full bounty rewards for eliminating wanted criminals, for the Grand Line differed from the East Blue. The vast majority of wanted individuals in the Grand Line were subject to dead or alive stipulations, with only a minority requiring live capture. The White Feather Pirates, having coalesced with other pirate crews to seek Li Wenjin's life, would find no clemency from him. He intended to eradicate every pirate on the island, leaving no survivors. Of course, this remained solely within the confines of Li Wenjin's thoughts, given the potential for the pirate population of Garmin Island to exceed 2,000. A number insurmountable for a mere 7 individuals to vanquish entirely. Chapter 86, Garmin Island 3. The pineapple vessel reached the maritime zone of Garmin Island at 10 o'clock in the forenoon, 3 days hence. Given the necessity of awaiting nightfall before initiating their operation, the pineapple sought repose in a deserted area, recuperating their energies for the nocturnal endeavor. Li Wenjin now feels a sense of relief, for he received the information about the pirate conference early. Had he followed his previous plan to land on Xiamen Island, it is likely they would have encountered dangers far greater than those in Irmai Town. His fortunate acquisition of the news about the pirate conference can be deemed a stroke of luck. After resting for an entire day at 8 o'clock in the evening, the pineapple ship set sail towards Xiamen Island. Li Wenjin and the Black Cat, armed with binoculars, vigilantly scanned their surroundings to avoid any encounters with rival pirate crews. After a full 2 hours, the pineapple ship finally docked on a coastline brimming with brambles. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, Li Wenjin transported all members, save for Nami, in groups to a location free of thorns. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the 7 of them stealthily ventured into the depths of the forest. After half an hour, they discovered their first pirate camp within the woods, a pirate crew consisting of approximately 30 members. Through Nami's observations with her binoculars, they identified the crew as the Reggie Pirates, with a bounty of 54 million. The Reggie Pirates, rather than resting, were gathered around a campfire engaged in conversation, which made Li Wenjin and his companions hesitant to strike. They realized they were unable to dispatch over 30 pirates in one go. Nearby, Nami noted that there were no other pirate camps in the vicinity of the Reggie Pirates. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Li Wenjin inquired with curiosity, are the surrounding pirate crews weaker than the Ledger Pirates? Nami replied, indeed. The other 4 pirate crews have bounties that do not exceed 30 million. Li Wenjin inquired once more, are there only those 4 pirate crews near the Ledger Pirates? Nami replied, within a kilometer radius, there are only 5 campfires, so it seems that there are merely those 5 pirate crews. As for any farther away, the trees obstruct my view, preventing me from seeing. Li Wenjin smiled and remarked, "It matters not. We cannot see one another, nor can they see us." Which is quite fortuitous. The 7 individuals rested in the forest, having resolved to commence their assault on the pirate crew, remaining still until the pirates had settled down. At midnight, the forest was enveloped in the sound of the howling wind, with branches and leaves rustling incessantly, casting an air of mystery throughout the woods. Nearby, 5 bonfires flickered like ethereal flames, swaying in harmony with the wind. At that moment, Li Wenjin turned to Nami and inquired, "The time has come. Let us commence our operation. Everyone, please minimize noise. If you encounter an insurmountable challenge, retreat immediately and allow me to handle it." The other 6 members of the pineapple crew nodded in unison, affirming, "We understand. Let us proceed." With a commanding call from Li Wenjin, the 7 individuals stealthily advanced towards the location of the first pirate crew, who were then resting beside a crackling campfire. Upon nearing the flames, Li Wenjin pointed at the captain of the pirate crew, whose bounty stood at 200,000, indicating his intention to confront him, while the others would engage the remaining pirates. After agreeing on their targets, Li Wenjin drew his golden staff, gently caressing it, and resolutely declared, "It seems this evening you shall quench your thirst with a significant amount of blood." Prepared for battle, Li Wenjin was the first to charge forward, executing a swift movement to appear beside the pirate with the 200,000 bounty, and with a single strike, he shattered the pirate's skull, causing his brain to splatter. Having dealt with one wanted criminal, Li Wenjin swiftly dispatched the other pirates who had merely begun to awaken, their startled cries muffled in the night. With over 30 pirates in total, it was indeed an impossible task for Li Wenjin and his companions to eliminate them without a sound. However, amidst the howling winds of the night, 1 or 2 cries could easily be overlooked. After neutralizing the first pirate crew, Li Wenjin and his companions hastily moved towards the next group, determined to eliminate them before they could fully awaken. The second and third pirate crews fell effortlessly to their onslaught, but by the time they reached the 4th crew, all members were fully alert, albeit still oblivious to the unfolding chaos. At this juncture, Li Wenjin and his group ceased their stealthy approach and boldly confronted the more than 20 pirates before them, charging directly towards the ragey pirate crew. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin's adversary was naturally Li Jie, the dual-wielding swordsman. With merely 2 strikes, Li Wenjin sent Li Jie hurtling backward, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood, after which he attempted to flee. However, Li Jie's escape was not an option that Li Wenjin would entertain, as he had intentions to ambush other encampments. Allowing Li Jie to escape would jeopardize their entire plan of surprise attacks. If Li Jie could be eliminated, the other pirate crews would merely be on heightened alert, and Li Wenjin and his companions could proceed with their ambush strategy. Despite Li Jie's swift attempts to flee, he was no match for Li Wenjin's speed. Within a mere 5 seconds, Li Wenjin caught up to him and delivered 5 decisive blows that ended Li Jie's life. Subsequently, Li Wenjin quickly returned to the vicinity of the campfire to dispatch the remaining pirates. In a span of 15 minutes, 158 pirates had been vanquished by Li Wenjin and his team. Li Wenjin then addressed Nami and the others, stating, "Let us proceed and seek out additional pirate crews to confront, aiming to eliminate as many as possible before the night concludes." Chapter 87. Game and Island 4. Li Wenjin and his companions discovered the second pirate gathering place, situated 2 kilometers from the Li Jie pirate group's camp. The members of the pirate factions here were still deep in slumber, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Acknowledging their lack of awareness, Li Wenjin and his team proceeded without hesitation, adhering to their previous strategy of first dealing with the weaker pirate groups before confronting the notorious Double Heroes pirate group, which boasted a bounty of 57 million. This second pirate rendezvous comprised 6 pirate factions. By the time Li Wenjin's group eliminated the 4th faction, the 5th had already allied with the Double Heroes. Engaging the Double Heroes was akin to battling the Li Jie pirate group. The confrontations were direct and unyielding. However, the Double Heroes proved to be considerably easier to handle, as their dual captains relied on coordinated tactics to establish their formidable reputation. Regrettably, their individual strengths were insufficient, and Li Wenjin dispatched them with merely 2 strikes. Upon resolving the second pirate gathering point, Li Wenjin and his team swiftly sought the third location for a surprise attack. When they vanquished the third group, which had a bounty of 64 million, Li Wenjin captured the pirate leader to extract vital information. To his delight, he learned that approximately 3,000 pirates had indeed congregated on Gaiman Island. Among them, the most formidable factions included the White Feather Pirate Group, 120 million belly bounty; the Iron Leg Pirate Group, 94 million belly bounty; the Battle Axe Pirate Group, 86 million belly bounty; the Cotton Pirate Group, 84 million belly bounty. The sheer number of pirates on Gaiman Island, coupled with the limited space of the village, forced the four major pirate factions to occupy the village for rest, while the others retreated to the surrounding forests. However, those pirate groups with bounties ranging from 50 million to 80 million could not rest in proximity to one another due to long-standing rivalries. Consequently, they sought refuge in isolated areas with their allied factions to avoid contact with others, aiming to prevent any disruption to their coalition before the bounty hunter Li Wenjin could arrive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon receiving such news, Li Wenjin's enthusiasm surged, and he resolved to eliminate all 7 pirate gathering points outside the village before nightfall. At this moment, Li Wenjin and his companions had already dealt with 3 of the gathering points, leaving 4 pirate strongholds yet to be addressed. It was still 2 o'clock in the morning, granting them 4 hours to dismantle the remaining pirate encampments. Armed with valuable intelligence, Li Wenjin and his team became increasingly audacious in their assaults, should their ambushes be discovered. They would swiftly switch to a direct attack mode to neutralize the pirate groups with haste. At 4:40 in the morning, as Li Wenjin was dismantling the 6th pirate gathering point, he began to feel apprehensive. The 7th pirate stronghold was alarmingly close to the village on Gaiman Island, and if they proceeded with their attack now, the pirates within the village would undoubtedly notice the unusual activity in the forest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Li Wenjin and his companions stood in the forest of the 7th pirate gathering point, observing the area where they noticed pirates already patrolling, indicating that they had likely discovered the disturbances within the woods. In fact, during the resolution of the 6th gathering point, Li Wenjin had sensed that the adversary seemed to be prepared. However, their efforts proved futile against the overwhelming strength of Li Wenjin and his team. Wenjin, what shall we do about this 7th pirate gathering point? Nami inquired, gazing at the now vigilant assembly of pirates, her expression reflecting her unease regarding their next course of action. Li Wenjin fell into a moment of silence before producing 3 purple candies, each infused with sugar and capable of enhancing attack power by 500 points for a brief duration of 5 minutes. He handed one to Nami, Ram, and Duman, stating, I am preparing to launch a strong assault on the 7th stronghold. The candies in your hands will bolster your strength, but you must seize the opportunity to utilize them wisely. Instantly, Nami and her companions comprehended Li Wenjin's intent to augment their capabilities in order to assist him in eliminating the pirates stationed at the 7th stronghold before the White Feather pirates could arrive. After resting for 10 minutes in the woods to regain some stamina, Li Wenjin led the charge toward the 7th stronghold. The pirates stationed there were already on high alert, compelling Li Wenjin to rely on his formidable offensive prowess to disperse their ranks before confronting them individually. However, just as he dispatched the 15th minion, a powerful kick struck toward him, forcing Li Wenjin to use his staff to parry the incoming attack. This adversary was none other than the captain of the Iron Leg Pirates, boasting a bounty of 94 million. Upon hearing Nami's call, Li Wenjin immediately transformed into a hybrid form of the brown bear fruit and engaged in combat with Captain Iron Leg. The captain had come to investigate the unusual happenings in the forest, arriving at the nearest gathering point to the village. Just as he began conversing with the leader of the gathering, a cacophony of battle erupted outside the tent. Without hesitation, he rushed out to confront the masked assailant, who was wreaking havoc with unrestrained ferocity. However, Captain Iron Leg was unprepared for the overwhelming strength of his adversary, who suddenly morphed into a formidable bear-human form, amplifying his power significantly. Alone, the captain found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. To his dismay, the masked foe also displayed remarkable speed, rendering any attempt at escape futile. He could only evade and dodge, striving to avoid being struck. Initially, Captain Iron Leg had hoped that the surrounding pirates would come to his aid. Yet a mere glance revealed a grim reality. Among the entire camp of pirates, only Captain Anda, the leader of the 7th gathering point with a bounty of 70 million berries, was occupied with a single masked assailant. The rest were being pursued by 5 masked figures, leaving them no opportunity to assist him. Li Wenjin, upon hearing Nami's revelation that the individual before him was the Iron Leg Captain, felt a surge of excitement. If he could eliminate this Iron Leg Captain here, it would alleviate a quarter of the pressure he would face when contending with the White Feather Pirate Group. Thus, he resolved to employ the powers of the Devil Fruit against the Iron Leg Captain, aiming for a swift resolution. However, the Iron Leg Captain proved to be a formidable adversary, making a rapid victory a considerable challenge. Chapter 88. Gaiman Island 5. In the village of Gaiman Island, Baiyu had received news of disturbances in the forest. Yet, before he could investigate, he learned that the Iron Leg Captain had already gone to assess the situation, prompting him to refrain from heading into the woods. Within just 10 minutes, the sounds of battle and anguished cries of death reached Baiyu from outside the village, compelling him to venture to the pirate gathering site. As Baiyu exited his quarters, he encountered the Cotton Pirate Group's captain. He extended an invitation for the Cotton Captain to accompany him in assessing the situation. Unbeknownst to Baiyu, the Cotton Captain had also come seeking to join him. Together, they made their way towards the pirate encampment outside the village. Meanwhile, as Baiyu and the Cotton Captain approached the gathering site, Li Wenjin and his 6 companions had already dispatched all the pirates of the 7th gathering point, including the resilient Iron Leg Captain, who lay defeated at Li Wenjin's feet. Li Wenjin had assessed the Iron Leg Captain's strength to be comparable to that of a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, estimating his power at around 2,500 points, marking him as a formidable pirate. Regrettably for the Iron Leg Captain, he had encountered Li Wenjin, a bounty hunter whose strength was double his own, thereby sealing his fate as a vanquished foe. Once the 7th pirate gathering point had been cleared, Li Wenjin spotted figures approaching from the distance and promptly summoned his comrades to gather by his side, preparing to face the impending challenge of stronger adversaries. Baiyu and the Cotton Captain, upon nearing the pirate gathering site, were taken aback to discover that the entire encampment had been obliterated. Baiyu, momentarily stunned, nearly transformed in his astonishment before deciding to investigate the scene. Ultimately, he restrained his emotions, directing his subordinates to return to the village to summon all remaining pirates while he and the Cotton Captain proceeded cautiously to the pirate encampment. Upon entering the site, Baiyu's gaze was immediately drawn to the campfire, where the Iron Leg Captain lay unconscious, having been bested by Li Wenjin. This revelation weighed heavily on Baiyu's heart. The Iron Leg Captain was no ordinary foe, even for him. Baiyu, eliminating the Iron Leg Captain would not be a simple task. The fact that the Iron Leg had been swiftly subdued meant that his opponent's strength must surpass his own. Confronted by the 7 masked figures, Baiyu's expression darkened. "Who are you?" he demanded. At this point, the masks were futile. Li Wenjin removed his face covering, revealing a cold smirk as he replied, "Captain Baiyu, I trust you recognize me." Upon seeing Li Wenjin's face, Baiyu was struck with shock. "It's you. You are the bounty hunter who injured my brother. How did you make it to Gaiman Island?" Li Wenjin nonchalantly wiped the blood from the golden staff with the mask he had removed from his face, stating with a calm demeanor, "Not only have I arrived, but I have also vanquished over 1,000 pirates in the forest. What can you possibly do to me?" Upon hearing his words, Captain Baiyu and Captain Mianhua's expressions shifted dramatically, and they immediately fell into a state of vigilance. The sheer ferocity of Li Wenjin, who had slain more than 1,000 pirates, left them with no doubt that he would show no mercy. Captain Mianhua and Captain Baiyu had come with merely over 100 pirates. How could Li Wenjin let such an opportunity slip away? After exchanging a few words with the two, he merely allowed Nami and the others a moment to rest. Now that Nami and her companions had recuperated, it was time to launch their attack. The sudden assault from Li Wenjin did not instill panic in Captain Cotton and Captain Baiyu. Instead, they deftly evaded the attack and simultaneously initiated their transformations. Captain Baiyu wielded the powers of the bird fruit, taking on the form of a white sparrow, while Captain Cotton possessed the ability to render the human body supple to withstand incoming strikes, as well as conjuring white threads to ensnare his opponents. However, the threads lacked resilience and could be easily severed. Captain Baiyu launched an aerial strike aimed at Li Wenjin's head, while Captain Cotton transformed his hands into strands of white cotton, wrapping them around Li Wenjin's weapon. Faced with 2 formidable devil fruit users, Li Wenjin was left with no choice but to endure their assaults. Otherwise, vanquishing these 2 adversaries could prove to be an arduous endeavor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted.